All right, welcome back everybody to the OS World Cup group stage. Today, I believe this is the first match both of these teams are playing. China, seed 9, up against Thailand, seed 21. China being potentially the strongest team we're going to see this weekend or the next weekend in the group stage, up against Thailand, team of tourney veterans and some contenders looking to make an upset. Should be a banger, should be a super high quality match. Casting this one is Vordy, and joining alongside me is none other than Subaru Arima. How you doing, man?
Thank you for the intro, and I'm doing great. Very much looking forward to cast this match. As you presented, China is looking like the strongest team in this group stage. They are the highest seeded team in the group stage, which is an indicator of how good they are. However, this being a much easier map pool should give Thailand possibly some opportunities to take a point here and there. I do think, though, that China are looking like the strong favorites in this match, for sure.
Yeah, man, and it's always interesting because in the past, I feel like historically, China has always been like their early stage, their seeding is kind of a lie, and they're actually way better on like early stage pools.
Oh, yeah.
But this year might be both, where they have seed 9, that's high skill cap to get seed 9, especially with how tough the qualities were. But historically, they've also been similarly very good at low star rating, consistency, and depth. So this should be good from both teams here. And as we get into the bans, I think the clear ban for China is Hidden 2. We're just reading in general, and they insta-ban it. Thailand, super good at that skill set. And Thailand in response, banning Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, Hard Rock 2 is definitely a strong ban when you got somebody like Crystal on the other team, and there's a huge backup also, not just Crystal on the Hard Rock in general, always a strong skill set for China. Also, I would like to mention that I think that this year China has really managed to kind of reinforce the DT slots where they used to, at least in the speed department, kind of lack on higher skill caps. So China looking better than ever, looking like they're going to reach this second golden age. They had a first golden age all the way back in 2015, 2016, and then kind of fell off. And these recent years has shown China every year kind of climbing their way back to those high ranges in the OSU World Cup. So I'm really excited to see them play. With that said, Thailand also has some interesting roster changes this year. A lot of people mentioned that losing Depiforce was quite a hit, but they gained Chaik Pachep once again, who was anciently one of their DT cores, and always keeping Lisperi and Kadama as a core, alongside Chess, who had a really strong showing 4-digit World Cup, should provide Thailand with some opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand is still going to be really strong in the things they're strong at. I think, generally speaking, Hidden, No-Mod is going to be where they want to stick to. Especially now, China, as you mentioned, they have fleshed out their DT roster. It seems that the kind of strategy they're going for is, I want to say, almost similar to like an Australia composition, where they have Lolol 233, which is Milk Tea, and Lolol 235, David Q, playing basically everything. Crystal is also playing basically everything. And then the rest of the team is just to flesh out those other skill sets, and one of the major ones being tapping, which they have a whole tapping squad for, which gives them some pretty insane depth now across all skill sets. I think it's really in qualifiers, just Hiddens, that really was the difference maker from them, not getting higher. So I think Hidden 1's still a good option for Thailand, but they probably want to avoid those double times. They probably want to avoid those hard rocks. China, pretty scary in them. They're going to go for No-Mod 1, which, I mean, if you know anything about Lesperi, this guy loves to aim.
Oh yeah, for sure. Lisperi is one of those names who a few years ago was like the up-and-comer everybody was talking about, and now more installed in the scene as this, not quite veteran just yet. I think it's still a little too soon to call him that, but still a very strong player everybody knows now. So looking like a strong pick for Thailand to open the match. Also, quite scary map to play as your first map of the day.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially once the key eyes come in, once the spacing gets higher and the consistency goes up, very easy to miss on those tough sections. Long map as well, 3 minutes 42. But this was one of Thailand's best performing skill sets in the qualifiers. I believe they got 8th on the No-Mod 1. On the Qualies No-Mod 1, which is a step up above this, Lesperi had a huge FC on that map. So should be a good start for Thailand. But as you mentioned, the nerve factor. I mean, OWC nerves are something else. These players on the side of China have been here so many times. If anybody has kind of gotten used to it, it's probably them. Thailand's been here a decent amount of time as well, but some of the new players might be in for a shock.
Yeah, Crystal actually was a rookie in 2016 all the way back during the golden age of China with all those old players, and still today carrying the China roster. And maybe not so much carrying as the years have gone by. Now China has built really this strong backing for Crystal, who used to be kind of the solo carry, but now the three Lolos are there, alongside Ledo Fox making his entry on the roster for Nomad 1. Also one of the most improved players this year for China, alongside Milk Tea, who really popped off this year. So yeah, I like this pick from Thailand, but it's honestly looking very scary because you look at this Chinese roster and man, like, you don't want to play these guys on Nomad 1.
Yeah, I mean, these guys all just so good. And as you mentioned, I think going forward, we'll do a quick rundown of the Lolols because we'll probably just call them by their OG usernames. So Lolol233, that's Milk Tea. Lolol234, not in the lobby right now, but when you later see them, that's Karumi. And Lolol235, that's David Q. So we'll probably just go with those for now. Always tough to remember, but at least the rest, several names. And a couple early breaks. Shouldn't matter too much though. Chests. Finding that early miss. Shakes off the nerves. Won't matter too much.
Yeah, this opening linear pattern is really hard to hit, so I don't blame Chest for the early miss, but I'm really not concerned about Chest for the consistency. As the map opens slowly, so far, nothing major to signal apart from that early miss from Chests. Higher accuracy overall on the side of China.
Indeed, the accuracy is there. Only thing really making the scorely difference for the most part is that and the early break from Chest. But I think what it's going to really come down to is once the song kicks up, and here we are, this is where breaks going to start coming in more often, where it'll matter much more. But nobody budging just yet. Everybody looking super steady. And Hinamon is going to be the first big miss.
That is a big one right at the end of the first Kiai. Now, massive opportunity for China to snowball this score advantage as the bar rises in red, slowly but surely. Soon to cross that 100k margin. So far, all four Chinese players are looking so solid. Still the SS on Ledo Fox, the only one at the lobby remaining now.
Man, and Thailand is still 2 FCs. Chess is basically FCing. So they're right behind. If China breaks here on this second Kiai, Thailand wants China to miss here on their first pick, the Nomad 1.
The good recoveries on Chest, and Hinamon is starting to stabilize as well, but as long as those 4 combos hold on the side of China, there's nothing they can really do about it. Les Perry also, like, doing everything they can. Extremely high accuracy as well on ARZ3, but Crystal finally finds a miss right after the middle of the map. That could be quite detrimental. It is still nearly a 200k lead for China. They're going to need a little bit more from China. But that's a start.
It is a start, but ours, unfortunately, and Chest. Oh, and with those 2 breaks from Thailand, it is looking bleak on this one. It's just Lesbury, the Nomad 1 demon on the side of Thailand, but it's not going to be enough if we still see a 3-way from China right now. Chess finding another miss, not going to bother too much though, but it's still Milk Tea, David Q, and Ledo Fox to hold onto those full combos.
And how about that? We were talking about it. We were talking about Crystal being that star player for the roster. The only one not FC'ing, actually. Look at this Chinese roster just looking so comfortable. Finally, the slider rate for Ledo Fox, but it just doesn't matter. It's a 350k lead and only gradually increasing as Les Perry is the only one full comboing on the other side. Finally, Milk Tea finds a miss, but a little too late, unfortunately. Traded by Les Perry. If it wasn't already over, it definitely is now. And David, the lone FC on this Nomad 1 opening pick.
Does David close out probably one of the harder maps, I would say, to go all the way on?
Oh yeah, definitely, especially as an opening pick.
Oh yeah, the nerves would be different, but David has been here again and again. And he does it, opens the match with a break point on the Nomad 1 with a full combo. Fantastic scoreline by both teams, but China just a step ahead.
Yeah, and even the bottom score for China, Crystal, still beating 2 of the players on the side of Thailand. Such a strong showing. And that's what I was a little concerned about on this opening Nomad 1 pick. I liked it overall for the roster from Thailand, but China is just such a consistent roster. It's so hard to take these maps against them, and now the immediate Nomad 4 pick coming from China. Not surprising, always a strong tech team.
Yeah, I mean, I think for China, this does feel like something they'll probably be pretty comfy on. I'm a little bit surprised to see China first pick into the Nomads, just because it's still something that's vaguely in the area of Thailand's comfort zone. I think if you want to take Thailand out of the comfort zone, you pick into stuff like Hard Rock 1 that's still open, pick into the DTs. But they're going to go for the Nomad 4 instead, so maybe leaving their on paper stronger picks later. But saying that, Thailand's still on the 2 Nomad maps they had a tougher time with. It was the Nomad 3, and actually the Nomad 4 they did pretty decently, so yeah, interesting pick from China, but it's still China, so they should be very good at this.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not worried about China on this map. Thailand, however, I mean, Les Perry is probably going to be perma-lobbying in this match at the very least, but for the rest, I don't really know what they're going to be going for. On paper, definitely looking like a strong pick for China. I really don't see a path where Thailand can take it, but hey, maybe it'll make me eat my own words and take the first breakpoint of this match for them on their side. But yeah, it's really the David against Goliath kind of story here. You look at Milk Tea once again, Crystal once again, Moonlit on the side of China making the first appearance. I believe they played also a few maps in the qualifiers, but in this match, one of the 2 rookies on the side of China making their first appearance. We're also going to see Kadama make an entry for this one. And actually, I was apparently lying. No Les Perry for this map.
Oh,
there he is.
Yeah, always the...
Yeah,
it's always funny when there's like one player I'm like dead set on being on a team, and they just like join late in the lobby and like kind of bait you.
Yeah,
Here we
I
go.
got baited indeed. I mean, I am a rookie after all, so give me a little credit.
Oh look, I still get baited. Right. I mean, for Thailand, honestly, if I'm Thailand, I'm like Nomad 4. All right, okay, we can do something on this. Like, there's a chance here. I think it's one of the more approachable maps in the pool. It's one of the more comfy ones. It's pretty short as well, which makes it more volatile. So, although China should still be really, really good on this, there's always a chance on attack you miss one cut in the middle on a hard part, and suddenly your score is almost cut in half. Crystal with an early break, but with all early breaks like this, it's barely going to matter in the end.
So far, early in the map, a lot higher accuracy on the side of China overall. We still got a 99 on the side of Moonlit. Looking like the tech specialist so far. As we see 295, sorry, on the side of Thailand. So, despite that early break from Crystal, it is still the bar in red with this accuracy advantage.
Yeah, that ACK deficit from Thailand. I mean, so far they're still holding their combos, which is what really matters, but that ACK can show a level of discomfort that might make itself known as the map gets harder. And TZ Artifact, the 92% ACK on Thailand, does find the miss, so China has identified a map where Thailand does not really have the most comfortable for, it seems. And the score lead is still building. Crystal, though.
Yeah, Crystal is trading, but a lot higher accuracy overall. You were talking about artifacts, all the way down at 93, so really hurting the score, unfortunately, to find that miss. And we still got a 99 on David. Oh my god. Like, what a strong showing, really. Like, Crystal, once again... Oh, actually, Crystal was Bancho.
Oh, that was Bancho.
So nearly a 4 away for China right now, as Crystal only find that early miss very, very early in the map, and recovered the accuracy as well. And Moonlit... Artifacts once again missing, and Thailand is not doing a bad job. Finally a second miss on the side of Thailand, but still 2 FCs on this map. This is not a bad score at all, but just China, unfortunately, almost a 4-way on Nomad 4, 2/3 of the way through. There's nothing you can do about that, really, and what an amazing team score on Nomad 4, the opening pick for China.
I mean, it's to me, it's, you open a pick on like a DT 2 and 4-way. It's going to be David, Milk Tea actually with a miss. So David Q could actually be going for a 2 for 2 on this opening. But I mean, this type of skill set as a 4-man to be able to consistently just pump out these kinds of score lines is so impressive to me. And they still have those 2 full combos, but it's matched by 2 FCs as well from Thailand. Lesperi does find a break. It's just Kadama. The pick's already over. We're just going to see how many people can FC. Moonlit finds a miss.
Finally, Moonlit dropping. So it's only David on the side of China, once again with the FC. And looking to secure it. 99 accuracy. What is he doing?
Wow,
David,
dude.
2 for 2. How about that? And Kadama as well with the FC. Lower AC, granted, but Kadama with a strong showing on the first map of the day for them, but unfortunately matched by 3 players on the side of China. 3-way S rank on the side of China, 2-way S rank on the side of Thailand. Thailand, by all means, not a bad score, but what are you supposed to do with the triple 800k plus on the side of China on Nomad 4?
Yeah, not much at all. I mean, that is a very, very strong opening from China. Thailand to respond, and first to 5 being up 2-0. It's already getting close. I mean, these kinds of best of 9s, you want to win early, and they're gonna go for Hidden 1. I think it's one of their, maybe it's actually their best pick that they have because it's in the Hidden pool, and Thailand is really, really good at Hidden. I think this is a type of Hidden that, other than pure reading, they absolutely love to play. It's techy, it's ulty, it's a little bit reading intensive. This is something Thailand should be fantastic on.
By all means, of course, I really agree with this pick because, first of all, it is a good skill set for Thailand all around, but second, it is actually one of the only slots in which they got a higher score than China in qualifiers. Hidden 1 with Thailand being that number 7 score, 2.6 million. Granted, the map is very different, but still looking on paper to be one of their stronger picks. Possibly the pocket pick for them in this match, and opportunity to finally put 1 on the board against China, the heavy favorites. The strongest team of the group stage, we called it. The early game for China is just so terrifying, and we might see the triple Lolo squad on this one.
I'm thinking like, I might be overthinking this, but I wonder if the logic from China is like, okay, we pick Nomad 4. It's a tech map. We know Thailand wants to pick Hidden 1. It's a different type of tech map, but it's still kind of techy. So if we beat them on tech and then make them pick a different tech map, that's like, that's some momentum. That's we just kind of beat you on an adjacent skill set, so we can maybe do it again. If that was at all in their thought processing, that'd be a pretty cool line of reasoning, because this is swing techie. It's obviously hidden, so it's going to have that component to it, but there's some adjacent stuff to what they just played.
It very well could be in the thought process. I definitely agree with that take. And once again, we're seeing 3 of the core players for China, but this time is going to be Lido Fox joining once again. So no Kurumi on this one. Lido Fox, as we mentioned, one of the up-and-comers in the Chinese scene, so very trustworthy on that kind of map. And Kadama once again returning for this one. Kadama and Lesperi looking to once again be the pillars for this Thailand roster, but Chest coming back on this one as well is a reassuring presence.
Minner as well coming in for Hidden 1. And let's see, this is, I feel like, a very crucial win for Thailand. As you mentioned, they had a advantage on China on the Hidden 1 qualifiers, and although this is different, this is the only Hidden you're going to be able to play other than any free mod matchup, so you want to make it work here.
No early misses, but a huge act drop for Lesperi in this intro, alongside Chests, both briefly down like below the 90% margin actually. Quickly recovering though, and Milk Tea getting through that intro with a 99% accuracy.
That intro that's gambling. That's not hittable consistently with good AC. That's actually phenomenal to get through that with 99.6. People are holding.
Really start looking good for both teams. This is not a long map, and man, like, both are holding the 4-way so far. This is so tense. We're hitting halfway, still the 4-way.
Alright, a little bit of a slow section Hopefully we see no breaks here. Kendama, no!
No!
Oh,
How?
I hope that. Oh no!
Oh, it was Bancho. It was Bancho.
Thank God. Thank God. Okay, we're good. Thailand is still
That
in
would
it.
have been heartbreaking.
An ACK lead.
It's just this accuracy lead carrying China through the map so far. The four-way on both teams, 2/3 of the way through. What is happening? I think we're going to see one of the strongest team scores on both sides for this map.
I think we might. Lol,
David!
235. David Q is going to find the first miss after FCing 2 maps. The streak is over, and it's going to give Thailand the opening they need for their first pick, or their first win.
Finally, this
And they're still 4-waying.
That's all Thailand need. Minir! One miss for Thailand. Is it enough, though? The accuracy is higher on China. This could bring it back right towards the end. Is it going to be enough for Thailand for the first point? First point on the board for Thailand, possibly on this hidden one. The last patterns of the map. It is shrinking, Vorty. It is shrinking.
As long as they don't find a chain miss towards the end here, it should be enough, and they get it with an absurd 3.7 million to 3.6 million scoreline. That is fantastic from both teams. Thailand, I mean, that is... yeah, that's a well-deserved win right there.
I have no words. That is just what you have to do to get a point on early stage against China. You nearly 4-way the map. Like, we have a 6-way FC on Hidden 1. What did we just witness? I think this could possibly be the 2 strongest team scores we get to see this weekend on this Hidden 1.
I absolutely would not be surprised if that's the case. I think beating a 3.68 million on Hidden 1 with a type of skill set is very, very tough to do. So, still plenty of matches to play, so we might see it happen. But I mean, yeah, well done.
Yeah, well done, ladies and gentlemen. We have a match. Thailand on the board with this absurd team score on Hidden 1. China, not to be stunned though, following it with the Hard Rock 1 pick quickly. One of their strongest skill sets. Once again, we should see Crystal. At least 2 lols on this one. And yeah, I'm still a bit overexcited by what we just witnessed on this Hidden 1, but we gotta move on. The match is not over. It's only 2-1 for China. And Thailand, honestly, with the type of performance they were able to pull on this map, I think this Hard Rock 1 could maybe not work out for them as a breakpointable pick, but at least they could make something happen later on in the match if they're able to pull out 3.7 millions on some of these maps.
I mean, for sure. Like, now I'm thinking, you know, what do you go from performance like that on the Hidden 1? Maybe something like Free Mod 1 has some similar things. You know, you can have a really strong hidden performance on that, do some good work. Not too many adjacent things in the pool, but if they can get 3.7 million on Hidden 1, they can do some other stuff. So I completely agree with that sentiment. However, this is Hard Rock 1 right now. China insta-picking it, and I mean, China super good on Hard Rock, up against Thailand, who isn't as comfortable on it. And this is a consistency Hard Rock test, so something that should be well in the lane of China.
China, they had their strongest Hard Rock pick banned, as the precision is really China's bread and butter on the Hard Rock department, but still, this is looking to be a very good map. And we have it, the classical squad, Crystal plus 3 lols.
Oh, yeah.
And on the side of Thailand,
Hard Rock squad of legend.
Oh yeah, this Chinese team is so scary. Kurumi making his first entry in the match. And Hinamon coming back for this one on the side of Thailand alongside Lesperi Chess and ARZ3. Overall, a strong-looking squad on the side of Thailand. I don't want to bury their chances too quickly on this map, but you look at this roster on the left side of the screen and you're just, like, terrified to play them.
I mean, I think historically, Crystal has generally been the carry for China on Hard Rock, on precision overall. But as you mentioned, I mean, Milky and David Q especially in the qualifiers absolutely popped off, getting the highest performance scores for China. And we've seen how David Q's been playing today. And that just means, like, yeah, you have Crystal, who's like the Hard Rock demon, but you also have like this full composition is just so good at this skill set. If one of them doesn't have the great run, you're pretty confident somebody else will. But in the intro, pretty chill, early days, no breaks yet.
just really this act difference on the side of China. They briefly still had 2 SSs, Crystal finally dropping it. It is still alive on the side of Kurumi for his first map of the day. And a couple of low accuracies on the side of Thailand. Chess dropping below 96% now. So far, all combos intact once again. This is quite a long map though. Still a long way to go before we can call it over. 8-way FC alive, 500 combo through. And those high accuracies on China, all players above 99%, what are they doing? And finally the first miss on the side of Thailand from ARZ3, unfortunately. And you look at this bar just flying on the red side because this accuracy had been carrying them already. Now the combo advantage as well in their pocket.
And this is just the type of map it is. You know, misses can happen anywhere. You see players slowly dropping one by one. Nothing in this map is super spiky, but it's just very consistent. But Thailand with their 3 FCs, middle part of the map, the deadliest place to miss. China has some unfortunate breaks here. The hope is still alive for Thailand. And Hinamon, unfortunately, is going to be the second miss, and now the window for Thailand is slowly closing.
Man, this is like slowly shaping to be the group of death, honestly, this group stage, because you look at Thailand and like they would beat multiple teams that have played this map so far this weekend, but then you look at China still 4-waying nearly the 4-way 99%. Crystal just a bit short of that, but like, what the hell are these scores?
I mean, yeah, 4-weighing. I mean, we almost saw a double 4-way on Hidden One. We're seeing a 4-way right now from China on the Hard Rock 1. And the stream? A little bit lag.
Oh. Be back shortly. Getting used to those issues, and let's see if David actually found a miss or not. No, it is still the 4-way alive for China. And as I say that, though, a slider break finally comes from Milk Tea, but still 3 FCs and all of the players with extremely high accuracy as well on the side of China. Still 2 FCs on the side of Thailand as well. Lesperi and Chess doing everything they can. Once again, to be mentioned, this team score is not bad at all on the side of Thailand, but you look at China, still the 3-way alive. Already above 3 million score and not slowing down to give this 3rd point of the board for them on their pocket pick, Hard Rock 1. Finally, a slider break comes from Crystal and Kurumi, so only 1 FC, and who else to do it once again but David?
And David go for the 3rd FC that he's done in this match. Nomad 1, believe it was Nomad 4, and now the Hard Rock 1. Absolutely phenomenal.
David just short of a perfect performance so far with that 1 break found on Hidden One, but what is he doing today? This Chinese team is terrifying. I'm so glad we didn't draw them. Like, oh
yeah,
my
I mean,
God.
This feels like they are, you know, in a schoolyard as adults, absolutely just beating up on these pools. In Thailand, I mean, that was a fantastic score, as you mentioned, from Thailand. Lesperi chests with the 2-way, some honestly solid backing combos. I think right around the 3 million score line that would have beaten probably like most runs on most teams. 3 million on this map is fantastic, but China is just something different.
Thailand, honestly, despite losing the match 3-1 so far, first of all, it's not over yet, but also giving this strong showing should give them some confidence for their other opponents in this group, as they are also to play, I believe, Norway and Austria. And those are 2 other strong teams this year. This group, very contested, and I like the context of this group as well, because China was the team to eliminate Norway last year on a sweep, so I mentioned it in predictions, but I think Norway are going to be looking for a bit of redemption there when they get to play China, so overall, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this is really the group of death. If Thailand is the lowest seed in this group, and they got 3.7 million on Hidden One, and then, you know, 3 million on... That's like insane from the lowest seed in the group. This is going to be contested on every matchup. And it's going to be Thailand picking the free mod too, so going for the flow aim angle.
A side note, we've mentioned David a lot for his multiple FCs, but we also have to mention Lesperi on those departments, because like Thailand has not been winning that many points yet, but Lesperi doing everything they can, and we're gonna see Kodama enter once again on this one. Chess as well. Probably Chess going with a Hard Rock here. And on the side of China, I believe this is the first entry for Primary, the utter rookie this year on the side of China. One of two roster changes. It was quite an interesting one. Had a strong showing on multiple maps and qualifiers. We should at least be seeing two Lolos on this one.
So far, the rookies have been playing pretty well in their debuts. And yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Lesperi, they're putting up a show. They're doing everything they can to keep the maps as contested as possible. And on the Phloem here, I always wonder, do you want to put Lesperi on a mod? Probably honestly put Lesperi on no mod just for the consistency at FC. In most cases, I would think.
Yeah. If you're looking at wanting to get as high of a score as you can, you could put your strongest player on the mod, but if you just want to secure, like have that safety net, you could put your strongest player on no mod, which is what a lot of teams opt to do on those free mod picks. And it is going to be two Lolos with Primary making his first entry on the side of China alongside Crystal.
I wonder though, if against China, I don't know if you can risk going for the safety net. I think you might just have to go for the high score cap, the potential, because with how China's been playing, they're going to be putting up a good score regardless. So,
and also China is one of those cases where their strongest player, or one of their strongest players, is also a mod specialist. Crystal almost always taking the Hard Rock. Not this time though. It is going to be Milk Tea on the Hard Rock and Crystal on the no mod. Which on a Phloem pick does make more sense, though. You want to trust Milk Tea for that tapping department. And it's going to be, once again, David. I was about to say Kurumi. I almost got tricked by the Lolos. It is not Kurumi, it is David on the hidden.
I got tricked earlier. It's always have to do the lol translation in my head.
Exactly.
There's going to be Lesperi on the no mod, Kadama hidden, and Chess Hard Rock. Kadama, very comfortable hidden player. Getting into the folding streams. Accuracy's looking good for everyone. Other than Chess on the Hard Rock, but that might just be a OD10 difference.
And so far, what we're seeing is like recurring of what we've seen so far in this match is the 8-way opening in the map, but China once again with the strongest accuracy. Still 3 SSs alive on the side of China. Make that 2 with Primary dropping the accuracy, but so far, such a strong showing from China on the opponent's pick, and Thailand not to be shy of a good score. Also, the 4-way alive for them nearly halfway through, but once again, they see it at the break that China is leading despite them holding on the 4-way.
This is the third map we've seen in this match where we're starting like the first half with a 4-way, like a 4-way on both teams, like an 8-way. That is unusual,
such a high-level
to say
match.
the least.
God, we're halfway through this Phloem intense part, and still nobody dropping. It's just a lower accuracy on Chess on the Hard Rock. Can you blame him? But the 99 still alive on the Hard Rock for Milk Tea.
Who is gonna be the one? And it's gonna be Primary.
Right at the break, they're gonna see it as well. Thailand with the opportunity to get a second one now. It's 50k lead. Primary, the first one to drop in the lobby. Thailand cannot afford a single miss here if they want to bring it back. It's still 50k, but rapidly climbing back on the side of Thailand.
Does Thailand have the nerves of steel needed to close this one out? They have the lead. They have the 4-way. They have the score lead now. Not much left, but a single chain miss can throw it either way. R is going to be the one to break.
RC3.
They still have it. China so slowly clawing back.
It is 50k.
Chess missed.
Chess misses again. It flies back to China instantly. Chess cannot afford a miss, unfortunately, and Thailand loses it with a 3.7 score. What happened on this map? A 3-way on the side of China, an SS for David on the hidden. How do you lose a map with 3.7 million? You just play China, I guess. This is such a heartbreaking side for Thailand. They had such a strong team score, and unfortunately, that one miss on Chess on the Hard Rock right at the end, giving the win to China.
And by the way, both Hard Rock players, I mean, Milk Tea with a Hard Rock FC, David Q with a hidden SS. Like, the level of play we just saw on that map is, I mean, like, as we've been saying, this score from Thailand would beat pretty much anyone in this group stage. That is absurd. But they had to go up against China, and despite a 3.7 million scoreline, they lose their free mod 2 pick. from
Man.
maybe like what we're gonna end up being like some of the two best modded scores on this map. That David Q, Hidden SS, and Milky in the 99.3 Hard Rock FC. Just crazy stuff.
Honestly, right now, I would not want to be either Austria or Norway because you're seeing China, of course, doing China things, but you're also seeing Thailand pulling off like multiple two-way, three-way FCs on those maps, and you're like, yeah, they're the lowest seed in our group, and they're still playing that well. Like, I'm amazed. I have no words, and it is going to be the DT2 selected by China. That's typically something you would not see before. China going for the DT2 a few years ago. Speed abusing would not be on their side, but now China, on those early stages, looking to take advantage of it. And we're going to see Chaipukchep, this DT specialist on the side of Thailand, making their first entry in the match, but I'm still shocked by what we just saw. Z numbers as well, making the entry on the side of China. This team score from Thailand, I'm just so heartbroken for them right now.
It's tough to put up a scoreline that fantastic, and it's just not enough. Yeah, but that's just how the dice sometimes roll when you get a team this good in your group. This is where we're gonna see some of the DT specialists, as you mentioned, come in. Chai for Thailand, Z numbers stepping in for China. And because it's early stage, you might sometimes see players who normally wouldn't play mid to late stage tapping actually be comfortable enough at this star rating. And this map, a bit on the higher BPM side, 255, a touch above AR10. So still, if you're like a tapping player, if you're a speed player, this is going to be super comfortable for you.
Also, quickly mention on the other side, on the other stream, we're having another match as well on the main channel. Is Philippines currently leading 4-1 against Netherlands, so a very similar showing in terms of scoreline on our match. I really want to believe for the final hope for Thailand. It is match point for China on their pick. Quite a comfortable situation for them. Thailand has fought so bravely today. I really wanted to get them see them get at least one break point. That would be beautiful. Chaipukchep, Kadama, Lesberry, ARZ3 are the players we hope to see do it. And actually, no Crystal for this map as well.
Yeah, no Crystal. No Crystal for, I think, this kind of skill set makes sense. As mentioned earlier with the qualifiers, it was Milk Tea and David Q playing everything. But Crystal, I think the only thing they didn't really play was this kind of tapping. That's where the tapping specialists come in and do what they do. Here we go, 255 BPM speed.
Yeah, Crystal is really the pillar for the Chinese roster on most maps. On those tapping, the one player you're really looking at is Milk Tea. Really the strongest player in the tapping for China, but all four really have made insane improvements. Ludofox also a specialist in those skill sets. And so far, once again, it is the 8-way in the opening section of the map. Finally a first miss on the side of ARZ3, and already the ACK lead for China. So
but,
far,
you know,
nothing else.
Ludofox not as comfortable, and that could translate to a miss later, but for now holding on. Just that early miss from ours.
Yeah, it's just that one miss on Thailand, but unfortunately, you can't really afford that against China. Still the 4-way once again. Not anymore, actually. Never mind. The one miss on the side of David.
That's
now maybe an opportunity.
Even out. Even out the damage. China's still with the ACK comfort, the ACK lead. But the score lead should essentially be stationary until we see another miss. A little bit over a third of the map left to go. Nobody budging just yet. I mean, if there's any kind of skill set where you can be confident in an FC if you're the type of player to play this, it's this kind of map. But Thailand needs to see a miss from China if they want to stay in this one. And it's going to be Z numbers!
Z numbers misses, and that with that recovery. Lesberry trades it though! They couldn't really afford that. ARZ3 trades it as well. Now the score lead back in the side of China. Chaipukchep, it is all falling apart for Thailand, unfortunately. The opportunity was there. But now China still with a 2-way life and recovery from David. I think that's just over now.
I think that might spell it for Thailand. They fought unbelievably bravely some absurd score lines. I mean, 3.7 million on Hidden One, 3.7 million on Fremont 2, but China is just too strong as they go for a two-way on the DT2. And there they are, 3.6 million. Ridiculous, ridiculous performance from China.
Yeah. What else is there to say? Only one miss on this side of China in this entire map. One slide break on the side of David as well, but such a strong showing. And once again, Thailand fighting hard for this point that unfortunately did not come, but they did manage to get one with that absurd Hidden One score, which China also three-weight this map. This is what you have to do to get a point on the group stage against China. The strongest team, I maintain this statement, the strongest team in the group stage overall, China, taking it 5-1 against Thailand today. But honestly, with the showing Thailand proposed today, I am not worried for them that they will at least get one win in this group, despite being the lower seeded team, because Austria and Norway have something to fear with those performances Thailand showed today.
Oh man, if I'm Austria, Norway, and I'm like looking at this MP link, I'm like, dude, why do we have to get this group? Thailand just had some absurd performances. So yeah, I completely agree. I think Thailand, with what they showed today up against China, is going to have all the chance in the world to make it out of this group if they could do what they did today up against Norway and Austria. But that is going to be it for us for now. I believe there's still a match going on the main channel, Philippines versus Netherlands. But then after that, we're going to have matches going on the rest of tonight. So hopefully we see you there. But yeah, it's been Vorty. It's been Subaru. Anything to say?
Closing thoughts. Yeah, just looking at those following matches, we still have a lot to see in this group stage. We already had a lot of excitement. We saw our first sweeps. We saw our first upsets with that Spain against Chile. Catch that one on VODs if you didn't see it already. And yeah, it has been Subaru and Vorty, as you said. Thank you for co-casting this match with me, and we'll see you all very, very soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 OS World Cup group stage. We're back in Group C once again for our next match between Spain and Italy, a very high-stakes one. I'm Doland, and I'll be joined by Stage.
Yes, hello. It's good to be back. We have such an exciting match for you all today. Spain coming in at seed number 20, riding the momentum off of a really incredible upset against Chile yesterday, who was in seed 10. And Italy, unfortunately, had a rough match against France yesterday with a 5-0 loss. So we will see what happens in this match today, and it's going to be a great one.
Really a chance for Italy here to turn this group absolutely upside down if they could get the win over Spain. As you noted, Spain taking that massive upset win against Chile yesterday in tiebreak, and will now give Italy the chance to really flip this group on its head if they were to beat Spain. Handing three of the major teams one loss already, and immediately after this match we are going to be getting France versus Chile, so we're going to get some back-to-back Group C action.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually this match yesterday was actually the second major upset of the weekend. We saw Malaysia also had an incredible win. So anything can happen in group stage, honestly. And what we've seen this weekend so far is, the really key idea is group consistency, team consistency. So really each team is as weak as its weakest link, and you can't really rely on too many carry performances in the group stage. So we're hoping to see some consistency from both teams here. But again, it would be a major deal for Italy to pull out a victory here. So we are always rooting for the underdog here. We do see the rolls coming out, and things are going to be underway shortly with the picks and bans.
A 16 against an 83 on the rolls here. Spain winning it.
And we will just see whether Spain takes first or second ban. They are going to go for the second ban here. And looking at the qualifier results between Italy and Spain, Italy looked very comfortable in comparison on Nomad 4. They won that by over 850k, just kind of comparing those two score lines, and that is a slider tech map. So we do see a Hidden 2 ban coming out. That's an interesting ban considering the Hidden 2 was actually pretty favorable for Spain, just kind of looking at the qualifier results. But again, the maps are so different compared to qualifiers in group stage. The maps are much easier this time around, so I think they're just trying to get rid of some comfort picks there.
Hidden 2 is definitely a universally polarizing skill set amongst most players. You either love it or you absolutely hate it, and obviously they're not one to leave anything up to chance here. Spain will elect to take out Free Mod 1, and we'll go into probably one of the most popular picks this weekend, Nomad 2, to kick this one off.
Yeah, Nomad 2 is such a good map. 230 BPM, a little bit over 2 minutes long. There's a lot of streams and bursts and a bit of slider tech in this one as well, about 40% of the way through the map. There's just also lots of long streams headed into the break section around halfway in. It's kind of a difficult portion that you want to watch out for misses on. Missing halfway through the map is just the worst case scenario in this scoring system, Score v2. And there's also a pretty difficult ending spike in the last key eye towards the end of the map.
Apologies, we have just a couple technical difficulties there. We accidentally got the band colors wrong on the stream, so had to get those sorted out real quick. But it was Italy banning out that Hidden 2, I believe, so that would make a bit more sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering why Spain would ban that, considering it was one of their strongest performances in qualifiers, so that's good to know.
But Nomad 2, definitely one of the more popular choices this weekend. I think it's definitely one of, if not the most picked maps so far.
Yeah, this weekend we've seen a lot of the same maps coming through. Nomad 5, DT2, some of the Fremont maps are just very, very popular. I don't think we've seen much Nomad 1 action at all. And that makes perfect sense considering you don't want to leave a map like Nomad 1 in play, up to chance. We are going to get started here for Spain. We see Aleph, one of the strongest performers from that match with Chile yesterday. Same with Escrupulio, pardon the pronunciation. Baby Scylla, Townie 1 for Spain. Duke, Arge, Nyx, and Meows for the side of Italy.
I think it's actually Escrupulio. I don't know. We need a caster pronunciation guide. I've been pushing for that for 5 years, still haven't got it. I'm not hopeful. Anyway, Nomad 2 match underway. Spain and Italy. It is a slight advantage for Spain. About 40k to start this one off. A couple early misses on the Italian side coming from Nyx and Duke.
And it's going to be 2 FCs on the side of Spain, 2 full combos versus... 4 full combos on the side of Spain versus 2 for Italy. And this map is pretty consistently difficult. But again, we are kind of just waiting for that halfway section. There's a bit of a diff spike coming in now with a bit of a slider kind of subtech section going on. Still no slider breaks from anyone. Everyone is looking extremely confident on this. Italy developing 2 very strong supporting combos, well over 700 each. Baby Scylla does find the miss. Spain, unfortunately, the lead is slipping away just ever so slightly.
Yeah,
and
their accuracy has given them a cushion here, but as you've noted, the lead already cut in half just like that after the miss from Baby Scylla.
Absolutely. A very tame section coming out of this break. Just a 30k score difference climbing towards the side of Italy here. Italy just needs to maintain if they want to get this breakpoint on the board. And Aleph, one of the star players for Spain, does find the miss, and the scoreline is surging towards the side of Italy, going into this next difficult section towards the end.
Those recovery combos from Italy are absolutely beautiful. All over 1,000 combo, and Pelio and Townie have no help. Arge, Duke, oh wait, everyone falls except for Meows on Italy.
Oh.
It's coming back, but is there enough time? I don't think so. 80k. Last stream, Nyx goes, wait a minute.
Oh.
This could flip, and it does. Baby Scylla misses, but it's not enough, and Spain take it back.
What a catastrophe. That is the worst possible thing that could have happened, besides Meows also missing, who does find, I believe that is a full combo, but with some accuracy differences, that's going to bring him a little bit under 970, 980k. But wow, that is an amazing performance from the side of Spain, clutching up with 2 full combos and 1 slider break S rank, and then a strong support from Baby Scylla. I mean, but look at the supports on the side of Italy, 3 700k scores, and basically an FC. Oh, that is so incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah,
wow.
Definitely a prime opportunity missed there for Italy to take what would have been a massive break point. The only solace that they can take is the fact that it was not their pick. But man, it was theirs until it wasn't, and that was the exact theme of their last match against France. Despite a 5-0 scoreline, there were 2 or 3 of those maps where Italy had a shot to take it. They were leading and just could not seal the deal.
Yeah, that is just what you want to see. It's very unfortunate, but that does happen sometimes. And no, Italy, the ball is in their court. They do have this pick. They're going to look to find some momentum here, get a point on the board, kind of recover from that very, very close loss.
You know, Marble asking the true questions that deserve to be asked. I like to think that as a Hidden 2 player myself, this is why Italy are being punished.
You know, as a speed player and a Hidden 2, I don't know, non-player, I think I'm on the side of Italy here.
It's either one or the other. But this is now a very interesting pick here from Italy, Nomad 4. I mean, it's to be expected. Now, it's interesting that this was not banned. Because this was Italy's best skill set on the qualifiers. They were 5th overall on the Nomad 4, and now Spain are picking into it. So this is very bold here from Spain. This is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. You might be wondering, chat, why on earth would any sane team do that? Why would you pick the map that your opponents were number 5 overall on in the qualifier skill set? Well, if they take this point away right here off the board, it will narrow the pool drastically for Italy and put them in a very uncomfortable position for the rest of the match here.
And you're exactly right, but also there's also a bit of a mind game element. When you pick the opponent's best skill sets and you win on them, that really does kind of shatter expectations.
Wait, again, we still have wrong colors. We're getting debated.
Ah, okay.
I was gonna say, this makes no sense. What is happening?
Okay, I thought Spain was going for like the mega mind play here, but
yeah, I was gonna say that is insane.
Crazy in the OS World Cup as well, especially in this environment. But yeah, we are already back. So
there we go.
Italy. Yes, I guess Italy will be picking this one.
Yeah, I mean, and it makes sense. You know, they were number 5 overall on this skill set in the qualifiers, and their opponents didn't ban it, so challenge accepted seemingly from Spain here. They had to know this was going to be coming here.
And this is our Slider Tech OS original. There's lots of overlaps as well, and there, kind of a danger of note lock happening here. So really got to have some precise aim control. And there's a key eye coming up right after the slow section, about 2/3 of the way in. So we want to watch out for that as well.
Indeed, roster set. It's going to be Paladex, Escrupupilio, Decori, and Aleph for Spain. Duke, Bellafigo, Arge, and Kurochi for Italy. By the way, do you know what Bellafigo means in Italian?
I do not.
Nice, handsome.
Say that again?
Nice, handsome, if you were to do it directly into English, but
Perfect. Beautiful.
So, yeah, there you go. Knowledge.
Knowledge is power. As we get underway here, everyone's looking very comfortable. We did see an early miss from Aleph, and now we do see Paladex missing on the side of Spain. Italy looking so comfortable on their pick, as expected, based on the qualifier results. 1/3 of the way in, and we have not seen a single drop. And every player besides one above 98% accuracy cannot say the same thing about Spain.
Oh, Kurochi going down just before the break there is going to put this advantage to a halt here for Italy. They're still in great shape. However, at the halfway mark, that is going to be a major score capping factor for Kurochi.
Just looking at the combos, it does look like Italy still has the advantage. We've seen a lot more breaks from Spain. So if Spain wants any chance of a break point here, we're going to need to see mini slider breaks in this very difficult slider aim tech section. And Italy is just nailing it. Really, everyone is. Besides Arge, actually, who does find a miss and continues to find slider breaks on this section.
And that is going to put things firmly in Italy's hands here. Arge finding a break. Will give Spain a chance to flip this one yet again, but they're going to need to basically pitch a perfect game here through the end of this map, this last quarter. And they may need at least one more miss from Italy. But so far, they're not providing it, although that score lead has now been nearly cut in half stage.
Yes, that scoreline is accelerating towards the side of Spain as we continue through the ending of this map here. And Bellafigo does find the miss. Oh my god. We are seeing the scoreline just deleting on the side of Italy. It is teetering towards 3K. And it flipped towards the side of Spain. 20K and it's racing. We're off to the races. There is no recovering from the side of Italy.
Bellafigo, Arge, it happened again. 2 maps in a row. And that was Nomad 4. Italy's, what was supposed to be one of their strongest picks in this pool. It has once again fallen apart at the very last moment.
It's so surprising. This map is just objectively easier compared to the one in qualifiers. And we see 3 S ranks, but there are just too many late stage misses that just send the score lead over to the side of Spain, who is able to maintain composure through the end of each map. And that is really, really unlucky, as you mentioned, to have this happen twice in a row. Spain taking the first breakpoint of this match, and they are going to look to capitalize on this with potentially a 3-0 lead.
Spain with the pick next, a chance to do some serious damage, and in these best of 9s, every point is crucial in these first 2 opening rounds of picks. Italy are going to need a breakpoint here pretty badly. But you have to wonder if Spain are going to allow them to have that. I mean, if I were Spain, I'm eyeing up that hidden map potentially. Maybe that free mod 2, free mod 3. Some absolute bangers in the free mod pool, by the way, I just want to point out.
Oh, absolutely. Spain yesterday had an incredible performance against Chile on Hidden 1 with nearly 3.2 million team score. So if I was honestly in Spain's shoes, I would probably be riding that momentum and going with that. But we are going to see a kind of out of left field DT2. Italy barely winning the DT2 kind of in this qualifier comparison. The difference in score there is only 136K. This DT2 it's just your consistent tapping with stamina and a speed check, really. Coming in at just over 2.5 minutes, AR 10.1, OD 9.6, so it's a bit forgiving on the accuracy component with really just 3 kind of consistently difficult sections each quarter throughout this map.
And that's absolutely brutal. I mean, you know, the mapper definitely knew what they were doing. Lassie, you knew what you were doing. That's absolutely mean. That's brutal. Every quarter, let's score captain. Here, and here.
In the editor, there are 3 pretty much identical key eyes, exactly 25, 50, and 75% of the way through. It's quite funny, honestly. And there are also a lot of high BPM kind of quad bursts on this map as well. So it is a finger control check.
Now this is definitely one of Italy's more comfortable skill sets when you compare it to the other mod brackets in the pool. They're by no means a bad double time team, but they absolutely need to get a point on the board right here, right now. Duke Arge meows Bellafiga once again as we await the full roster here from Spain.
Duke actually did have an S rank on this, performing just barely better. Excuse me, I'm actually looking. Yeah, I'm looking at the right link. Yeah, he did have an S rank on this yesterday in the match versus France, and just had kind of an unfortunate slider break. So we could see a potential full combo. You know, you get a little bit more comfortable with each map as you continue to play in the group stage. You have so many matches on the same pool. And actually, we also did see an 8-way S rank, an extremely rare phenomenon in a different match on this map yesterday.
Here we go. The roster for Spain now set. Townie, Escrupulio, Aleph, and Ducori. You know, it turns out Escrupulio's got that pronunciation guide on the profile, so that one's on me.
That's awesome.
That is completely on me. Shout out to the chat for dropping the knowledge. And here we go. A very important double time 2 pick. No early misses to report. Accuracy advantage for Italy off the start. About 20k advantage.
Yeah, we do see some early accuracy drops from the side of Spain here. And we're getting into that first quarter of the map, this first key eye. Everything is a bit more difficult. We do find 2 matching slider breaks from Duke and Ducori. Nothing is going to change. The lead is just ever so slightly teetering towards the side of Spain as we see Bellafigo drop their accuracy down to 97, low 97 actually. And we're pretty much tied as we exit this section.
Yeah, it's a pure accuracy battle, but that miss from Bellafigo is going to shift the lead over towards Spain. It will still be a very close battle. But now Spain will begin to put some points in the bank as we approach the halfway mark.
Yeah, the second Ki is coming up. There are no breaks here. The lead is, continuing to increase towards the side of Spain as they do have 3 full combos 2-2. Arjun Meow is holding on for Italy with 2 solid full combos at pretty high accuracy, but Aleph over 99% does find a few drops there, but honestly, Spain is just looking incredible on this pick.
And now it's a matter of combo gaming here because they've held on long enough. That combo advantage is starting to pay off, but Aleph is going to go down despite finding those act drops, is not able to combo game any further, and that may open the door here for Italy, but they will need to be flawless in this final quarter as they are down 140k.
Yeah, these long streams here, very long bursts, very stamina intensive. Bellafigo does find another miss, but that's not so devastating for Italy as they do still have 2 full combos. Duke is doing an excellent job at providing support. Dekori dropping that supporting combo. 2 FCs to 2 with a strong 1200, nearly 1200 combo from Duke.
They're going to need one more. They're going to need one more miss to come out from Townie or Escurpulio, and it is not happening. It looks
Still
as if
so close.
Spain are going to be able to just hold on. They banked enough points early on to ride out the storm from Italy. And it'll be a 47,000 point win. And once again, heartbreak for Italy. It was so close.
Again. Oh my gosh, Dolan. These points, not a single point has been more than 100k score in a difference. It's so unfortunate. You hate to see it. But Bellafigo really struggling, just under 500k score. And again, this is kind of the story that we've seen through group stage. If you're 4th player syndromed on any map, we see 3 S-rings coming out from Italy, but that's just not enough. You really need strong supports. And Duke was able to provide such a good support, had a really unlucky slider break. But again, that's just not quite enough.
Wait, are some of the Spanish players unique classmates? Is that what I'm reading in chat?
Honestly,
Is that actual lore, accurate lore? Because if so, they're the protagonists, and that explains everything that's been happening.
talk about team synergy. Oh, I see. Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Twitch chat, and then I see it in the actual
No, I was
match.
talking about the game chat. This is actual real-life Osu anime playing out here. But now the pick is with Italy, and they need to convert this badly, or they will be staring down the barrel of 4-0.
Such a dark place to be in, honestly, in a best of 9, because then your opponent is guaranteed a tiebreaker as well. So then you have to go through tiebreaker, which is its own it's basically mental warfare at that point.
Oh, yes.
We do see free mod 3 coming out from Italy. This is kind of a snap aim ulti pick. It's a lot of sense for this team.
An absolute banger. Maybe looking to reset the vibes a little bit, but certainly a different skill set, as you mentioned, with the swing aim. And that is exactly what this Italian roster needs, is a switch up here, a change in pace.
Honestly, this is... go ahead.
There's no better song to really get into the rhythm than Imaike Samba.
The vibes are immaculate today on this pick. But yeah, this has a lot of wide jumps. It's still ulti, but it's at a low enough BPM to where, you know, if you're a high BPM single tap player, you could easily single tap this. And we do see just so many wide jumps. It's almost a little bit RNG in that nature. I would say this is the most similar map to Nomad 1. Maybe some people would disagree with that, but it's kind of like an ulti Nomad 1, if you will.
Yeah, kind of like a combination really between a Nomad 1 and a Nomad 3. A little bit of alts, but certainly some aim there, combined with this unique swing rhythm. Really makes it kind of an interesting free mod pick.
Mm-hmm. And there's really no reading requirement from what I could see. So I would say this is like a hidden preference map, and you know, I guess this favors Spain a little bit more, but honestly, it's free mod, so you can kind of do whatever you want there, really. You might see double HR coming out from Italy in that case.
Yep, the timer watchers have called their teammates back in. Hopefully the modded players on both sides got a chance to play the intro once, get a feel for the rhythm.
And from the side of Spain, we see this kind of core roster of players, just absolute Goliaths, honestly. They're performing so well together. And on the side of Italy, Arj, Kurochi, Meows, and Nyx. We do see
Baby Scylla.
Wow, we do see a hidden hard rock from Baby Scylla, giving Spain 2 nomads to work with. Very, very interesting.
Baby Scylla trying to live up to their father standards here. This is insane. Dekori with an early miss is going to go for the Apraxia method here.
It's kind of a tame intro here. It's just kind of a vibe. We are going to see Italy able to hold up to this kind of 200 combo intro. There's a lot of just really snappy alt aim with a little bit of slider aim here. You know, in Score V2, you have slider accuracy, so you want to be on top of this. And just from accuracy and that one early drop from the side of Spain, Italy's going to take a very, very slight advantage. But this is a long map. Anything can happen.
Indeed, Meows, Escrupolio, and Baby Scylla finding big misses. That will favor Italy. So far, both hidden players looking really comfortable.
Absolutely. 2 FCs to 3 on the side of Italy. Again, that scoreline is just so tight, but it's
believe they disconnected, but if a player does leave the lobby instantly and somebody was lagging, it can really make Bancho not happy. So that's
absolutely.
what is being sorted out right now.
I think we are seeing a ruling here in the chat that the point will just go to Spain regardless of these issues, and I think we saw clearly from the gameplay that Spain was in the lead at the very end, even with that connection issue.
As long as they have a submitted score, you know, a score submits or a score is saved, I believe that is the case. But again, we're still just waiting on official confirmation because we've been baited like 13 times already.
We do hear the Chocolate Disco song.
Yep. Okay, so it is going to be a Spanish point here.
Yeah, okay.
They were indeed ahead at the time of the DC, so it didn't matter anyway, just as we initially suspected.
Surely we're not getting baited for the 14th time.
Surely this is not a bait. Yeah, surely we're not. Surely it doesn't change to 3-1, and I just quit my job immediately. Yeah, it seems like Bancho was really upset at Spain for some reason, but they were too late to prevent them from getting the point, much to the chagrin of Italy.
Yep. And for any new viewers here, unfamiliar with us, Bancho is the multiplayer server. Just a bit of lingo knowledge there for anyone unfamiliar.
All this has done is created more work for Shadoos.
Yeah, our poor statistician.
Gonna be moving on into the next map though, finally.
I think we're waiting on one more player to join the lobby. Chocolate Disco. Such a good song coming out. This is going to be our Nomad 3. It is a 4.3 star map, which, as we have mentioned over the course of the weekend, if you see a 4.3 star map in the OS World Cup group stage, it is not your typical 4.3 star map, okay? It's kind of a reading heavy map with, you know, R7, CS5, so you can kind of fill in the gaps there.
Still getting some technical difficulties sorted. It appears Bancho got mad at a number of players in this lobby. Don't know if I've seen Bancho this upset before.
Match weekend, putting some extra load on the servers.
I know what it is. Bancho's just mad that group stage is back. I thought we were done with this!
True. I think we had to see some people log back into the game, get over on the tournament server.
It looks like it's going to be Aleph and Kurochi are the two players we're waiting to get back into this lobby. So coming up after this match, at the top of the hour, it is going to be the other two teams in this group, Group C. Chile against France. Chile 0-1, France 1-0.
That's going to be so exciting.
Should be an absolutely banger of a match. 10th seeded Chile, 15th seeded France.
I believe that match is planned to be on the B stream, which is at twitch.tv/oslive_2. That is overlapping with Turkey versus Belgium on the main channel at the top of the hour, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that match set to start in about 23 minutes over on the B stream.
Absolutely. It looks like we are seeing Spain with their roster lined up now, waiting on one more Italian player. Thank you for your patience as we navigate these technical issues.
Nobody called a timeout, but Bancho has forced one. Our poor official Nick is going through it today, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to all of our referees here at the US World Cup. Kind of a behind-the-scenes job, if you will. Even though you can see them in the chat, they do a lot of work behind the scenes. There's a lot going on. No one is able to see. A big shout out to everyone working on this project. It's so amazing to see everyone come together each year for this. We are seeing the GLHFs come out as we do see that last Italian player join the lobby, and we're gonna get into Chocolate Disco.
Potential match point here for Spain. He's going to be Paladex, Marble, Aleph, and Unimat for Spain against Kurochi, Nyx, Bellafigo, and Meows for Italy. For Italy, it's their last chance here. If they lose one more point, they will go down 0-2 in the group stage. And something we need to point out is that Italy would not be eliminated. No team in groups A, B, C, or D are going to be eliminated. They are in the Challenger group. The bottom two finishers in those groups will go into the losers bracket of round 1. The top two will go into the winners bracket of the round of 16.
Yep, absolutely, that's such a great thing to highlight. The format this year, we have the challengers and the contenders. But Italy is safe, guaranteed that bracket position. But we are taking just a moment to get into this one here. Maybe there's a bit more of a difficulty.
Well, referee just issuing some advice for the future and some mild warnings. Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Do you see one player leaving and coming back aside of Italy here? We listened to Chocolate Disco for the how many? Third time?
Yeah, I'm really wishing it would be Mike Samba still at this point.
Right?
I think, are we about to see a yellow card or something? This is getting crazy.
Okay, the GLHFs are coming out for the second time.
Finally we have achieved equilibrium and balance in the universe.
Excellent. Okay, the match is underway. Here we go.
Although
Apologies
I would
for the
not
delay.
advise to tell the referee to chill after having to fight Bancho. Just for any other player in their future matches. Give the refs a minute, man.
Yeah, they are working their hardest. This 4-star AR7 map. We're going to see how comfortable Spain is on this, considering they picked it. The early accuracy advantage goes to the side of Italy. And we are just getting started, Olin.
Indeed, finally, it's going to be an opening miss here for Bellafigo. But they will still have the lead off of accuracy. It is Paladex and Aleph who are somewhat struggling, but that second miss from Meows should give Spain the advantage here. Despite that disparity in accuracy, the combo game will eventually catch up.
You're exactly right. As the combo continues to increase on the side of Spain, the lead does flip over 12k and climbing as the score lines kind of accelerate towards that 1 million mark. And Spain looking so comfortable holding a quad FC as we get into the first third here. That is pretty consistently difficult. You just don't want to get tripped up on these kind of overlapping patterns, you know. It can get pretty dense, and it can be very easy to misread a rhythm and slider break or just note lock on something.
Italy doing their best, but they need a break, and they do get one from Paladex, but they might need one more, but that will at least allow them to start to eat away at the score advantages. Unimat also goes down. That will swing the door wide open for Italy, who have decent recovery combos.
Yep, Italy getting some breathing room here. That score line is ever so slightly coming back down. Belofigo, unfortunately, going to put a pause on this recovery. Meows and Aleph trading, though, and I believe that benefits Italy. But we are seeing that scoreline kind of stagnate. Italy's going to have to really maintain consistent accuracy, like kind of performance on this accuracy side of things.
Unimat and Meow.
Unimat and Meows, yep, going down again. It's really just Marble and Kurochi. 2 supports from Nyx and Paladex.
Yeah, the combo advantage is practically non-existent here. I mean, it's maybe 1-200 combo advantage for Italy here. It's nothing major, but it's being kept at bay via the accuracy, but that could sway at any moment as now the score advantage is down to 30k. Belofigo consistently missing, though, is going to pump the brakes on things, and now Spain are checking out.
As we've seen time and time again, just a couple of extra misses from that 4th player really puts a hold on things, and we really need to see some clutch performances right now from these supporting combos on the side of Italy.
Oh, Kurochi, that's massive.
Oh, unfortunately,
that could have been
as you just said. I think that'll do it, Dolan.
Yeah,
Nyx
following
as well.
it up.
Yeah.
That's going to seal the deal. Marble holds on to the full combo with beautiful supporting combo from their teammates. Spain will walk this one off, and it will be another 5-0 victory here.
That is
heartbreaking defeat for Italy, man.
Yeah, I feel so bad for Italy getting not a single point on the board this weekend, but they do have one more match in the group stage. They do have an opportunity here to get a point on the board at least in that next match. But Spain putting on an absolute show. Again, this is a very, very close matchup statistically. Spain at seed 20. There's only a 3 seed difference here. And Marble just putting on a clinic with that 99.35% FC and just an absolute marvelous performance from the side of Spain in this match and really all weekend. This is pretty unprecedented, honestly.
It is so unprecedented, in fact, that I believe Spain have just booked their ticket to their first ever round of 16 winners bracket appearance in the World Cup. I might be incorrect on that, might have to be stat checked on it, but it has been quite some time, if it's not the first time, since Spain have been in this position. And they are looking and operating like a well-oiled machine, as you noted, Stage. They're your winners, 5-0. Done in style. Spain gets it done. Heartbreak for Italy, but again, they're not going to be eliminated from the World Cup come this week or next week. They still have one more match to play against Chile. They just need to focus up, get ready for that one, and get ready for the bracket stage.
Yep, absolutely, Dolan. Spain putting on such an amazing performance. This might be their best performance in OWC history. They play 17th and 20 through 28th in OWC number 1, and this is by far their best performance in the last 6 years. So major, major props to them for achieving this. And again, props to Italy for putting on an amazing performance today. Despite this kind of challenging opponent, when you're going up against such a strong opponent, there's not a whole lot you can do. Make sure to stick around. We do have Turkey versus Belgium starting in 13 minutes at the top of the hour, 18 UTC. Make sure to stick around, take a break, get a drink, and come back. But Dolan, do you have any closing thoughts for us today?
Well, indeed, if you are an Italian fan, don't forget to come back later in the day. They play their final match this weekend. All 3 matches for Italy being played, and it's going to come in just an hour. Chile about to kick off their next Group C match against France. We'll play Italy immediately afterwards, so Chile are about to go back-to-back playing all 3 of their matches this weekend as well. So if you're a fan of any of those teams, be sure to grab a banner and be sure to stick around because the action is going down very shortly. And that's about all I have for everyone, Stage.
Excellent. Okay, we'll see you guys back pretty soon. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to OSU World Cup 2025 group stage with a banger match awaiting us, Turkey versus Belgium. I am Lighting, and I'm probably going to be joined in by Chillier Pair relatively soon, but for now, Turkey versus Belgium, a match in the lower groups. So those who get number 3 or 4 in this groups gets eliminated. Those who get number 1 and 2 advance further into the round of 16. And this match in particular does seem to be quite fascinating due to the fact that Turkey, obviously having a goated player, Raika Ho, are looking like the obvious favorites, but still Belgium, they have a really soft roster for most of the skill sets, and they can definitely play this star rating of 6.7 really well. The star rating is low, so definitely a lot of opportunities to try and find against Turkey. If you take a look at the qualifier results, for example, Turkey, they did better than Belgium in a lot of maps, but the only difference is the fact that Belgium did better on their Nomad 3, getting a much better seed on Nomad 3 as well. Welcome, Chillier. I've been just talking about how which maps Turkey seems comfortable on, which maps Belgium seems comfortable on. What do you think we are going to await today, Chillier?
You know, I'm not entirely sure how this group is going to sort of settle in, because this was sort of, I think, one of the wild cards where this is the first match we're actually going to be seeing from any of these four teams here. Belgium, of course, their first time sort of settling through. And did we actually... No, we didn't see anything.
We did have a match from Belgium. They did play against Argentina yesterday. Yes, they did play against Argentina. And something that I wanted to note about Argentina, not that match in particular, is that Belgium did really good on Nomad 3 with one of the players FCing the map, and I think the key for Belgium is to try and play low AR and possibly something like alternate. Like, I'm looking at that Hidden One, I'm looking at HR2. Those seem like good possibilities, but other than that, we already have a few bans coming in, a Nomad 5 ban from Turkey and a DT2 ban from Belgium, not wanting to play that speed map, as we are now going to be awaiting the first pick from Turkey.
Looking at these two rosters here, I think we've got to sort of call into question just how this match is going to go through, with Turkey being a fairly veteran roster to the World Cups comparatively to Belgium. Their first time qualifying into any stage of this tournament. Match against Argentina was a little bit rough for Belgium on the side of things, just really not looking as confident on their skill sets traditionally as what their players are sort of leading on. You know, they looked really good across the board on the flow aim picks, which I think is kind of funny because Hanori would be really mad at me for calling them a flow aim favored team. But I really think that, you know, that was something that worked pretty well for them, as well as Chocolate Disco, which was a pretty close map against Argentina. They did have a bit of a solo carry performance from MRB on a map like that. But looking at these faster picks here, Turkey really just does have an advantage on this side of things. They've got a proficient speed roster. Their mechanics roster really holds up well in World Cups traditionally. And I think that's going to give them a pretty confident in for this match here as an opening pick as they sort of go through. And Belgium knows this too. They banned out that DT2, that Nomad 5 gone from the side of Turkey, so really not looking for that precision to make an appearance again with Belgium here. That doesn't necessarily mean, however, that the rest of the Hard Rock pool is available for them with Turkey's proficiency across the board here. This is definitely going to be the uphill battle for Belgium, and I think this first pick is going to be pretty evident who is going to be more comfortable on these mechanic skill sets, which don't exist as frequently in this format.
That is true. This Nomad 2 in particular is going to be a map to look out for. Belgium did play it against Argentina with Hexy fighting an FC, but Merriman also not getting the best score last time, hovering about that 200,000. And we do see him on the lineup, and I guess we will be trying to see whether he can replicate the score. I'm talking about Hexy here, and to try and improve that one for Merriman. And with that, we are going to be starting off with this Nomad 2, a roll pan custom, 2 minutes and 19 seconds long, 230 BPM, focusing on that speed mechanics as, yeah, we are going to be starting off soon.
Very soon, players getting ready on here. Very burst-heavy map, but that's not to say that this is a mechanics player-favored map only. This map is almost techie with the way that these super fast slider aim patterns sort of come through, and I think that does sort of vibe check a lot of your pure mechanics players who are just here to play tapping. That is a major skill set and a point in this map, especially being at 230 BPM, but at 2 minutes and 19 seconds with so much of this being these fast aim sliders that you're seeing now does mean that you need to call into control your aim here, and that's something that Belgium is very good at traditionally, and I'm hoping for their sake that that's going to help them maybe keep this map a little bit close alongside the strong tapping roster from Turkey. We do see two big breaks from both sides, Merriman and Clutch to find the first major misses. We'll call Gion Foil's miss a little bit null and void, as it was only about 60 combo in. But these future misses are what's going to make the difference. And Hanori finding a break on one of those sliders is what we've seen traditionally on this map. These aim patterns on these fast snap sliders are what catch players off guard.
Exactly, Hanori does hold the good accuracy, but those aim sliders are not letting them to hold the combo, but still 3 FCs against 2, with the Turkey a clear favorite here. Raikaho still on the SS, the player to look out for, as he is the star of that roster. If you want 4th slider patterns over here, nothing too crazy yet, but still already a huge advantage for Turkey, and we're only about halfway in. There's going to be a little tricky slider on the 3rd quarter of the map of Merriman. Another break here, not helping the situation for Belgium yet again, but still already a better score than last time, but Turkey is just not even ready to miss at all.
Halfway point of the map. Turkey holding strong combos at the very least on Raikaho, and Liar going to be holding the FCs intact. Gion Foil just a tiny bit behind Clutch with a great recovery from that initial miss. It's Hexy and Mornis for Belgium. And they're going to need a little bit more support from at least one of those two with breaks here. Hanori has found that recovery, which means that all is not completely lost if we see a break from Turkey. The unfortunate part meaning we need to either see breaks from both of the supporting combos on the side of Turkey or one of these full combos. And even then, this map starts to whittle down. Clutch does find a break. These accuracies on Belgium are just doing so much damage as Meramine finds yet another miss on that pattern. 93% accuracy. Hanori, while maintaining the combo, is down at 95. Meanwhile, Raikaho up at 100% accuracy. Liar and a double miss from Belgium is going to secure Turkey their first pick.
Exactly, and all eyes are on Raikaho. Look at that accuracy. Can he maintain the assist up until the very end of the map? Gion Foil does find a miss with Mornis as well, but Raikaho closes out this Nomad 2 with an SS. What a way to start the map. What a way to put out a statement and say, I am here to put up a performance, and that Nomad 2 is a great way to start that. A nice pick from Turkey, as it's now going to be Belgium's turn to pick as well. Good FC from Hexy replicating that result too, with only 4 X100s. A really good score from them, but sadly outshined by the star player from Turkey.
And that's sort of the gambit that Turkey has here, right? Where you've got Raikaho, who is able to put up these SSs and confident performances on maps, and it really just depends on whether or not Turkey has the backing necessary, and they do on these speed and mechanics picks. And now what Belgium needs to navigate is the fact that they maybe don't have a star player like Raikaho, so how can they use their whole roster to their advantage? They were able to do it on the reading map against Argentina, as well as that precision, which is now gone in this match. Turkey has that information with Belgium having played one match already. Meanwhile, Belgium sort of going into this blind. They really just have Turkey's previous OWC performances to take into account here. And if you're not able to match up the skill sets on that side, it is going to be pretty difficult to find an in this match, especially just, you know, the nature of being one of those lower seeded teams within this group. The qualifier is not a direct translation, but definitely something that is going to prove difficult against a seasoned team of veterans who are used to this environment.
Exactly, and if anything I have to say about this map, obviously it being a Newton reading map, AR7, Belgium did already play against Argentina, as you have mentioned prior, with MRB being the cornerstone of this map, getting an FC with 99.6% accuracy, about 900,000 score, looking to secure that point for Belgium once again, to replicate that result, to do great once again as Turkey. I'm supposing they are still waiting for Orkai to join in to finish up that lineup, but in general, this Newton map does, on paper, favor Turkey still. They did do a lot better on Hidden 2 than Belgium did on their qualifiers run. However, this map is a whole different beast. This is a whole different skill set of reading, and the map being a lot easier than that of the Hidden 2 on qualifiers, Belgium do have a pretty good chance to compete in here, and all eyes are gonna lie on MRB. Definitely a lot of pressure on that player, as it's gonna be the reading specialist for Belgium, and Turkey probably gonna have to go without their star player Raikaho on this one.
That's something that Belgium is well known to take into account. You know, despite not being the seasoned World Cup team as their first time making it into a stream stage of the tournament, that is not to say that these players on Belgium are short of tournament experience, especially between all their players, even their captain players like Yoshi, Hanori, Vinny, Emma, all of these players in the lobby, including the rest of their roster, have years of tournament experience, decades, in fact, in the cases of some of them coming into here. And it is a big point that even though they're maybe not used to the World Cup environment, they are going to be comfortable in navigating these early picks and going through the strategy of how you deal with a star player like Raikaho. And the number one way that you do that is you remove their number one skill set and you put their entire team on something they're not comfortable on, hoping that your team is just strong enough on it to sort of shut out the rest of their roster. That remains to be seen in the first couple seconds of this pick here, having being the low AR that Belgium is so strong at. They're going to need that roster to sort of step up because Turkey, while a mechanics favored team, is not terrible at this sort of map, and these early breaks are going to be what show us that, as the accuracy is sitting a little bit lower on Honori than I feel like I would like to see.
Still, just the start to this map. The map still has a long way to go. 3 minutes and 41 seconds long exactly. So a lot of room for maneuvers, a lot of room for misses as all of the teams are looking good so far. Yes, Honori's accuracy is not looking that good, but it's still recovering slightly as Turkey retains that early advantage. Looking comfortable so far. All players holding up to that 99% accuracy with the only exception of Orkai of about 98.5%. But still, a slight recovery from Honori does shrink that lead that Turkey has, as we are now going to be transitioning into the first PI relatively soon.
We shall see the remainder of the pick here. I think that this is staying as close as you basically can ask for it to with the four-way full combo on both sides. And again, it's just that accuracy that's really doing the damage for Belgium right now, which can sometimes be a signal of not being confident on a map, but there are plenty of double patterns in here and overlaps that could catch someone off guard, where that accuracy, while a concern, if the 8-way FC remains, is not going to be a problem the second a miss comes out, especially as we approach the halfway point in the map. And there are players on both sides that do have good accuracy that are going to be able to support the players who are struggling a little bit more. Right now, really just Honori down at that 94%, but still maintaining the full combo is what you want to see. Spray and Vinny do trade it out, but MRB with an extra break from Belgium is not what they want to see, however. And Turkey now takes the lead, 3 FCs to only 1 now. Lowest accuracy on the team, be damned. Honori is going to be the full combo that maybe tries to hold them up if we see more breaks from Turkey.
1 against 3 into the second PI now. It all looked so well for Belgium here, but Lier does find him as an opportunity for them, but still 2 FCs against 1. Another miss from Lier, not the miss from Shinkuro nor Orkai that they might want to see as Honori continues to hold on to that FC. Still the only hope for Belgium here. The accuracy not looking good, 93.5% basically, as Turkey still hold on to that dual FC for both Shinkuro and Orkai, hovering about 98%. MRB, that player that we were looking at, finding yet another miss here as Vinny and 5 Joshi unable to provide the supporting combos for Honori, as Turkey just keep on running away with his 360,000 and growing, as Orkai and Shinkuro are putting in numbers for their team. Honori finally finding him as the last opportunity for Belgium to try and find something on their own pick. The dreams shattered as Orkai and Shinkuro crush that dream. Shinkuro does find a miss at the end as Orkai looks to try and FC this map up until the very end.
Well, it's going to come in strong for Turkey, and their position as the higher seeded team in this matchup is being solidified. They were definitely the favorite team, I believe, in this group in terms of just pick'ems overall as well as seeds, and they are going to continue proving why they are the favored team in this lineup, with the double FC coming out from Shinkuro and Orkai, the 2 players that you would expect to do it. Spray not too far behind, and almost the same accuracy across the board for Turkey, that mid to high 100 count. Lots of slider breaks coming in for Lier there, but still a 500k plus score. Best score in the lobby on the side of Belgium, going to be Honori with the 620k. The B rank could be pretty impressive of a score if the accuracy was matching up a little bit, but who cares about AC if you're getting the combo? Still the best score on their team, but Belgium's going to need a little bit more against a team as strong as Turkey if they're going to want to maintain any semblance of control over this match as we advance to their next pick, and potentially a 3-0 for Turkey with a break point.
Yep, exactly. With that Nomad 3 being lost, the Fog War is lifted, and they can definitely go for something like Hidden 2. Obviously, Hidden 2 being a lot easier in comparison to the Nomad 3, which might give Belgium the edge, but Belgium did also play that Hidden 2 against Argentina last time, losing it against them, so definitely a good option for Turkey. If anything, Turkey can also go for precision that you've said prior. HR1 and HR2 also looking good for them. The mechanics are still open as well of that Fremont 2, but Fremont 2 being a relatively flow aiming map instead of being a speed one, so definitely something that Belgium can also play. Out of all these options, I'm looking mainly at Hidden 2 and maybe even partially Nomad 1, because Turkey, they do know the map, or they do know the song. It's a Turkish song, but instead we see HR1 being picked, which is going to be your Hard Rock Aim, as far as I recall.
Banger. It's banger time, baby. Hard Rock Aim. Oh, this is the pick for Turkey right here. An aim map in Turkey's favor is just so confident for them. Like, this is one of their best skill sets as a team. Despite just being a mechanically favored team, aim is such a star skill set for them. Raikaho, of all of the things that they are so confident in, it's aim, right? That's sort of what Raikaho is pretty known for, is their ability to play this high star, high spacing, and the consistency does reign true, which is not something you get to say about a lot of these top players all the time. So this is great to see from them, that they're finding these strong points and continuing to pick through into it. I do give Belgium a hand on this map, though. They are pretty confident with the Hard Rock in particular, so this could go well for them compared to that Hard Rock 2. That might have been a little bit more difficult. They do have some proficient aim players. My eyes looking at players like Hanori, Hexy.
Exactly. Hanori and Hexy should be the main cornerstone for Belgium for this pick, but still Turkey on paper should be looking good on this one. They do a lot better than Belgium on both the qualifier maps, especially HR1 and HR2. HR1 that time being a flow-oriented map, and HR2 being a aim precision one. But given the fact that this is also aim, I feel like Turkey should be a huge favorite for this HR1. 3 minutes and 35 seconds long map by none other than Melon Boy, a crowd favorite when it comes to aim, and definitely a well-known mapper for those who enjoy that. But nonetheless, what do you think we are going to see from this HR1 show here?
It is really tough to say, because Belgium, they haven't looked as confident as a roster in this match thus far. Turkey has generally just had more depth across more of their players. With that being said, we haven't seen an aim map between the first two picks in here. There was aim in the Nomad 2, but it was really more of that fast, snappy slider aim that you get in between a lot of the higher BPM picks. So this is sort of the first raw aim pick that we're going to get to see in between some of the bursts, and I think this could potentially open up an entire other area of the pool for either Turkey or Belgium, depending on who wins this map. With that being said, Raikaho with basically a guaranteed FC on a pick like this, and how some of the other players have been playing on this Turkish roster right now, this is a smart in for them, despite the fact that Belgium is traditionally strong on this sort of pick.
Yep, traditionally, Belgium are known for their hard rocks, especially with Hexy and Hanori. They're two main players, but still, what are you going to do when you have Raikaho on the other team with the great support as well from both Shinkuro and Levy and Jianfol? All of these players are really comfortable in hard rock, especially Shinkuro and Levy. And with that being said, we are now starting off with this HR1, as it's looking quite good for Turkey already. Slight act drops from a few players, and a Levy finding an early miss. A huge chain miss as well, which does give Belgium an edge early on.
Very small one at that. That miss from Guillenfoyle is going to do a little bit more for them as well. These early breaks, not what you want to see from the side of Turkey. Doesn't make too much of a difference. 3 minutes and 35 seconds across the entire pick here, but any combo that you can put up early is going to be favorable for you. Joshi going to find the first miss for Belgium. Hanori going to over-aim one of those wide-angle triples, and there is going to be more of those. The thing that is concerning on the side of Turkey is that they're finding more breaks on these raw aim patterns rather than those wide angles, which are far less frequently distributed throughout this map than these quick snap slider aim patterns. So Hexy and Mornis going to be able to hold this one down against Raikaho and Shinkiro. About the same accuracy, a little bit lower on the side of Belgium. Those combos are going to start to take effect as Levy finds another break traded with Hanori, and Yoshi maintains that supporting combo. One more miss from a player on Turkey, and this does go back over to Belgium.
2 FCs against 2 on the second KI on the board. Now the spacing is higher. The awkward aim is in full shine, but still Turkey does retain the advantage due to that early accuracy. Jianfoyle, though, does find a miss. The recovery combo gone for Turkey as Belgium retains that combo from 5 Joshi, and it's slowly going to shift towards the right, though, as the time goes on. But still, 2 FCs against 2, with Shinkiro and Raikaho still holding on to that godly accuracy, matched only by Hexy with 99.4% and Mornis's not so good accuracy of 96%, but still an FC. And with that being said, a slight bridge part here. Hexy does drop the full combo, though. That's a huge one, as Turkey still holds on to those 2 FCs, but Shinkiro might miss.
I think that was the last possible second Shinkiro could have found a miss to potentially save Belgium on this map. 26k, it was down to 10k, and it advanced by that slight score margin with that miss from Hexy, but Shinkiro trading it out almost immediately once again pushes this combo advantage onto the side of Belgium. Hanori and Yoshi have about a 200 combo lead each on Gin and Yevi, which means that it's just Raikaho, but Mortis wins the break 95% and drops, and once again, the solo carry performance from Raikaho on the only full combo in the lobby is potentially going to be what saves Turkey from losing this pick. Even if Yevi and Gian both find misses, I don't know if Hanori and Yoshi are going to be enough to combat this full combo.
Exactly. Raikaho still holds on to the FC. Gian Foil does miss early on, but still Levy with a recovery. But look at Raikaho time and time again. The only maps that he has been so far, he has been putting out numbers. The Nomad 2 SS, this one as well. He's just on fire, and he's looking to secure a second FC in a row for himself. The last KI on the roll, but still Raikaho remains uncontested. The only one close is going to be 5 Joshi with 1200 combo, but it just does not matter. Levy does find a miss though, the recovery gun, but it's a bit too late for them. 5 Joshi as well, finding a final miss, a final nail on the coffin as Raikaho FCs the map yet again.
Such a sad set of breaks for Belgium. That was totally their pick for the taking. A better team performance overall than Turkey, which is something we talk about, but that solo carry when you have an FC and no one to match is just too strong. Mortis with a singular break on that last slider section there. You've got to feel bad for Hanori too. That only break coming at the start of the map on that wide angle triple that he over-aimed, and it was a full combo right after that break until the end of the map. Yoshi, same thing, coming up very close, and Hexy right at the end as well. Really just a set of collapse for Belgium there, and not one player being able to maintain that FC means that they just have this unchecked million score that you can't do anything about. So even though that team performance was far better than Turkey's from Belgium across all 4 players, you need someone to be able to match that full combo from Raikaho, and that is the benefit of having one of the best players in the group stage, as you mentioned, on your roster available to you for mechanics.
Yep, from the qualifier results, Raikaho was about top 15 or top 14 for individual players for the entire qualification round, basically having to play almost every single map. And with that being said, a hidden one is being picked from Belgium. That is going to be your alternate, techie, and some rhythm control on top of that as well. Map by Mir, 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. This is going to be probably favored towards Belgium, as they did do good on the Nomad 3 on the qualifiers. This map being relatively similar, but still quite far away due to that added tech element, and with that slight rhythm control on the last third of the map. But still, I do like that pick from Belgium, and if anything, I think this map is the best chance they've got so far, and that's the only chance that they will have probably if they lose this one, because otherwise Turkey will have a match point.
This is, I think, going to be Belgium's best opportunity to slip something through here. This is a control-favored hidden pick in here. Alt style as well, a little bit of flow aim thrown into it. It's not too awkward despite having a more swing-styled rhythm. The swing element of this map is not something that is very forward in the way that it's been assembled, and although for Belgium, I do think a more swing-favored map would have been better for them, I do think it is gimmicky enough that it does put them into a comfortable territory against a roster like Turkey, where it is going to continue forcing them to change up their roster, and it does, more so than forcing Turkey to change up their roster, put Belgium's comfortable group of players in for a map like this with the hidden skill set, as some of these players have been playing hidden tournaments for years, even specifically.
Exactly, and I think the roster is locked in for Turkey. Orca probably going to be joining in for Turkey to finish up the lineup, but still, I do agree that Belgium, they have been playing a lot of hidden-only tournaments, and this might be, once again, their best bet to try and stop the machine that is Turkey, the best seeded team in the group stage as well, so definitely a Goliath to try and take down. That Belgium have been doing a pretty good job so far, not being able to find the pick, but still being relatively close on a few maps, and if anything, you might have to show that you have a bite on this hidden one. Potentially could be your final pick, or it might just be the start of something else, the start of a comeback. But with that being said, we are starting off with this hidden one.
first hidden pick of this match. We saw Belgium do pretty well on the hidden 2 in their match against Argentina. Looking for maybe a little bit more success here, but they've got an entire Turkish roster standing in between them and getting a point on the board right now. And of all of the people to go up against on a hidden pick, I do have to say Orkay is not one of the people that is high on my list of wanting to go against on a hidden pick. Definitely their number one skill set and something that they have experienced in a World Cup environment alongside the rest of their teammates like Spray, who unfortunately found a little bit of an earlier break on the map they were in for previously, but they are very, very proficient in here as well. Yevi looking good. Just Geen Foil that's really struggling with the AK early. Luckily, MRB right alongside them at that 94%. But it's going to be that 4-way FC once again. We saw this on Belgium's last pick. All the players holding the combo, and I imagine we're going to see that continue until this first Ki when we start to get a little bit more awkward with this density. Maybe some of these double snaps going to start to throw people off. 1/3 catching off Geen Foil, the 1/6, I apologize, that first quick burst. And that's going to be the in that Belgium needs.
Exactly, but Papjoshi does find a trait though, and this one is not something you want to see if you're looking for Belgium, but still a slow section to try and give that slow edge towards Turkey due to their accuracy. Spray with 99.5%. We did see a lot of teams break on this slow part, and that's exactly what's happening. Spray and Levy both finding misses as Free FC is retained for Belgium. Orkay, the only one that was just a complete snipe from Turkey. All the combos gone in an instant as Belgium are taking it, and it's not even the hardest section yet. We're only transitioning into it this time, and Belgium, they need to hold for as long as possible. 200,000 advantage to try and retain, with Free FC still there. Hanori does find a miss though, only 2 now, and Levy once more another miss, but Orkay still standing. Hexy also falling. It's just MRB versus Orkay, but Orkay does drop though, and it's just MRB, that player that we talked about, the hidden specialist, doing numbers for Belgium to try and take their first point on the board against Turkey.
MRB, the player that we expected to do well on the hidden pick, but was maybe looking not so confident at the start of the map, sitting down at 93% accuracy, has made a miraculous recovery at the ending here. And Belgium, their hidden skill set, gonna hold true here. Yoshi and Hanori both putting up the combos into the ending as well. And there is just simply nothing that Turkey can do about this. And Belgium, they're gonna get their first point on the board, and they're gonna do it in freaking style, light, and 600,000 score in a lead for Belgium. And they made that map look not even possible for Turkey to get back into it. And their plan of knocking out the top end of this Turkish roster may potentially be paying off now if they can find at least one more map to do that. The question is, however, can they find the break points necessary in order to force this match to a tiebreaker point? They only need 1, but that is asking a lot with the amount of mechanics maps that Turkey has available to them in this pool. Belgium is going to need to look elsewhere, and I'm wondering if they're maybe going to slide over to the side of maybe picking something along the lines of a free mod 1, something that sort of keeps that flow tech style in line, or maybe they just go in for that hidden 2. Even with a strong Turkish reading roster, maybe they pick into their strengths in a map that they won in the previous match and just keep it in check.
They did lose it into against Argentina, but I think
did they?
Free
Mod
1, yeah, they
that.
did lose that. They did win No Mod Free though, but Free Mod 1 seems like the best option for Belgium, but none of that for now, as it's going to be Turkey's turn to pick. And with the amount of mechanics, I'm looking at that HR2, I'm looking at that precision, the map that Rakaho should be feeling very comfortable on. Something like Free Mod 2, I'm also looking at that. Even Free Mod 3, also an A map, high BPM in that regard as well, is also really long and quite awkward too. But nonetheless though, I feel like out of all of these options, HR2 does seem the most comfortable for Turkey, unless Belgium has a few hidden sleeves, has a few tricks hidden up in their sleeves.
This could be a big one here. Turkey gonna look to advance this match on a necessary time here. It's gonna be the double time 3, which I'm gonna be honest, might actually be the most possible double time pick that Belgium could play in this pool. It's ulti. It is a little bit high AR, but it's got that flow aim aspect with the snap patterns on this higher BPM here. It is not 94, I will tell you that. It is doubled and then DT'd, so way up on that. But it's a complex map. It's wide angle, it's awkward alt. It really is not a skill set that a lot of players are very comfortable on. And Turkey very obviously leaning into the strong points of their star roster on this map. I just wonder if this does dig pretty far into Belgium's skill sets likewise.
Exactly. It's going to be this map's going to be about 282 BPM with the double time applied. Also quite lengthy as well, 2 minutes long. And Turkey, obviously, I'm not really that sold on that pick. This is, as you've said prior, this is the map that Belgium can do really good on. But that being said, though, the qualifier results from the last TT3, obviously, the last TT3 being a lot more flow heavy, does favor Turkey. So I can see some sort of vision when it comes to this pick in particular. But once again, Raikaho making an appearance for his team, looking to secure that third FC once again, or probably carry his team once more. That being said, though, can he retain the momentum? Can he still be on fire as he was for the last 2 maps that he was in? While Belgium, can they stop this man?
That's going to be the question right now, and it seems like nothing they've been able to do is going to work at this current venture. High accuracy, full combos on every single map for them, and well, I'm certainly not going to pick a double time 3 to be the first map where Raikaho falls down on this pick. They have the roster to back them up as well. Clutch, Shinkiro, and Spray, a great double time setup for Turkey on this map. Belgium, Mortis, Hanori, Hexy, and Vinny, very understandable as a setup for their side. But again, it really is just the question of how are they going to work on this alt-style, fast alt-style DT map in here. It's not traditionally vanilla skill set at all. It's not aim, it's not streams. It is just so much control necessary on a pick like this, and it is going to also fall under the solo carryable set of maps, I believe, as well. If you got one player who can FC this map, that is just an instant win unless you are playing against a all-star DT team. And I wonder if Belgium's going to maybe be able to keep up with that if we see Raikaho putting up the performance they have been so far.
It might as well be still a slow start from this map, but early accuracy lead for Turkey here. Raikaho, the player that we will be looking at, but definitely a map that can be played by someone like Hanori and Hexy, still putting a lot of work for their team for this entire match, having to play almost every single map. But with that being said, though, we first start off with those triangle patterns, looking good for Turkey. No misses so far from anyone, while the accuracy remains in advantage of the team on the left.
Hanori to find a miss on the breakdown section here. I think missed one of the overlaps on those sliders. An unfortunate drop of combo in a section of the map that we really didn't expect to see any breaks on. Clutch, however, gonna miss that wide-angle fast snap pattern right after the refrain here, so it's actually not gonna give too much of an advantage to Turkey as we come into the next Ki coming up soon. These snaps and these overlaps are really what can catch players off guard as Spray now falls, and Belgium, despite an early break from Hanori, is going to have a 1 full combo advantage. Clutch and Spray down on the lowest combos in the lobby. If we can see a recovery from Hanori here, they're going to pull this back pretty quick. Hexy does find a miss, but it's 2 FCs to 2 now. And Turkey, while they have an advantage, it's certainly not a big one. Any misses on these forward patterns here or these sliders with the ticks, it's just Clutch, but they need someone else to break on these big patterns. Another double miss. Clutch struggling.
Hanori and Hexy also finding a miss here, but Raikaho and Shinkiro, all eyes are on them, as well as Vinny and Mortis. A lot of work to be done, but still a quarter of the map left. Turkey does retain the advantage due to that accuracy on both Shinkiro and Raikaho, but that score lead is looking so fragile. 1 miss, and it's all gone in an instant. But still, Hanori finding yet another miss for Belgium. The recoveries are not there, and Mortis also finding a miss as Raikaho and Shinkiro are going to be running away with this. Shinkiro finds a miss. It's just Raikaho versus Vinny, but there is just not enough time. Vinny also dropping an FC, and Raikaho, look at that accuracy. Look at that combo. 3 maps he was in, and 3 maps in a row he finds an FC. Just who can stop him?
What do you do against this performance? We said it at the start of the map, and it does come through. How do you compete with a team that has a guaranteed full combo on every single map that their star player is in for in this group stage? Belgium, they did such a good job as an overall roster. They had 2 players at 1 million score, with the next 2 almost matching Clutch and Spray on that second half, but Shinkiro matching one of those top-end players on Belgium, and Raikaho, the only one to come through with the full combo and amazing accuracy to boot. And there is just nothing Belgium can do to squeeze their way into this match, even on skill sets that they're good at. Turkey just has the roster for everything, and that is the reason that they are the #1 pick in this group.
That is so tragic as well because Belgium did so good on this DT3. 3.1 million score is definitely a score that should be quite surprisingly inspiring at some point or the other. But nonetheless, though, it's going to be Turkey's turn to pick. And this time, Belgium, they do not have any mistakes to make. Because if they do make one, they are going to be losing this match in Turkey. They have a lot of options still left. Would they go for that No Mod 1, a Turkish song mapped by their fellow countrymen, or will they go for something more safe, something like Free Mod 2, or something like DT1, or just about anything, honestly? That is the question that is lingering on our minds, but we go with Free Mod 1 instead, a map that we previously thought that Belgium might be picking, but instead... Oh wait, never mind, that's Belgium's message, my bad.
That is Belgium's pick. So we did think they would pick it, and they did.
Exactly.
There we go. The vision does come through, and I do agree with this pick from Belgium. I do think the Hidden 2 would have potentially been a great pick for them, because even though Turkey's reading roster is strong, Belgium gave Argentina a run for their money on the Hidden 2, and I would say Argentina is probably one of the best reading rosters in this group overall. So, but this does make sense. It's flow aim, it's techie, it's snappy. It forces players onto a mod, at least 2 of them, which means that you've got 2 people who are sort of duking it out over the side with the Hard Rock, especially Hidden. Doesn't make this map too much more difficult than it is on Nomad, but Hard Rock certainly does. And if you have a strong Hard Rock player on your roster, that does give you a pretty sizable advantage on a pick like this. Meanwhile, with a roster of strong tech players like Belgium has, this map does feed into their skill sets well, and it's flow favored, which just continues to push into their direction. So Turkey, once again, they're going to be good at all these maps, but Belgium really is just pulling up the strategy now of picking into their strengths rather than picking into Turkey's weaknesses, which is the best thing that they are possibly going to do in this current scenario. And I think for both teams, even though this works, it's the best shot Belgium has at continuing to try up some, pull up some final picks on the board here. Funny enough, actually, I believe the match happening on the B stream also just picked the exact same map of Free Mod 1.
Yep, there's that. But nonetheless, though, this Free Mod 1 is a pretty good pick for Belgium. Quite similar to that Hidden 1 that they won tremendously with 600,000 difference. This one a lot more heavy on the tech element, though. But nonetheless, Raikaho will be making an appearance once more. And the question is, will he be playing with HR this time around? Or will he go for something safe for like Nomad? That being said, though, a map is a really short 1 minute and 48 seconds long, so every single miss is gonna count, every single miss is gonna matter, and with that, the rosters seem to be locked in, as we are now going to be starting off with this Free Mod 1. What do you think? Will we see Raikaho on HR, or will we see him on Nomad?
You know, that's always the question, right? Do you put your star player on the most difficult mod, or do you put them in on the mod that is potentially going to guarantee them a full combo? I think in the case of Turkey, they might keep Raikaho on the harder mod combination because it does make a bigger difference overall, and it does look like they do. And the reason I'm thinking that they were going to put him on the Hard Rock is because, like I mentioned earlier, Hard Rock as a singular mod choice on this map is so much more difficult than any other combination. And if you're able to gain an advantage on that most difficult combo, it's going to mean more than just having another player on the Nomad that could potentially find a slider break with some of these repeat bounce sliders on here. So I think this is a smart choice from Turkey to try and keep Raikaho and give them maybe that little bit of an extra score, at least over Hexy, who is going to be pretty proficient at this map on Hard Rock as well. We've seen a lot of Hard Rock players who are traditionally good at the mod struggle on this pick.
Exactly. They did play it last time against Argentina, as far as I recall, but nonetheless, the map starting off still a slow start, but nonetheless, the accuracies are looking quite good for both of these teams. The advantage shifting both left and right, but Turkey getting on that first PI, and there we go. That's where the map starts. That's where the patterns go crazy. That's where the flow will be tested. No misses so far from any of the teams, but MRB, though, does find a miss. Oh.
I think they're just resetting for the no fails that weren't showing up. Yes, that is a client thing that does happen every once in a while.
That happens.
It does happen.
We are going to be back soon.
Looks like we are back in time, and a lot has happened since we disappeared, and it's Raikaho and Shinkiro bringing this one up big for Turkey right now. Yoshi with the only FC remaining on the side of Belgium, and that is unfortunately just not going to be enough. Now, we do have the hardest section of the map coming up, Light, and it is these two double patterns into the triple and the flow aim in this ending section that has given a lot of players trouble. And if we do see some combos coming out of the section from either side, we could see this change. It's Raikoho to find a break, but Belgium is going to need more than that, and unfortunately with Yoshi finding the break, that was their saving grace, and Shinkiro on the hit, and this is exactly why Shinkiro is on this Turkish roster. The #1 score in the lobby, #1 score on their team. They are going to break in the ending, but that is going to be all she wrote. Turkey 5-1 over Belgium in great fashion on the free mod 1. They will win their first match in this group.
Nice try for Belgium there. They did put up a fight, especially on those last two maps, but nonetheless, Turkey doing oh so wonderful, but Raikoho being a star of this match in particular. But something to note here is that Shinkiro doing wonders on this hidden one, and also all of these players just consistently putting out good scores as Turkey are looking just magnificent throughout this entire match. But Belgium, better luck next time. They did show up, and they showed up well. Sadly, what can you do when Raikoho is on fire? And with that, Turkey, congratulations to them with their first victory, and better luck to Belgium on their last match that will be happening during the next weekend. And with that, we will be saying our goodbyes now. Casting this match for you was Lighting and Chill Your Pair, and we are going to be seeing you next time.
見たわね。見られたからには死んでもらう。美しい月夜に運のない男ね。私が噂のヴァンパイアクイーン。教会のハンターに負わされた傷もお前の血が癒すでしょう。急に何を嫌いなんて言われたことがなくて、私を死ぬ前に描きたいってお前って画家なの。Dear Time I Love 私綺麗なの。鏡に映らないこの身を見てみたい。そんな願いがふっとよぎったの。勘違いしないでいつでもクローゼロ。モデルってじっとしてなきゃダメ？くしゃみくらいはしてもいいのよね。ねえ、私変な格好してない？流行りの服とかよくわかんないんだけど、お前が買ったこれちゃんと私に似合ってるんでしょうね。寝癖？ダメよ、寝癖は描かなくていいわ。高貴なヴァンパイアクイーンに寝癖はいらない。何笑ってんのよ。画家との日々は悪くはなかったわ。そんな自分に戸惑って完成した絵みたいでも完成してほしくない。過ぎ去る日に見出されて人と怪物だってことを時々忘れそうで、一人でこれまでもこれからも私は夜さまよう。 Dear Time I Love 私強いの。闇をしたガイアの力ってどうして振りほどけないの。触らないで勘違いしないでデスククローゼル。
よく描けているが罪深い絵だ。我々は神の意向を称える芸術以外認めていない。モデルとなった吸血鬼の居場所答えてもらう。
教会の拷問にあった傷だらけのお前を抱く私を売れば命くらいダサかったはず。勘違いしないで私はお前を殺すつもりだった。勘違いさせないで。こんな綺麗じゃない。お前が残した絵の中で柔らに少女の笑うこれがそうなら涙で崩れた私は何を巻いたら私強くない。お前の描いたこの感情を窓から夜明けが照らし遠く隔て勘違いじゃなかったこの手の思いだけ揺るいと絶賛
Leo, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Oh, it's so over. Everything is so over. We just went live and Tamarsh is having issues. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Ukraine versus Portugal. One of the last group stage matches of this weekend. We had a bit of technical issues coming into this, which I think we're still trying to get sorted out for right now, but at the very least, we are going to be getting into this match since the teams have already been banned and we're kind of late, and yep, we are rushing. Anyway, Ukraine versus Portugal. Ukraine consisting of Balner, Kotsik, Denj, Crimea, Roman, Artyom, No One Loves, and Yarema. If I pronounce all those names wrong, I am sorry. I was told by a friend that that is how you pronounce them, and if it's wrong, then blame him. WhatsApp, Big Yikes, Kuranora, Kenzel, Peter Pan, Rafamat, Mauer, and Tijanalis. For Portugal, I'm Fire Rage, going to be joined by Demarsh, who has had a couple of technical issues. How's it going, Demarsh? Oh, it's over. Oh, it might be over. Oh, no. Well, anyway, let's get into the ban phase. I will be solo casting for right now, and Demarsh will join when he has his microphone ready, I would assume. It's okay. I'm prepared for this. I'm ready to be something. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, ban phase. We've been delayed long enough. Let's get right into it. Not sure who won the role. We missed that, but I think we'll be finding that out soon. Yep, there it is. Second ban for Ukraine. So Portugal gets first ban and Ukraine gets first pick. So just waiting on them to start the ban phase and we can get this match underway. Two teams are fairly matched evenly against each other in terms of their standings and group stage, so should be a fairly interesting match to see. Hard Rock 2 going to be the first ban. Ukraine banning that out, the precision pick. I believe we missed Portugal's ban. They probably did that beforehand. That will be hidden too. So all the mod-oriented gimmick maps are gone. No precision, no hidden reading. However, there is still one reading pick remaining in the No-Mod 3 and a precision pick in the No-Mod 5, strangely enough. So those skill sets aren't banned out entirely. We will see if either of these teams opt to go for that, considering how the ban phase went. Ukraine might opt to go for No-Mod 3 as a first pick here if they so choose. I do have a bit of leeway with what they want to first pick, though. Pulling up the qualifier results of these. Oh!
Hello, hello. I do apologize.
He's here!
I have made it. I have made it. I am alive.
We finally have a second caster. Welcome to March. I can finally stop yapping by myself for the next 30 minutes.
Absolutely. And no surprises there really from Ukraine going into DT2 to kick things off. Overall, really strong DC-wise coming out of the qualifiers. Very consistent across both runs. Getting at least a minimum of 2.3 million for their respective team scores. Portugal not faring as well, where I believe their peak was around about 2.4. So not the most consistent team on this particular roster, but still got some strong contenders in there. You know, you've got Peter Pan, who did extremely well in their first run at this map, and the same with Udzap for Portugal. So expect to see those players make a big impact on this one, but I mean the Ukrainian roster is looking scary for this.
In particular, their DT3 score. Granted, DT3 in qualifiers wasn't really a speed map, but was a very standout performance for them. Number 16 overall, their highest placement in qualifiers on any of the maps, I believe. Never mind, they placed higher on No-Mod 3, but was still very high in comparison to most of the other average placements that they had. DT2, as he said, number 26 qualifiers. They had a roughly 2.7 million score. Portugal not too far behind, number 33 at 2.4 million. So, Ukraine with a slight advantage. We'll see if the easier map pool for this stage ends up making a difference for Portugal to maybe claw a break point here.
think it tends to give more potential on those particularly closer maps from the qualifiers, but I feel like, especially on these DT maps, Ukraine should feel fairly uncontested. Whereas I think Portugal's strength's definitely going to lie a lot more into the more stamina-intensive maps to kick things off. But we'll see how this first map goes. Maybe they will surprise us.
Custom made by Lasse for the Osworld Cup. A very notable name in case you are in tune with the custom mapping scene. Even if you aren't really, Lasse's been ranking maps for God knows how long at this point. This is the speed-oriented pick, as he has done so many times before with maps like System Sun from 2022 OWC, I believe. What was map 4? Either that or Corsace, I'm not entirely sure. Nonetheless, getting into the map here. Struggles in the accuracy department for WhatsApp and TG Nalis, but outside of that, everyone else looking pretty confident.
Yeah, solid four-way there from Ukraine. Good on the accuracies as well. Kotsik looking a little bit shaky to start things out, but Poma's going to be the first one to drop for them, but they've still got an overwhelming majority advantage on the accuracy, maybe from Udzap, as Rafamat and TG Nalis kind of start to struggle in the first third of the map.
Yeah, WhatsApp's accuracy not really helping things that much. Definitely not having a fun time on this, but misses across the board for Portugal. Not going to be helping things. Just way too much of an insane team score from Ukraine in the first third of this map. No one having any problems whatsoever. Just Roman with that, I believe, slider break. Just an unfortunate slider break there, but the accuracy, 98%. Still well comfortable on this.
Yeah, with so much of this being mostly burst focused, unless your tapping's not on point. Poma does drop that combo again, but he's the only one. You've still got 3 major combos there for Ukraine. And Peter Pan will be the last one to drop the full combo for Portugal. They're now just on recovery combos. They've got some good ones, but Ukraine look unfazed at the moment.
Roman does trade one of those misses with Peter Pan, but not much you can do in this scenario. 600k and growing, even with a 3-way break on the FCs right now, it's just not going to be enough. There is solid recoveries on the side of Portugal. Rafamat, TG Nalis, and WhatsApp all have recovered fairly nice. As soon as I even mention somebody's name, man, of course. No One Love does trade that, but 2 FCs still remaining on the board for Ukraine this map. This map pick is all but said and done. Portugal to pick next, 1-2-0.
Yeah, Kotsik looking to bring home the only remaining FC for Ukraine, just to finish off with a bit of panache, a bit of style, and does so very successfully. 3.2 million team score, very, very nice, but a respectable 2.4 from Portugal as well. Kind of just getting four-manned on that one, with Udzap just struggling a little bit too much on the accuracy, but only the one miss.
Hey, at the end of the day, combo is what matters most in this system. Even if it is a highly ACK-based system, you still get most of your score from combo, which, well, he did that. He beat Roman's score, 550k. Just unfortunately, team consistency for Ukraine, slightly better on that. Everyone else besides Roman above 850k, with the FC from Kotsik rounding things out. Very solid first pick from Ukraine as we get into Portugal's first pick. Just based on what we have seen Portugal do well on the qualifiers, that is essentially what I was expecting. Hard Rock 2, their precision is not to be messed with. Nomad 5 is the remaining precision map. Ukraine banned Hard Rock 2 in this pool. So let's go for some higher CS precision than the Hard Rock 2. CS 7.4.
Yeah, it's quite a cheeky little, short, precise map, this one. Like you mentioned, the 7.4, but it's also got that Openosu style of mapping as well. So there's a lot of technical sliders in this as well that can catch people out. But again, it's the precision that they're really testing. It's the alternate pick for Hard Rock 2. to kind of get you off the ground and still use that skill set to some degree, but it's more comfortable for those who don't really want to play OD10.
Very rare skill set that gets tested in tournaments usually. You don't see a lot of tournament maps really venture into anything higher than CS 6.5. That's usually the bog standard map that you get for a precision pick. Sometimes you get maybe a bit higher than that, but not nearly to the extent that this is. CS almost 7.5. The only other maps that really come close to that would be free mod picks, which are CS 6. Have been in a couple of tournaments.
Yeah,
Very
it was
interested to see how this goes.
a very gimmicky skill set, wasn't it? But it's something that has become more and more common in the more recent years, those higher circle sizes, which has allowed for a kind of unique blend of players to shine through on these sorts of maps, because they don't come up often. They normally only have 1 or 2 slots, but they can become quite critical.
I was wondering when we would see him finally come in. Dench coming in for Ukraine, by far the standout player, I think, for most people on the Ukrainian roster. Very well known in the community. Top player, I think still top 100 if I'm remembering correctly, unless PP inflation has gotten that bad, which in that case, unlucky. Yeah, very confident in his hard rock abilities in particular, so should have no problem with this, even if it is AR9. It is very much reminiscent of what you would expect from a hard rock skill set with the precision-oriented maps. Meanwhile, on the side of Portugal, Big Yikes, what a name, coming in alongside Kuronara. And Rafamat, I believe, also coming in. Was he in the DT2? I'm not entirely sure.
Rafamat was, yeah.
Okay, I'm just misremembering them. But nonetheless, you can kind of see what this map is all about just from the get-go. Very small circles, very hard. This is a 6-star map, and it probably plays a lot harder than a 6-star map, as we're already seeing a lot of breaks come in from mostly Crimea. Everyone else not really having that much of a difficult time. Ballner as well to drop, so Portugal looking to counteract the first pick, DT2, with their own very strong pick. No one having any issues whatsoever. Kuronara drops, but it's traded immediately by Ballner. Doesn't matter at all. This is very solid from Portugal. Okay, well, it's not solid anymore. Thankfully, Dench does trade one of those misses, so WhatsApp and Rafamat going to be dropping the FC. Crimea trades as well, so not going to be the end of the world. 1 FC to 1 with the recovery combos on Ballner and Kuronara fighting against each other. Will be remaining equal for now. 200k score lead in favor of Portugal. Kuronara does drop that recovery combo, but shouldn't be enough, especially with no one loves and Ballner also dropping the combo. That should set in stone this map. Big Yikes, the name of all time, and of course, why would he FC as soon as I even consider mentioning his name? Why not?
It was a big miss from Big Yikes, as there doesn't really appear to be any combos anywhere. Dench kind of looking a little bit scary. 233k though, far out of reach for either team at this point to make up any form of score deficit. But a solid first pick from Portugal here. They have picked well into their skill set of that precision. Ukraine not able to respond even with the strength of Dench behind them. So we keep a very even game after these first 2 picks. We're going to have to go a bit deeper into this matchup to see who is truly the more dominant team. But it's Ukraine to pick next. Do they stay with DT?
Wouldn't necessarily surprise me, especially after DT2. I think DT1 would be a valid pick into that. Could also opt for the Nomad 2, more stamina focused than speed focused, granted, but it is something I think Ukraine would do pretty well on. Hidden 2 was banned by Portugal. I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised to see Ukraine opt for Nomad 3. It is a bit of a different skill set, just because I think it relies a bit more on overlap reading, which a lot of players struggle with. They usually just end up memorizing instead of really reading the overlaps. So we'll see if Ukraine opts to go for that, but I think for right now, DT1 and Nomad 2 are most likely the picks.
Fremont
we're gonna
2
be seeing.
maybe?
Fremont 2 as well, yeah.
Or
that is
Flow
also
Streams.
a potential possibility.
They've kind of got their pick of the board here if they want to play streams. But keep it simple. Keep it simple with the Nomad 2. As you said, the Rollpan Nomad 2. This is 230 BPM. Quite fast, I would say, for something of this sort of stage. But I guess if it's that stamina box quite well. Quite generous, though, on the circle size 3.4. We've got a lot of density to this map, which really does help with avoiding chain missing. So I'm expecting some pretty high combos from a lot of these players here, to be honest.
Yeah, you're saying that this is a bit on the hard side for group stage. Unfortunately, Wooting exists, and now everyone can play 230 BPM with no problem.
That's very true.
Political commentary.
It's more of a price cap than a skill cap nowadays.
Even then, it's not really a price cap, honestly. Rapid Trigger is pretty accessible for pretty much anyone. Nonetheless, not the topic to be talking about during a tournament. I just wanted to bring that up because I hate speed, and I wanted to make fun of it. But yeah, Nomad 2, 230 BPM streams. Skill set that I think most of everyone should be well versed with if they've played pretty much any tournaments for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at these lineups from what we saw in qualifiers, the rosters are relatively predictable for these teams. I'm expecting Rafamat to be in for this, Utzap, Peter Pan, Coronora. Does look like they've gone with Utzap instead, though, which is an interesting choice. On the other side, I was expecting Crimea is also an interesting choice on the side of Ukraine. So both teams opting for a little bit of a different strategy from the qualifiers, but again, it is a lot higher BPM, 40, I believe, from qualifiers to groups. So that does invoke a little bit of change from both sides, opting for slightly different rosters, but getting ready to kick things off. See those big circles. CS 3.4. OD9. A lot that could go wrong. TG Nala's going to be finding that first hand, the first drop for Portugal. So, advantage Ukraine to start this out as everyone else settles into this map quite nicely.
I think that was just an unfortunate slider break on one of the kick sliders for TG Nalis. Because otherwise, he's been pretty rock solid for this. Okay, well, as soon as I say that, slider break.
You're 3 for 3 today. You're doing very well.
I'm doing wonderfully right now, honestly. It's pretty impressive. Just unfortunate slider breaks from TG Nalis. It's not even misses. There's the streams themselves, no problem whatsoever. Just very unfortunate slider tech-oriented sections with these kick sliders that he's struggling on to get combo, and unfortunately no one else is having any problems whatsoever. 7 FCs still remaining as we approach the halfway point of the map.
Yeah, I feel like this is very typical of what we see in like a lot of Nomad 2s in the early stage, where we just seem to have a ton of combos right until like the end of the map, where people just drop for no reason. You could argue section here. I disagree.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a slow section here. Both of these teams know what's at stake. They got to see the leaderboard there. No one loves with a slider break. It's going to even things up right back for Portugal. They have a 200k lead, but that's going to be shifting very quickly over. Crimea now breaks. Roman breaks. Oh no.
Not good.
This is a problem.
Not good for Ukraine at all. That scorebar is going to decrease rapidly, as no one from Portugal seems to want to trade it. There goes Peter Pan, but it's not enough. 2 major combos to 1 for Portugal, and they're going to steal this right at the end. I told you, Fiery. Drops for no reason, but they happen.
WhatsApp shake at the end was crazy there, but he still managed to almost get the FC. That was actually nuts from him on that. 1 FC for either side. Dench and Rafamat clutching the FCs for Portugal, or Ukraine and Portugal respectively. 900k from WhatsApp. Very solid team performance from Portugal on that, and just unfortunately for Ukraine, much like what Portugal had with their 8th player, or the 4th player, they just slider broke. They just had the worst slider breaks of all time, and that cost them the match. Or the map, not the match.
Yeah, a tough order for Ukraine. They, for a pick that we kind of expected them to do extremely well on, they just got caught out at the wrong time and underestimated how well Portugal could play that map. But I can understand the mindset, especially coming off DT2, that they would have the advantage and they were kind of going to 4th player that, but it hasn't worked out for them. Major backfire as Portugal kind of now in the driver's seat, but are they going to dip their toes into the free mod perhaps? Maybe try and find something a bit more unique and rely on the more gimmicky style maps.
Unfortunately for Portugal, there's no precision left in the pool, which is what they were very strong at. So they're most likely going to be going into the free mod pool, which you are correct. They do end up doing. Will be Psyche. This is a tech-oriented map, so somewhat in line with what we saw in the No Mod 5, just without the precision aspect. Fairly short map too. I believe under 2 minutes long, so much like No Mod 5, breaks early on do actually matter quite considerably here.
Yeah, very short but intense map. These sort of Psyche songs, they tend to have big build-ups, then they have the drops and a calm, relaxing eye before the storm section in between, and then they ramp back up in difficulty again. So it's trying to FC, especially through that early drop, taking the combo through, because then you can kind of build up a nice big combo advantage if you can get a couple of players through that section. But it also works in the inverse. If your team is running through with combo, you have a major advantage into the second drop that most teams can't recover from. So the early game, really the area to watch. Could pretty much decide the matchup there and then with the right team.
For those tuning in unaware of what free mod means at least 2 players need to take a mod, 1 hard rock and 1 hidden. The rest can choose to take those mods if they so choose. Sometimes people opt to take both mods at the same time. That is allowed. But you need at the very least 2 of those players minimum on those mods, and then you need 2 no mod players maximum. We'll see if any of these teams opt to overmod, but I imagine probably not in an early stage scenario like this, unless they are very confident that they can guarantee an FC. Finally, going to be seeing Yarema come in on the side of Ukraine.
Yeah, we kind of have to. I got really tongue-tied there. We really have to estimate kind of what kind of rosters people will be bringing in for this, because we don't even know what mod combinations people prefer to preference. Although having a look before the map begins, we can see No One Loves and Kuranora going head-to-head on the Hard Rock. Epimer and Rafamat going to be battling on the hidden. So you've got Dench and Bolner for Ukraine on the No Mod up against Big Yikes and Udzap. So again, a very slow introduction to this map. Kind of builds the tension, builds the nerves, builds the combo as well. And then it'll all come down to that first drop. Who can react to it the best? Carry that combo through. If anyone.
Ooh, that is a very unfortunate break on the repeat slider for Ballner there. should hopefully not matter too much. Yep, Rathamat drops on the first, I'd say, hard part. As we get into the first very tech-oriented section here. No one really having too much of an issue. As soon as I say that, no one loves does miss. Big yikes to trade that. So 2 FCs to 2 right out of the get-go, halfway through the map. Recovery combo on Ballner is solid. Dench drops one of those FCs, though. Will be Portugal with the combo advantage heading out of that section.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Dench. That was the last no-mod, really, for Ukraine. Also, shaking my finger at Dench. He forgot to take that no-fail. But Udzap and Kuranora looking very good into this pick. Into the last quarter, but Kuranora are going to be finding issues. Bolner still holding on against Udzap. It's a no-mod battle with not much recovery available. Big yikes, though. With some good supporting combo. Udzap gonna drop though. Bolner still there. Supporting combo from Dench disappears. But Bolner holds strong. And with a little bit of the map left, he drops! And it flips away.
We've seen so many of these map picks on Freemod 1 go immediately the other way on that ending. That ending is absolutely brutal, and Bonner was looking to clutch it up for his team. He was doing crazy on that, but that one drop and it just immediately shifted over to the Portuguese side. That's the problem with these short maps. You have to have good combos going in, and if you break anywhere, it can drastically change the outcome. And we saw that right there. Portugal now breakpoint 3-1. They have their next pick to go up match point early on in this match. And they're just gonna immediately go for it. No-mod 3, not too surprising considering. Alright, no. That was Portugal pick. My bad. I am not good at memory. But Ukraine opting for No-mod 3, not too surprising considering Portugal banned Hidden 2, so most likely have been well-versed in practicing this map. Should have no problems here.
Yeah, hoping for a bit of return to form. After their last map pick didn't really go their way. On the No-mod 5, a bit of a change up in map style now, not opting to do any more streams or anything of the sort. Like you mentioned, it is very much, it's a bit gimmicky, this one. You know, don't let that star rating fool you. The AR7 CS5, something you'd probably expect to see maybe in a free mod slot, but it works here as a unique style map to offer change from maps like No-mod 2 and the higher BPM stuff.
Oh, it's only 4 stars. This should be very easy for these players, surely, right?
Oh, absolutely. I can't see anything going wrong with a very, very basic 4-star map. How difficult could a 4-star map be? Right? Right?
Oh, we'll be seeing shortly. Just waiting on the 4th player for both of these teams to get in. WhatsApp will be the 4th for Portugal, waiting on Ukraine. I'm actually not too sure who comes in as the 4th on Ukraine here. I'm not sure Dench would be. I don't think he would be in for this. Could be entirely wrong on that.
I imagine if Dench is coming in, I assume it's a fill kind of slot, because he'll be very consistent on these sort of dense maps.
Seems like that's going to be the case. As we said before, Portugal. Ukraine banned Hidden 2 for a reason against Portugal. Decent at reading, especially when compared to Ukraine's reading roster. Well, they get to face off against each other on a somewhat reading-oriented map, but it is possible to memorize this. No-mod 3, AR7, much more reading-focused than the AR8 Hidden, as a matter of fact. Alongside a slight precision with CS5. Not really anything crazy, though.
Oh, yeah, that was it. Perfect stacks. That's why the star ratings look... Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, good luck reading this. A lot of back and forth snap patterns to contend with on this one. But everyone adjusting to this map really, really well. major drops to speak of, apart from a slight adjustment drop from Kenzol over on the side of Portugal. But it's not their pick. It's not entirely pressure on them. They've already earned that break point. No, that pressure sits with Ukraine at this stage. And they are finally pulling that score lead over to their side. Mostly on accuracy alone. But Dench is going to find a drop. Again, we were a bit unsure about that choice, as Rafamat is going to trade it up though, so that's a drop for Portugal. But those accuracies still strong. Ukraine gonna be holding on to that lead, but we've got a long way to go in this map. Plenty of time for that to change.
That break actually does favor Ukraine slightly, especially with Big Yikes breaking as well. And everyone breaking, apparently. Kenzol and Irema going to be trading breaks. It's just Kotsik, Ballner, and WhatsApp on the FCs currently. The accuracy advantage fairly even now. Was in favor of Portugal, but has evened out pretty nicely. Don't speak of Ballner's accuracy, because I know as soon as I even mention that it's an SS, it will be immediately gone in the next 5 minutes. Yep.
There it is. There it is. Didn't even take 5. Didn't even take 5
It took 3 seconds. My fault, apparently. I just like trolling players, what can I say?
He's back on form. He's back on form, folks.
I'm ready. FC is still holding. No real combo breaks outside of Kenzol and Big Yikes to speak of, which they already broke. Kotsik going to be finding a break. That's one of the first major breaks we've seen in a couple of seconds. But will it be enough? It's slightly shifting over to Portugal, but I don't think nearly enough at the moment. Third of the map remaining.
It's very even at this stage, because you've got the supporting combos, but Kenzol finding a drop. That's going to hurt Portugal a little bit more, because Kotsik didn't really have anything to offer to trade. But it is slightly, very, very slightly going back over. As we look at those big combos, Udzap, Bolner, still looking to trade. It's a triple drop for Portugal there. Disaster. It's just Udzap holding on, and there's nothing to stop Ukraine now.
I think even with, if everything held as it was, as soon as I say that, Irema and Dench missed their supporting combos, but even if everything held, I don't think there was enough map left. This is a very low density map at a 128 BPM, so not too much density remaining in the map to really call that lead back, I think. Ballner missing might get a bit interesting at the end. I don't think it's going to be enough, especially with no supporting combos. It definitely won't be.
Already at 900k, Kotsik was there with a support enough to isolate that score. So it will stay with Ukraine just ever so slightly. But it looked a little scary on that pick as well. Ukraine not in the form we'd expect them at this stage, but they are very closely seeded teams, so anything can go, and is at this stage. Portugal still in the lead, though, going into their next pick, and this would put them in a match point position if they're able to defend from Ukraine. But there isn't really many obvious picks, I think, for Portugal here. I think they do have to take a bit of a gamble.
Unironically, if they want to take a gamble, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see them pick into Nomad 1, but I don't think either of these teams really do. If they want to stick with tech-oriented maps, Nomad 4 is most likely the choice that they'll go for. I guess Hidden 1 kind of fits that bill as well, but between those two maps, I think that they're going to be picking. And no, they're going to be sticking with Free Mod. And interestingly enough, I mean, they did win Nomad 2, so not super interestingly enough, I guess, but Free Mod 2, the Flow Aim pick, going to be chosen by Portugal.
Again, I think this is still a gamble, because, you know, you still had that victory from on DT2 for Ukraine, which was much more the speed oriented, but again, like you said, this is Flow Aim. This is taking out what we had in both Nomad 2 and DT2, where there was speed, there was tapping, but there wasn't a lot of spacing. between a lot of those circles, whereas this really does change things on its head. It's a comfy 195 BPM. You know, it's not pushing that 200 mark, so most players going to feel relatively comfortable on this. But it's getting that flow right. It's still, in my mind, a bit of a gamble from Portugal, but maybe they know something I don't.
I mean, the mods might play a factor here. Maybe Ukraine doesn't have necessarily a confident hidden stream player. Or at least that's what their Portuguese are thinking. I think this is more so just a general comfort pick for Portugal. They can play... They obviously can play these types of maps. Nomad 2 they didn't have too many issues with outside of some slider breaks in the beginning. This is granted a lot slower than that and more focused on overall flow aim spacing. So definitely tests that aspect more than it does, say, speed or stamina.
But yeah, very good scores from both sides really on this style of map. You know, more tapping reliant skill sets. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. Some interesting roster choices here coming out from both sides. Surprised to see Meower in for this one.
I think the first time we've seen him in this match so far, right?
Yeah, and Kotsik on the side of Ukraine is interesting to say the least. Not a bad choice, but is coming in for the Hard Rock on their side. That makes more sense. Poma on the Hidden. That rounds out with No One Loves and Dench on the Nomad for Ukraine. On the other side, it's Big Yikes going up against Kotsik. You've got Rafamat on the Hidden. And Utzap and Meower coming in strong. Utzap having a really good game thus far. Kind of looking to build on that on this free mod pick, but let's see whether those mods are gonna trip any of these players up, especially on the Hard Rock. The spacing gonna be critical to get right, but the density of the Hidden also adds difficulty.
This is it's like kind of the exact opposite scenario as the Nomad 5 or the Nomad 3. This is a very high density map, so these early misses aren't going to matter as much as we saw both No One Loves and Kotsik drop very early on, but Big Yikes, the first one to nosebleed drop, will be giving Ukraine a very sizable score lead here as we enter the first break time. This map doesn't ever really let up.
No, and with slightly less combo on the side of Ukraine. It's surprising to see them so far ahead, but No One Loves gonna be finding a drop. Pomo's gonna go as well. That's 2 down for Ukraine. Consistency not there today. Only less than a third of the map left. We're into the last quarter, to be honest. Portugal looking really strong here.
And they recovered very nicely after those early misses. Ukraine struggling on the second third of that. We'll see if anything happens in the last third. Still plenty of time remaining. 100k score lead can go down in a flash if a lot of these combos on Portugal drop. Roman dropping will not be really helping that case though. There goes Big Yikes, but not any of the FCs. And I think that's most likely going to be doing it for this map. 3-way FC. We'll see if they can hold it into the ending here. Very strong performance from Portugal. WhatsApp finally going to be dropping on the very last space stream, unfortunately, but doesn't matter. Rafamat and Meower closing out the FCs on the Hidden and Nomad, respectively. Actually, a slider break from Rafamat at the, I believe, very end. Nonetheless, still, the highest score in the lobby. Very solid team performance from Portugal on that, and they go up match point. Very solid pick from them.
Absolutely, yeah. Great scores coming out on not only the Nomad from Meower, but also Rafamat on the Hidden. Really, really impressive stuff. But also Kotsik on the other side for Ukraine, getting a nice 930k on the Hard Rock. That is not easy to do on this map, but does so with a good bit of style, but it's not enough for Ukraine. Portugal take their point and say, your back is up against the wall, Ukraine. Your next pick better be a good one. And I don't see this much as a surprise for their last pick. Hidden One, Overjoy Overdose, the Mir map.
The only thing that does surprise me kind of about this is that they picked into tech and they've not had the greatest time on most of the tech maps so far. But not horribly surprising to see them pick into this. After all, Portugal banned Hidden too. They're obviously not going to be super confident on Hidden. If you have the better Hidden roster, why not go for it? Take a shot in the dark. You're already down match point. Might as well do something that you think you'll be confident on.
Again, Hidden One from qualifiers was also a bit of a mechanically intensive map, so you know there's still a lot of those elements present in this sort of swing tech style map. So I think it is going to be a good pick for them, because Portugal just didn't look confident on Hidden throughout the qualifying stage, which is what I assume they're banking on. But Portugal have surprised us once already so far this match, and they're looking to do it again. Their first chance to close out this match is on this Hidden One. But Ukraine looking to show a little bit more, or hoping to show a little bit more consistency that we've not really seen from them. We've seen those double drops coming in at the worst possible time, and that has held them back this matchup. But maybe they turn things around from this point on. They need to win 3 maps back to back, including that tiebreaker, in order to save this matchup for themselves and get that much needed point in this group stage.
It's just really that one map that Ukraine lost on their pick. It's making all the difference right now. They haven't clawed back that point from Portugal. Portugal has won all of their picks so far. They're going to need to for the last pick if it comes down to it. For right now, though, Hidden One. See how this goes for both of these teams.
A bit of an adjustment from both teams, but it's definitely hit harder by Portugal. They struggle with accuracy out the gate. Kenzol going to be the first one to drop. Poima dropping the combo as well, but with better accuracy. Ukraine maintain that advantage, and that's only going to grow unless Portugal get these accuracies under control. Rafamat looking really good though on that 99. Need to see a great team recovery here, and they're starting to pull it back to their side with that combo advantage, even if it is ever so slight.
More so the accuracy, I think. Starting to see a couple of 100s from just the entirety of the Ukrainian roster. This is a very hard map to act, granted. The fact that Rafamat has 99.6% is honestly ridiculous on this so far. Meow are going to be the next one to drop. That goes combo advantage back in favor of Ukraine by a pretty considerable margin. So even with that insane accuracy, they're going to need some help from Ukraine in order to get back into this halfway through the map.
Yeah, aside from that one mistake from Poima, Ukraine yet to put a major foot wrong into this, but this is where the map changes up. It's a little bit more difficulty. Do we see a mistake? It's just Poima again, but Kenzol there to trade it up, and that hurts Portugal more and more. Bolny, though, going to finally drop, but with so much of the map under their belt, I don't see a way back in for Portugal here.
This is actually... Score lead is shifting over pretty rapidly, all things considered, especially with the repeated breaks from Baltner. I'm not sure if it's enough necessarily, but this is going to get very close at the end. Right now, Urema and Bench still holding on to the FCs to counter WhatsApp and Rafamat. Rafamat still with ridiculous accuracy, 99.3%. And will be getting close at the end, but not enough to make a noticeable difference. If any of the other combos on the Ukrainian roster broke during that part, it would have almost immediately shifted over to Portugal, honestly. But they stay alive. That's what's most important for them. And now they need to gain that breakpoint that they lost back, or Portugal will win 5-3 otherwise.
But look at those scores. Ukraine really did have to work hard to keep that point firmly in their camp. You know, it's a 3.1 million team score compared to a 3 million flat team score from Portugal. That was very close by the numbers, with both sides pulling up double full combos. But it works out better from the supporting combos for Ukraine. They've done all they can on their own picks. They put that 1 foot wrong earlier in the matchup. But it's over to Portugal now. And just looking at their picks, I don't know if they're picking into that Hard Rock 1. I think they might stay with Freemod here. It's kind of been working in their favor. And I'd be surprised to see anything different.
Well, you're going to be surprised to see something different. Granted, this is, I think, in line with what the Freemod 3 offers, just without the Freemod. This is alt-oriented snap aim, which is definitely kind of covered by Freemod 3 as well. So, very similar picks. I guess they just feel more confident on this DT3. It is a quite interesting pick into Ukraine of all teams, though. As we mentioned, Ukraine... Actually... Yeah, no, Ukraine had the highest placement that they had in the entire qualifiers outside of one map on this at number 16. Portugal, admittedly, was not very far behind them, number 20 on the alt-oriented double time in qualifiers. So probably just banking on them having a bit more consistent team score, I believe. And we'll see how it plays out for them. They have a breakpoint to mess around with. They still have tiebreaker at the very least guaranteed, even if they lose this.
Portugal taking a little bit of time to get their roster together for this one. Just kind of adjust to having to play DT. They've not played it in quite a while here. And I think they're probably, especially at this late stage of the match, a bit 50-50 on what they want to go through. But this is their best opportunity now to close out this match. They did all that hard work earlier on to win that Nomad 2. Put themselves in the match-winning position, but if they fail to close out here, they will be forced into a tiebreaker situation with Ukraine. And looking at that Ukrainian roster, that is a scary predicament to be in.
They get one map at a time for right now. Portugal is worried about just getting this map and winning their own pick. Just currently waiting on Dench to get in the lobby. Ukraine has said that that is their 4th player and just unfortunately having some internet connectivity issues. As is classic with Bancho, it wouldn't be a multiplayer match without Bancho somehow managing to screw up.
It wouldn't be a World Cup match without Bancho.
That too. Any tournament, really, if we're going to be completely honest. Nonetheless, it seems like it has been resolved, so... Roman, no one loves... Artyom, Dench, Rafamat, Meower, Koronora, and WhatsApp, all going to be competing on this map.
So, here we go. Map number 8, the last map pick from Portugal, and the last map pick in general for this matchup, regardless of the result. And out the gate, couple of accuracy drops for Ukraine, but plenty of time to recover. Even though this map's only just over 2 minutes long, it is another short one to watch out for, but it hurts Portugal more with a triple break from Portugal in the first quarter of the map. That stings.
That's such an unfortunate break from WhatsApp especially. I think he just misread that overlap. And fortunately for Ukraine, it's going to give them a very sizable lead as we get into the first third of the map done already. Almost 140k. This quad FC from Ukraine holding intact for now. Don't imagine it'll be the case for much longer, and even before I even thought about speaking it, Dench is going to be missing. Not going to be the end of the world. Kerner trades it, so effectively no difference. The score lead is still going to be climbing up rapidly. Not anymore. No one loves, and RTM going to be dropping. Still in favor of Ukraine for right now, but that does give a pretty sizable combo advantage to Portugal, and this combo lead is gonna... Oh, this lead is...
Look at the supports from Portugal. They're there, and they're pulling the score over. Quarter of the map left. There's still time. Aptem finds another drop for Ukraine. They need to get together, and Dench goes down as well. Oh, it's gonna flip at the end. Fiery hits again. A last-minute flip.
There's still time left, so there's still one hard part. Can make all the difference. If Portugal collapses on this, then could still shift over to Ukraine, but they've been looking very confident on this latter half of the map. Meower drops. That's one. They're going to need, I think, another one, unfortunately, and they're just not going to find it. Score lead will be shifting to about 100k, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, they had it in the palm of their hands, Ukraine. It was a triple break from Portugal. But they retaliated with those supporting combos. And in the end, that's what made the biggest difference. Poma did their best, holding on to that big combo, but it just wasn't enough. Ukraine go down in this group stage matchup to Portugal, the 36th seed, making an impact here in the first week with a great victory overall. That Nomad 5 was a big surprise. Trade in their favor, and they just carried through with that momentum. Great picking from them this matchup as well.
It was just that breakpoint that determined everything for this match, which is kind of how a lot of tournament matches go. Unfortunately, you have one slip up, and that's all it takes to lose all of the momentum that you have. We're still seeing, I believe, both Portugal and Ukraine later on next week. I believe they have matches next week. Yes, Ukraine does, and so does Portugal.
Absolutely. Portugal still with those two matches.
They will be having another one coming up, though.
Yes, they will. You take it. You know them better than me.
I'm just looking at the sheet. I don't know. But nonetheless, 21 UTC is going to be the last match for this weekend. It's going to be Portugal versus Peru. A very interesting matchup, I think, early on here, and both of these teams are very dead even in seeding. Peru, number 39, Portugal, number 36. Should be a very interesting matchup indeed, and we'll hope to see you guys there. Group stage will continue on week 2, so after the match on 21 UTC, there's not going to be a showcase. We'll be having the showcase next week, just for everyone to be aware of. That's going to do it for me and Demarsh for right now, though. Anything else you have to say?
No, just make sure to get your banners in, folks. Pretty much all the teams are still in the running to make it through the group stage, so definitely make sure you show your support for your favorite teams or your home nation. Don't forget to buy the banners on the Osu store. We greatly appreciate it. But we'll see you in an hour.
See you guys on.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We've got one more match today, and I'm here for a very short time, as we've got a lot of friends in here now. How about we all say hi all at once?
Hello, everybody.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Broadcasting.
This is Lighten. Hi.
This was planned. This was definitely a planned thing that we did not decide 15 seconds before the match started.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a solid.
Let TriCasts be damned. How many do we have? 10?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not
Something
9,
like that.
10 with you, yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Counting
the
Osu
most
Live, 11?
casters I've seen in one place.
11 total people. Hy-Vee has also just asked if he can cast OWC. We should just let him join.
No. Oh no.
Oh,
Let's just,
By all means.
by the time we finish this match, we may have 45 people.
This is gonna be so doomed.
I mean, we've got a mix of referees, we've got casters, we've got map poolers, we've got mappers, we've got players, we've got...
This is so over. Those that actually want to know what teams are playing, we got
Yeah, they're on your
Portugal.
screen, by the way.
They're on your screen, but we got Portugal, WhatsApp, Big Kikes, Kuronoro, Kenzel, Peter Pan, Rafamat, Meower, and TJ Nallis. You guys know them from the prior match that they had. Team Peru, Gardevoir, Arnold 24x24, McGee XD, I think that's how you pronounce that. Pra, Sip, Iki, Foka, and Daldor.
Oh, welcome to our next caster for the lobby, one of our Taiko World Cup mappers and NAT leader Hy-Vee, also Vordy.
hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
let's
morning,
give everyone an overview of who's in
Vordy's
this channel
also
right
here,
now,
yeah,
casting.
awesome.
We've got Blank Tap, Chillier Pair, Demarsh, Fiery Rage, Hy-Vee, Leo, Leiden, Nick, Shaduz, Subaru, Teasel, and Vordy, and more to likely join later.
This is going to be
so
such a
emotional.
great time. Everyone's going to love this, and we're not going to have any problems communicating whatsoever.
I mean, it's pretty tame so far. Like, all things considered, so far it's been pretty good.
We're civil here. Like, we are a civilized group.
Welcome, whoever's playing in this match and going to be watching the VOD, they're just going to be like, what is happening here?
Honestly, best of luck to our Twitch mods who are going to be adding casters as we continue this match on. Welcome to the casting booth, Emrek.
Oh, hi, Emrek. Hi,
Welcome,
James.
wait.
Hey, I haven't made my mark in the casting scene yet, so this is
your
gonna be my
chance.
first cast.
This is it.
Chance, bro.
Yeah, I'm
I think we
happy.
should let Emrek solo
Happy
cast
to
right
be
now.
casting with my team here.
With the team,
Hey, hell
exactly.
Yeah, with the team, let's go.
Yeah.
Who's winning this? Who's winning this match, Mark? Who do you got in the pick'ems for this matchup?
In my opinion, I think Arnold got it in Peru because Peru and South America and like Peru and stuff.
Respect, Peru.
Yeah.
Standing
It's a good
analysis.
point.
Respect.
Peru. Respect Peru. Arnold got it.
Big ups for Peru earlier today for their early matches. Portugal as well. Both teams did well.
Yep, Portugal did really good against their match against Ukraine, pulling up that crazy upset with a 5-3 score, if I recall correctly. But nonetheless, a no-mod free pick from Peru. What do you guys think we are going to see today?
Everyone's going to miss. This map is miss central. I love missing. They also forgot to mention the
All
fans.
OWC players FC the 4-star map.
Yeah, what do you think about
To be
people
fair,
maps being back and forth?
Arnold's got it, dude. Arnold's got it.
Arnold's got it. I never doubt Arnold.
This unironically could be an Arnold versus the world map. I
it
see the
could
vision.
be. 4 minutes of Arnold AR7.
Seems
To be
like the general
fair-
consensus here is that Peru's going to win, but the chat is much more favor of Portugal, 73%.
I mean, I am also in favor of Portugal
They
myself.
did beat Ukraine. I was watching the Ukraine match. They did do that.
Yeah, they did.
Ukraine.
It was 5-3. Yes, that was an insane match. So, if you are watching
Ukraine-
this, you better rewatch the VOD because that match was cinema.
Yeah, Ukraine is not just any team. They got quite the reputation in early stage, so that's
They
quite the
do.
achievement for Portugal.
It was the first match of the group, luckily, so neither of those two teams have been decidedly, in or eliminated, but it was definitely a big start for a team that I don't know if a lot of people expected Portugal to start with a win.
For sure. But good for them. They can try to solidify that lead by taking out Peru here. But Peru are a tough nut to crack, 100%.
It's Portugal's first time qualifying ever, by the way.
True. That is true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were a sleeper in the quals. If you check the pick'em stats, not many people expected Portugal to make it. I think like
Okay, but we are
36%.
getting into number 3.
But what
that was
is
the first
what are
interruption
the
we've
stats?
had. That's actually nuts.
What are the stats for this group? This group is 83.9% Kazakhstan favored, 19.3% Peru, 11.2% Portugal, which is the lowest in the entire group, and 84.7% for Ukraine. So the lowest predicted team defeated the highest predicted team by 2 points.
Yeah,
Good for
that's
them.
a easy for you.
Wow.
That's one of the things that makes group
Amazing.
stage so
Nothing
good.
ever matters. Nothing ever matters.
Nothing matters. Who needs the statistics? Who needs the papers when you have the passion?
Who cares?
Yeah, I think seeding-wise, it's an even bigger upset than the Spain versus Chile one.
Bro, like, we don't even
True.
need statistics. Like, why is Shadoo's here? Like,
I mean, to be fair, all of us are winners. Just buy every single banner. That way you always win. Like, there's no statistics needed. Just buy every banner.
why
There you
is
go.
there... Chat wants to know why
True.
there's 4 voices. Can we let chat know just how many voices are actually here again,
That's
everyone?
about like 20
Yeah,
from
that's-
what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
seeing.
a couple
We
more.
have a slight problem.
Yeah.
To
think this-
recap, because I think
casters.
somebody in chat was
I think we need
curious.
more casters. I think
We
we need more
do.
casters.
I did
We need
ping
more casters.
every caster. I did ping every caster we have right now, except for other game modes, which were not included in that, sadly.
Hey, I mean,
To recap the bans, it was
by the way,
hitting
guys,
pretty
the
much,
map-
by the way.
The map started, by the way.
It has
The map
started.
started. We should probably actually cast the match.
There have been impactful misses on the side of Peru here. A double break from Pra and Migius.
Still,
Yeah, so-
4 C's on
pretty
Portugal
surprising.
though.
Also, Fire,
Chile,
you
do
say
we have
safe,
enough
safe? That's
casters?
insane. It's sape.
I think this is where we say
Chile, do we
GG
have
and Portugal
casters?
wins.
GG. Almost. Now, it's a 4-way FC for Portugal right now. They're certainly making it look like they can take this one away from them.
I think
Yeah,
that's
this
the
is a
better performance they
very
had so far
understandable-
against Ukraine.
Yeah, what was their, I don't know.
Oh,
well,
God,
Big Yikes is
Big
now
Yikes.
down.
Traded.
Migius did
Yikes.
trade the breakout, though. That's a 400 combo gone for Peru. That was huge
They got
support.
2.1 million on this.
Oh, okay. So pretty good both runs then. On this map, I feel like that's pretty respectable.
Oh, that was a
That
bad
is, that map is actually demon when it comes to reading, so I can respect that. But nonetheless, though, Big Yikes not being able to find the combo, as Bra also does find a miss.
Oh, the highest accuracy dropped, though, on Portugal.
Ooh, true. And
How
their
is that
second
good
highest.
now?
Uh oh,
How is it
Arnold
on
time.
a 4-star map? Like, what is going on?
It's Arnold time. That's what time it
Yeah.
is. That's when we're going. It's halfway through too, and this like triple FC from Portugal is just new.
There goes Sape Sape though. There goes
Oh,
Sape Sape.
Triple miss
Oh,
from
Mr.
Peru.
Didn't see this, though.
Who wins?
What
WhatsApp? WhatsApp or Arnold? Who wins? Who wins?
WhatsApp's already FC'd this. He's got this.
I mean,
WhatsApp.
Arnold is known for this skill set, but yeah, we believe in WhatsApp.
The WhatsApp
Both of
fades
them are
just
winners
rain
in my
through.
Oh, there
wow.
it goes.
There you go.
What's up, loses the duel. It's Arnold once again.
Oh, Arnold
Arnold
time.
still
It's
again.
Arnold time.
Is it enough though? Like they're so far behind.
It's not
90K,
bad.
there you
There you
go.
go.
Oh, what did he miss on?
Arnold
Oh
is nothing.
no! Arnold
Exactly,
his
I mean-
number one skill set.
No.
Yeah,
On a
that kind of
4-star
tells
map.
about the Snowmont for you a lot.
On this 4-star map. No.
One of the most accomplished tournament players in history would never miss on a 4-star unless it was this hard.
Yep,
That's true.
Newton. That's Newton mapping for you. You might as well put in Snow Irony after this.
Respect. Everyone is breaking on Portugal though.
There's
Still
a
a
bit of
chance.
combo on the side of Peru.
Actually,
Maybe it's a
nah,
Prague
that's not really.
cover.
Okay, wait. No, there is.
Time is running out. Rafa's got a pretty
We
solid
went down,
combo.
though.
Not with his breaks. Not with his breaks. Unlucky.
Yeah. It's gonna be the Portugal board pick and a break point, by the way. This was Peru's opening pick.
It's a very sad break point because you see Portugal banning Hindu 2, so you think, okay, number 3 pick. You lose the number 3.
Yeah, that Arnold miss
Yeah.
basically lost him the map.
Oh,
Yep,
it
if Arden
did.
held on for a little longer,
Very
then
sad.
maybe that would have been a whole different story. But nonetheless, Portugal starting off with a breakpoint, good for them. And it's now going to be a good chance for them to try and consolidate by taking their second map in a row.
Oh, the break
A lot of
point's tough
options.
for Peru. That's tough though, because that's like Arnold. You expect to sort of put up that big solo carry performance, but the group stage trend of the team that has more players available for more skill sets is probably going to make more of a difference with Portugal.
Oh, I forgot I was reffing again. Oops.
By the way, guys,
Oh, Beyond's the one reffing.
should we recap the number of casters at the end of each map?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 people in the VC.
Not enough. We need more.
Emotional.
We are trying. There's no one else we can talk to.
Exactly.
No, wait, Azer is so true. What are we doing for the info sheet, the wiki, and everything else that has casters?
Oh no, that's a nightmare. But yeah,
In
that being
everything
said, though,
is my recommendation.
that being said, though, DCT got picked. It's a pretty good map for Portugal because from the qualifier results, Peru did not have a fourth player for the speed. So this is a good pick from Portugal. On paper, they should be doing good on this.
They only got 2.4 million though in their last match, so
2.4 isn't too bad. It's not like an amazing score either. But if Peru are really like fourth player, it's still like a decent pick.
True.
Still a decent pick. I think the sheet technically doesn't lie because me and Demarche are present, so we are technically casting.
yeah, we've done our job.
Yes.
Is this an Arnold moment right
trying
here?
to make the sheet fit everyone.
Are you actually doing that? That's insane.
That's crazy.
Respect. I mean, it has to be
Respect.
correct.
Like, imagine an outsider just joining into that shit and see like 20 names in one cell.
Imagine everyone joining into the stream right now.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. I've seen a lot of messages about it. The amount of casters that we
I
have in
respect-
this current VC.
I respect the people asking us to do this for grands. No.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think this was a good idea here either, but I'm rocking with it.
You know,
We're doing it for showcase.
It's group stage. It's group stage. It's the last match of the first half of group stage.
Alright, we're going.
And so, you know.
It's a new OSU World Cup with a new format, new casters, so we're trying new formats. The 16 caster format so far is working. Like, it's surprisingly tame. Like, nobody's like overlapping despite the number we are.
It hasn't been as big of a shitfest as we kind of expected it to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Someone
it's
out
slowly
there
becoming a decent cast.
restraints. Someone out there is watching OWC for the first time and wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
Surely.
If this is your first time in OWC, welcome. This
Please
is
watch
the
other
group
matches.
stage leading into the bracket stage where we will be deciding the seedings for the bracket based on the teams that either get top 2 or bottom 2 in the upper 4 groups, and the teams that get top 2 in the bottom 4 groups move on to the lower stage. There is a format command in chat. There's also a commentator command if you want to really confuse yourself.
Yeah, we'll take a while to read though. But DT2 has started, by the way, and so far
Yeah, guys,
so good
Peru
for both
is-
teams.
Peru is tapping. It's only now the first miss on Gardevoir, but I mean, the Arnold Ack is okay.
Yep, still looking good.
Situation. 3v3
It's
actually,
traded.
as we see in
Traded.
Peter Pan. 35k difference. Peru is giving Portugal a run of their money.
Exactly, 1/3 of the
Relay.
map now gone. What's up? Though,
Oh.
does find a miss. He keeps
Straight
trading
away.
immediately.
WhatsApp. Damn it, bro.
This is Peru's chance to potentially take a break point back here. Double FC matching double FC. Gardevoir missing is not good, though.
But look at that Arnold accuracy, though. 99.6%, doing wonders for his team right now. The highest accuracy in the lobby as well. But still, the combos in Portugal are just a little better.
And Sop is tanking the accuracy to back up Arnold there on the full combo. Oh, the lead is increasing for Portugal.
Yeah, especially with that break from Aiki there on the bottom right. It doesn't help Peru's recovery chances at all.
Yeah, this is not
Water
it at all.
now remains going into the slider. No one finding the miss there, but
Sape.
Sounds off guard. Once again, the Arnold is left to fend off his country by himself.
Oh, what's
the
up?
only
Does
one
find a break.
standing. Does find a break,
These
though, but still
these are
two
crazy
assists.
combos from Portugal, all
Dude,
things
we
considered.
need to
Like
see a double
Rafamat
break.
and TJ Nalis.
Oh, he slider broke.
TJ
That's
Nice.
one, that's one.
I don't think there's enough time.
Why are we back
It's
at it
not
again?
500K.
It's not for 500K.
Yeah, 500K is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely really a tough scenario for Peru where, I mean, we mentioned this at the end of the last map, right? Where there's a lot of teams where the solo carry performance is going to matter, and there's certain groups where the solo carry just doesn't help. And Arnold, unfortunately, is doing everything for their team, but with Rafamot matching Peter Pen coming in with a 1300 combo in the last bit, their max combo, and TG and Alice with the S rank as well, that was less about a solo carry performance in Portugal, just fully outperforming Peru.
Portugal, though, that's nearly a 750k improvement on their score against Ukraine. How about that?
That's a good score, especially shout-outs to Rafamot for that FC, 98.11%. Also, good supporting combos from both TJ and Alice and Peter Pen. Arnold, unfortunately, the only one standing with an FC for Peru, but still, Portugal do consolidate the break point. It was their pick, and now it's going to be Peru's turn to pick. And with that being said, I wonder what you guys think will be their next pick.
Is there any predictions at this point? Like,
yeah, they tried the reading, did not work. So
Hidden one.
Maybe go hidden.
I am also thinking hidden one. Yeah.
You know you have Arnold for that. So if the team backs up Arnold correctly, hidden one might be an opportunity for Peru.
They need to pick the hard maps in the pool, right? They need to pick the maps in the pool that Arnold is going to be able to carry, that everyone else is potentially going to struggle on. And the sort of issue with that is that Hidden 2 is banned. And even if Portugal was good at the reading, it might struggle.
You can maybe go with Nomad 4 in that case, or DTP, or maybe even Fremont 1. Fremont 1 ending is going to be very brutal, though, so I think Nomad 4 is a good choice, unless Arnold is not feeling comfortable on that.
I just think Portugal wants to avoid TB at all costs.
Hidden one.
It is hidden one.
There you go.
Oh, they are going back in for it. I guess that does make sense for Peru. They are a strong hidden roster, and Arnold has like sort of been known throughout the time of playing tournaments as that like hidden preference player or just wanting to go into this sort of thing. So that's a guaranteed FC. Once again, I would like to apologize to anyone whose first time it is watching OWC if you've joined in for this stream.
We're so sorry.
Please watch other matches, exactly.
No, this is the most normal cast ever.
This concept was really cool in theory.
Yeah,
It was,
we talked about it quite a lot, actually.
They should
You
practice
always
this
use
more.
more casters.
Exactly.
The more times
more
we
the merrier.
practice this, right, the better it's gonna get. So if you just keep doing this throughout next week as well, then by the end of next week, having a 20-person cast is gonna be absolutely perfect.
I think we just need more people as well.
The way it is.
More people? That sounds like chaotic.
Groups. Here's the thing. Groups are also fairly inconsequential for a lot of teams because at least 4 groups, all the teams make it to the bracket stage. And this is also just meant to be the time to sort of get these teams on stream that wouldn't have had the opportunity to be on a broadcast at all either way. I mean, look at these two teams. This is the 36th and the 39th seeded team facing each other in a group. In the previous format, neither of these teams would have even shown up on a live stream. And that's sort of the whole, like, half purpose of this phase is, like, let's get more teams on the board. Let's get more people in a broadcast casted by as many casters as a normal team would have been casted in an entire tournament.
And also, you get to play like more than one match that you lose 5-0. You play several matches against teams that are relatively similar in skill level in theory, so that's a massive plus for those lower seeded teams. Format change of group stage.
All right, lads, we're heading into the third map now, Hidden 1. It's coming right up. It's going to be starting right now.
I love the live ref updates, actually. That's what we need. The live.
Thank you, ref.
Ref reaction, ref cam.
Right, what's the world's #1 take on that map?
Ooh.
I think Hidden 1 on paper, alternate is pretty good for Peru as well, but I'm not really sure on this map for Peru. I mean, obviously Arnold is probably going to be doing good, but Portugal did put out a pretty formidable score against Ukraine. I think it was about 3.1 million.
Wow.
So this is definitely a scary pick, especially
tough
against Portugal.
scoreline.
Yep.
Thank you, Lighting, for being Emmerich.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's you're good. Somebody replied.
I mean, I've been watching some of the group stages match recently, and I've noticed there's always someone, at least one person, like breaking in the intro. Is the intro?
Oh.
Like, I don't know how difficult
Stream
it
on this is
but-
really hard.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool map.
What about the middle section, the slow part that everyone's missed on this weekend? We were sort of talking about that off stream, but it really has cut a lot of combos.
Well, hopefully we're not going to see it this time.
I feel like maybe it's something to do with practice if it's a slow section.
I mean, it's fairly equal for right now. Sape is the only one to have missed on either side. So, you got combos for both sides.
And we're about halfway too, and only that one miss on Sape. Portugal is really looking solid on that pick right now. And McGee's as well dropping now.
Ooh, wow. It's honestly partially Portugal looking so good on these maps, and Peru just finding really unfortunate breaks spread out across the picks. Like, they really haven't been able to put up a strong 4-way combo on anything, and Portugal is just taking that full wave confidence and running with it.
I think part of the reason for this is they're riding off of that momentum they have off of that Ukraine win earlier.
The mental has to be so high.
Sure.
Well, the mental's got to be high. If Portugal wins this map, they automatically advance into the round of 16 bracket and losers bracket. That's 2 wins for Portugal. That guarantees them a spot.
A lot of breaks for Portugal, though, giving Peru a chance to come back as they're building up the combos really well.
Yeah, Arnold's still holding on.
Arnold versus WhatsApp.
I believe.
Unfortunately, there's just not enough time, though. 350,000. It is going down with Arnold still holding on the FC, but there's just not enough score for Arnold alone to bring it back.
Yeah, that's
WhatsApp
it. I mean,
facing off Arnold for the second time of the match.
Yeah, it was a double break last time, and they kept up this time. It looks like a little bit better accuracy for Arnold, I feel like, as most would sort of expect Arnold to be really confident on this, but WhatsApp is making this one look easy. Portugal's 3-0 now on another break point for Peru. That is 1 more map away from a match point. 2 maps away from immediately winning the match and sending Peru to a bit of a tough spot coming out of the early, phase of this group. So losing your first match is not the worst thing that could ever happen to you. Same thing with Ukraine, right? They lost the first match, but there's 2 more left, and that does leave a big opportunity for some of these teams to potentially have like the 3-way 2-1 that we see in some groups and just be point differential on maps. The other issue that we have is that Kazakhstan, one of the favorite teams in this group, has not have played a single match and won't until next weekend either. So you're actually missing one of the strongest teams in this group for an entire week.
Yeah, lighting is just data grinding right now.
Yep. Sadly, someone's monitor broke down for a little bit. But I think we're back and we are ready to show up for next weekend. But nonetheless, though, Nomad 2 pick from Portugal.
Very expected after that quite confident win on the DT2.
True.
Yeah, the speed is theirs now at this point.
Yeah, also can we talk about their scores real quick, because Loki, they're C36, they're getting nearly 3 million on Hidden 1, they're getting 3.1 million on DT2, those are pretty good scores, all things considered.
Or not, we can not talk about them.
No, let's not talk about it.
Oh my god.
16 casters and somehow nobody wants to talk about
We gotta give them some downtime. We're gonna give someone an anxiety attack if we just keep going.
Exactly. But that being said, though, I think if I recall correctly, Portugal, they did beat out Ukraine on this Nomad too. So this pick 100% does make sense. They got about 3.3 million team score, if not more. So definitely on that comfortable level for sure, as we are ready to witness the light thumps. What's up, Rafa, Matt, TJ, and Alice, Sape for Portugal, Arnold, Gardevoir, Iki, and Pra for Peru. Nomad 2 locked in.
Nice. Sape is from Peru. I think it's just hogging that spot. Yeah, Coronora coming in.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
There were 6 people from Peru in the lobby. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, I see. I see.
Don't even worry about it.
Our referee is now revealing our shortcomings in the lobby here now. Nobody would have ever known this information.
But we are going to be
insider trading right here.
The Nomad is going to be coming up in 2 seconds, so do get ready.
Oh, it's already here.
We are ready.
We're in. We are ready for this. All right, well, Portugal traditionally in this match and in their previous match looking good on the speed. Peru, once again, going to try and run with the combo that they have been for quite a few maps thus far. Arnold maybe going to try and maintain that #1 player in the lobby sort of vibe here by putting up an FC. The question is, does Arnold have help on this map?
I am not sure, as they did not have a fourth player for the qualifiers TT2, about 100,000 score for the fourth player there. So not really looking that optimistic for Peru, but the chances are there. The map is significantly easier, and with that, this from TG and Alice, Peru is back on the advantage.
Looks like the fourth man for Peru and qualies was Foka, and it's actually Icky coming in instead. So maybe they were just missing a tapping player because Icky's looking pretty good. As I say,
misses on aim though. Missed on aim.
Oh no!
I
still advantage Peru.
We can't be missing it.
This is big advantage Peru. This is a full FC advantage for Peru right now. TG and Alice did have a pretty good recovery off the back of that, but the later misses from Portugal are going to give them a pretty tough time on this. And Peru looking to, hopefully, for their sake, get a point on the board at maybe what is the last possible second and a very necessary break point.
Oh, no!
Oh, Sape!
Sape. And who else but WhatsApp to once again match Arnold?
Let's get double traded, though.
Oh my god.
Bancho.
Oh wait, that was Bancho. That was Bancho.
This is just ultra favored Peru right now. They've got Sape as an extra FC. They have Iki, who has crazy supporting combo at 439, which basically matches all three players on Portugal besides WhatsApp. And I think this might just be done with a third of the map left. They would need everyone to break.
And Arnold got missed. Arnold never misses on tapping at this time.
Oh yeah,
it's
never.
Not possible.
Yeah. Never.
Arnold is just locked in, looking so hot throughout this entire match.
Gotta admire the
No speed player has ever missed on aim before.
That's so real.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Arnold does not be the first.
It doesn't even matter if he breaks. Sape still has an FC. It's like, this is just it.
Yeah, crucially in the Portugal versus Ukraine match, a lot of
there's no way.
Oh my god, wait a second.
There's no way.
What's up, SDFC? There's no way.
The supporting combo.
There's no way.
Oh my god, what that's Oh my god.
Easy.
Alright, so that's kind of crazy.
That was crazy. Wait.
Whoa.
That's kind of crazy.
And Arnold is the first speed player to miss on aim.
A slider break.
If WhatsApp didn't slider break at the very end there, that actually would have been a Portugal win.
It would have. That was 60k.
Almost entirely reminiscent of Portugal versus Ukraine. The brunt of one of the main reasons why Portugal was able to take this Nomad 2 in their previous match was because Ukraine just found a lot of misses. Granted, in the slower section before. But still, it did come down to a lot of misses from the opposing team. It almost happened again.
Peru won this map because Portugal missed more than they did.
That's true. Get this guy on the analysis team.
If you do not miss, you will FC.
No way.
Not true.
Wait.
Not true.
Yeah, I gotta make this
not true. Wait, no, that's actually so right. It's not even true.
A slider break isn't a miss, technically.
That's so true, actually.
And you don't combo.
Literally a lie.
That's a huge breakpoint for Peru, able to take back one of the two that they've lost. And hopefully they can win their next pick.
Yeah, what is that next pick? What do you pick here?
Yeah, what do you go for now? Speed is basically out of the question unless you want to pick alt or aim on the side.
They could try something like Nomad 5, I guess.
I want to see Nomad 5.
I think is the shout for Peru.
I want to see precision.
5 would be cool.
I want to see precision right now.
HR1 would also be cool, probably.
Oh, true. Hard Rock might be a little bit more dangerous for Portugal against this Peruvian roster than anything else, I feel like. I think that Nomad 5 is maybe going to be the best thing for them left in the pool. Imaike Samba is probably too aim-heavy. Is it Peru?
Yeah,
this is Peru's pick. Okay, so it is DT3. It does make sense.
Okay.
Picking alt? Speed alt?
They're running down my time I don't like this.
Running down
That's supposed to say this, bro.
The live ref commentary goes nuts. I'm not gonna lie.
You weren't supposed to hear this.
Everybody, just close your ears if you can.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how that works.
I don't think that's how that works.
Don't
with streaming,
think about it too hard.
On the contrary, keep the stream open. Tell your friends.
Again, apologies for everyone who's watching OWC for the first time.
By the way, is this like a first in OWC history to have like 16 casters for a match?
I would imagine
it's the first time in OWC history we've had more than 3. So
yeah, so
and we have like 20
record.
First for everything.
We're breaking
this is a very
records
big
here.
couch.
Yes, yes, it is.
I am more than honored to be part of this.
This is the circle of whatever this is at this point.
He's not
It's
here.
actually-
But I wanted to make a joke about how it went on for Miles, but he's not here, so I can't.
Oh no!
We need to get Miles in here.
He's busy watching the New York Giants get messed up by the 49ers. It's all right.
Oh yeah, that's what we were missing. A little bit of football talk in this cast. I knew we were missing something.
Absolutely no one here except me and Chillier knows what we're talking about.
Well, I do because my parents watch it, but yeah.
The
other than that-
American football watchers.
Oh, good old American football.
Good old style. I'm excited for this song, though, honestly. I'm going to challenge everyone in here to see if we can let people listen to this song. And I'm so biased because this is such a good, like,
It is a good song as well. A good map as
Oh
well.
my
from
gosh.
Flask.
It is actually.
I mean,
it's hard
it wasn't
alt, though.
if it wasn't sped up, we could also try and all sing it together.
We could. Or we could shill banners for 3 minutes.
So about those
Nobody?
those
Nobody?
I don't know, Chiller. I've had my fair share of tasty banners over the time, and you know, if you want to support your team, if you want to support your favorite team, if you want to just try to get a winner banner, because if you correctly choose the winning team, you do get to keep that banner on your profile. Go to the OS store and buy them tasty banners.
Or you could buy all the banners to ensure that you get the winning team's banner.
That did happen
way
one
there's-
time.
Yeah, someone has
If you
done
want
that.
to save money, just pick Australian. You should be good. That should be a lot.
Oh.
That's
Just shouting to Emmerich here. I
Did you
see, I
mean
see.
Poland?
Yeah, that's what we were
United States.
Poland.
United States.
I am,
Making the script,
I am
Australia's already top one.
as a host of this tournament, I'm not allowed to interject in this conversation.
I mean, we have Emmerich here. What are your thoughts?
Forever be grateful.
We've actually
we should
already
update
picked
script.
Brazil to win the tournament, so
I'm
think we
not
should
biased,
update
but
the scripts
everyone
to
will buy the
Australia
Finnish
tiebreaker.
banner.
And Miles is
Oh,
here.
heck
Make the
yeah.
joke.
Miles
make the joke.
is now here. Make the joke. Make the joke.
Oh man, I think the moment's gone.
No, it's never gone. It's never gone.
No, it's gone miles back.
I'll tell you what is gone.
my God.
WhatsApp's combo is
Good job.
gone right now. The first to drop in the entire lobby. It's early though.
fine,
It's
it's
very
like-
early. There's a trade. There it is.
Yeah, it's
I didn't pick from Naldor.
But we want Peru to get this pick because we want this match to go tiebreaker.
exactly.
I mean, that's what it says in the script.
It does. It does.
Hey,
But you're not supposed to say that part.
Don't
You're not
read
supposed to
my
say that.
script, brother.
Erase it. Erase it.
Don't
I
read the
said that
italics.
script to you in confidence.
Cut the clip. Cut the clip.
Only
God,
the
I,
parts
I
of
knew
gold.
sharing Google Drive access was a problem.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're rolling it back. A couple
All right, we got to
miles,
rewrite it. We're gonna take a pause for 20
Yeah,
minutes.
we're gonna, tech pause. Sorry, guys.
How did you
The
see we back
accuracy is
after
carrying
these short
Portugal so
matches?
far.
Pretty big, yeah. I mean, the misses have come out pretty well traded. 100k is a lot smaller than it looks like when all of the players are basically holding full combos here. These wiggles are really, really easy to get caught out on if you're not prepared for this pick here. And everyone has practiced this wildly because usually we see at least 1 or 2 misses by this point.
They might be
Still
practiced,
there
but
is
the accuracy lead.
Oh
The accuracy
no,
lead.
Eldor!
It's traded by 2 players though.
What's happening?
Complete collapse.
Portugal is
Arnold. Okay.
And Pra.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yes,
Sami
on the
Arnold.
side
3
of Peru.
versus 1. 3 FCs on the side of Peru and just 1 for Portugal. What's up? The only hero as Peru
That's not
looking
even
to
an
secure
FC's
their
recovery.
second point now. Yeah, exactly. It's
How
like
does
it's a
this happen
recovery as well.
twice? How does Portugal choke the ending of a map twice?
That's from Bra.
Crazy.
It's only the
Oh,
beginning.
Wow.
Portugal
It
really
doesn't
wants
matter.
to-
It doesn't
earlier
matter.
match
It
today.
doesn't matter. Wow.
Wow, 300k.
Arnold has some help.
That is actually a really good team score on the side of Peru, all things considered. Like, 3 scores above 900k on that is no joke. Also, what's up? Once again, like, he's been trying so hard to contest Arnold every time, and it's gotten really relatively close. So,
Almost
the
every
second point on the
time.
board for Peru.
Yeah, this is that was a great team score, all things considered. I know we're talking about like how unfortunate it is for certain picks to be lost otherwise, but for Peru to get their own pick there is absolutely massive, and to get a team score of 3.6 million on this map is very respectable.
Yeah. What I was gonna say right before Portugal kind of all collapsed. Portugal had that score lead mostly down to the accuracy advantage they had. Daldor, by the end of that, was down at 94, was at 93% for a vast majority of that map. So Peru holding on for as long as they did really helped with that score there from Daldor as Portugal goes straight into the free mod 1.
Instant pick for Portugal. It's still a break point behind for Peru, so it's not over yet, but surely the momentum is shifting.
Back in the flow aim, though, for them, so they're sort of shifting up the skill set. Even if the momentum was maybe in the favor of Peru, I do think it's smart of Portugal to start to bring this match somewhere else that isn't the same skill set repeatedly, because that's really what's going to give the reset to Peru. The problem is when you let them pick into this mechanical skill set over and over again, and the good part about Portugal is that they have the depth to not do that. Good talk.
Good talk.
Exactly that. Yes, good talk.
I'm surprised there's as much silence as there is, honestly.
Exactly.
It's always like
two
relatively
casters?
tame. It's relatively tame until somebody misses, and then we all speak at the same time.
Yeah, like usually with two casters, there's always space and it's all evenly spread out. And then for this type of group, it's like there is nothing, and then a huge spike for like one crazy moment.
We're just so professional.
Exactly.
My printer's still printing the script, so.
I mean, that's why we need the 10 seconds of silence, of just complete pause to give people watching the stream a chance to just recover energy.
No, I mean, I think it's time. I mean, we picked free mod 1, which means that it's 1 minute and 48 seconds of shut up everyone, Psyche is on.
Yes. The map is also quite difficult. I do think that for Portugal it might be good, and Arsenal should be definitely feeling comfortable on this one. However, the last third of this map is absolutely brutal, so gotta make sure to watch out for that.
What are the mods gonna look like on this map? Like, what are our favorite mods here? Aside from the pretty obvious ones like Arnold hidden otherwise, like, what are we seeing?
Coronara Hard Rock.
Okay.
Who's taking the hidden on Portugal?
What's up?
Probably WhatsApp.
Surely not. I would assume WhatsApp's a no mod.
Maybe just for the confident performance.
Yeah,
Rafa Matt was taking the hidden, I think, last match on this, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him.
Well, the important thing to note about this pick, and I sort of said it in one of the earlier matches, is that this map is harder on Hard Rock, funny enough, which isn't always the case, than any other mod by a pretty significant margin. And we've seen a lot of teams actually end up putting their best player on the Hard Rock in the attempts to try and get a better combo on it than otherwise. Now, the client has obviously broken because Peru is missing a second mod, but our referee could probably reveal to us who actually has the Hard Rock on Peru.
It's Sape, because he doesn't have no fill, I'm pretty sure.
I
mean, we'll find out. We'll find out in like 2 seconds.
What does WhatsApp... So
yep,
WhatsApp
it's Sape.
It's Sape.
It is Sape. And Kurenara, by the way.
Guys, I don't think Sape is sight reading or something. Like, this is rough right now.
This is not the bug we've seen a couple times before, except this is the first time we've seen it on a Hard Rock player and not just someone with only
this is your brain on sight read right here. Like,
Alright, there we go. The mods are back.
There we are.
We are now back. Any breaks? No.
Let's go for
Nothing.
one. Shortest
Here comes the
maps.
first Ki, though. It's this Ki and then the second one with the double and the triple switch. Rafa overaims the stream.
It's keen optimism.
Mods are gone for Portugal.
Oh, this is not good.
This
WhatsApp as well.
This is collapsing.
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen, we have a match. It looks like Peru is taking a huge advantage right now. Also, a double miss in Portugal. Sape, the first one to drop on the side of Peru.
That's a huge lead they have right now.
Peru needs 2 more breaks in order for Portugal to get
There they are.
Oh my god!
Thank you, Chillier. All you have to do is ask.
No, don't say my name. They didn't know who it was.
They do know exactly who it was.
They knew.
Not if I put the voice changer on.
You've been casting for what, like 5, 6, 7 years? They know.
That being
They
said,
don't know.
there's still a quarter of the map left.
They
The
can't tell us
final
apart.
stretch.
Still a quarter. It's quite even right now.
All eyes on Arnold and Big Yikes.
No, the miss from Arnold's going to be huge in a moment.
Oh, Big Yikes!
Big Yikes.
Arnold. And
Oh,
Arnold
that
has
might be
Arnold
it.
in his hands, has the map in his hands, and is going to be the third one of the board, all tied up.
Oh no! Arnold is just way too much combo with the full the full FC, the full combo.
Oh,
That's the full
Wow.
combo.
Full FC for Arnold.
There
Such
have
a
not
good
been
score
a
from
lot of FCs this weekend on this map.
True,
Wow, that's
especially
a
doing
very
that with
good
hidden
play.
with this accuracy as well. 99.33, very confident Arnold.
Little
And-
little moment of pride, but France almost 4-wayed this.
Real. That being said, though, 3-3, the score is now
Moving on.
Anyway.
Yeah, this is now a best of 3, and Portugal, it's gonna be their turn, not their turn to pick, Peru's turn to pick. The momentum fully shifted towards Peru, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a match ahead of us. We might be even going to tiebreaker. This is really close as Peru finds themselves from the depths of hell.
Wait, are they still in the depths of hell, or like?
Can I just say?
Oh, not really. No, not
Can I just
literally.
say Arnold hasn't Arnold basically FC'd every map so far, except for
I think so.
Yeah, by the way, if anyone is interested in like the additional stats for this lobby right now, Arnold has the highest match cost in the entire lobby by 0.45.
That is
2.255 on Arnold with 5 tops of 6 maps.
Well, that's an interesting pick, actually. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's the Nomad 5 we were talking
Oh,
about.
from Peru. Okay. This is just
God.
picking into Arnold. This is just picking into Arnold at this point.
Yeah, completely picking into Arnold. I mean, you've seen what the man does to Portugal. It's tied up 3-3. They were down 3-0, and now it's one pick each until a potential tiebreaker between these two teams. And how crazy would that be to cast a tiebreaker with over 20 commentators?
This is.
That'll be a
I
highlight
don't
of
know
the
what's
week.
gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen. At that
I'm not
point.
sure if it's gonna be watchable.
Why are you cursing it before it has even happened, bro?
No,
Give
don't
it a
worry about
chance.
it.
Give it a
Spoil the
chance.
script.
Let's not
Exactly. We have the script, so let's not spoil it.
People are gonna think it's a show match or something.
For those unaware, Nomad 5 is the precision pick in the Nomad pool. CS 7.4, a lot higher than what you would usually expect from your bog standard precision map that you usually see in Hard Rock 2. So it's testing that skill set just a tad bit more.
Some gimmick as well with if you use lighter velocity changes, especially near the end, you can kind of tell that by the song with those like peaks that are coming in. So definitely something to look out for. The map is also relatively short, so every single miss is gonna matter. And the teams are slowly getting their rosters ready, I suppose.
This is solo carryable of a map. There's not a lot of maps in this pool I feel like we can say are solo carryable, and I feel like this is unfortunately one of those maps, unless Portugal is somehow able to pull out like the precision roster of all time. Arnold has a lot of potential to just run this one through.
Julia, you said Peru picked this for Arnold. Arnold is a mouse player.
Yeah. Imagine they
Historically
pull-
speaking, mouse players on super high precision tend to do a really good job because they're less likely to shake off the notes compared to tablet players.
We literally have a precision mouse player in the VC with us right now. Hello, Fiery Ridge.
Who?
Whoa. Who?
Might have heard of that guy.
I know that. I know him.
I think I played
Yeah.
him once.
I've heard
Is
of
that
him.
the guy
but-
from Map Guess Who Is Back?
Yeah. I hate all of you.
That's the guy with the most OWC wins of any player in history?
Yeah, he probably.
That's the guy who mapped your status.
Is that statement still true, by the way? Is that still a true statement, or has that been broken?
No,
by
that's
another
still a
US
true
player?
statement.
Well, I think so.
Respect. That's respect.
Getting into the map, though.
It's time for Precision Pra to find an early break, which is a little bit uncharacteristic, actually. I feel like Pra I would expect to be very, very good at this.
That's a meta break. Just shaking off the extra
tactical
nerves at the
break
start.
here, exactly. He does specialize in
Maybe we get
precision
the
and
second
early
break on Peru.
I love seeing this map.
This is a
The
great
circles
map.
are so small, like it's so rare to see this.
Now imagine this,
I
but
will break on Portugal though.
who here watched Test Tournament 2 with 8 players per side duking it out on the watching Precision on that?
That was too much.
That was a lot. Yeah, that was a crazy tournament, but unfortunately, as we sort of speak on the other side of how small the circles and windows can get, we've seen a lot of breaks on the side of Portugal that are actually putting them behind Peru now. Migros gonna bring things back to even just a little bit, but as long as Big Yikes continues missing here, they're really gonna have to start praying for a miss from Peru.
The spike is coming and I am not ready for this.
Oh, you're right.
This would be 4 points in a row for Peru.
The
There goes
Bulls
Prof.
are coming. Fran Vickers with the miss Kenzolo with.
It's still two FCs to two.
Arnold.
What's
WhatsApp is still there. Sapi, the last
What's
man
up?
standing.
What's up?
Between the middle. Sapi, it's a 1v1 overall, and no one is surviving.
Look at the accuracy difference.
It's so close.
Yeah, Rafa has
It's
insanely
a
high
2% accuracy difference between these players. It's literally going to come down to the supporting misses. And unfortunately for Rafa, the supporting misses are coming out from Portugal. I think Peru is going to be able to take this one into the ending. They need to see a break from a big combo here, and I don't know if it's going to happen. Prof finds a miss for a second, but it's too late. No, it's needed to come. Oh, stop it.
Getting the match
That
point.
was so close.
That's
But
4
at the
points in a row. 4 points in a row.
Fitting on the carry shoes when Arnold fumbles. Sape.
Portugal once
matching
3-0
Rafa,
up. Now Peru confirmed tiebreaker. Insane.
Wow. And can they break it on a break point?
Exactly. I think that is possible given the momentum. 4 maps in a row for Peru. A massive step up from Sape, and a good score from Rafa Mat as well. This was a nail biter up until the very end, but now it's going to be Portugal's turn to pick. And what are we thinking about the pick here?
Yeah, I mean, you got quite a few options left, but Portugal,
Oh,
the nerves
that's
are the nerves are probably starting to kick in by now.
Don't look.
Where is it? What does it say? What does it
doesn't say
say?
anything.
What's WhatsApp score?
It says we're picking Hard Rock 1.
Oh, when you
We
see
are
it.
getting Hard Rock 1.
You don't see it.
Guys.
Wait, you don't see it?
I did not see it.
All right, 1. Also,
Guys.
a loss
Hard
from
Rock
Portugal here would actually cause chaos in the group because that means like they beat Ukraine but then lost to Peru. It's like they beat the top seed and then would lose to the bottom seed.
It would cause another chaos group.
Also,
That sounds like a group stage thing if I've ever
also
heard it.
Chile.
Yeah.
Reminder to PayPal the players after the match.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey. You're not supposed to read the italics.
Yeah.
You're
Not the
that
bold bits. Just in bold.
But yeah,
This is my favorite map in the pool. 100%.
this is Melon Boy, so you gotta enjoy this.
No, this is alien friend request of Marsh.
I'll see myself out.
I can't believe nobody gave me crap for making that joke. I'm so disappointed.
I would
I
have, but
think-
you're my boss.
I think we expect dad jokes from you, if I'm going to be entirely honest. So at this point, we're just kind of numb to it.
Bro really wants that grand final spot.
I can't insult my boss. It's not that serious.
Not that deep.
We'll
Yeah,
be talking
Hard Rock
about
1.
this at the quarterly KPI meeting.
Okay, Mr.
But yeah.
Jordan Pair.
That sounds very corporate of you, actually, Leiden. You know, like, very corporate.
Very corporate. I mean, I am unemployed, so I would not know.
Guys, censor that, please.
Fair.
Willingly outing that on stream.
We'll edit that out.
Crazy.
Hey, I'm a full-time student. It's fine.
Okay, that's
Post-production. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll edit this entire Twitch VOD in post. So it's watchable.
None of this happened. You're all imagining it.
Yeah, this VOD's actually going to disappear tomorrow, and we're going to gaslight people into like thinking this just never happened.
It never happened. It'll stay.
The
That didn't
One of the songs
happen.
here.
The Marshall and I had a really great cast on this one, though.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
we're
Honestly,
getting
this
into
is
the last
fantastic.
pick of the match.
This was just a normal TriCast and a normal tiebreaker that we're about to see. Please.
No, don't leak the script yet.
I feel like I
Don't leak.
just can't.
You got it. They got to rewrite it once again. You leaked it again.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
It's okay, I'm on it. 1 second. You got this.
It's rewritten
Alright.
again. We're back.
Let's go,
We're
Bancho.
ready. All right. No
Bancho,
early
come on.
misses. Bancho has decided that
Oh
today
my
is
God.
no longer the day.
What is happening?
Oh
We
gosh.
might need a reset.
Let's go. 1 frame a second
There we go.
gameplay. I live for this.
So back.
Wait, time warping
15K
RWC.
difference.
Oh.
Whoa,
not again.
whoa. That's never happened.
4v3 on the board right now.
It's time. Pro actually found a miss. Pro found a miss.
It's early, so it's fine.
It is
Can we
very
talk about
early.
Arnold Act for a moment?
Oh, come on, man.
Arnold SS,
Can we
Arnold
just,
SS,
like,
Arnold
put that
SS,
out
Arnold
there?
SS, Arnold SS.
Yeah, still.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god,
30
Bancho.
seconds.
Okay, wait.
Alien
on the front door.
We actually broke it.
Like,
Welcome to
Alien
PowerPoint 2025.
Welcome
This
to
is-
Alien.
Bunch of CPR.
This is insane, actually.
No,
Like, this is
what is going on?
so
Oh god, we
bad.
might need another reset.
What
is going on?
Yeah,
don't
I
even-
think somebody turned off the generator.
Next slide,
actually.
please.
That's so
When did we get when did we get the 24 FPS cinema frame rate update?
Oh, miss from Coronado.
We missed big misses from Portugal right here. They could
Yeah,
potentially
big
let this one
misses.
slip away. There's no way. This would be
Biggest.
the first time we see 5 consecutive points from a team.
Oh god.
That'd be crazy.
Okay.
Probably
That's
missing.
Correction, we have
Bronze
seen a
missing.
5-0 in this stage before.
Okay, but that's less cool than this deal. That's less cool.
I figured there weren't
than-
enough casters. I needed to join.
Oh, well, if
Ideal.
Tiebreaker comes through, we
Yeah, well,
definitely
just
need
in
more people.
time.
Yo, dude, how's the minute?
Okay, we should probably
in my
focus on
garage,
the match
we
right now,
always
ladies and
double
gentlemen. So
Me-
far, 2 FCs against 2. Supporting combo is in favor.
Yeah,
That's a dude.
This could be big right here. It's
Coronado
WhatsApp.
with a miss as
It's
well.
WhatsApp, Arnold, and Sape.
up?
The question is, does one of the players on Peru find a miss in the last section?
Rafa Matt's got
That's
some supporting combo as well.
I think a better question is whether or not Bancho will live to actually play the rest
We're
of this
gonna
map.
reset one of
Tell
these
the tale.
times, and like all 3 FCs are gonna have broken, and we're gonna wonder what happened. Here we
Sape,
go.
Sape,
The
Arnold.
last
Yeah, there we
TI.
go.
This is where the misses would need to come out.
What's up, misses?
There's no way. The 5-point comeback from Peru.
Gonna run away with a lead.
There goes Arnold.
Arnold.
Sape still has the combo. Sape.
No way, Bra! Now the highest combo in the lobby.
It's Bra! Bra is the hero that Peru needs to bring them to avoid tiebreaker. Pra would never miss in this situation. I'm doing whatever I can to get tiebreaker right now, please.
My god, never misses
Ordering
here.
3 meteorites
Single-handedly
on the
holding the
side
hopes for
of
Peru.
Last generator.
This was the last section.
Last
Turn
pass.
off the generator.
It would take
gonna be so
a
close.
4-way break. No.
666.
They would need to find a 4-way break for Peru in order to let this one slip away. It's 100K. It's just
Really
too
doesn't
much.
happen.
Pra is too confident.
They're gonna do it. Peru, the bottom seeds of this group are gonna
There's the miss.
for the first win.
Wow.
Ow.
A comeback from 0 to 3 to 5 to PS Peru
5-3.
secure
Yeah.
this match.
5 consecutive points for Peru, and Portugal go from beating the top seed of the group to losing 5-3 on the exact same scoreline to the bottom seed of their group.
What did
Wow.
Arnold just do? By the way,
Or 100.
Expectations with this
Wow.
One slider break.
The Arnold act is crazy. This match was crazy. Like,
This was unbelievable.
Yeah, from start to
what a
finish.
Chad win from Peru.
Exactly. But good try from Portugal. They did do their best, and you got to give shout outs when they are needed because they did show up quite well. The performance was nice, but a few unfortunate misses here and there for a few maps, putting them just out of reach of taking that victory against Peru. But nice try from them.
This was a fantastic match overall. I mean, Peru, they made it look like they were down and out, and then they came back with 5 points in at the ending. Big congratulations to them. This does not mean too much for this group. However, that is a win for Peru on their first match here, which is going to set them up for a bit of success otherwise looking through to the end as we get more people joining VC. All right, as the end of the match starts to come through.
I am so
Keep
sorry for
joining us.
whoever is on these teams trying to watch the VOD to see what happened. They're gonna hate us. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, whose idea was
Yep,
this?
sorry.
Am I
Good
supposed to
question.
be right now?
Oh, hi, Shiba.
Yeah. Hi, Shiva.
Oh, Shiba, I think
You're
you're
right,
a
my
little too late.
You're a little too late.
Buy banners.
Buy banners.
Everyone
Buy
buy
banners.
banners.
Okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna all play a match right now.
No.
I'll play that.
No.
It's the end of the weekend. We can't. There's no time.
Alex,
There's no
close us
time.
out before this goes to hell.
Yeah, I think it is time to wrap it up.
How many casters at the end?
Are we doing
How many
10 man? What?
It looks like
I'm
22
sorry.
people in voice right now. But yeah, it is time to
server
wrap it
muting
up. This
everyone.
being the last match of this weekend. Groups does last for 2 weeks, but yeah, I think it's time for us to go, or else this will never end. I think
Guys,
so.
I got honey. Look, I got honey, guys.
A server
He
mute
got honey.
Shiba.
Guys, I got roused organic honey.
Shiba, we're live! Shiba, we're live!
What are you doing?
Answer this guy. Sorry.
He's actually turned his camera on in Discord, by the way. He's actually showing this.
Alright, bye.
We'll see you guys next week for the next couple of matches in group stage. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been the Ostworld Cup 2025 casting staff alongside whoever else wanted to join in. We'll see you guys next time.
Don't forget about batters.
Don't forget the banners.
The better.
It's the banners.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Osu World Cup 2025 group stage with a match between Taiwan and Denmark. A pretty interesting match coming ahead of us. Casting this match for you is Leiden and Vorty. Hello, Vorty. How are you doing this fine evening? Or I think it's evening for you.
Oh, yeah, it's a cool 9 p.m. Very nice time. But yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you, Leiden. Didn't know I was casting this until 5 minutes ago, but luckily, I've already casted Taiwan earlier, so I know what that team's about. And today they're up against Denmark after having a nice 5-1 victory over Vietnam. So they are coming into this match with some good momentum. Denmark looking to make their stamp on this group stage. So hopefully should be a good one.
Yep.
And we'll see what the roll is. Oh, nice double-double. 88 and a 66. Looking clean on the numbers.
Exactly, and I think it's been a while since we've seen Denmark. It's probably the first match that Denmark is playing on this OWC, at least since like 2021 or 2020. Definitely a hot minute since they've been competing, and good to see them always, especially since I think it's like the third time they qualify. That being said, though, they are an outsider in this match, but given the map pool, there are some chances for them to try and snitch a few points off of Taiwan. Taiwan definitely being the favorite, especially given a couple of skill sets. Something like Nomad 2, something like DT2, something like Nomad 3, or even Hidden 2 are in weakness for Denmark that Taiwan can exploit and can do well on. But for now, what are your thoughts on this matchup, Vorty?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar as you said. I think Taiwan has some clear advantages they can pick into. As you mentioned, there's the reading skill set, Hidden 2, Nomad 3, both low AR maps that Denmark was not vibing with in qualifiers at all, especially that Hidden 2 in qualifiers. They had a rough time. Speed overall, so that DT2, that Nomad 2, should be something Taiwan can pick into them. And then just the hard rock pool overall. So those three things are all skill sets where Taiwan had a clear, distinct advantage over Denmark in qualifiers. Meanwhile, Denmark, on the other hand, has several skill sets which they're pretty competitive on with Taiwan, but it's not as clear cut, right? It's like Taiwan's picks should be very favored, while all of Denmark's picks should be reasonably contested, which obviously will make it tough on them. But if they have the spirit, the dog in them, it's still possible on all of their picks to win.
Exactly. I think like the main key for Denmark to try and snitch a few points off is probably something like Nomad 1, HR1, but as you said prior, their Hard Rock is their weakness. Something like Fremont 3 as well, and possibly even Nomad 4, as Denmark did better than Taiwan on that qualifiers Nomad 4. Obviously, the qualifiers Nomad 4 was a lot different from this one. The qualifiers Nomad 4 was a lot more slider heavy, with a lot more instances of aim being important. But yeah, Taiwan not wanting to risk it, not wanting to play aim against Denmark and banning Nomad 1. I do like that one from Taiwan, as Denmark, I would imagine, would probably go for something like DT2 or Nomad 2, but they go with Nomad 3 instead, which is a reading Nomad app.
I think it makes sense. I was probably more expecting the Hidden 2 ban, but I mean, Nomad 3, it's like, take your pick. I think it's going to be a rough time for them to play either. But that now does give Taiwan a clear opening, but they're going to go DT2 first, so leading into the speed. As you mentioned, it's something Denmark wasn't super comfortable with, and being a 255 BPM speed check, Taiwan should be reasonably comfortable with playing something like this at this stage.
Yep, this map in particular is quite easy in comparison to something like a DT2 from qualifiers. The qualifiers DT2 was absolutely demon for both of these teams, and not a lot of support has been shown for Denmark. I think a few players on that Danish roster got the scores of about 200,000 and 300,000 on that DT2, so definitely a good pick from Taiwan. They did do their research, and they are ready to play against them, as we are still waiting for the map to be picked. But on paper, Taiwan should be feeling really comfortable on that pick.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we're going to see. Does Denmark, put up a similar scoreline to what we saw in qualifiers, or, you lower the star rating by 0.4, 0.5. They should be more comfortable. How much more comfortable is yet to be seen, but gotta hope that they still have to put an effort on these attempts for breakpoints, because you never know which one is going to be the one where Taiwan falters and the chance is opened up.
Yep, pretty much. This map in particular has been used quite a lot in community tournaments. You might have even seen that a few years ago on something like, I'm not going to be surprised if it was ever pulled for something like 5-Digit World Cup or anything similar to that. This map is a classic, and you can kind of tell that by the map. Relase, he does map a lot of these types of maps. He was a tournament mapper for a really long time. Some maps like Denki Shiki, like a Hidden 2 from OWC 2021. This map as well, also relatively well known in the tournament community. And with that being said, I think that if Denmark, given that they are quite active in some tournaments, I would imagine that all of these players are familiar with this map, and they should be putting out some pretty good scores on this DT2.
Yeah, for sure. And for the Denmark lineup, I think the player you're going to be seeing on the side of Denmark for essentially every map is going to be Sobu. Was the best performer in qualifiers, playing every single map in the pool. So that's going to be your primary carry for Denmark as they wait for the rest of the lineup. But Taiwan already in, we see Willy, Riser, Flyer, and Shiro Sora coming in ready for the DT2.
Yep, exactly that. There's also a few specialists for Denmark, probably waiting for them to come in. There was a pretty good player with 500,000 score, I think it was Mads, if I'm not mistaken, who should shine on this map, who should be a cornerstone off this DT2 pick, unless it's North-killed. But the lineups are locked, the good luck of funds are now in the chat, and we are going to be starting off with this DT2. The map is quite lengthy. It's going to be about 2 minutes and 30 seconds long with TT, so about average actually, but a lot of room for misses, a lot of room for maneuvering, as we are going to be starting off with this DT2 wordy.
Yeah, and always what I'm looking for in these tapping picks, especially for the team that is supposedly not as comfortable, I'm staring at those accuracies, because this kind of skill set, even if you're not the most comfortable on tapping, you can usually combo through the beginning, but as your tapping kind of dies, as your stamina drains, as your act depletes, that's where misses get more and more likely. So accuracies are going to tell the comfort levels right away.
Yep, exactly that. The accuracy for both speed and both something like gimmick, something like polyrhythm or rhythm control is a good indicator of how comfortable a player feels on a particular map. But starting off with this DT2, a few hundreds being dropped, but nothing too scary yet. But Matt's with an early break on this map so far, not being a good start for Denmark, as Taiwan, though, they do find a trade with Shorasora finding a miss as well on this intro. But still, the combo and accuracy advantage is on Taiwan's side.
Yeah, especially with that break from Nordkilled, it's going to give Taiwan more of an advantage as they just have Sobu and Pole on the FCs. Mads breaking again. So now Taiwan with a big lead as Shirosora gets back that secondary combo. Look at that accuracy from Willie. Near SSing still, but Pole as well, pretty comfortable.
Yep, the star player from Taiwan shining once again, 99.86% accuracy and grilling, as Paul is also trying to match them. Something to note here is Nordkill's accuracy. As we've said prior, the comfortable level is not there yet, as the accuracy is matching about 85%, which tells a lot about his comfort level on this DT2. Shirosora with the recovery flyer also fighting a miss earlier, so it's now 2 FCs against 2, but still the accuracy on Taiwan is just so good. Look at that accuracy from both Willie and Razor. That is a complete destruction here, but the combos were holding for Denmark for a moment, but both Pole and Sobu missing at the same time, and with that, Denmark's chances for this DT2 are vanishing as we speak, while Willie, Razor, and Shirosora continue to hold on for their combos.
Yeah, this looks to be a great first pick from Taiwan, leaning into the weakness they saw from Denmark in the qualifiers. And that weakness ended up being very real, especially, you know, you look at Sobu Pole still playing pretty well, Mads not too far behind, but specifically that 4th man slot, they don't really have a 4th comfortable player for this type of skill set, so it just puts so much more pressure as Riser and Willie are looking for the full combos. A great scoreline, over 3 million now from Taiwan. Can they get the 2 AFC? Little bit left to go.
The map is slowly coming to its end. A few ending streams here, and it looks like Taiwan are going to be securing that double FC. And yes, they do. 3.7 million team score, which is a massive team score on this stage. And Denmark, nice try there by Taiwan. They saw a weakness, they saw an opportunity, and they took that immediately. And with that, Wordy, I think something like a Nomad 2 potential pick for Taiwan is probably going to be the next one, unless it's going to be hidden 2 as well. But now for Denmark, what do you think we will see from them?
I mean, for Denmark, obviously, Nomad 1 would have been good if it was still open, but that was closed out from Taiwan. I mean, realistically, I think you're going to be staying away from Hard Rocks. You're staying away from DT3 for sure. You could go for something like a Fremont 3, as you mentioned earlier. I think I like it as a bit of a volatile aim pick, as long as you have some modded players who are feeling good on it. Otherwise, Nomad 4, I think should be a pretty good option as well. It's a more comfy, more approachable map. They had the tech advantage in qualifiers, but the thing to note about their tech scoreline in qualifiers is it was mostly down to Sobu kind of popping off and IMville with a low Akbait combo. I don't know if they had the most comfortable for, but this tech map is quite a lot more comfortable, so I think that's a good option for them. But this is where it's tough for Denmark, because Taiwan really, really strong on that pick. Denmark doesn't have that same counter punch of like, this is something you are going to be really bad at, Taiwan, we can pick this. Taiwan's just honestly pretty solid at everything. So there's not going to be anything you can really exploit here.
Exactly. The roster is well-rounded for Taiwan. The skill sets are covered. Not the same for Denmark as we've seen prior for DT2. They didn't have a 4th player, as a few players were struggling on this one. But we do see a Prima 2 instead, which I think also partially makes sense. The map is quite easy in comparison, also being an equivalent of Nomad 2. If we talk about slot pooling, this is going to be your flow aim stream map with a 195 BPM and an Osu original as well from Ebimayo, mapped by none other than Selena. About short in length, 2 minutes and 15 seconds long, so it's probably going to be a lot more comfortable for Denmark to play, as that stream flow aim is a skill set that is accessible to a lot of players, I would assume.
This is an interesting pick. So interesting dynamic with the team score spread line. If you look at the Nomad 2 and qualifiers, you see for Denmark, they had the 51st best score on Nomad 2, Taiwan on the 52nd, so they're right next to each other. But the spread in the score is very interesting. Sobu and IMville getting over 800k on their runs. Meanwhile, the other two players in the 360, 299k range for Denmark. Meanwhile, Taiwan, a lot more spread out. You have Willie with an S rank at 600k and Riser with a 400k as the lowest scoreline. So Taiwan, a lot more consistent overall, whereas Denmark had those big carry performances you can see from the players on the lobby right now, Sobu and Vil. So I think for Denmark, you're kind of relying on those two players to pop off again. Really interested to see how they spread the mods. Do you just put them on no mod and have them consistently put up a good score? And then do you put your other players on mods, but then expect the score to be not as great from them? So it's going to be an interesting mod selection for Denmark.
100%. I think given both Sobu and Will, this map is a lot more easy than that of Nomad 2 qualifiers. There is no XL decel streams. The flow is a lot more straightforward. It's a lot more mechanics savvy. So I would imagine that Sobu going for Hard Rock or maybe someone else going for Hidden should be more than comfortable for that team. While Taiwan, we do see Gao Hao probably going with Hidden, Ruyaya also joining in with Willie and Rizzer, as we are going to be transitioning into this Prima 2, and I think Denmark should probably have a pretty good chance on this map.
They should have a decent chance, but I think for them to have a good chance, they might need to put their better players on the mods, and they're going to do at least one of them. So Sobu with the Hidden, and it's going to be Paul with the Hard Rock, Vil, Sitas on the no mods. Meanwhile, we have Hidden on Ruyaya, Wooly with the Hard Rock, and then Riser and Gao Hao on those comfortable no mods.
Indeed, the map is starting off now, a slow section, still a lot of the map to go as it's just the start, but nonetheless, the map does pick up a lot in difficulty immediately and just puts on a gas pedal and just keeps on going. Willie with the first miss from Taiwan. Not the best start as well, especially from Rizzer. An early advantage from Denmark as we transition into the first KI. That's where the stream started, and that's where the flow aim is tested. But so far, so good for Denmark. Sita is the only one to find a miss, but still, it's 3 FCs against 2 as the combo advantage is going to be on the right side.
Yep, close so far. And it's that Hard Rock I'm looking at for Denmark. It's such a volatile combo to keep up. Spacing the higher AC requirement makes it so difficult.
Oh, no.
And Bull right at the end! No, right before the break. Dropping that Hard Rock I was talking about. And that's going to give Taiwan the advantage going forward.
Exactly, the second stream part is starting off now. Gao Hao still on the SS, still looking good, but something to note here is that Titas does have a good recovery, Rizzer and Willie as well, but the combo advantage and the accuracy advantage is going to be on Taiwan's side. Denmark needs misses from Taiwan to have a chance, but still half of the map left. The advantage is about 120,000 and still drawing a slight slow section as the transition is awaiting us, but still Taiwan looking good so far. But here comes that break, Raya with the combo break on the transition, as now Denmark finally have an opportunity as well. 1/4 of the map, that's where the map will come to its conclusion, and that's where we will see our winner on this Prima 2.
2 flow aim carries for Denmark. Sobu and Vil still holding on. Sitas is right behind with a great supporting combo, but Sobu finding the chain miss on the Hidden, matching Ruyaya's miss, but it's still going to be Taiwan to hold the advantage now as Gao Hao finds a break. So there is a chance here. Vil still holding the FC, Sitas also still holding, but Paul dropping, Willie misses. Is there enough time, or will Taiwan close it? And they will with those misses from Denmark. Taiwan with the break point.
That was looking close for a second, but Taiwan snitched that at the end. Rizzer with a good recovery, and IM will basically holding on to the FC up until the very ending streams, doing their best for their team. But now Taiwan immediately first, second, Nomad 2 pick after that DT2 victory. The speed abuse is real, and it continues to go on as we are now going into yet another stream map. This one is going to be a little different from DT2 because this one is more about tenacity, more about raw speed in general, while DT2 was more about stamina. So with that being said, Taiwan once again looking good on paper, as Denmark, they still need to find a fourth player to fill that spot, as the last time it did not go so well for them.
I mean, potentially, it's AR 9.6 instead of, I think DT2 was like 10.1, so, and it's 230 versus 255, it's a bit lower. See, Denmark just picked the Fremont 2, which was still in the tapping lane, obviously flowing focus, but still has like 190 stamina, so the 230 should in theory be more comfortable for them, but with how decisive that DT2 was for Taiwan, still not looking as good, but 2 minutes, it's in no mod. Denmark should have a better chance on this one for sure. But that's, I think, mostly relying on them finding a fourth player who can actually sustain the tapping needed for a map like this.
Exactly. The map is also quite short, so every single combo is going to matter if you hold on for as long as possible. And if you hold on to your accuracy, which we did not sadly see for that DT2, then that is going to be the key for Denmark to try and take something out of Taiwan here. But for now, the speed abuse is going strong for them. It's probably going to be switched into reading abuse shortly after that for Hidden 2, but so far, so good for Taiwan. The momentum on their side, both Denmark's pick and their own pick going their way, and it's going to take a lot to try and stop them, but Denmark, they do have a chance. It's a better chance that they have on DT2. That DT2 was a complete slaughter, complete massacre. But right now, you have to lock in Nordkill, that player, the fourth player that was struggling on DT2, joining in for Nomad to try and prove himself once again. And I think this time it's going to be a far better chance than they had on DT2.
You'd hope so. And we see Spines Knight, Ethan, Riser for Willie coming in for Taiwan. So I think that's a bit of a roster switch up, but it's interesting for skill set so similar to see that. Means they have a depth in that regard for tapping.
That is,
but they were super confident. We'll see if that shows. Nordkill with a very, very early miss and not looking too comfortable. Mads as well breaking. And unfortunately, that hope we had for the fourth man of Denmark might be all for naught, but does recover.
It might recover, but still Sobu also finding a miss. Only one FC standing against the wall of Taiwan. Four FCs for Taiwan and only one for Denmark, as Denmark continues to find misses left, right, and center. Nordkill not being able to hold the combos. The accuracy also being lost here. He was forced to play speed, and I can respect that, but if they need something more, they need misses from Taiwan right this instant, especially as Willie is holding on to SS with both Ethan and Reezer holding on to great accuracies. Here comes the first miss, Spines Knight, the first one to break, and this in the combo for Pole is still holding on with a good recovery from Sobu, but still it's 3 FCs against basically one with one recovery. Spines Knight, yet another miss, not the miss that you want to see. You need more misses if you are Denmark, but they are not coming yet.
Mad Sobu dropping their recoveries as well. Nordkill actually building up a good backing combo. Not anymore, it's just Pole for Denmark up against the might of Taiwan. 3 FCs still on the board with a bit over a third of the map left to go. I mean, with these accuracies on Taiwan, you can see the comfort level on tapping is such at such a higher level than Denmark's right now. Actually, that miss from Sobu was early on with Bancho, so it's not as bad, but still over 500k score in the lead. Should just be Taiwan to close it out.
Over 500k score in the lead, and still a quarter of the map left. Ethan does find a miss, 1 FC's drop, but still 600,000 and growing. The time is not on Denmark's side this time around. Pole doing his best, the lone hero for that roster, trying to hold on up until the very end, and I can respect that, but he does find a miss. All hopes shattered, as Taiwan will be taking this DT2 with Willie and Rizzer looking to secure a double FC yet again on the speed map, and they do take that.
And look at those accuracies. I think Willie with 100 and Riser with 2. So, I mean, that is comfort right there. Spines Knight with an S rank as well. Ethan, I think just chain missing on one section. So very, very solid pick from Taiwan here. Fortunately for Denmark, the tapping abuse is over. There is none left to be seen in this pool. So Taiwan will have to pick into a different skill set. But as we mentioned earlier on, they're still reading. They're still at Hidden 2. There's still Hard Rock they could go into. You know, Denmark is still looking for that first opportunity to get a point on the board.
Yep. And the opportunities are still there. We did talk about that Fremont 3, a potential map for Denmark, the awkward 250 BPM map that they might take for themselves. Something like DT1 is also a possibility, but given how good Taiwan is feeling on mechanics, DT1 is looking a little scary, especially given how Taiwan are looking on both DT2 and Nomad 2. I think Fremont 3 is probably the safest choice for them. Nomad 4 also being a good choice as well. But something to note here is that this Nomad 4 is a lot different from the qualifiers Nomad 4. But I would not be surprised to see it nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still better than a lot of their other options. So yeah, Nomad 4, Fremont 3, and Hidden 1. I was thinking about Hidden 1 because I believe their Hidden 1 in qualifiers was actually pretty solid. Taiwan not really performing well on the sort of aim Hidden 1 that was in qualifiers. Denmark performing better than them on both runs. But this is quite a different type of Hidden. It's more swingy, it's more rhythmic, it's more techy. Considering they were pretty decent at alt and second qualifiers, yeah, honestly, I like this. Usually when a team is like really uncomfortable on a Hidden 2, that speaks to a degree of hidden discomfort that isn't as great, but I think for this kind of Hidden, they should be doing pretty well.
Hopefully. This map, as you've said prior, is a lot different from the Hidden 1 that was on qualifiers. This map in particular, I would imagine, is probably more of an alternate map than rhythm, swing, or tech. It does have minor tech elements, but still, it all depends on how Denmark will perform. A lot of misses were found on the slow section about halfway through for a lot of teams, surprisingly enough. And the hardest part of the map is going to be the second half as well, where the drop will happen. The roster, the lineup for Denmark looks to be locked in with Sobu, the Beast, Jonah, Autofister, and I Am Will for this map. Definitely a map to look out for. Some rhythm control elements as well, with a few sections with 1-6. But in general, this is going to be your alt with tech.
Yeah, it's going to be Jonah and Autofister coming up for Denmark to fill in those slots for the Hidden. Pressure is going to be on them because this is a kind of a must-need win for Denmark here, as Taiwan still has so many good options left that they can pick into after this. But the rosters are up.
Exactly. A do-or-die situation for Denmark. The rosters are up. The good luck of funds are now in the chat. And with that, we are going to be transitioning into this Hidden 1. Backs against the wall. They need this pick. They need to find this map. Otherwise, Taiwan is going to be on the match point with their own pick. And given the fact that Denmark, that Nomad 3, a Hidden 2 looks oh so welcome, oh so tasty, oh so delicious. But for now, all the thoughts are going to be on Hidden 1. Denmark, they need to lock in. They need to find a victory. They need to find a point to try and stay afloat for this map. But not looking good so far with Sobu and I Am Will finding the early misses. Traded by Spines Knight, but this is still an early advantage for Taiwan.
Everybody finding some amount of axe struggles on that intro as normal, but actually all of the misses for Denmark were Bancho, so they're still holding onto that four-way, which is fantastic for them. It's just that early break from Spines Knight, but they have the Ack lead that's actually keeping them ahead, or just about evened out right now.
Yep, the accuracy department not looking so good for Spines Knight. The comfort level not there yet, but still a quarter of the map now gone. The other three players looking really good on that accuracy, getting the advantage on their side, and it does flip left and right, but still Taiwan still with the 3 FC. Spines Knight good at recovering their accuracy as well, but 4 FC still holding on for Denmark. That's their chance that they need to hold on to. That's the slow section. We've seen a lot of teams miss here before, and now they need to lock in. They need to make sure to not miss here. And obviously, they need to lock in for, oh my god, the Beast Jonah does find a miss exactly there. Halfway into the map, the score cap is going to hurt them tremendously while Taiwan continues to retain the combos, and even the advantage is going to be on their sides. The transition, the build-up is going to be slowly coming in for the last guy, the main difficulty of this map. And here we go.
Always such a devastating placement in the end, but Gaohao finds the trade. That's a much needed miss from Denmark. Jonah drops again, that's on the combo that matters. It's still 3 FCs to 3 basically FCs. That's going to come down to who out of these big combos finds the miss next. So far, Flyers, Spinesnet, Riaya all looking good. Sobu, Otto, and Vil all looking great as well. Just a slight lead for Taiwan, but that can expire instantly. One of them finds a miss, but so far none of the combos are breaking. Everybody's just looking so comfortable in this section. Will anybody find the miss? And it's going to be Auto Fister to find the break. It's going to give Taiwan a nice score cushion. Can they close it out here? Spinesnet trades. Jonah trades again, but it's looking like Taiwan is going to close out this pick from Denmark. Unfortunately, this will not be Denmark's pick.
That was so close for a second, but oh well. The miss from the Beast Jonah on the slow section hurt them tremendously here as Taiwan secure the match point. And now the do or die situation becoming even more dire as Taiwan, they have to take just one map, and Denmark, they're not allowed to make any mistakes anymore. And as I've said prior, that hidden 2 is looking good, but DT3 is being picked instead, and I can kind of see that as Flask is the mapper from Taiwan, also a Chinese song as well, so something to probably make yourself feel patriotic about this pick in particular. I did not expect DT3 to be fair, but yeah, I can see that. I can see the vision.
I mean, DT3 was something Taiwan was quite a lot stronger at than Denmark in the qualifiers, beating out both of Denmark's lobbies, especially one of the runs, Gaohao popping off, Spinesnet putting up good numbers on the other one. So if we see scores like that, obviously it's a much more approachable map, focusing on that high BPM snappy aim.
Yep, it's gonna be about 200 BPM with 150 BPM, but mapped in I think in 1/3 or 1/4. So it's basically gonna be your snub ult map. Also quite lengthy as well, but a lot of alternate here. And given how Denmark were so close on taking this hidden 1, I'm a little not confused, but maybe scared about Taiwan in this regard, because that hidden 1 was quite contested. So this one might be a potential mispick, but Taiwan, as you've said prior, they did do good on both DT3s, on the DT3 on the qualifiers, so something to look forward to.
But I mean, I think Denmark always has a chance here if Sobu and Vil can keep playing like they've been playing. Had that 2-way for Denmark on that hidden 1. They can keep that momentum going. The opportunity's always there, but so far Taiwan has just been so unshakable. They've been so consistent that they haven't really given Denmark much of an opening to exploit as they look to close it out here. DT3 mapped by Flask. Taiwan has the quality advantage. They have the mapper advantage. We'll see if all of that ends up coming to fruition.
Might as well. And with Denmark backs against the wall, that's where they get the most dangerous, because when you are in a dire situation, that's where the mice are by the deadliest. But still, Taiwan, still the favorites on this map. Denmark do have chances, as you said prior. Sobu and I will, if they retain that momentum, if they do keep those FCs going, then maybe this will go their way. But Taiwan, they're not so easy, and they're definitely looking forward to try and sweep Denmark on this match to secure a slot in the playoffs, and by playoffs I mean round of 16. That being said, though, 2 minutes and 7 seconds long, the map starting off now. Slight old patterns as we can see with those triangles, but still nothing too crazy so far. No misses from the players, as so far so good for all of them, unless Auto Fister does find the first miss, and it does give Taiwan that edge early on.
Yep, they do have that edge. Vil still holding onto that combo, but a little bit of accuracy concerns. Meanwhile, Willie we see on absurd accuracy, which on a map like this, very, very tough to do. But short map as well, and this is where it gets tough, because if you find a miss, it's going to matter, and Vil is going to find that miss. It's going to give Taiwan an even bigger lead, and Jonah falling. It's just Sobu Shirosora trades, but it's still 3 full combos to 1, as Taiwan is going to start running away with it, running to that 5-0. But Willie, giving some hope to Denmark with that break, but it's still Riser Flyer. Auto Fister drops, Vil drops. It's just Sobu against the world. The Flyer missing though. Riser, Riser's gone. Is there a chance
There's
here?
the opportunity.
Sobu.
It's all about Sobu. It's all about Sobu. He needs to hold on. Still a quarter of the map left. 300,000 score difference. Is there enough time? There might be, but Denmark, the other players, they still need to hold on. The recoveries are also coming in from Taiwan. 240,000. It does go towards the right, slowly but surely, but the time is not on Denmark's side. They need more. They need to hold on for longer. If only the map lasted for longer, then maybe they might have some chances, but still, 150,000, and Sobu does find the miss at the very end. It all came down to him, but sadly, it was just never meant to be as Taiwan find the sweep against Denmark.
And man, Taiwan playing fantastic today. Really good effort from Denmark on those last two maps. Sobu nearing that full combo. But Taiwan just too consistent, too deep in their roster. They didn't really have any weaknesses to exploit, and because of that, we get that 5-0 scoreline. That puts Taiwan now 2-0 in their groups, which, I mean, 3-0 may be possible for them. They've been so far 5-1 and 5-0 in the groups, looking super comfortable. We'll see if that continues on. But Denmark, still chances for them later on. They're only 0-1. They'll have their matches to play against Malaysia and Vietnam later. They'll have an opportunity.
Yep, and with that being said, I think it's a good time for us to say our goodbyes, as we are going to be reading Osu live now. Casting this match for you is Aladdin and Vorty, and thank you so much for joining, and we will see you next time.
And see you on the main channel.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the OS World Cup B-Stream, where we have an absolute banger on our hands, a barn burner of a match here in Challengers Group C. It is number 10 overall seed Chile, currently 0-1 in the group stage after a loss yesterday at the hands of Spain on a tiebreaker, taking on number 15 overall seed France, winners yesterday handily over Team Italy by a score of 5-0. A lot of group implications in this one that we will be able to discuss in hopefully just a moment. But first, want to say hello to everyone. Welcome. I'm this one guy. Joining me for this one is going to be Blanktap. Good afternoon, Mr. Blanktap, and welcome in.
Hello, and yeah, this is gonna make this group quite interesting to say the least. And speaking of which, regarding the tiebreaker, France does have plenty of information regarding the maps, while only giving a tiny bit to their opponents. Nomad 2, Nomad 5, and DT3 are the only maps that we see to be played the same on both sides, and it does seem that Chile has the upper hands on things like the DT3s and the Nomad 2.
Yeah, Chile, historically, right, has almost always been good at a few things, typically very good at speed, typically have pretty good reading rosters as well. You see players like number 37, you see Gonza. The speed may be taking a little bit of a backseat on paper this year, right? No more Mathy. And also losing out on Suntan this year, who's been a very consistent overall player for them. So see how they bounce back from yesterday's loss. In what is now, as mentioned, a super important match in this group. If France win this, the group is basically locked into who's going to get first and second, who's going to get third and fourth. It'll be France versus Spain to determine first and second, Chile versus Italy to determine third and fourth. If Chile win this over France, then all of a sudden you've got some very interesting scenarios playing out. It's going to come down to two remaining matches. There's going to be tiebreakers in play quite likely. So the group gets very interesting if Chile can rebound from yesterday's loss.
I'm excited to see how the pick strategy here. I mean, on paper, Chile has the upper hand on the hidden side of things, but both teams didn't really play too much on hidden. Actually, France did not play any of the hidden maps, and they're gonna opt in for the number 4 ban instead, leaving the hiddens open for Chile to pick up.
And that's Nomad 4 banned out both times by France in their 2 matches now. Banned out Nomad 4 against Italy yesterday, banning it out here today again against Chile, who are switching things up with the Nomad 1 ban, which is an interesting. I don't know about you. I haven't personally seen Nomad 1 picked at all. I'm a little confused about that being banned out for such an unpopular map. But Chile maybe just not wanting to leave that kind of coin flip aim map up in the air for their opponents to pick into.
Yeah, I mean, in this map pool, there's not really any pure aim maps remaining. Hard Rock 1 is really just a consistency 200 BPM mechanics map with lots of sliders, so nothing to see there. So I suppose Chile not really feeling confident on those pure aim maps, but Team Blue diving head on onto this free mod 3 actually.
Yeah, I suppose you see your opponents banning out the pure aim Nomad, so you pick, one of the next aim options in the pool. There's Hard Rock 1, DT1, and this free mod 3 Deca snap aim pick down in this free mod pool. This was not a map that either of these teams played in their first match of the group stage, so this is uncharted territory for both rosters. And really, not a lot of aim played by either of these teams in their first match, frankly. No Nomad 1s played, no DT1s played, this one not played, so this is really a skill set that we don't know a lot about either of these teams, despite Chile going all the way to tiebreaker. No information for the skill set.
I think Hard Rock player is gonna be the make or break point here. It's very comfortable on the AR 9.5 for the Nomad and hidden players. The parents pretty debatable. It is quite awkward, but I think we're gonna see a bit of contestation in the Hard Rock side of things. So here we go. Good luck, have fun. We're about to set up very first pick in this matchup.
This is going to be a really interesting one to start this match off with. Definitely a map that, the mod players, as you said, can be a little up in the air. Nomad should be locking things down. You expect to see maybe an FC or 2 out there for the Nomad players. So let's take a look at who's running what. And it does appear that it's going to be intercamming Chalk Gamer, the Nomads for Chile, with Alfew on hidden, Sifs on hidden Hard Rock. On the other side, Musty and Kalangi for France going into the Nomad, with Flasta going the hidden and Hifkill going the Hard Rock only. Mod matchups key. Nomad players got to be locked in, those anchor Nomads. So let's see how it goes for them. Let's see how these teams rebound. Chile, despite losing yesterday, did have some better scores than France did in some of those picks. So they've got to take some positives where they can, despite the loss into this one, to try and avoid getting down on the mental side of things as they start the first map of a very key match in this group.
This one just keeps on going. There's basically 0 breaks. It's aim, aim, and aim, and currently the first one to break. Kalangi with the first miss indeed, traded by Chalk Gamer, and already that's one of each anchor down to 1D.
Indeed, don't love seeing the Nomad players breaking early on. Accuracy pretty even for them though, and across the board, of course, Ack on a map like this is going to stay quite high. Keying in maybe a little bit instead on those mod players. The overmod for Chile, the hidden Hard Rock on Sifs holding well, but there goes Intercambing, who has been a star for Chile for so long, such a high skill cap player, but a break from him early on, followed by Chalk Gamer with his own second miss. Meanwhile, Kalangi has recovered, and the other 3 from France still holding their FCs for a 50k lead.
Hard Rock players surprisingly looking ever so comfortable, much more comfortable than some of the normal players, funnily enough. But as I say that, if Kill will be kind of halting the progress of France building up their lead, and now things are going to be slightly more equal as we are just hovering around that 72k mark. But Sev breaks it out, no more Hard Rock combos, leaving only the hidden players and Musty on the normal full combo.
Yeah, Musty, you gotta feel, is just gonna be like locked and loaded Nomad FC for this for France. Such a consistent player, right? I mean, you can't ask for a player with more experience than he has in these World Cups, on number 15 now, I believe it is, or something crazy like that, for his Odolisi history. So he is locked and loaded, ready to go. Chalk Gamer, another break for Chile. And the double FC still holding for France against the lone FC of Alfiu. Lead out to nearly 200k halfway through. This is quite a long map, of course. 4.5 minutes, so that gap doesn't grow quite as big as it might otherwise. But France in a pretty good spot thus far, with Musty Flasta holding on. There goes Alfiu, the last FC gone for Chile, matched as well by a break from Chalk Gamer. And this is not a great opening performance from Chile, but it is France's first pick, so you would anticipate them coming out firing, and they are doing just that. A very good score thus far for their team.
Even if France did a quad miss per se, there's just not much combo reserve of Chile to punish them for it. Intercambing at 800, but the remainder is the one closest being saves at 570. This is not going to be a pick where comeback is feasible. And we still have a quarter of the map left to go. All we can do is anticipate if Musty and Faste gonna get the double FC. Kalangi finding the mid spot, it barely matters at this point.
Yeah, this is just really impressive stuff from those FCs on the France side. Hidden FC, probably the easier of the two mods, but still nothing to scoff at. And of course, Musty, as expected, holding down the fort on that no mod. This is going to look like a real solid team score from France overall as well. It's like we're going to see around 3 million plus maybe. There goes Musty. Finally, that FC does drop, as does Flasta. No FCs. I guess we spoke that into existence, unfortunately. You kind of hate to see that, the late collapse from France, but fortunately for them, irrelevant at this stage of the map. It's going to be a massive victory, 600k plus, and a very, very good team score overall as well.
So this win on this map is going to cement the notion that France is just going to hammer down on Chile regarding the aim-centric pick. So probably going to see more of those. And for Chile, they did pretty well on the DT3s, those tapping picks. Probably gonna see them coming out guns blazing with the speed maps for their first pick, probably.
Yeah, it feels like we've seen Nomad 2 first pick in, I don't even know. It's a big percentage of matches have seen Nomad 2 as the first pick, or at least one of the first couple of picks. So absolutely wouldn't surprise me to see Chile go into that. It was picked against them yesterday by Spain, but they did have the better score than France across the matches. So would be a pretty reasonable pick, I think, from them here. DT3 is up there as well. That was the biggest gap between these two teams in their maps in common from yesterday, but it's going to be completely different. It's going to be Nomad 3. Chocolatito Disco, prepare to hear that for about 4 minutes straight, guys.
Yeah, they didn't do too bad, to say the least, on their last match, beating out Spain by nearly 1 million with a team score of 2.8 million. So I think they do have some weight in this decision. Not much is known regarding France on this map, so reading is definitely something to be seen from Team Blue.
Yeah, as we said, they had the Hidden 2 banned against them and Nomad 3 ignored. So really a skill set we haven't seen from them. Chile, we talked about before the match a little bit, right, has historically been a pretty solid reading team, whether it's hidden reading or even this Nomad low AR. So I can appreciate opting into this first, especially coming off a pretty good score on this yesterday. But France, especially with some of the team changes they've made, some of maybe you could say upgrades in certain areas to the roster, I think is going to be a team that is dangerous on a group stage pool across all skill sets, reading included. So I'm excited to see how this one goes, frankly. I think it should be a battle.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Sivs, the newcomer, at least for Chile, he is recently the part of the Easy World Cup for them. So I do think that he has the reading skill set on lockdown. However, let's see if he can do it under such a pressure of a World Cup. We're about to begin as we are seeing Flaste hopping onto the lobby and hopping out. And LBVI actually, what a fake out.
Yeah, Fie good at a lot of different gimmick skill sets, so not too surprising to see him in for this. I don't know that you're necessarily going to see him on all the mechanics-y stuff, but definitely, you know, somebody who's going to be able to play reading, be able to play tech, so not a big surprise seeing him coming in for this. Intercamming Alphew, number 37, Sifs, Musty Kalangi, Jordi Greep, quite the username there, and Fie on the side of France. And let's see if Chile can start off this match with their own first pick as strongly as France had a performance on their first pick. Definitely don't want to let the early momentum get away from them for Team Chile. So we'll look for an excellent performance on this reading pick here early in this match.
Just a bit of a reminder for everyone. The beginning of this map is the low air alongside the mixture of double and quad, some awkward pauses on the stacks, forcing you to always be vigilant. And these players, I mean, at least we know Chile have played this once as a roster. France on the other hand has something to prove right now. A bit behind in accuracy, but 8 full combos still on the board.
And this is a type of map where it feels like you need to be good to go from the very outset, and then you need to keep the concentration the entire way through. It's another one that's decently long, just shy of 4 minutes for a reading pick is, I think, pretty lengthy. It is going to be the early break there from Jordi Greep on the French side. 4FC's still intact for Chile, and they will have a bit of an advantage with the accuracy, as you mentioned, as well now as the combo. Let's see how big a lead they can build out in these early portions of this pick.
It is accumulating quite quickly this early on, already reaching 100k, which is usually monumental. Going to the first KI section right now. These 4 full combos are putting in the work, especially when Fie has found himself a slider break. France surrounded from all sides, a 4v2. This is looking to be Chile driving their lead forward.
It's a solid start for the first half of this match for Chile, looking really strong on all 4. The accuracy staying high, the full combos staying intact, and you know, it can't ever forget how good this team is on these reading picks. They're showing it here. Musty goes down next for France, down to just Kalangi, and I don't want to say this map is already over, but this map is already trending toward over at this point. It's a 350k lead, and that's going to start to get really big because there is just not a lot of combo on the side of France. Meanwhile, Chile, they got a 4-way FC, man. They're just having a good old time.
This song is a vibe, and Chile is on the dance floor indeed, reaching 500k as the last of the Frenchmen fall. Kalangi unable to hold the full combo, while Chile is still sparkling, shining ever so bright with the quad full combo still going on strong. Sif finally goes down, but Chile fighting fire with fire. They can absolutely increase this lead even more just as a victory lap with the triple full combo remaining as we go into the last KI section.
Right as you say that, Alfie falls into this next section, but it's still intercamming in the 37, holding on. Let's see, will it be a 1 million score gap here in favor of Chile by the time all is said and done? Ever closer to that margin. A very strong team score. Unfortunately, number 37 not going to manage the SS, but the FC still coming in from him into the last portion of the pick. Double FC perhaps here, Blank Tap, intercamming no 37 into the last seconds.
Just a bit more of these doubles. The panels that we've been seeing from the very beginning to the middle and now at the end, intercoming with a bit of a miss, sadly enough. But 400k score improvement is indeed an improvement. 1-1. Very strong start from both sides.
1.2 million score in favor of Chile on that one. Just a demolishing performance on that pick. Really, really good stuff. And there is a little bit of other reading in this pool if they want to opt in to, I believe you have the hidden 2, right? So, perhaps the direction to go. We mentioned, the hiddens both being available after bans for Team Chile to pick into if they so choose. We'll see if they do that. France, meanwhile, the next pick. They won on that free mod 3. Do we continue in more AIM? Do we go something like the Hard Rock 1? Maybe even the DT 1 if they feel comfortable with it? Or, elsewise, it'll be something a little different. Hard to say.
Definitely a bit up in the air, but that is quite an obvious way to move forward. I think something that is going to be seen at the late game is probably a bit of a clash on the number 5. France putting out Chile scored by 160k if you compare them last match. So probably a gamble that they probably wanna take in one of their 4 picks. But DT2 is something else. Oh my.
I will say, France won 5-0 yesterday. They only had 2 picks. Their 2 picks in that match were DT2 and Nomad 2. So they were feeling, and continue, it appears to feel, very good about the speed picks. And this was banned out by Chile themselves yesterday. So the logic is sound here for picking this particular map. I get it.
But they were facing Spain though, and that is quite scary of an assumption to make in the side of France. Are they good enough as Spain on the speed part? We shall see. This is gonna be very interesting, as they did actually, if you compare the scores once again, they did lose by about 200k, very close on the Nomad 2. So perhaps with a bit of fluctuation in the score and the performance of these players, we might see something interesting and probably very neck to neck that is going to happen right here on the starting map.
It's interesting also, I will say, strategically, over the course of this match, now 3 picks in, we've seen 3 completely different skill sets. You had the aim consistency free mod, and then you went into the low AR reading no mod, and now you're just going into raw speed DT. Like, you are just casting into the depths of the skill sets for each team, trying to, take the measure perhaps of their depth players and of their skill set coverage. So, a lot of information to be gained from these 3 particular maps going back to back to back. And in we will go. The GLHF's coming out. Jap White, Jordi Greep, Satsuki, and Flasta for France on their own DT2 pick. Intercamping Alfie, Chalk Gamer, and Gonza. Chile wishing perhaps that Matthew was on their team for this particular pick, but he is gone from the roster this year. And we will see how they can handle the speed pick that they banned out yesterday without him.
Quad 99 for France and triple 98 for Chile. Slight imbalance in the accuracy, but combo-wise, still looking good. But it is a speed pick, it is a stamina one at that, and things get a little dicey when you start running out of that at the end of the map. Intercamping will be the first one to miss, however.
Watching Intercamping with a little bit of interest. Nearly FC'd on the last pick. Didn't have a great run on the Fremont 3. First to break here on the DT2. So we'll see how his performance continues to unfold over the course of this match. He is so far the only player to have broken, and the accuracy lead going to France as well. 4 FCs, all right around or above 98 with a very high AC on Japwhite and Satsuki. Meanwhile, you got that 96 on Chalk Gamer. That's kind of dragging them down just that little bit more, but mostly the big difference, right? 400-ish combo behind for Intercamping.
This is a very tense 7-way standoff right now between all of the players. 200k in the lead, but 2 misses will not cushion it. just enough. Fluster and Jab White now has to hold on and wish for a mistake coming from Chile.
This gets dicey very quickly with this not being a very long map. Only a third or a quarter now left to go, and it's still that triple FC for Chile. There goes Jap White, and this is just going to soar on over to the Chilean side. Alpha Uganza, Chalk Gamer all holding on to the FCs. Intercamming recovering from the early break. And it is looking like we're going to see an early break point in this match here. That lead 300k and climbing rapidly. Chile speed perhaps not quite gone yet, as they are looking very strong here on this DT2.
Mistake is all they get, and they fail to capitalize on it. Intercamming with beautiful recovery, and Chile with the two Musketeers. Alpha Uganza with the double FC with a 4.1 million team score.
That is a strong performance. This map has lent itself to some strong plays. France, 4-way S-rank with only one FC. You hate to see it, and it's brutal, but sometimes that is what happens. Those slider breaks can be make or break on these straightforward kind of binary maps. And Chile take full advantage, earn themselves break point, 2-1 lead their own pick next, and it's going to be DT3 as the selection, which we talked about, right? One of those maps that these two teams did have in common in their matches yesterday. Chile putting up a 3.8 million score on this as the last map, I believe it was, before the tiebreaker, and France putting up a 3.3 million. So Chile may be feeling a little bit more confident on the pick than they feel their opponents will.
Just kind of rolling down the hill with this momentum. DT2 was very clean. I mean, what's better than DT2 than DT3? They are going to see probably the same roster as last time. I mean, 3.8 mil is kind of irreplaceable.
Yeah, that was just a super, super strong team score. So would not anticipate any changes from yesterday's roster on the pick. And then I'm a little interested. This is like, you know, the strategy of it. You win on a reading pick of your own. You win on a speed pick from your opponents. And so you kind of go something, again, a bit different with this kind of alty DT. You know, there is another tapping map available in the pool. There is another reading map available in the pool, but they're saying instead, we like the DT. We want to stay in the DT. And so we will we'll get the DT3 next here. It's a very interesting kind of chess match with these picks so far throughout this match.
Intercamming and Hanayuma is the one to look out for. The big pieces getting the 2 full combos last time around. Looking forward to see them perform yet again, but France is still a dangerous opposition. So gotta stay very vigilant in that regard. Probably, you could chalk it up as some unlucky misses from some players inside of France. So let's get right into this one. It will be DT3 Glass, the Snap alt pick. Plenty of these dangerous overlaps baiting into misread. So once again, gotta stay wide awake.
We do see one roster change from yesterday for this map for France. They're going to bring in Flasta. Yesterday, it was Satsuki as the 4th. He bottom scored, though that was an S rank, no misses. But Flasta may be feeling a little more confident on this on the particular day. And as expected, like you said earlier, Chile running the same roster as they did before. So they are cool, calm, collected, and confident in this 4-man to try and consolidate the break point. In we go. Another pretty short one. A lot of relatively short maps in this pool. A lot of 2 to 2.5 minute picks, it feels. Kind of blink and you'll miss it type of scenario. And there goes Kalangi, the first to break on the side of France. See how long Chile can hold on to the 4-way, what kind of lead they might be able to build up.
Too much instantly with a trade from Alfio. 50k difference. Accuracy still inside of Chile though, but things are gonna slow down as France up with the full combo. It's a 3v3 situation. Let's see if Intercamping and Hanayume will get the last FC get to their head and kind of affect them mentally. Currently in this first case section, still a 3v3 situation, T1G.
Is indeed. There goes Musty, though, and one of those 3 FCs drops for France. If Killflasta now have to do everything they can to keep their own full combos alive. Triple FC alive for Chile. Good recovery from both Alfiu and Kalangi, who were the early breaks. Chile about a 175k lead, but there goes Hanayume, but Hifkill trades it, so no real damage done to Chile's advantage. 2 FCs left for them, just the one on France. Lead's gonna be comfortable, quarter of the map to go. Chile in a good spot here to try to get that consolidated breakpoint for the 3-1 lead.
Gambling still hot on his seat, but Jock Gamer with the pit stop replacing Hanayume on the full combo run, hitting all of that spike at that one part. Flaste, the 4th player replacement, is currently the highest score for France, but once again, just not enough. It is going to be an improvement for France, but it's also an improvement for Chile as they almost reach 4 million team score, 3-1.
Really solid team performance there from Chile. Double FC on Intercamping and on Chalk Gamer. Just the 1 miss apiece on Alfiu and Hanayume with 850k and just 786k. So just good scores across the board. I mean, and it's like you said, you know, France improved their score as well. It's not like they did poorly, but didn't have that second FC, didn't have that 800k, or didn't have, you know, the 3rd player over 800k as well. So just a little bit behind in a couple of spots, and that's all it takes to, you know, maintain the gap in favor of Chile. So 3-1 goes the score. We're going to get into that scary territory in the group here in just a little bit, unless France can pull this one back. They do have their own pick next, going into the Fremont 3 first, DT2 second. Lost that one, so they're going to go somewhere else, of course. It's going to be the Hard Rock 1 Alien Friend request, our Melon Boy Hard Rock 1 AIM pick. And yeah, they won the Fremont 3 super comfortably on the AIM, so I expected them to go into AIM at some point again in this match, and here it is.
They tried being brave, venture the fog, but gonna return empty-handed, so home sweet home it is. It is indeed the Melon Boy Hard Rock 1 with quite the banging song. And quite excited to see here. Plenty of sliders where you can drop lots and lots of accuracy on. So once again, very scary of a map, but France can aim.
France can aim indeed, and the question will be whether or not Chile can pick up their own aim after being beaten relatively handily on the earlier aim pick. And of course, this one Hard Rock required, rather than being in that Fremont pool. And it did feel like, you know, the Fremont 3 a little bit more tricky on the Hard Rock for those players, so we'll see how everyone's comfort level is on the Hard Rock primary pick. But this feels like a little bit of a must-win here if you're France, right? Best of 9, already down 3-1. You drop another break point, and all of a sudden you're faced with match points the rest of the way through. Gotta win this pick if you are this French team, if you want really a decent feeling chance of winning the match.
Nice to see if Musty definitely the hotter player for France, but seems like the 4th player is still up for debate, but no longer. VI is stepping in to do the job himself. Okay, fun. It is time to accept that friend request.
We go. If an alien sent me a friend request, I'm pretty sure I would be smashing accept on that bad boy. Like, who doesn't want to be friends with an alien, bro? It'd be sick.
You know what? That is true. Kinda scared of the outer space though. But you know what?
There's a Victor Wembanyama joke to be made here about the whole alien thing, especially with it being France that's playing. But I'll probably get made fun of if I make basketball references. So maybe I won't go too deep into that. Gonna be an early break from Hanayume to start things off. First 100 combo, not gonna be too meaningful, especially with Kalangi following it up.
Indeed, some accuracy problem on Kalangi in particular, but 3v3, nothing to complain just yet from both sides. Fairly early into the map as we are just kind of strolling by. But it seems... Is it just me or...
No, this
Okay.
map, I think it's because of all the kick sliders, has had a lot of problems with Bancho misses and lag and stuff. I'm fairly sure it's the kick sliders because that's, you know,
Oh.
it's their Bancho misses, you know. You see them, it's kick sliders.
Yeah. For now though, it is indeed a bunch of miscount from Lasse, and France definitely quaking in their boots, but Hanayume finds the miss down to a 3v2, so France some more life in this position. Can they recover from this slight mishaps, to say the least?
It's going to be those two FCs got a hold, going to be feeling a little bit of the pressure perhaps. Meanwhile, Chile with the momentum on their side, and this, you know, is playing with house money at this point. You're on your opponent's pick and you've already got the breakpoint in pocket. So now you're just thinking, let's go out and put our best foot forward, knowing that you've already got the advantage. And they're playing pretty free and laid back right now, it appears. You got a triple FC with reasonable act on all of them, coming into that crazy finger control kick slider jump section here. No breaks anywhere in the lobby, not even a Bancho miss. That's very impressive stuff. Literally no misses through that pattern is really, really good play from all 8.
Despite the triple full combo, the difference is still 100k, so Chile still not too safe just yet. There's the tail of the tortoise and the hare, but both of them are there and pretty speedy, so...
Musty, no! Oh, that was heartbreaking to watch that miss. I feel such sorrow, and there goes Fie as well. And, you know, you mentioned the lead being relatively small despite everything, and that's not going to be the case for long, as it's going to shoot up to 300k and above into the last section of the map. There is a break from Lasse, but it's Intercamming and Sifs still on the FC. It's Hanayume still on the recovery, and it's going to be Chile taking a second break point here, it looks like, for a 4-1 lead. And things are now very, very scary for Team France in this match.
Definitely not in the dangers of being eliminated, but you kinda want to be in the win side of things. KFK is still doing his best, but the war is over. Chile has won their 4th point on this Hard Rock 1.
That is a super solid team performance from Team Chile. Intercamming really showing up and locking in there, as well as Sifs with the S rank, just the very late slider break from him. And again, solid backing scores there from Lasse and from Hanayume. On the other side, it's Hifkill, matches the FC from Intercamming, but unfortunately that one miss from Musty, the real difference maker on the map. If he holds the FC, this one is about as close as it gets. Unfortunately, just not meant to be. And an instant pick here from Chile. They're saying, we got 4-1, we got match points, we want free mod 1 right now. We are going to put an exclamation mark on this match.
This is going to be quite the interesting pick indeed. Haven't really seen any tech, but kind of implied regarding the number 4 band coming from France, so it is quite a logical conclusion.
I think this is the first time I personally will have seen this map. It's been a little less common, but if you're a team that gets tech banned against you, here's your other tech map. I don't know. I'm curious to see how this is gonna go. It's a skill set we really haven't seen in this match at all, of course, since there's really 2.5 tech maps in the pool, and one of which is banned. So we'll get it loaded in. And I mean, really, who doesn't love Jazag tech maps anyway? Like, it's just circle tech banger after circle tech banger.
I wholeheartedly agree, but you know, feeling a bit evil, he's gonna edit it down to AR 9.2, give that bit of dance spice for the Nomad and Hidden, not letting them have too much fun. The other players, kind of self-explanatory. Kind of saw Brazil going double hard rock on this map in particular, and they actually won that against Sweden, so probably not gonna see anything spicy like that in this match. Probably gonna see normal hidden and hard rock, you know. But other than that, this is quite exciting, I suppose. I mean, to be fair, Nomad 4 is purely a bit of a slight slider spam with slider tick check, so this being a flow tech could put a wrench into Chile's plan.
Yeah, definitely two very different types of tech pick, but Chile hoping to feel comfortable perhaps on this particular one, and we're gonna see. I am curious as to what we get for mods, if we do see more hard rock over modding at all, for players who think that this map at 9.2 is just a little tricky to read. As we get everybody in, looks like we should be set. Intercamming No37, Alpha Chalk Gamer, Musty Satsuki, Fie, and Kalangi trying to keep France alive, at least one more pick in this match. Because, you know, if they lose this, it's not the end of the world. It just makes the group a little bit more chaotic. France winning this would ensure they're a top 2 in the group, but if they lose, then it comes down to the remaining matches. So every map gets just that little bit of extra importance here in this group stage. As we see No37 on Hidden, Chalk Gamer on Hard Rock against Fie on Hidden, and Musty on Hard Rock for France. And we are underway, Chile on their first match point of this matchup.
Match point on the board. Just needing one more, an intercambing with an early slip, but again, not too much of a problem. Perhaps the method to miss early and hit everything else to ease the nerves. 5k difference, nothing much to talk about, but a topic will soon come up as we go into the actual map itself.
Things always get interesting quick in these types of maps. The circle tech comes in, and this map has really started in earnest now. Let's see how comfortable everybody's aim is on these tricky cut patterns and flow streams. Number 37, the next to fall. It's still the 4-way for France. And is this maybe a bit of a mispick as Alphew goes down next as well? It's only the FC left. Is it FC on both Intercamming and Chalk Gamer, or was that a Bancho miss early from Intercamming? So it's 4 against 2.
It's Bancho, yeah. Yeah, 250k difference. France is not letting anything get away. Nomad 4 ban was nothing but just that, a ban. It does not imply that they're bad at free mod 1, because currently they are rocking at triple 700k thus far, a fraction of the map remaining. Chile walking into a French bakery, and all they serve is a bit of pain, and pain they get. 3.5 million has been reached. The triple full combo will be a statement.
That is an insane team score. 3.8 million, triple FC, including the hidden player. The only player to miss was Musty on the Hard Rock, which is a reasonably difficult mod on that, but man, what a team score, especially with your backs against the wall down those match points. To pull that out on your opponent's pick is a really crazy clutch performance. And France now maybe can start to get a little momentum going to claw their way back into this match. They've still got to escape 2 more match points, but if they can continue putting up scores like that, it might just be possible.
Of a difficult task nonetheless, they'll gotta worry about their own pick. And lastly, another one of Chile's. Namoto is still open, enticing Chile to go the mechanics route once more. However, can't really worry too much about the future when you still have a present problem. France, so what are they gonna go for here? Their option is very, very limited.
Boy, yeah. There's the Nomad 2 up, there's the DT1 up. If you want to try the tapping gambit again, or if you want to go back into the lone really aimy pick that's left, I don't think you go hidden pool, right? And I don't think you go precision, but you could, which would be, you know, either the Nomad 5 or the Hard Rock 2. I don't think either of those feels great here for France. Is it weird that I think like DT1 might actually be their best option? I mean, it's just not that fast. It's not AR greater than 10. It's pretty much raw aim with just a couple of bursts. And France looked pretty darn good on that Fremont 3.
Hidden 2?
Or it could just be Hidden 2. Okay, you get eviscerated on Nomad 3, but you're picking Hidden 2 yourselves. I'm not really sure I follow this one like that.
Okay, on the fronter, I do see the vision in Fremont 3, you know. Awkward aim is all the topic in that map. If you go DT1, Chile is much more comfortable on those kinds of aim. This Hidden 2, while it is AR8, not too much on the reading, and there's plenty of those awkward aims, those linears, and I think this might be what France is going for with that aim-centric pick. Bit of a stretch probably, but I see the vision.
I like the positivity. I respect the hope. You know, there's always a line to be found, right? There's always, you know, the path through the forest, and perhaps you've just laid it out for us. I don't know, man. Chile looked real scary on that Nomad 3 is all I'm trying to say. But maybe, just maybe, that's that exact path if they can avoid everything in their way that France could find a victory on this pick. They need it. They gotta have it.
Oh boy. There is coconut love there, so I think basically all 8 of our players has played this in for a variety of pool, at least 7 times. So I do think that this is basically guaranteed FC if they haven't mind blocked it already.
That's unfortunately quite an if. You never want to, you know, it's like you want to have confidence, right? And you want to have hope in the players, but it's also like under the circumstances, that's a big task. Looks like we should be set though, so we're gonna find out. You know, do we get those FCs? Does anybody have that mind block? We're gonna see. The Chile Chefs are coming out. It's match point number 2 here for Chile. Can they close the match out with a break point since they weren't able to do it on their own pick?
Here we go, the low AR awkward aim. France, this is their last pick against Chile. They have something to prove. We're all witnessing it. All the pressure is on them to perform right here, right now.
Boy, picking this into Gonza is just terrifying. I just need to say. Listen to him. Oh, man. Well, the comfort appears to be there in the early goings. No breaks in the first couple hundred combo as of yet. Accuracy coming back up after a few early 100s for intercamping and Alpheu. Everybody else looking pretty good. The awkward little aim patterns, the awkward little slider patterns. Not tripping anybody up. A whole bunch of hundreds there from Musty and a big break from Kalangi. And that is going to be Chile into the lead 4 Fcs to 3.
Oh! There's Alpheu with the miss.
And Gonza! Oh, ball
oh god! Oh my! Wait, 2v3, hold the front door. Are they cooking T1G? They might no ball.
This is just coming out and saying we are actually good at this skill set from France. Even with the act drops from Musty, manages to recover and intercamping the next to fall, and it's now just Sips with the FC for Chile. Meanwhile, it's a single. Okay, that's a whole bunch of breaks. That's BA falling, that's Musty falling. It's Flastev versus Sips on the lone FCs left. The score gap still under 100k, and you have recovery combos. The last FC gone for France. What can Sips do? He is in the driver's seat in this match. All the pressure on his shoulders, trying to hold as long as possible to close this out for Chile. Can he do it with the support of his team around him?
The linear, that might just be the lock to seal this away, but hold the front door. The door is still open. Hope is still there. 60k difference. One last section, but Pierre finds the miss. Kalangi with the 470 combo. France with a bunch of miss coming from Flapstep, but not a bunch of miss from Musty. Last slider stream. Last few barrages of jumps in the coming. We will find the miss Gonza as well. Out here, the triple slider break. 100k difference. Kalangi unable to hold on. There is no combo. There is no firepower. And there is... Wait, hold! Never mind.
It comes down to 28k. To 28k, but Chile holds on, clinging to their lead by their fingertips, and they pull it off. Oh, what a map. Oh, what a map that was. And France, heartbreaking, but Chile will get the win. It's a 5-2 score, and this group just got really interesting, man.
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't wanna even think about the implication of this result. It's gonna be a mess.
Yeah, so I can do that for you. First of all, we want to congratulate Chile on the win. Well done to them against a France team that looked incredibly strong against Italy yesterday. Chile looked a little out of sorts, losing that tiebreaker against Spain, but showing here today that they've still got what it takes to get through the group stage. They are now 1-1 in the group. France is now 1-1 in the group. France's point differential goes to +2. Chile's, guess what, also goes to +2. They are perfectly tied with Chile holding the head-to-head. And next up, Chile will have Italy, which appears, based on Italy's first two performances where they didn't get a single point, it looks like Chile versus Italy should be a pretty straightforward win for Chile if they can keep this up. In which case, France versus Spain isn't until next Sunday, and will have so many effects on the group, and we'd have to wait a week for it.
That is one way to make this good of a cliffhanger, but... Well, I suppose that's for the future, as Chile gotta worry about yet again another match. They're going back to back, and I think against... is it Italy? Might be lying right now. It is Italy, okay.
Italy, yep. And they literally back-to-back. It's 10 minutes from now on this very same stream. It's Chile versus Italy.
Oh my god. Well, once again, congratulations to Chile and good luck to them for their next match in 9 minutes. And casting that will be the one, the only, once again, T1G and Hubba Wubba. So stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. Any closing statement? Boss man?
Man, just don't go anywhere. This is what group stages are for. All this excitement, all these crazy outcomes, all of the what if scenarios. This is why group stages are back, and they are proving their worth. It is exciting stuff here at OS World Cup 2025. Thank you, Blank Top, for being here. We'll see you guys on the other side of this brief break. It'll be about 9 minutes. Chile versus Italy here on the B stream, as well as I believe it'll be Ukraine versus Portugal over on the A stream at the same time. Don't miss out. It's good, Osu. It's exciting stuff. It's fun stuff. And we'll see you guys then.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon and welcome back to OS World Cup B Stream Group Stage action. Those of you who stuck around from our last match get a treat as we are staying in the very same group for back-to-back matches. Just saw Team Chile, the 10th seed overall, taking down Team France by a score of 5-2. And they are going back-to-back. They are playing again here. It's going to be against Team Italy, the number 23 overall seed. And this one is going to be interesting. Italy yet to win a point here in the group stage. It's only one. Yet to win a point here in the group stage. I apologize. And so point differentials are going to start to matter. Let's just leave it at that for the moment while I introduce myself. This one guy joining me for this match is going to be Hubba Wubba for a meaningful group stage match, if not on paper, one that looks to be the most competitive. Italy holding on to a shred of hope just to get a single point on the board.
Yeah, and this is a match that Chile, there could be some trickiness going on if Italy pulls off what is perceivably the biggest upset of the tournament, right? We were talking about this prior to the stream starting, and if Italy were to win this match, we could have some what-if situations where we have 3 teams, 1 and 3, pending how France-Spain goes next week. There could be some trickiness there, and Italy warmed up after the last one regardless of the Spain sweep. Spain on this great tear through this group so far, in Chile looking to get their one-up point differential-wise on this matchup.
Yeah, Chile and France currently tied 1-1 records each, positive 2-point differential each. And so every little bit counts, every map matters. And Italy can kind of play spoiler a little bit. Chile can just kind of lock themselves in at a 2-1 with a pretty good point differential. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Start things off with Chile once again banning out that Nomad 1. They banned it against France. They'll ban it again here against Italy. Italy's ban to come next. And it's going to be the Hidden 2. Not too surprising. Huh. Chile, good at reading, as it turns out.
Yeah, quite good at reading. Surprised that they take out Coconut Love in comparison to Chocolate Disco, the Nomad 3, but I do feel as though Coconut Love this weekend has been a little bit more 50-50 than you would expect. A lot of misses being dropped on those kick slider patterns on the AR8. So Italy getting rid of that potential 50-50, leaving the other reading map in Nomad 3 wide open.
And contrary to maybe what you would have expected, Chile gonna not pick the reading map first that was left up, and they're instead gonna go into the DT pool. They're going to opt into that DT2. It's gonna be Elder Things. This is our quite fast 255 BPM DT pick. Pretty pure speed check and a skill set that Chile looked darn good on last match with a near triple FC and a 4.1 million team score, so they're riding the high on this pick.
Yeah, the average team score for this map usually hovers around that 3.5 mil. We saw Italy get that just about 2 hours ago in that Spain matchup. Only a 50k point differential there. We'll see if they're a little more warmed up now. Roster being Duke and Bellafigo. We'll have to see if that remains true for this one. I know Italy has a decent backlog of people who could play this map if they're feeling a little inconsistent.
Well, Chile running Gonza Alfie Chalk Gamer intercambing last time. I would expect that to be the same roster. First 3 with a grand total of 2 misses in the last 40 combo on Chalk Gamer. Intercambing just a slider break, so definitely a locked and loaded feeling roster for this map. And I would wonder, we didn't see it last match in a rare set of circumstances. We didn't see Nomad 2 in the last match. Curious if we get that one here, if Chile feels really good on this tapping skill set. But DT2 first, we'll see what we find out.
Yeah, and usually if you're the higher seeded team, you try to avoid some of these mechanics picks, go into some more niche skill sets where you would have the depth advantage, but Chile going into the tapping early, pulling a little bit from France's playbook after getting the breakpoint on this map, feeling good on the day. Same roster for each of these teams as their prior matches today, and we'll have to see if that consistency can hold true for Chile as Italy tries to get their point on the board.
4.1 million from previous match against 3.5 million from previous match. Much closer in Spain versus Italy. Italy only dropping this by 47k in that particular head-to-head versus Chile winning it by almost 800,000 points. So you can see Chile feeling very good. As we head into it, watch for the accuracy, watch for the comfort level on these types of maps. That's a lot of the time something you can judge on early, and there's a weird-looking early break from Duke. I just want to double-check and make sure that wasn't Bancho. I don't think it was. Also, Arj with a miss straight off the jump at about the first 60 combo. So 2FC's already falling for Italy, and another break for Arj, not looking the greatest on this pick. Not super comfortable on the speed either with his act down at 95. Chile, they're doing what you expect them to do on this, right? It's a four-way still going, and the accuracy remaining good for all of them.
Yeah, with that third break coming through for Meows now, unfortunate buzz slider break there for the Italian players, and Bellafigo left on his lonesome. The original FCs on this map in Italy's previous match were Meows and Arj, so Alfiu being the sole tradesman there with the break. Shotgamer, Intercam, and Gonza looking so comfortable once again. This three-man roster on the double time tapping, double time control. You put them next to double time and they're going to make some magic happen, seemingly going to do the same at the halfway point. Already a 400k difference.
Yeah, this one is looking like it might end up being just a tad bit one-sided if we don't see some really strong recovery for Italy in the last third of the map. Outcome practically a foregone conclusion unless Chile, set their mice, set their tablet pens down and walk away. And what's crazy to me too, thinking about this Chile roster, they have always had Matthew on their teams in the past, and they don't have him this year, and they're still putting up this kind of score. I know we're only in group stage. I know this hasn't scaled to the crazy levels yet, but it does speak to what their country is capable of in terms of depth on speed picks, that they can replace him and still get these crazy team scores.
Yeah, bringing Gonza back really paying some dividends for their stamina roster, as well as Alfiu rounding out that game a little bit. Originally coming onto the scene as the hidden specialist. Did find the slider break a little earlier, but this recovery combo, phenomenal as the final FC drops for Italy. As if it wasn't already a foregone conclusion, that will certainly be confirming some things in our final moments. Chile looking to bring this over the 4 million mark once more in our final burst, and will do the job.
Yeah, unfortunately, the location of the misses for Alfiu there, meaning the team score is just a little lower than last time, but still back-to-back 4 million plus scores, this time with a triple FC on Intercambing Gonza and Chalkgamer, notably Gonza with the 99 AC, highest in the lobby, and the only perfect combo. Very, very impressive team score for Chile on their first pick. Did not miss a beat between last match and this one on that pick, working out quite well for them indeed. 1-0 goes the advantage. They really want that 5-0 in this match for the group point differential's sake, so keep that in mind. But it will be Italy's first pick to come next. Where do we think they might go? Well, the answer's already been given to us. It's Free Mod 3.
Yeah, I mean, France has already shown a little bit of a playbook of what to pick against Chile, with this being their first pick, and it paying off quite well. Going to be similar for Italy here, looking to prioritize some of those hard rock specialists on this team. Kirochi Arj going to be very comfortable if given those mods. Nyx hopping in, one of the newest members of this Italian squad, very strong on the hidden. Going to be the fill player there.
We wait for the fourth for Chile. As mentioned, dropped this at the start of that match against Team France. It was Intercambing Sifs, Alfiu, and Chalkgamer there. So it looks like we might see Lasse coming in to replace Chalkgamer, which was a no-mod player. We'll see if that holds. It was Hidden Hard Rock on Sifs with Hidden on Alfiu. See if those all stay the same. And yeah, I mean, if Italy's feeling super comfy on the aim consistency, this is a super good pick to go to. Chile did not put up the best score on this previously, 2.5 million, losing it by nearly 600,000 points. Looking to improve on that and avoid losing the same map twice in a row. So away we will go. Italy looking to put a point up on the board for the first time in this group stage. Chile looking for a very needed sweep.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, I mean, that hates to be the position if you are one of the Italy players where all the other teams like need a sweep against you to be in a solid position, but Chile looking to make it happen here with this pick. Sif's still on the hidden Hard Rock, hidden preference player if memory recalls, but first accuracy drops on the side of Italy. Very long map, one of the longest maps in the pool, should not be too big of a problem, but very volatile with some of these longer sliders. You want to make sure you aren't finding those overends.
Yeah, and the length really is a big part of this one, I feel. I mean, a lot of the popular maps in this pool are, you know, sub 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and so this one being 4.5 really is bringing in the consistency question, and it's an early break from Nyx on that hidden for Italy, so it will be advantage to Chile with the 4 FCs still intact. Watch that Hard Rock on Kirochi, by the way, still perfect accuracy, and being matched by the 3-way. I don't even want to say it, but you gotta say it. So far, literally 3 players that have not dropped 100 yet for Chile, a quarter of the way in.
Yeah,
you practice this in between matches?
I would imagine so. They also made the roster change. Shot Gamer originally on this pick on the Nomad, switched for Lasse, still holding the SS Sifs to find that break alongside their second 100 on the slider break. But even then, this is looking quite good despite the slight combo advantage for Italy now on Nyx's recovery. First player to break there is going to be equalized by some of the accuracy drops, even if it is just a total of 10 100s on the Italian side.
And worth noting, of course, Sifs on the hidden Hard Rock versus the hidden only on Nyx does have that little bit of score multiplier advantage, so that score holding out a bit longer, but this will slowly but surely work its way over toward Italy as it stands currently. But there's a big break. It's Kirochi to fall on the star aim pattern, and that means 2 FCs remain for Italy against 3 for Chile, but Alfeu trades it right back in very little time. So 2 FCs and a big combo for Italy. 2 FCs and a slightly smaller combo for Chile. So this is going to stay close, man. This is getting tense as Kirochi breaks. Oh, it's a triple reset for Chile. Alfeu, Sifs, Lasse all fall. So does Nyx, but it's Arjun Meows on the double FC for Italy. Intercamming the only FCs left for Chile. Lead to Italy for the first time in the map.
Yeah, and shout out to chat for this one. Arj looking a little shaky on that Nomad FC. They're going to be looking to hold it, but the SS may be causing some added nerves. Meows as well on that secondary Nomad FC. It's intercamming versus the world here, 2v1, and the longer this goes on, Italy looking to grow their lead to phenomenal numbers in this final quarter. Just so volatile, these triangle patterns, the star patterns from prior, a secondary break from Lasse. And I mean, it is looking like Italy will be preventing their third sweep. Despite that Meows break, maybe enough has been done. Kirochi and Nyx on the recovery combo still having the advantage.
Yeah, it would have to be Arj missing and probably at least one of those backing combos at this stage. We're getting so late into things, regardless of what intercamming does. Kirochi does fall, but it's really all eyes on Arj. The SS still into the ending. Nyx the next to go. That score gap is going to come down a bit, but oh, there goes Arj. Wait a minute. Okay, this just got interesting. Intercamming is still holding on to the FC. Alfeu and Lasse on the backing combo, outpacing the other 3 members from Italy. Is there going to be enough time intercamming falls, but it's still combo lead to Chile. That score gap is falling. It's at 30k. We're going to come into the last few notes of this map. It's going to determine the outcome. You've got nearly 700 combo on Alfeu. You've got 440 combo on Lasse. It is coming down slowly but surely. 13, 12, 11, 10,000 into the last moments. It's looking like it might just go over the last few circles, come in, and there it flips. And it's going to be Chile breaking the hearts of Italy and their fans. 6,000 points. They take the victory, holding on through the ending. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Highway robbery for the Chileans. Alfio breaking around that center. No 100s dropped, but making it work in the second half with that recovery combo. And that is a heartbreaking loss for Italy. Chile, though, improving their score by wide margins to procure that victory on the first break point. We're only 2 points in this match, and we're already seeing some cinema. Chile looking to keep that up, likely with another tapping pick if that DT2 was a hint of anything to come.
Still got the Nomad 2 available to them, so there is that other kind of pure tapping map. Of course, Fremont 2 as well, the more flow aim-based tapping pick. Couple of choices there if they do want to opt into continuing that skill set. I just feel bad for Italy because that's happened to them, I don't know, 3 or 4, maybe even 5 times over the course of this weekend. Just these last second losses. That is so painful to see for a team that is unfortunately now 0-12 on maps in the group stage. And it is indeed for Chile going to be the Nomad 2 as the next pick to try to consolidate the break point. They're going 230 BPM. They're going tapping. It's continuing.
I'm cracking up at the chat here. Meows doesn't know which country he's going against. And it's just saying relatively South American things. But looking to keep the tapping strong for Chile. They're looking so consistent on it this week with that DT2 pull. I mean, double 4 million score, likely to do something similar here on the Nomad 2. Same roster, Alfio, Chalkgamer, Gonza back in the lobby alongside that core intercambing. Italy looking to just... I mean, on these early stage tapping picks, it's all up to these kick sliders. You don't want to find these cheeky over aims. You want to make sure that tapping is warm. This one a little bit lower BPM, a little more accessible, more stamina focused will be beneficial to a player like Arch, who is struggling a little bit on the 255. But still, you have to go against the tapping titans here again in Chile.
Chile has been looking so strong on the tapping picks. Now, notably, I did not see Nomad 2 in their match against France, so I don't have kind of a recent score for them on this pick. I don't recall off the top of my head. I assume they played this against Spain, but I don't remember the outcome offhand. I wish I had that MP. I wish I did. But either way, they're a strong tapping roster, regardless of whether or not they've gotten, what scores they've gotten in the past. So we shall see. It feels like we shall see a very likely 3-0 lead after this one for Chile, unless Italy can really pick it up on the second tapping pick in a row here from Chile. So we've got intercamming Alfio, Chalkgamer, Gonza, Duke, Arj, Meows, and Nyx. Nomad 2, 230 BPM, just 2 minutes and 19 seconds, as mentioned. A lot of pretty short maps in this pool. And this is looking for a consolidation for Chile, looking for that, kind of straightforward map to the victory in the match.
Yeah, and speaking on that Spain-Chile match, I mean, this sort of feels like a proving a point almost for Chile after what occurred in that match. They were missing both Gonza and Chalkgamer. So Hana Yume Lasse filling in the 3 and 4 for Chile on the tapping picks in that match led to Spain finding those points. And going to be making all the difference is Gonza and Chalkgamer. Gonza top performing on that DT2 in both matches played today, looking to do the same, still holding on to the SS here. No breaks on either side though, gonna be a very volatile first third, very short map and a double break for Chile. Wait just a minute, maybe Nomad 2 is just the kryptonite.
Those are not breaks, those are both Bancho.
Oh, I've been trolled.
I was thinking it instantly because that was that kick slider pattern. So I was like, those are probably not actual misses, and indeed that was the case. But you can see, kind of the volatility of this map in that you basically have to FC it. If you break, you're in a rough spot because this is so straightforward for all the tapping players, and it is looking like a slider break there from Nyx. Is the first combo to fall anywhere in the lobby. We're nearly at 1,000 combo 2/3 of the way through. That was the first player to break anywhere. And that's going to work in Chile's favor, pulling out just shy of a 50,000 point lead. Also, Nyx notably has the lowest accuracy by a pretty big margin, which is not going to help, sadly, Italy's chances of making this one work out. It's a four-way still intact for Chile, 1/4 of the map to go. What kind of score will they be able to set?
And 4 FCs held all accuracies above 99. Is going to spell disaster for Italy as Nyx finds that second break. Unfortunately, just a little too much for the Italian player. And even then, this is an Italy overperformance. This is the highest score they've gotten on Nomad 2 all weekend. All 3 FCs held, but all 4 FCs held for Chile. And what a phenomenal team score. Tapping Titans do it again in the face of adversity.
You gotta have the four-way to win this map against the score that Italy just put up, and Chile got the four-way. That is a remarkable team score. A four-way FC all above 99 AC, a triple FC all above 99.3 AC for Italy. That is like the most unfortunate fourth member, just Nyx dropping a couple times, dropping that accuracy down as well. Man, 7 FCs out of 8. Maybe the map is just too easy. I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe these players are just all really good at tapping. Everybody's too good at this skill set now. I think we need to rethink the tapping skill set. It's just too simple for modern OSU players.
We need more finger control. Bring back finger control.
Bring back classic Nomad 6s from like 2021, 2022. Where are my Nomad 6s by like down and stuff, bro? Yeah. Azer somewhere shaking his fist at me.
Well, Italy almost getting that point on the Fremont 3. Looking at maybe some of these Hard Rocks. I feel like Hard Rock 2 might be an opening for Italy. Just in the face of Arj and Kurochi, your main core members of this Italy team are going to be Hard Rock specialists. And getting them in on a map like HR1, HR2 would be solid, but it's going to be Nomad 5 still sticking to precision. This has been an interesting pick this week with the density elements as well. AR9 on this one alongside that CS7.
Yeah, this feels like the type of map for a lot of players. It's just very tricky to be super consistent on, right? CS 7.4, like there's so few players in the world who are going to be really, really comfy on that. And so maybe, you know, kind of banking a little bit on our best players on this are more consistent than their best players on this, because it's just tough to reliably FC a map like this. You know, compare it to something like the DT2 or the Nomad 2, where if you're a good tapping player, you're going to FC those like, what, 8-9 times out of 10. Something like this, that number is going to be far lower. And lower seeds playing into volatile skill sets is something we've seen work in the past. So I get this. You know, you mentioned the Hard Rock 2, Nomad 5, similar niche. So I get it. I can understand why you go into this as Italy. And you know, let's be honest here. You don't want to see a team go 0-15 in groups. It just feels bad to witness. And so wherever they could get a point on the board, you would really, really like to see it. Whether it's Nomad 5, Hard Rock 2, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and for this one, they're bringing back Bellafigo and Ryuzaki, some of these supporting players for Italy, keeping Arj and Kurochi as anticipated. Hard Rock and Precision Translation. Some of the tech elements in this map going to be a little tricky as well. So we're looking at some of the new players for Chile. Sifs in particular on a map like this could be the make or break difference. Been playing phenomenally today on some of the Hard Rock maps and tech maps. Going to be hopping in for this one as well, looking to finalize this sweep for Chile in what seems to be a must-sweep situation if it comes down to point differentials in the future.
Yeah, that point differential, we keep coming back to it, but it could very well end up being important, especially if we see France beating Spain next week. That point differential could be huge, so keep that in mind. It's Alfiu and Ryuzaki trading a couple early misses. Looks like Sifs broke in the first, 15 combo as well, right? Or 15 or 20 combo right at the start. So You can already see, like, this map is just so much more difficult in terms of being consistent on it than a couple of the maps we've seen previously. And it is going to give Italy just a bit of an early lead. Triple FC against Double FC, even with the couple of breaks from Ryuzaki, they've still got the other three holding on against just Intercamping and Lasse for Chile. The other two doing what they need to. That score is going to come back over, but it's a little slower than you might like if you're rooting for Chile here.
Yeah, it's just the secondary break from Ryuzaki. The recovery combo is so strong on the Chilean side. Alfie and Sifs having no problems since their initial breaks. Just a little bit of getting comfortable with the new CS, especially after having to shred some 230 prior. Similar rosters on both, but Lasse going to be finding that next break not matched by Ryuzaki, giving Italy a slight advantage, but we're getting into this final third, and this final third is so volatile, so difficult in comparison to the rest of the map. Arj, Kirochi both fall, trading with Intercamping, Alfeu to match it. It's all eyes on Bella Figo and Ryuzaki getting the combo when it matters most, despite those early breaks. Is Ryuzaki. Bella Figo falls. Won't be enough. Sif's the only one to hold. It's the rookie doing it once again for this team.
That was so sad to watch for Italy. Once again, a late advantage with late drops and an opponent holding on to a big combo. It has happened so many times to this poor Italian team. My heart really goes out to them as Sifs finally breaks, but held on long enough. And that's going to be Chile taking the point eventually by 160k, but man, it was so close for so long. Italy just needed to hold on a little longer to make it happen, and it was not to be. 2 S ranks on either side, but just overall, the better team performance there to Chile. The 819k from Sifs with the late slider break, best in the lobby by 100,000 points. Total margin of victory, 160k. You can kind of do the math on just how close that map could have been. But unfortunately, it goes Chile's way. It's 4-0. Italy down to their last life, and Chile opting at last into that Nomad 3 that's been on the back of our minds since the beginning of this match in the ban phase.
Yeah, this was an inevitability, I think. This was going to happen at some point, especially after the team score that Chile dropped in their previous match. I believe that was hovering around a 3.6 million, which for a no-mod reading pick is a phenomenal level of specialization. It's going to be number 37, Sifs, still in the lobby. Alfeu hopping back in, Intercamping in for all these maps, MVP for Chile, and Italy has to make some magic happen now. I would imagine Nick's going to be hopping back in. He was initially put on this Italian team as the reading specialist, but it's going to be such a tough battle with how indomitable Chile has felt today.
Yeah, and, you know, I suppose the upside of it all at the end of the day, if you're Italy, is that all this means, even if you do go 0-15, you still get through groups, albeit into the lower bracket in the bracket stage. So they do have that to remember. But I don't know, 0-15 doesn't feel good. It's unfortunate to see. So we'll see if they can avoid that with those players you mentioned. Chile, though, it almost feels like a different team, and maybe that speaks to just how well Spain is playing. You really have to give them a lot of credit, but it almost feels like a different Chile team today than it does yesterday. As you mentioned, missing a couple players. This is what they look like at full strength, and this is a very strong roster once they've got everybody available to them. They're good at reading, they're good at speed, they're good at a lot of things. As long as they have all 8 players, this is still a team to be reckoned with. I think there was some discussion of like, how good is Chile really after they lost yesterday? And I think we're getting an idea of that today as they ran through France and are now running through Italy.
Yeah, it just so happens that in yesterday's match, they were missing like 2 very notable players of their mechanics roster against the mechanics team of this group. So, I mean, Spain was able to run away with it, especially with this tiebreaker. But Chile, they came back as strong as they could have, I would imagine. I mean, France, they took the picks that it was expected for them to take in the tech-focused maps, but Chile looking so strong otherwise, tapping, no problem for them, reading, no problem for them, and going to remain true, likely, pending a miracle for Italy here as we enter NOMAD 3.
Yeah, we were trying to do a little research recently on finding out when the last reverse sweep of any kind in an OWC was, and like I couldn't find anything going back. I think it took like 4 years or something going back to find any instance of any reverse sweep. So hope is slim here for Italy, but as you said, you really just at least put up a point here, avoid getting completely swept in the group stage. Would just be a good feeling, but on a map like this where Chile is so strong, yeah, that's a tough task for sure. But hey, as of now, granted it's a quarter of the way through, all right, I'm sorry. As of now, as of 15 seconds ago, it was a 4-way on both sides until it wasn't anymore.
Yeah, just a little bit of uncomfortability on some of these stacks. You do your best to just like full ult and aim through the stacks if you aren't as comfortable on this map for Arge, but all 7 FCs make it 6 after that break from Meow's held otherwise. And I mean, the players that you're expecting to do well on this map are. It just so happens that 4 of them happen to be on the Chilean side.
I really, if nothing else, I would like to see No 37, number 37, doing the thing. Like, if nothing else, that would be cool. But we're not going to try to talk about that too much. It's just Chile on the 4-way. Still the double FC on Kurochi and Nyx, right? I mean, like, they're putting their best foot forward on this. Unfortunately, they're up against a pretty dominant reading roster. As I say that, it's Intercamming and Sifs to immediately both break on the same pattern. Lead was already over 300k, so it's not going to be the end of the world for Chile. But hey, it's 2 FCs against 2 now, and recovery combo, technically advantage Italy. So there's that. Still a third of the map to go. It's going to take a lot of work, but still, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, well, Meow's had some extra recovery on top of Sifs, so there was a slight Italy combo advantage there. But also, a lot of the combo density is in our second half of this map. 400k score potential remaining for these FCs. If number 37 or Alfie were to break now, there is a little bit of life in Italy, but it has to happen in like the next 15 seconds. And they are just looking far too comfortable for that to occur as we head into our final KI. And it's all eyes on them, but it's just not happening. The 100 is dropped for number 37, so unfortunately we won't see the thing, but we will get to see Chile finalize what may be the sweep.
Yeah, it's late breaks there from Nyx and from Arge. Kurochi, the FC, still for Italy, but Alfiu and number 37 both there for Chile. Recovery on Sifs. And so, it's going to be Chile. It's going to be 5-0. It is unfortunately for Italy going to be 0-15 in maps played in the group stage. And now things come down in this group to the last match, which is next Sunday. We'll get to that in just a minute. First of all, well done to Chile. Congratulations to them. Tough scenes for Italy, who lost multiple maps today alone by, I think, under 100,000 points or under 200,000 points in cases where they were in the lead until the last quarter. So you can see the potential there. They're close on a lot of these picks, just need to work a little bit on that late map consistency to try to bring things to the finish line instead of just falling short. And maybe, just maybe, they can make that happen between now and the beginning of the bracket stage. They'll go into the losers bracket, so they might have a decent matchup. Chile, though, they will reach a scoreline of 2-1 and a +7 point differential. And that's where things get interesting, don't they?
Oh, yeah. The next week's match, it's a shame that we have to wait a whole week for it, though. But next week's match, France versus Spain, is going to be all eyes for the outcome of this group. It will decide all in the face of Italy, a confirmed finalist in the 4th spot, but third yet to be decided, will be matched by France-Spain next week. And what an exciting group this has been.
Yeah, this is, this is, as I said before after the last match, this is why Group Stage is back. There's a lot of exciting scenarios, a lot of exciting situations that you just don't get to see in a bracket-only format. Group Stage, for, those of you out there watching some of the community tournaments, whether it's Hippo Cup or America's Draft Cup, things like that, these groups can end up with some really fun moments, and we're getting lucky enough to see that happen here. So definitely will not want to miss out on the conclusion of this group. It's currently scheduled for next Sunday, 12 UTC, France versus Spain, the last match here in Group C. And we've got some other matches going on. I'm not positive where we're going to be heading and when. Looks like we have Brazil leading Netherlands 3-1 off stream, Portugal leading Ukraine 3-1 as well over on the main stream. Gonna see what we do in it looks like we're gonna be going over to host the mainstream. So, or are we switching to the match here? Hang on, we'll sort it in just a moment. Okay, it looks like we might be bringing up the Brazil-Netherlands match, which was originally not going to be streamed at all, but I believe we're going to get to see at least a bit of that one as it's coming through the late stages of that match. As I said, currently we have 3-1 Brazil in the lead, and we're going to just jump right in on this one for what might just be the last couple of picks. Brazil here in the Hard Rock 1 with pretty sizable advantage. So it looks like Brazil going to be taking a 4-1 lead in this match as we transition over.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a phenomenal thing to come back to. What is this, Quad FC on the Hard Rock 1? Did we just stumble into top score of the weekend? Oh no, Korean Malcolm missed on the final note. What a thing to stumble into. What a phenomenal team score. 4.2 million for Brazil, just about on the three-way FC, and might as well just be 4. Korean just this slight under aim on that final circle.
Yeah, it was a small bit of trolling on that last note, but it was Brazil. Basically, 4-way FC, 4 million team score, win by 1 million points. That's actually crazy. And it's going to be the next pick for Brazil to try and close this match out. 5-1 would be the final score. And just taking a look at the group, this would give Brazil a 2-0 record. And the group, this is only the third match, the other 3 being played next week. So not a whole lot to be said about what's going on in the group so far. Philippines 1-0, Netherlands 0-1 currently, Sweden 0-1 currently at the hands of Brazil. So most of, I think, the important matches in this group look to be next week based on what we've had happen so far, with Netherlands being the bottom seed in the group, kind of expected, unfortunately, to perhaps have the somewhat worse performances.
Yeah, the group of death, we were calling this one. A lot of variability here, but Netherlands, unfortunate circumstances for them, was able to avoid a sweep, though, in this match. So, getting their 1 point in. Hard Rock, very strong for Brazil in what was actually a Netherlands pick. So, I mean, breakpoint there. Going to be going into DT3 now, our double time snap alt pick for Brazil. And Dio was speaking earlier about both the Nomad 5 and DT3 being very strong for the higher seeded teams overall, just because those niche skill sets you're trying to work on your depth and take good advantage of it. And this is what Brazil is looking to do here for the DT snap ult.
Yeah, it's interesting. The kind of early round approach has always felt like, unless you are just overwhelmingly stronger, like Chile on tapping, if you're the higher seed, just don't pick stuff that's straightforward. Like, don't pick Nomad 1. Maybe don't pick like a DT1, right? Because the chance of just one missing and losing a map because of it is higher than you would like as a higher seed where you're going to have that depth. So I definitely agree with that. That's a take that I've been on board with for quite some time as well. I think one of the first times I remember that was, if you remember USA versus Israel a couple of years ago, I think it was first round of OWC where they lost Nomad 1. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, just don't ever play this map against a lower seeded team, man. The odds of losing it are higher than they should be.
Yeah, those like straight aim slots, anything can happen. You could find your one singular miss directly at the halfway point and cut that in half. So always tricky with those early goings, and Brazil looking to avoid it with a map like this. Just very volatile, very wiggly, lots of just through lines. It kind of hovers between flow and snap aim in sections, because those wiggles, if you're snapping them, you gotta be like the super mouse Jesus or something. Like I cannot snap those for the life of me.
This is a cool map, like especially in context of this DT pool as a whole, where DT1 is a really straightforward aim map, DT2 is a really straightforward tapping map. Having this DT3 in that throws something a little different at you that you don't always see in a DT pool, I think is pretty welcome. With the snapping, with the slightly awkward wiggly patterns, something that is a little off the beaten path, perhaps, is cool to see. And so we will head into this pick. Brazil looking to close out the match with a possible 5-1 final score. Netherlands looking to keep themselves alive for at least another pick, get a chance to pick something of their own down match point. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be tough. We'll see who can handle the heat here in this map.
So far, it's a pretty sizable accuracy advantage on the side of Netherlands. This map has a lot of stop-and-go finger control elements attached to it, with some of those early patterns. Looks to be equalizing on the side of Brazil early, but still this double 96 from Kurumi Izzy is matched by Luciano and... Oh, I didn't get to research the names beforehand. I'm not sure who John Zenith is, but Kagira to find the first break for Brazil, giving Netherlands a pretty hardy advantage. That miss coming directly at the halfway point, so going to be advantageous for potential score as the map continues.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I don't know a single player on the Netherlands side after all these name changes. Everybody knows my feelings on that sort of thing, so I'm not going to recount them. But regardless, the players on that side with all their KTGster map names are currently holding on to a 4-way full combo. And as you mentioned, Kagiura with that miss right in the middle, quite damaging to the score, as we all know and have seen time and time again. And all the scores from Netherlands so strong. This is looking like a little bit of a mispick from Team Brazil and a very good performance from the Netherlands side. Will we get a 4-way? Is a 4-way feasible?
I mean, I should have mentioned prior, Netherlands, like, you look at, oh, the 4-way isn't going to happen, but Netherlands is like the 3-slot merchant this year. Like, it's going to, like, hidden 3 style maps, DT3 style maps. They're just really good on these threes and really showing it off there. I mean, a near 4 million team score for Brazil just gets swamped by 500k with a near 4-way FC is just really strong work from the Netherlands squad to stay alive in this one.
It's a super impressive, pretty clutch performance too. I mean, you're down 4-1, put up a team score like that. Very, very solid stuff from the Dutch players. And now they get their own pick. It will be, of course, their final pick of the match, but if they've still got something maybe hidden away, something up their sleeves, something in their back pocket for this late match scenario, now's the time to pull that out. Maybe they can force Brazil into their own last pick to try to close it out, and the seeds of doubt can kind of creep in a little if Netherlands win a couple points down match points. So we'll have to see. I don't know what the choice is here. Looking at what's available, where do you head?
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Fremont 3 standing out, only because normally I would say like the tech would be kind of Netherlands favored, but you look at Brazil being the ones to pick and win Hidden 1 in this matchup makes free mod 1 a little bit dicier than I'd like, despite the mod comfort that a free mod position would bring. So free mod 3, keep up with the snap aim, could be solid for them, but it is going to be the free mod 1 from Netherlands regardless. It's going to be Eyes on Me being the pick for Netherlands, their final pick in this matchup. They need to get one more breakpoint in after this, presuming they win it, but all eyes are on you, Netherlands. Let's see if you could keep it alive in this group.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's about all it comes down to, right? Is just what can you do here? It's a short pick. It's all about that Circle Tech flowy aim control. A lot of kind of spaced burst finger control patterns, a couple tricky sliders here and there. So, I feel anybody who's familiar with like Jazag maps in general, he has that style that we're pretty used to seeing, and this is in that realm. Era 9.2 as well, which some feel maybe a greater reading challenge than others, but we will we'll learn the comfort levels, I suppose, of these particular players over the next couple of minutes once we get everything set and loaded. Every map is big in this match from now on. If you are Netherlands, it's must win, must win, must win. If you're Brazil, it's not a must win yet, but like I said, you don't want to let a team get the momentum and claw back into a match in which you kind of had them a little bit dead to rights all the way at 4-1.
Yeah, that advantage that was had prior was just so strong, but I mean, DT3, sorry, that is just a comeback so substantial. It could really shift the tide if, Brazil is looking at that and being like, oh, wait, they are definitely alive. Alive and well. We'll have to see which roster Netherlands goes for here. Thank you to Azer for posting our handy-dandy name cheat sheet. Wind Tails going to be Aheo, John Breathe in the lobby as well, going to be Draconia. I would not be surprised to see Gengauzo, who is Knight, in on the Hidden here, and Luciano going to be that core player for the Netherlands, likely to be on the Hard Rock.
I can't do it. The names, I just can't do it, man. Oh, man. Too much. John Ethken, that is Nihilet? I don't actually... that is the player that I'm not as familiar with on this roster, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
But Brazil on their side, looks like they're going to go Niash, Vitor Skull, Korean Moloko, and Izzy. The GLHFs are coming out. We're loading in once more unto the breach for what could be the last map of the match, or if Netherlands can claw their way through another pick, they can force Brazil into the last pick of the entire match once we hopefully get loaded in here. We'll be able to see what the mods are as well. Okay. Going to be double Hard Rock on Brazil, Niash, and Korean Moloko Hidden on Vitor Skull. Double Hard Rock for Netherlands as well, Wind Tails and Perth again. Sorry, I'm just going to refer to them by the names on the screen because it's too much to think about. Gengauzo on the Hidden, Ethken on the Nomad alongside Izzy on the Nomad for Brazil.
Yeah, this makes sense. Luciano and Aheo, a little bit of Hard Rock specialist players, looking to avoid some of the density attributed to the AR 9.2 here. Knight going to be very strong on that Hidden, but the first break to come through from Wind Tails. And John Ethken is rookie player KT Gster. Was their prior name, and I believe the reason for this KT Gster themed name situation we're dealing with now. But strong 4WC rookie, moved on to OWC this year as we get a little Bancho reset, a little bit of diciness on our shortest map of the pool, and maybe a disconnect from Knight?
I'm not seeing a disconnect. I think that was just client. Yeah. Got the NP link open, did not see, so it's going to be a sec. It looks like we're going to need him to catch up to everybody else. Yeah, this is the downside. Tech maps in the client often don't get along because of all the sliders and stuff. And wow, the map is already 3/4 over. This is a bit of a shame. Yeah, it's 1 minute and 48 seconds, so we're missing a lot of it. But it looks like, unfortunately for Netherlands, it looks like we didn't really miss very much. It's a triple FC for Brazil coming into late stages. Korean Moloko is going to drop one of those FCs, but Niash and Izzy still holding on, and nearly 700k lead, over 700k lead. Well, I guess Brazil just ran away with this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a mispick there, I fear, after the initial hidden one pick from earlier coming from Brazil, as well as the volatility of some of the shorter maps in OWC pools. That one really ran away from Nyash and Izzy with that double FC on the Hard Rock and Nomad, respectively. They close out the match for Brazil, 3.2 million scored.
And that's going to put Brazil in a quite good place in the group. They are, of course, the top seed in the group, so it is to be expected. 2-0 now, their record. So they will almost assuredly go through. It's pretty hard not to get through a group if you're 2-1 unless 3 teams go 2-1. Their remaining match will be against Philippines next week. The other 2 matches remaining, Philippines versus Sweden and Sweden versus the Netherlands. Those all to come on the second weekend of group stage. But I think Brazil looking dang strong, man. 11th seed overall through qualifiers, and 2 good performances in their matches this weekend.
Yeah, keeping up the great work there for Brazil. The number 2 seed for their group, all but confirmed now, going to be making it in that winner's bracket for this victory. So it's going to be a unfortunate loss for the Netherlands, but really showed some life in some of those later break points with that DP3, most notably. And that's about it for this matchup. I do believe we still have the A stream match still ongoing with
it's Ukraine versus Portugal on the main stream. I believe we are going to be sending the viewers on over to that one because they are in the late stages of that match. It is currently Portugal leading 4-3 in that particular matchup, so we will want to send you guys over there to check out the first match of that group in the Contenders Group G. So keep your eyes on that stream. It's going to be on to the main stream for everybody. Thank you for watching here on the secondary stream. We hope you enjoy. Congratulations to our winners. Commiserations to our losers. Thank you to Hubba for joining for these matches. And over to Ukraine versus Portugal we go. Late stages of that match. Go cheer on your favorite team of those 2.
Click.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to OSU World Cup 2025 Group Stages Week 2. Starting off this weekend with another Group E match, a match between Vietnam and Taiwan. Both of these teams actually did have 2 matches prior on the weekend before that, then they both lost their matches. So mathematically, it is impossible for both of these teams to advance further into the round of 16. But with the pressure being down and with the players having hopefully no nerfs, as I do know that Vietnam did struggle a lot with that in the prior matches, I expect to see a beautiful game ahead of us today. I'm Lighten, and casting with me is also Blank Tap.
Good morning, afternoon, and or evening, and yeah, as you said, definitely a bit inconsequential to say the least. Oh, that's a tongue twister. But I do hope to see both countries still play at their fullest potential. We do love to see a tight match overall, no matter what time it is. And looking at, we have quite the abundance of stats to say the least, and some trend that I'm seeing is that Denmark is pretty good on the snapping side, and especially hidden, where Vietnam is gonna have this very exposed weak point at. But Vietnam, they themselves are pretty damn good on the aim picks, so probably gonna see some action regarding those picks.
Yep, definitely a lot of action ahead of us. Vietnam got the best result from the last weekend on the DT1, giving that 4.2 million team score, and Denmark also doing really well on the hidden one. So it's probably those maps that might be getting dropped into the bans. But that being said, though, Vietnam not looking particularly confident on the hiddens, both hidden 1 and hidden 2. Potentially being their weak points, with Nomad 2 also being one of them as well. DT2, obviously being similar in skill set, does also favor Denmark, unless there was a significant underperformance from Vietnam last weekend. And I think, what are your thoughts on the bans, Blank Tap? What do you think is going to be the ban from Denmark and Vietnam?
Not gonna lie, especially for Vietnam, if you have to choose between hidden 1 or hidden 2, and if both of them are basically guaranteed to lose, I think hidden 1 will be a good ban. Denmark got 3.2 million, a close loss to Taiwan by what, 100k, so Denmark definitely has plenty of firepower in that regard. But as you said, DT1 is out of the equation for Vietnam, as Denmark definitely respects the performance that Vietnam brings to this lobby.
Indeed, a 4.2 million team score is a fathomable result. Definitely something scary, and I think after seeing that from just one game with basically 2 FCs, 1 choke at the end, and a 700,000 score from something else, I would also probably ban them if I were in Denmark's shoes. And now if I were Vietnam, I'd probably ban hidden 1 as well. And that leads us to the overall strategy that might come in for this entire matchup. Obviously, hidden 1 being more ulti, more techie, and does have some rhythm control to that. So I would expect more ult maps to be played, something like maybe HR2, obviously having that precision element, which does make the map a lot more trivial and a lot more leading into another skill set, but definitely a possibility for Denmark. Also, as we've said prior, as we've established prior, there's also speed that Vietnam was not feeling particularly comfortable on, and a lot of contested picks throughout the entire map pool. I wonder if you're going to see the 1-1 today, because Vietnam, you did say before that Vietnam is good at aim, and other aim maps include HR1, Nomad 1, and Fremont Free, so maybe a potential front line to open for them.
Yeah, Denmark did play Hot Rock 1 once, and Vietnam played Hot Rock 1 twice, and in both attempts, Vietnam did outscore Denmark. In fact, they improved upon it, but they are going to ban BT2. Much more leaning on the respect regarding the typing capability, and Vietnam, maybe they are feeling much better on the hiddens. Maybe it was the lack of practice, maybe it was a bit of those mind blocks that...
Yep, I think it was more about the fact that Vietnam is not particularly comfortable on speed. They did have one of the lowest results throughout the entire weekend on the speed maps, on the Nomad 2 in particular, and I think they did ban GT2 for both of their matches. So I obviously understand the fact that they don't want to play something that they're not comfortable on, that they know that they will not be doing well on, while not playing into Denmark's strength as well. And the first pick is going to be them too. So I think with that ban from DT1, I think as we've established prior, Hard Rock 1 does look pretty good for them as of now. Something to also notice, possibly maybe even Fremont 3 or maybe even Fremont 2. Vietnam did outscore Denmark on that previous Fremont 2 last weekend, but it seems like they are still thinking. And we get a Nomad 4 actually, never mind.
That's very, very interesting. Theoretically, they lose. Vietnam scored 2.2 million, if I remember correctly, and Denmark, their highest is 2.4 million. But that 200,000 points difference is basically negligible when faced at such adversary. It is Nomad 4 with slightly tick checks, so plenty of chances to kind of low roll your score in the lobby.
Oh, definitely. Tech maps do be like that, mapped by Wispy and Osu Original as well, Warsaw Heliosphere. And in general, the map is pretty average in length, not as slider tech heavy as it was during the qualifiers with that Calgo map, but still a pretty techy map nonetheless. On paper, as you said prior, Denmark did get a better score than Vietnam. However, Vietnam, they did get a better seeding on Nomad 4 on their qualifiers run, so maybe the strategy lies there. Maybe there was a low roll, maybe it was nerfs that stopped Vietnam from performing from their potential, to show their true potential on this Nomad 4, and now, with the pressure lifted, with no chances anymore to get into the round of 16, they can show what they're truly capable of.
Absolutely. Last time they played this map, they have the roster of Def, Simi, another guy, and Electro Strike. Something else is currently in the lobby. I don't know if it's lobby sitting or if he's interested on switching in for one of the players, but I do feel that Def and Simi is definitely going to stay in the roster lineup.
Yep. Def 100%. It's the star player for Vietnam, having to play every single map on the qualifiers and every single map during the bracket stage as well. This is going to be your superstar. A lot of eyes are going to be drawn to him in particular. Simi also not being that far off, also a really good player. And for Denmark, it's going to be Sobu. Sobu also was perma-lobbying for most of the qualifiers maps and most of the maps during the bracket. So with that being said, the good luck of funds are now in the chat, and we can finally transition into this Nomad 4 Warsaw Heliosphere map by Wispy, tech map in its full swing.
I'll assume that something else is gonna replace Electro Strike as the fourth player. Denmark staying with their roster, which is the same as the previous time they played Nomad 4. So let's see if the prediction is gonna be wrong.
Yep.
Good luck, have fun. Going to the slider.
Definitely a risky pick for Vietnam here. Denmark on paper do have a higher score on this, but they have a world, they have so much time to prove, they have a map to prove nonetheless. And with that being said, the map is starting off a lot of sliders, slider velocity changes, a lot of slider 6-2. A very tricky map, but so far, so good for both of these teams. Not a lot of misses, a few accuracy struggles for another guy. And Paul at the same time. Paul struggling tremendously with the accuracy as well. 89%, not being able to go past that 90% milestone. But still, both of these players finding its break at the same time. For FC's against Feet and the slight advantage towards Vietnam. But with a miss from Simi, Denmark seems to get the edge over Vietnam early on.
The 2v3. Accuracy definitely looking much more healthy in the side of Vietnam, so maybe in the late game things can still go their way, but now though, maybe they don't need to wait that long. Sobu with the miss and now down to a 2v2. As we see the curtain falls, 12k difference, both team knows what's at stake, half of the map remains. And things are about to get really spicy as the nerves once again returning.
Yup, the Nerves probably the biggest opponent for both of these teams, especially for Vietnam. A lot of frustration from these players have been seen from the last week, but nonetheless, the Ki is on the rise. The slider velocity change is a lot more obvious here, a lot more sliders. Another guy finding another miss, but still not the miss that Denmark needed. But the combo advantage is going to be on Denmark's side nonetheless. A slight accuracy lead though. That accuracy from Paul is the factor that is holding them back. And from the miss from Beast Jonah, Vietnam are looking to secure this Nomad 4, but still there's a lot of time. There's still a fourth of the map. And as the combos goes on, as the Ki settles in, Vietnam will be driving away with this score lead, with this score bank that they just keep on holding, and it just keeps on turning left.
Something else, quite the pit stop that Vietnam has done to themselves. Definitely getting themselves a brand new wheel and driving towards the finish line with a double full combo. They will soon to pass their personal best of 2.3 million. A double mission from Simi and something else. But one star is shining bright for Vietnam. And he is not going to stop anytime soon, Ryan.
It's death. It is death. It has always been death. And finally, Vietnam, they did take this point off of Denmark, and they could have also taken this point off of Denmark even if they played against Malaysia. Denmark got a score of 2.453 million, and Vietnam obviously outdid themselves, and finally a higher roll for them. A good start and a good mental break, basically, as they broke that barrier, broke the nerves, and now the momentum could be on their side. The morale must be high too. But Denmark, they are a tough nut to crack. A lot of maps still in their favor. I'm looking at that speed, I'm looking at that hidden, I'm looking at that reading. A lot of options to choose from. Look at that Nomad 2, look at that Nomad 3. Hidden, both hiddens as well. And with that, the momentum can be shifted back into their favor to not give Vietnam the break point that they also need.
Just basically waiting for Denmark to pull the trigger on that hidden. Okay, well, I mean, took the words out of my mouth. So going to call for a hidden one over J over nose, and Denmark, they are quite scary on this map.
They indeed are. Number 5 performance found the last weekend, getting a better score than both Sweden, Spain, Philippines, Ukraine, and even Brazil. 3.2 million team score, with Sobu and Iron Will being the cornerstones, the main actors of the play. While Vietnam, sadly, cannot boast with the same legacy as they got seed number 25 and 28 for both of their matches. One of the lowest results throughout the weekend, both against Taiwan and Malaysia. And honestly, I think they can do better. Maybe it was the low rolls once more, but nonetheless, a hidden one, a map about alternate, a map by mirror. A lot of tricky patterns scattered throughout the entire map. The first half of the map is going to be relatively tame in comparison to the second one. And the slow part in the middle is where a lot of teams surprisingly find a lot of misses, so I would not be surprised to see them here once again. But the main difficulty of the map, the cherry of this map is going to be the second half, where boys become men, and where a lot of misses, I would imagine, would occur.
The Winnie Hat Jr. of a map, Salty Spittoon second part. Definitely something to look out for both teams, but again, Denmark probably got it on lockdown, but it's a question of if they can do better or as good. Theoretically, they are ahead by quite a margin, but can't be too sure. You gotta do your best nonetheless as we are waiting for the fourth player. That is Cebu for Denmark. We're about to begin soon enough as we are seeing the roster complete from both sides. Good luck and fun. It's time for the hidden one.
It is time indeed. Def and Cebu on the opposite sides of the lobby once again. The two superstars shining from the opposite sides, and with that, the hidden one is about to start, and oh boy, I think with the overall difficulty of this map pool, and this map in particular, it does come to the question of consistency. Who was the most consistent one here? So far, Vietnam had 2 matches here, and both of those placements, both of these performances that they've shown, they were quite underwhelming in comparison to Denmark, and Denmark have to prove that they are indeed consistent on this map, that this hidden one is indeed in their favor. The map starts off a little bit of a 1-6, a little bit of a 1/3 and 1/4 mixed in together. An intro does catch KCOFX off guard, and a lot of back drops from him as well, but still, same can be said about Denmark. Iron Will and the Beast Jonah losing a lot of accuracy on the intro, which gives Vietnam an early lead.
Yeah, that first section is definitely a killer in disguise, but past that section there is one more tricky burst to be awaited upon, but until then we shall play a swingy hidden one for the whole family. 3v4 on the full combo, and Vietnam holding on to their lead for a moment.
And that miss from Autofister is not going to help the Denmark situation at all, exacerbating their situation, their dire situation even more, as Vietnam once again have the keys to start up the car and just ride away with this. So far, 1/3 of the map gone, and 3 FCs are still holding with the recovery from KCO. Does find a miss, though, into their transition on the slow section, too. The Beast Jonah also not being able to find the combo there. Is just 3 FCs against 2, Cebu and Iron Will against a wall of the FCs from Vietnam. As Vietnam, the momentum is on their side. The combo is going to grow rapidly. Denmark, they need to see misses from Vietnam. They need it desperately, but so far, the slow section not catching anyone off guard. And with that, we are going to be transitioning into the main KI.
Alt and now 3v2.5 full combo. Vietnam still leading the charge. Denmark, the double miss from Cebu and the Beast Jonah. And Vietnam trying to prove themselves worthy on to winning this hidden one. Maybe it is indeed a bit of a low roll last week, but the double miss coming from Simi and something else will leave Def stranded against Ironville. A 1v1 accuracy much more comfortable for Def, but one miss can absolutely end this glorious potential of a breakpoint.
You gotta consider Autofister's recovery combo, the supporting combo doing wonders right now for Vietnam. If Def breaks, it's all gonna be over, but the time is of the essence, and the time is the resource that Denmark needs. It does shift towards the right, but with Def not missing, and with the miss from Iron Will as well, all the chances are now gone as Def closes out this map with an FC, and to take a breakpoint for Vietnam.
A perfect full combo, 2 for 2. Dev showing that he can count and that you can count on him, because this is kind of crazy. Vietnam will once again have an opportunity to pick a map for themselves, and I am very much looking probably, Hot Rock 1, they did really well. Maybe Fremont 3, another kind of a map. Number 1 is up in the air since everyone can play it, but those 2 maps are the main ones I'm looking forward for.
Exactly. That Hard Rock 1 is looking so good for Vietnam right now. On paper, they did perform better than Denmark, but once again, screw the paper, screw the statistics, because we've just seen a good example of statistics not basically mattering at all, as Vietnam outdid themselves in Denmark on a low roll for this hidden one. And with that being said, HR1 does remain a question, a lingering map that Vietnam can pick. Fremont 3 also something to be of note here, as Fremont 2 also that Flow Aim stream map, another Osu original waiting for it to be picked too. And yeah, we do get that. We do see that Fremont 2 Ebimayo Nightmare invitation. It is time for some streams, Blank Tap.
paper. Well, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying that after looking at that crazy breakpoint, but on paper, you know, I gotta have something to base my opinions upon. This is a 50-50. Both of them getting basically the same score. And we know how stream maps are one chain miss, and that is plenty of your score capped, and I am very much scared for this pick. Oh boy, I mean, so far, Vietnam has been, I guess, keeping the aim picks in their back pocket. I don't even know if they're gonna unleash the aim picks soon enough, but hey, they know better, they know best.
They know better, they know best, and they know what they want. They did surprise us with that Nomad 4 pick, outscoring Denmark. They surprised us on Hidden 1. It's time to witness more surprises yet again. Free mod 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. Free mod map. I think Def went with Hard Rock last time, and I would imagine Sobu going with either Hidden or Hard Rock. A lot of potential for overmodding on this map too. 195 BPM. The flow aim is not going to be the main, well, obviously one of the main aspects of this map, but still not as prevalent as for Nomad 2 on the qualifiers map, for example, right? This one is going to be a lot more heavier BPM-wise and a lot more heavier tapping and stamina-wise, so stamina is also going to be a factor here. And we did see that Vietnam were not looking good on the speed, but obviously this map is going to be a lot lower on the BPM, so there is going to be that edge that they might take on for themselves. But again, this is a pretty coin flippy pick. Not sure whether it was the right direction for Vietnam, but I think Vietnam, on paper, they have a lot of potential to prove themselves on this Rimatsu.
Currently though, looking at the roster, it is the same as they were when fighting against Taiwan, with another guy potentially going Hot Rock yet again, and Casio with the Hidden. On the other side, one mysterious player with the name of Loading. But maybe we will see it in action soon enough. There's, oh, it's going to be Out of Fister actually, with the chicken burger in the chat, you can see that. But indeed, it is time for free mod 2. It's time to stream.
It's just so menacing. The loading, not being able to load into the map as well. And we obviously know that it's Out of Fister. Hopefully, knowing Vancho, it might take a while for it to restart because you might have to press the panic button multiple times. But, well, I guess we are going to wait until another Fister does load in. But it looks increasingly unlikely so far. And, yeah, Vietnam... Good start for them. A good, not a good start. Never mind. Another guy with a huge chain miss in the beginning, and I guess we just have to wonder what is happening on that bottom right screen.
It's all about suspension, you know. It's all about the tension. But right now, though, another guy not doing too well in the beginning. Polo, on the other hand. Oh, never mind, that was a Bancho miss. I was about to mention how he recovered quite nicely as the other player, but so far, 3v3 full combos. At least that those who are visible to us, to say the least. And Denmark off a good start with the double miss coming from Vietnam and none to trade. The Peace Jonah will be the one that is coming in for the fourth player, rather than Out of Fister actually, man.
Exactly, and with their sport now loading in as well, Denmark does have the edge against Vietnam. Def and Bao, the only two players of the FCs, 2 versus 3, as I Am Will, Silbo, and Pole is going to be the wall to try and stop them. A miss from KCO, not helping the situation for Vietnam as well. Another guy, also the modded players for Vietnam, not being able to hold the combos, while Denmark is running away with this. Still a third of the map, already a massive advantage that just keeps on growing. Pole does find a miss on the aim though, but still it's 2 versus 2 with a huge bank of score backing Denmark.
100,000 points difference. This is not looking good. Vietnam proving that statistics are only numbers on a paper, but that can absolutely backfire as we are witnessing right now as you go into the last section, the last few streams. And time will not be their friend. Denmark still on the double full combo run with Ironville and Sobu. Vietnam got 2 points on the board. Denmark got 2 FCs on Fremont 2. No longer after I say that, but I am will rename himself to I am fishing this map. Oh my days, that is clean. Oh, did he full combo as well? He did actually.
He did full combo. Bao and I am Will, both really close score-wise as well, and the accuracy-wise. I am Will slightly a better accuracy by basically just a 150. But yep, Denmark does take the Fremont 2, and the breakpoint that they also needed, and momentum suddenly shifted towards their side, and a huge opportunity for them to try and come back into this game. And I am looking at those reading maps once more, at those speed. We've talked about it time and time again. Hidden One, obviously not being reading, being more about ult and aim control. Backfired. A complete disaster for Vietnam. You might have to go with something else, and I think with the ban from Vietnam on DT2, Nomad 2 seems like the best option they have so far, unless they want to go Hidden 2, which is I'm also not against.
I really do agree. Those two are the prime suspect of Denmark's method on obtaining their point. I think Hidden 2 is much less volatile than something like Hidden 1, and again, Vietnam not really the best on the hidden side, but maybe they're gonna prove Denmark wrong, or maybe Denmark is kind of staying away from that pick. So I really do think that the next best option is indeed Nomad 2. Yep. Just wait for them to pull the trigger, yeah.
Pull the trigger, get the gun loading, and basically start off with that Nomad 2, the speed of the bullet, as Denmark on paper does have an edge with that DT2 ban from Vietnam, and both the Vietnam scores on that Nomad 2 being quite underwhelming in comparison to Denmark. Still, they are taking their sweet time to think, and as they are thinking, I mean, yeah, we got a Fremont 1 instead. Interesting. It does lean towards that techie style once more, and we did see Vietnam taking that Nomad 4 for themselves. This one is going to be a lot more flow heavy in comparison, though, not that slider heavy. So an interesting choice considering that, but not. I might see the vision, and I will let them cook.
I do see it, but it is a bit iffy. No, I mean, we've seen how Vietnam did on Nomad 4, but this map in particular is so brutal on the flow aim alongside the tech element. I suppose Denmark is backing off of that uncomfortableness from Vietnam. But this is very interesting. I am quite excited to see how Denmark will fare against Vietnam in this map.
Fascinating indeed. I do not remember in particular whether both of these teams played this map, so definitely in uncharted territory for both of these teams. We are going blind into this, and that's what makes this map even more interesting, Blank Tab. And I think we can have a lot of theories, a lot of thoughts for the rosters. I would imagine that Def is going to join for Vietnam, Sobu for Denmark, obviously. The two star players on the opposing team, Simi also for Vietnam as well. But other players, what do you think we're going to see right now, Blank Tap?
This is very tough. Probably a mixture of what you saw on Nomad 4 and just now Fremont 2. I do think maybe I'm the Will coming in. Okay, I will coming in. Oh, we're actually going to run up the roster for Denmark, and I mean, guess that Pokemon Maiden. Who's gonna be in number 4? Yep, it's Def of Vietnam completing their roster as well.
Yep, the pretty obvious choice here, but still, Vietnam. The good luck coupons are now in the chat. It's gonna be Denmark's pick once again, not the pick that I was expecting for them, especially considering that Vietnam won that Nomad 4. I think if anything, if Fremont 1 makes more sense for Vietnam to be picking this map, but nonetheless, I digress on this one. And with that, we are going to be starting off with this Fremont 1. A lot to prove, and probably prove me wrong as well, since I'm pretty skeptical of this pick from Denmark.
It is time, and we are seeing Bao and Hot Rock this time around alongside Casio on Hidden. On the other side, Paul on the Hot Rock and the Beast Jonah with the hidden. It is time to play a bit of a combination of No Mod 4 and Free Mod 2 just now. Not a long map, 1 minute and 48 seconds, so you know things about to get real spicy if you miss any point of this map. First part, very calm, but once again, you know how it goes on any kind of tech map. The real map starts after quite a bit of an appetizer and a bit of combo building.
Combo building as well. As you've said, every single miss is gonna matter. Every single miss is on the line, so you gotta hold on. There's a lot in this map, and Def is not starting off with a good start here. The Beast Jonah also trading the first PI now on the board. Pull also finds a miss. BFCs against 2, and Iron Will also not being able to find the combos. KTO also falling as Bao and Simi are the ones holding for Vietnam. Yet another miss from Def, and Sobi is the only one standing the first PI, not spearing a lot of people, and it's not even the hardest part of the map, as there's also the second PI waiting for us, which is even more brutal than that. Simi, yet another miss, and with that, the second FC for Vietnam drops, and Bao and Sobu are going to be the only ones battling it out on this Free Mod 1.
An absolute pandemonium on the battlefield, so with a very solid No Mod combo, and Bao, his combo being held with hopes and dreams of the Vietnamese people with the hard rock nonetheless, but it will shatter as the full combo is now gone. Sobu, the last man standing. Overall, Iron Will finding the miss, though it's a 2v1. Def and Simi trying to hold it up, but Simi falls, leaving only the star Def fighting off against Sobu's full combo. And there will not be a fight, a bit of a miss at the end, but nothing but a hiccup. Denmark, it's back in action, 2-4-2.
It's Sobu time, and we did see Def doing really well on those maps prior to that, but Sobu also basically coming into the room and saying, hold up, I'm also a star player, it's time for me to shine as well, and he does exactly that, equalizing the score, and now a full momentum shift. And who else to do that other than Sobu, the main player for Denmark? Obviously the support from Iron Will, Pole, and every single other player was of the essence, but still a massive step up from Sobu. And now, with the score being equalized, we are now in a best of 5 blank tap at Vietnam. It's going to be their turn to pick, and we've been talking about those aim picks throughout the entire matchup, throughout this entire stream. And if anything, I think it's time to finally put down that trump card.
I mean, if we can count, there is 3 aim maps. Vietnam needs only 2. Denmark, though, on the other hand, is something that I want to talk about regarding what they're gonna go for. I guess Hidden 2 is their clear next step, and that No Mod is definitely quite enticing, so I guess we do have a list of something that we're expecting from both sides with their 2 remaining picks.
Yup, but the options are there, and the time to choose, you gotta pick it carefully. And we see No Mod 3. Interesting, because I think both of these teams played No Mod 3. I guess we were just not predicting anything today, but No Mod 3 actually was played by Vietnam. They got a 1.9 million team score on the No Mod 3, the AR7 Newton map, a 4-star map, but do not let the starring deceive you, because this map is probably one of the hardest in the pool. A lot of overlap reading, a lot of interesting rhythms, 1-1 gaps, 1-2 gaps, 1-4 gaps, 2-1 gaps. It's just a fest for reading players. And actually, Denmark did not play this map, so I guess we'll see. Line tap.
Once again, how are we still seeing maps that both teams haven't really played? I suppose, as you said, Vietnam has played this once, but man, I suppose today's a day full of surprise. Autofister is in.
Yep, indeed. And Autofister is indeed in. Sobu is also going to be in as well. Not sure whether he is comfortable already. He should be comfortable on just about everything, but this is such a skill set blank tap that not a lot of players play. It's a very gimmicky one, a very specialized one too, so maybe the strategy might be there, the strategy to try and isolate the best player from Denmark from the rest of the team, but I think Sobu should still be quite comfortable on this, as we are just waiting for the star players to join the lobby, I suppose.
the last piece of the puzzle. It's quite clear what goes in the square hole. Just wait for the block to come in, I suppose. There's Steph. And we need one more for Denmark. Probably two more, as someone has just left actually.
Interesting. Yeah. Silvu is back, and I am Will. Yeah, exactly. I think they went exactly for the strategy right here. Silvu does join in, so the star players are still back. Not an attempt to isolate them, but probably make them uncomfortable. But let's see how this goes. A lot to prove. An uncharted territory for Denmark, and a 3-minute and 41-second map as well. Does that add that element of consistency to the map? A very lengthy one. A lot of room for maneuvering and a lot of room for misses.
Yeah, you'll see this team going around in this map. Those doubles, those squads, a mixture of both. Some pauses in the stacks, so you can't really autopilot any of the pairs in this map. Vietnam with the Nova 3. Let's see if it will work out. Chocolate Disco. And already seeing a bit of a mystery coming from something else, but it is still very much the beginning. In the 3-minute and 41 minutes map, we have a long way to go.
Yep, not that of a crucial miss. The misses are gonna matter once the combos are gonna build, and they are now starting to build indeed. I Am Will does find a miss. This one is gonna be a lot more crucial, especially given his comfort level. Look at that accuracy blank tap. 91%. Another miss from Silvu does give that early lead towards Vietnam, as 3 FCs with 1 recovery from something else are holding on, and the accuracies as well. Oh god, look at those accuracies. They're looking so comfortable on this.
Yeah, I suppose Solo isn't comfortable at all, and as you said, isolated. He is in purgatory right now. 93% accuracy down to 92. I suppose Vietnam has done their research very well, because Denmark has never played this map.
Indeed, a lot of guessing maybe, not just guessing, a lot of research, a lot of strategy being built. Otofister also finding a miss earlier on, and it's just a massive wall of combos for Vietnam. The only one trying to stand up to them is going to be the Beast Jonas. First guy is where the map does pick up a little bit on that reading department. Otofister and I Will not being able to handle that, finds a miss, a double miss from Denmark, exacerbating the situation even further as it just continues to lean towards Vietnam. Basically a double score lead for them as we speak, and it just keeps on growing. Can somebody stop Vietnam? How are they holding the combos for so long? It's just the Beast Jonah for Denmark, and Vietnam, they basically have a quad FC.
This is definitely a sight to behold. Now reaching double of that. That is Denmark's score. And I am all for it. Half of the map remains, so plenty of ways to go. Vietnam, let's see if they have plenty in their gas tank, because I for one would love to see basically 4 FCs on this map, especially with how you kind of mentioned that this is such a focused, specific skill set, and yet they are showing how it's done as a 4-man team.
A 4-man team and no combos for Denmark to try and even contest them. Look at the score lead. Look at the score for Vietnam. Basically a hydrogen bomb versus Cuffing Baby here. Vietnam absolutely decimating Denmark, and no chances for Denmark to try and come back into this map. All eyes are going to be on Vietnam, and with that being said, the question is, will they deliver that? Will they get a quad FC? Will we get more FCs? But no, something else finds him as still 3 FCs remaining as we get into the final KI of this map. Still only just a little bit left, but already look at this team score. Vietnam is just doing wonders on this map. Def finds him as another FC dropping, but still 2 FCs holding on.
This is absolutely phenomenal. Simeon Electrostrike still with their nuclear warhead of a full combo. Down to 1, but there's nothing much to be done from the side of Denmark.
Nothing much indeed.
Pretty good, 550k combo, score to cut the lead down to 2 million. Vietnam gets their 3rd point.
Oh wow, a 2 million lead. That is basically triple the score of Denmark. Give or take about 200,000 score, but still such a domination from Vietnam on this reading. And now suddenly we've talked about Vietnam possibly being worse off on reading, but all of our thoughts were proven wrong with just this map. Obviously, the FC is not there, but such a good team score. Look at those scores. And if you're Denmark, what are you even supposed to do when Vietnam plays like this? A huge morale boost for them, I would imagine, too. And now it's going to be Denmark's turn to pick, and I don't even know what to pick after this map.
I do understand. I will be quite shell-shocked, to say the least, but nonetheless, though, maybe it is time to get out of the reading forest and go into the tapping park. Nomad 2 is right there, and I will be absolutely shocked if we see any other maps other than that one. Denmark, please let me have one correct prediction of a pick.
I mean, they gotta go with that. The Hidden 2 now suddenly looks like basically a landmine, just ready to be stepped on, and I think Nomad 2 is probably the safest choice that Denmark has right now, given that GT2 ban, given their scores on speed. So you basically have a do-or-die situation here. You have to go for that to try and stay competitive. Otherwise, if Vietnam wins this map, they will be on match point. And whilst having a match point, they will have their own pick right after that. And it's going to be such a... Oh, we get a Nomad 1 instead!
Nomad 1! This is unforeseeable. This is outrageous. This is crazy. Nomad 1 pick. This is my first time witnessing that on any matches that I watched. But oh my god, it is time for Forza. Yes.
Forza, map by Forza, a Turkish song by a Turkish mapper, 3 minutes and 42 seconds long, and a lot of comfortable consistency aim. And, well, this map was actually played once throughout the group stage against China and Thailand, so definitely a whole another beast of a matchup. Vietnam and Denmark being on the side of contenders, so probably the scores might be lower, but Nomad 1 is a type of map that basically anyone can play, right? This is a standard aim map, obviously lengthy, obviously the consistency is required, but it does that a bit. That element of RNG is still there, right? And with that, this Nomad 1 pick is so risky. I think it's even more risky than Nomad 2.
It is definitely quite a bold step to take into the fog of war. There is Nomad 1. I suppose that it is clear that everyone can aim, but only a select few is consistent at it, and Denmark trying to prove that they are a better team in that regard. Def coming in, completing the Vietnamese roster, waiting for Denmark to complete theirs.
And who else other than Sobu? Once again, the star players joining in last. And with the good luck and funds in the chat, we are now going to be starting off with this Nomad 1. 3 minutes and 42 seconds long. A lot of aim. I would imagine a lot of combo drops are awaiting us as well. So definitely a fog of war, as you've mentioned. A lot of unexpected things might happen, and it all comes down to this map. Let's see how Vietnam will perform and whether Denmark will be able to equalize the score or Vietnam will take a match point.
OD9 expecting minimal 98% from all players, so in a sense 400,000 score is a very heavy low roll for all players involved, so definitely a bottom score line that we have to pay attention to as Bao finds the first miss for Vietnam, and Jonah with auto pister for the first and second miss for Denmark. A 3v2 right off the bat, and this is definitely a shaky start you do not want to see on a Nomad 1.
Exactly, a shaky start as well. And speaking of shake, Nomad 1, given the overall requirement for aim and the fact that the nerfs might be high, this map is even more dangerous than it is already. Realshin does find a miss on the slow section though. 2 FCs against 2 once again with Bao. A good recovery from him as it does give that edge towards Denmark with 2 recoveries from Autofister and the Beast Jonah. But it's still just the quarter of the map transitioning into the Ki. Now that's where a lot of misses are found. Realshin and the Beast Jonah finding the misses, but it's not the combos that matter. It's not the recoveries. Autofister, no recoveries for Denmark. It's just the FCs, but Bao being the difference maker here, being the only recovery combo for Vietnam, still holding on as the first Ki is now finished. But Casio though finds a miss right after the break.
Sobu finds a miss as well. This is once again an absolute chaos from all angles, leaving only Ironville and Dev as the dust settles. But Bao, oh my god, bro. But other than that, 1v1 on Dev against Ironville, 77k difference. Vietnam ahead by quite a margin.
Indeed, still half of the map left. Dev, the hope for Vietnam, and IMWill, the hope for Denmark. They need this point. Vietnam, they need this for a match point. Denmark, they need this to equalize the score, to try and stay afloat, to not give Vietnam that edge. A few misses coming in from Bao and Casio, not helping the situation. Still a massive lead towards Denmark now. The Autofister does find a miss. The combo advantage is going to be on Denmark's side, as I've stated prior, but still, it's just about anyone's game as long as IMWill and Def are holding the Ki still on the high rise, and Def finds a miss. That's the opening, and that's the opening that IMWill is willing to exploit. The combos are there. He just needs to hold on. It does switch towards the right. Still a third of the map left. Will needs to hold on, and he does exactly that.
44k difference. Ironville refusing to look homeless. 1000 combo, keeping everything tidy, putting every furniture there, is making his home look so damn good. 1000 combo. Denmark is rising up with the lead.
It's such a good place to hold a combo on the slow section. Obviously, you can still miss on that, but you can hold on for longer, and the score gap, the score difference is going to rise even further. The Beast Jonah finds him as the last Ki now on our screens. Autofister finds him as Sobu, good on the recovery, but all eyes are IMWill, the hero of this map, the hero of Nomad 1, to save Denmark from the impending doom. As the Ki just continues to hold on, Black Tap, will he secure the FC on this map? He already did enough. It's the matter of prestige, and he is chasing for that. The combo, he's still holding on. Look at how he's aiming this jump. Sobu finds a miss. Not just Casey holding on to the combos, and IMWill sadly dropping the FC, but he did so much for his team right where they needed them the most. And with that, Denmark is back in the game, and the score is 3-3.
Of 3, ladies and gentlemen. One last pick guaranteed from both teams. Well, whatever happens, happens. And Vietnam, what are they gonna do? I don't dare to say any more predictions because it will be wrong. This match has been going from one corner to the other, has been flipping the tables upside and downside. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to expect.
A roller coaster of emotions, a roller coaster of picks and skill sets. And with that, Vietnam, their final pick. A lot of options still yet to choose. We did talk about that Hard Rock 1 for the entire match, but might as well just forget about that. Look at Hidden 2. Look how Vietnam did on Nomad 3. Obviously, Hidden 2 is going to be a whole different beast. This is not going to be your overlap rating. This is just going to be a reading with some mechanics involved, some streams, some aim too. So a different type of reading, basically outright. Well, Denmark, you gotta look at those towards those weaknesses. That TT3 probably looks like a good pick for Denmark if they lose this map. But yeah, that being said though, I think the main idea here is to try and go for either HR1 or Hidden 2. I think Fremont 3, given the consistency, given the aim that Denmark has shown, given that star performance from IMWill, is looking quite dangerous. So a lot of options and a lot of time for Vietnam to choose.
Yeah, the problem of picking Hard Rock 1 now, I feel, is that kind of mental blockage after looking at the Nomad 1 performance. Are they gonna go for it? No! what? No mode 5? Letter to the black where we're going precision lighten. What is this game?
Wow. This is just basically rolling a die and picking a map where the die lands on. I honestly don't understand the thought process behind this, but I can respect that. A whole different skill set, a whole different front line. Precision, CS 7.4, map by 0 PP and Osu, 2 minutes long. Very basically Osu for ants. The circles are gonna be small, and obviously there's some elements of light tech and a little bit of a gimmick on the second third of the map. And I don't know what to expect, Blacktop. What do you think of this pick?
I got nothing, bro. I mean, this map consisting of that one very, very important diff spike that I've been seeing that kind of changes the tide in an instant. The first part is definitely just precision consistency, which I've actually haven't seen too much from both of these teams. So once again, we are off of the papers on our numbers, and we are only left with our imaginations of what could even happen. But you know what? I mean, I suppose Vietnam kind of rolling their picks, but they've been rolling natural 20s plenty of times. So I suppose I just have to believe, Lion.
All they have is to believe. The hopes and dreams still running. A final pick for Vietnam. The players are in the lobby. Let's see how they will perform on this Delmont 5, how they will perform on that dip spike on the second third, where you will see those peeps that you were hearing in the song. That's where the sliders get basically horizontal sliders throughout the entire map, cross-screen sliders that might catch a few people off guard, but I would imagine that both of these teams, the second week of groups now happening, right? They had to practice this. And now it's going to be the best time to try and show up to either steal a breakpoint for Denmark or to try and get a match point if you're Vietnam. Do or die situation, a best of 3. Will we see a tiebreaker? That's the question that is lingering on a lot of people's minds, but so far, it's just Nomad 5.
Here we go. CS 7.4, a bit higher than the even Hot Rock too. So let's get right into this one. Going to the first section, Sun Sliders here and there. Very, very small hubs, but very, very precise. Vietnam with the double miss to start themselves off.
Not the best start considering the length of the map. This is going to hurt them a little bit, but still not as crucial as the misses that will come in further, especially on the dip spike that we'll be talking about. So far, a good edge towards Denmark, but IamWill, the hero of Nomad 1, finding a miss on this precision map and does give a little bit of an advantage towards Vietnam as it shifts a little towards the left. Still, a third of the map now gone. Bao finds a miss, traded by the Beast Jonah almost immediately. But still, it does favor Vietnam on paper with those combos from Kisio and Simi. It's a 2 versus 2 with a good recovery from Def.
Oh, what? The double miss, and that's an instant wipe off the board for Denmark. Def and Casio with the early miss. But that's the method, getting rid of the nerves, it seems. And they are the last tier standard, like peas in a pot, peanut butter and jelly, chicken and nugget, you know, 160k difference going into the KI section. Casio will fall. The 520 combo going into this solo section. These boss sliders are definitely praying for them, itching for a miss from Def, but he refuses. Everyone falling, everyone unable to stand up to this KI, but Def is the one and only shining star for Vietnam and in this lobby.
Def, once again, we've seen IamWill being the hero on the Nomad 1. Def taking that mantle for themselves, doing the same for Nomad 5, holding on. An early miss in the beginning, not even mattering in the slightest as he closes out this map with a style to grant Vietnam their match point. And now Denmark is 1 map away from 0-3 loss in this group unless they find a pick and force tiebreaker.
Yeah, I'm really scared. Why is this map? Why is this match kind of crazy though? This is
match,
definitely
yeah.
something to behold. Yeah.
Again, the pride, the honor. You might not be advancing out of the groups, but you're having fun, and that's all that matters. I would imagine the players are having a match of their lifetime so far, and Denmark, it's gonna be their turn to pick, and we talked about that Nomad too, basically throughout the entire match. Surely they will pick it next this time, right?
Yeah, I really do not know what to say or what Denmark is gonna opt in for. I'm still in the team of them just going at it, just tapping Nomad 2. But I don't know. It's
I would not be
really tough
surprised.
to call for anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see something like GT3, which Denmark did pretty good on their matches against Taiwan and against Vietnam, not Vietnam, sorry, against Malaysia. But HR2 is being picked, and that is a bold statement. Picking precision after losing a precision pick, that is bold. That is brave.
I got nothing, man. Yeah, like, we've been hyping up Denmark Nomad 2, tapping Warlords, and they've been avoiding it like the plague, and now their last pick is going to be Precision Burst Alt. My goodness, this match is something else.
It is something else, and it is an OS original that we were talking about. Memo Demo Show Off Showdown. This is going to be your precision alt map, as you've said prior. Also about average in length, and I think, well, I mean, obviously we did see both teams playing Nomad 5, and Vietnam did take an edge over Denmark there, looking pretty confident. But HR2, Vietnam did play that map prior against Malaysia, getting a 2.6 million score. So with that, I guess Denmark looked at that score and said, we can do better, and we are gonna show up, and they better show up because their tournament life, I mean, obviously is already gone, but nonetheless, their honor is on the line, and they need to defend that.
I do agree, you know. It's time to go home with something in hand, and Denmark is willing to do anything to get that done. Post Sobu, the PJ, and I am Will on this Hard Rock 2, ready to play this map. Dev is in, Bao and another guy. There's Casio. Good luck, have fun. The last pickable map of this match is in, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be an original indeed. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. It's either going to be a win for Vietnam or it's going to be a tiebreaker. And I know all of you in the chat are itching for that tiebreaker. But let's see whether Denmark does deliver. It's their pick. It's a do or die situation. And when a mouse is cornered, that's when they get the most dangerous. And with that, we start off with this HR2. The Beast Jonah still loading in. And finally, the ult and precision in question. The Osu 4 Ans Part 2. Now on our screens, no misses so far. Just a few act drops early on. Nothing too crazy, nothing too scary yet. But the map does pick up, and that's where it does pick up. The first KI immediately on the board. Paul does find the first miss on the KI, but still the accuracy looking so good for Denmark, especially with that accuracy from Casio not being able to find his game, with Bao 2 struggling on the accuracy department, which still maintains the lead for Denmark.
But looking much more comfortable on the accuracy. 3 good accuracy compared to 2. But combo is king in this kingdom. Going to the first K section now. 3v1 or 2 full combo action as Sobu finds the miss. No trades just yet in the side of Vietnam. But there's the miss from Casio. But that's not the big hitter. Will is now going to Beast Jonah as well. 3 players remain for Vietnam against no in the side of Denmark. This is looking mighty dangerous.
This is looking so bleak for Denmark. The Free SCs are still holding it. It's the slow section. Look at that score lead grow. It's just Pol with the recovery. But Vietnam, they are doing it again. They've done that on Nomad Free and they're doing it again on this HR2. Obviously, KCO did find a miss earlier on. But still, there is no combos to contest this advance from Vietnam. This basically a slaughter happening on our screens at the moment. It does lead towards 400,000. Bao does find a miss. The FC dropped an opening, an opportunity for Denmark, but they need to see more than that. They need more misses from Vietnam, but they're just not coming in, especially from that miss with Sobu. It's looking oh so bleak.
Bao?
Oh no.
He's back?
Oh no, it's a
Just like
Bancho
that?
as well.
Man, quite the resurrection to say the least. 500k difference and the Beast Jonah will fall. Pol, the last man standing and no longer standing. Iron Veil with 600 combo, but that's the only substantial combo in the side of Denmark. Dev has finally found himself a miss, but Nargain Bao got his back as Vietnam absolutely walking with their head high. 5-3. It's their
Bells
win.
are ringing. The bells are ringing for Vietnam. It's a victory for another guy as well. That FC does close out this match with a fashion 5-3 leading towards Vietnam. And with that, both of these teams have played all of their matches for the group stages. Denmark, what a way to go. What a way to send off your teams into another year. As inconsequential as it might have been, this was an entertaining match with both Vietnam and Denmark showing us wonders throughout this entire matchup, and I am glad to have casted this. Well, with that being said, Blank Tap, I think it is time for us to conclude this match, isn't it?
Indeed, a bit of a tiebreaker showcase is a brewing, but big respect once more for both Vietnam and Denmark. Plenty good showing from the both of them. Vietnam not going home without an MTM, to say the least. So that is very nice, very beautiful. And yeah, I mean, I suppose we shall anticipate either the tiebreaker showcase or maybe we end it right here and then.
Maybe, but something that I wanted to say is that both of these teams obviously both were eliminated prior to this match, but oh, this match was such a cinema. And with that being said, I think it is time for us to shout out banners. Make sure to buy those banners to support your favorite team for OSU World Cup. It does also contribute to the prize pool, so make sure to support your favorite team and help out with the OSU World Cup organization. But that being said though, I think whether we see this showcase or not, casting this match for you was Leiden and Blank Tap. And yep, I guess we're gonna be seeing this tiebreaker.
We are doing it. Alright, Scratch, hide the points, ladies and gentlemen. 4-2 for Denmark with an amazing comeback. And it's time for the tiebreaker Destin Victorica. It's going to be the Hard Dance mix and also going to be the Nightcore mix. Oh yeah, it's tiebreaker time.
Yep. Even though this match has been concluded in Vietnam's favor, it's always nice to see the tiebreakers being played. Such a good show of sportsmanship for both of these teams, and well, a good way to conclude this match as well. And I think me and Blank Tap are gonna have a blast with this tiebreaker. This is a heavily mechanics favored one as well. There's a lot of streams, there's a lot of aim, there's some tech elements to that too, so something to note here for the map itself. The rosters look, but yeah, they don't have Def on Vietnam, surprisingly enough, but still, Real Shin does play for Vietnam, so he is back in. And with that, I guess we are going to be transitioning into this tiebreaker.
Is, I don't know, near and dear, you know, we love Nightcore in this household, and seems that everyone should be ready up soon enough. 6 minutes and 8 seconds. It is your classic DNB burst and jump map. No tricks, it is as simple as it can get. Consistency, consistency, and consistency. It's time for the tiebreaker.
Oh, Look at the mods for Vietnam. Something else in KCO with Hidden Hard Rocks.
Ooh.
Over modding present on this tiebreaker.
Alright, here we go. Won't say no to a Hard Rock full combo showcase on this map in particular, so let's get it going.
Yep. Let's see whether that backfires for Vietnam. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, but it's about having fun, and having fun they sure will have. Realshin not being able to find the combos early on, as Denmark still not being able to find the combos in general for their Hard Rock player. Norkilled not holding on to that, but Hidden Hard Rocks are still holding, still looking comfortable. KCO does find a miss though, but something else is with that combo, along with an SS from Bao early on.
Absolutely 5,000 score difference, so things are still very much close as we go into the first section with no one missing. And now the slow part, just chilling, flourishing, staying in their lane. Norkilled finding a miss on the slow section, but not too big of a deal. This map is plenty long, plenty dense, and there goes the last Hard Rock combo. So I suppose we're looking for the Nomad players for any kind of full combo.
Indeed we are, and the combo advantage is going to be on Denmark's side. 3 versus 2. Realshin does find a miss though. It's just Bao versus 3 players from Denmark holding on to their combos. The Beast Jonah, Ironwell, and Sobu. All of these players, they have put so much work throughout this entire match, and I think it would be so rewarding for them to take this tiebreaker for themselves. But nonetheless, Bao, the only obstacle in their way, still holding on to the combos, still being as strong as ever. KCO not being able to find the combos, as well as something else too, not recovering, as the Beast Jonah finds a miss along with Bao. The final FC dropping for Vietnam, as it's just Will and Sobu.
Indeed, and I don't know, on showcases I like to treat it as a free-for-all, so let's just kind of think of this as a 1v1 currently between Sobu and I. Feel they are still going at it with the full combos. K lead to Denmark nonetheless, but still kind of anticipating for any kind of full combos, and it is slowly but surely being formed into reality. 1/3 of the map is gone, 2/3 more to go. And Sobu is the last man standing. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. And 1/3 of the map gone, and the KI is high on the rise on our screens. The streams are there. Quite a comfortable flow-wise, but Sobu continues to hold on. 1/3 of the map. The KI is now gone. No combos for Vietnam, just Realshin. But Sobu does find a miss in the middle, basically. The score cap is going to hurt him significantly, but still, Realshin, the highest combo now in the lobby. He has been silent. I don't think he was in a single map throughout this entire matchup, and with that, for Vietnam, he can finally show up like he is capable of, and he is definitely capable of something if he's holding on to that combo, that's for sure.
I'm guessing Vietnam has been keeping him in their back pocket. He is doing really well in this tiebreaker. It will be quite a bit of a feat to just show up in the tiebreaker after not really involved in any of the maps. Oh, but he does find the slider break, so 160k difference. Denmark is still very much in the lead. God, Hard Rock is nasty on this map.
Yep. Hard Rock on this map is insane, and I'm honestly a bit surprised how anyone is holding combos in this. The highest score among the Hard Rock players, so gonna be something else. Does find a miss though, but Sobu also not being able to hold on to the combos for much longer, as the 2 highest combo in the lobby for now is gonna be Will and the Beast Jonah. 900 combo and 700 combo respectively. And with 1/3 of the map now gone, I mean, it obviously does favor Vietnam, but treating it as a free-for-all, it's a race with Sobu and Will.
Going into this pretty funky slow part, and will increase his combo to 1100 combo. The Beast Jonah with 900 as well. But once again, the streams rises up, and we're about to go into the big 1-2s. And this is one of those nerf killer parts of the tiebreaker. Very, very big jump. Oh my god, the Visiona will find a miss, but Iron Bill, we've seen what we can, what he can do on Nomad 1, and he is quite the sharpshooter.
Real Shit is probably tired a little, I can get that. The map is very long, 6 minutes long, putting his pen down, putting his mouse down, whatever he's playing on. Finally back to finish the map, but nonetheless, I am Will. Look at that combo. Imagine if we had tiebreaker. I am Will would have been the hero of Denmark, but it only remains a hypothetical. What ifs, sadly, are not the reality, and you always got to remember that Vietnam did take this victory with a score of 5-3, and honestly, the thing about group stages that is just honestly beautiful is the fact that even though both of these teams were already eliminated, we've seen this match, we've seen this absolute cinema of a match, scores, picks going left, right, and center, and I think this does show how effective group stages are, not just for players, but also for viewer enjoyment as well.
Giving a chance to kind of shine light on basically the not so top team. Unreal though, 2100 combo, and that is very nice. Good game, well played for both of these nations.
What a score from Will, but yup, this is gonna be the end of their Odyssey journey. Sadly, as we've stated countless times, both of these teams will not be qualifying to the main round, but they did deliver us what we did not expect, an absolute masterclass of a match, and I think with the curtains now closing, it's going to be a good time for us to say our goodbyes. Don't forget to buy those banners to support your favorite teams, to support the OWC team for the prize pool. And we will see you 16 hours from now on for the Norway versus Austria match. Casting this match for you was Leiden and BlankTap, and unless BlankTap has a few final words he has to say, I think this is gonna be where I personally say my goodbyes to all of you.
Forget banner, banner, and banner.
Eat those
Take care,
banners.
guys. Bye bye.
See you next time.
I can feel you in my heart, you in my arms. Oh, I can hear your voice, I can hear you through the silence, through the silence.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2025 group stage. Week 2, ain't no breaks on this train, so many more games happening, so many of these groups still to be decided, including this one. Japan have not long come back from a game, but they're back in action once again today, taking on Singapore, who need a big result here to get out of this group. It could be do or die for them. We'll see what they can bring to the table. And it's lovely to be back on the OWC cast. My name is Doomsday. And we're joined by two lovely people here in the casting booth. We have a TriCast today. First of all, bringing in once again, Blacktap. What's going on, mate?
Doing pretty good, quite excited for this match. Definitely seeing what Japan can do, and it is quite a scary situation for Singapore to be in such an important match. But of course, you know, there's one, there's you, Doomsday, there's two, there's me, and there's the third one. Ravale, introduce yourself, my good sir.
Yeah, I'm here to submit my resume to become an OWC caster. So I watched the OWC 2015 Grand Finals tiebreaker of Furioso Melodia. So can you all let me in?
Oh well,
that's all we need.
In the door, yeah.
I'll sign you off. Where do we sign on the dotted line? But yeah, on the TriCast, we have a lovely Reveal in from the Mania World Cup, very seasoned Mania World Cup caster, and also a fellow featured artist under the name Silis. So we got the FA cast going on here. It's really cool to have you on. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Yeah, of course, and definitely I had to go for a Singapore match as well to commentate on.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like I said, they need a result here, Singapore. Japan already have 2 wins in this group, so they're looking pretty good right now. They're not out of the woods yet, because this group has kind of took some twists and turns, lots of close matchups, and it could still potentially end up in a 3-way tie, so Japan still need to perform here. Singapore on 1 win, 1 loss. They do need to get a nice result here, otherwise they could be in trouble in this group.
Yeah, so some background between these. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, let's continue.
I'm just gonna talk about the history between these 2 teams in OWC because prior to today, Japan and Singapore have faced each other twice. There was a 5-1 win to Japan in the round of 32 in the 2020 OWC, but more recently a tiebreaker affair in the round of 32 of 2022 OWC. But that one going in the favor of Singapore, so possibly we could see some revenge on the table.
Could be, I say. It could be the decider between these 2. I think the very first match, I recall that. Well, the second match, 2022, was a really good match. It went to tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Singapore won that one though, so the more modern history favors them a little bit, just a little bit. A lot of old style names on the Singaporean roster. A lot of players that have played a lot of tournaments and a lot of World Cups in the past. Returning once again, of course, not least of which GS Blanc, who is the proper veteran of this team. But so many of these players massively experienced, and they'll know what it takes to get out of the groups, being such a good early round team for many years. Whereas this Japanese roster, a lot of new faces, a couple of old names to back them up, but the new blood have performed very well the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we see on the bottom of our screens as well a Hidden 2 ban from Japan and a Double Time 2 ban from Singapore. So we do see a perma ban from Japan. They've banned Hidden 2 against Greece and Hong Kong, so similarly here. However, Singapore did ban Free Mod 3 against Hong Kong, so a bit of a shake-up this time.
So adjusting to the opponents just a little bit. But opening up with some free mod to kick us off. Very popular map this. Some good old Psyche, map by Dezag. Do really enjoy his tech stylings, and this one's not far off that. With the density on Hidden and the mechanics on Hard Rock, brings out a lot of the strengths in your mod players. Picked by Singapore, definitely know them for picking a lot of free mod and making good use of it, because they have very strong specific mod players. Astronaut back in there, I imagine he'll be taking the Hidden. Could be Tebi as well though. No GS Blanc on this one for a cheeky Hidden Hard Rock, but Golden Wing and Eagle have been pretty good mainstays for this one so far.
It would look like a Eagle, Hidden Hard Rock and a Q-Shot Hidden. At least that was the mod selection when Singapore played against Hong Kong. And it will be the same.
However, on the other side, you can say that's basically actually the same. Chopon on Hard Rock and Haga on Hidden. Chopon actually full combo in the entirety of this map in particular and winning against Hong Kong, but this is going to be a bit of a problem when Singapore feels really confident despite that insane performance from him. 2.6 million is the line to cross from Singapore, theoretically. And this map is not forgiving when you miss in the middle.
Yeah, Japan are also very fresh off playing this against Hong Kong earlier. So they should be well equipped as Q-Shot will find the first miss of the lobby, and that will hand the lead to Japan for the time being.
30k difference as Eagle falls as well. There goes Singapore's Hidden roster and Hidden Hard Rock for Managa trades against Tebi, leaving on the downwing. Chopon once again going into the office and ready to put in some work. Paperwork is being done by both Jose-san and Chopon. Once again, the two guys that acted up plenty last match with both 1 million and 700k, and they are looking to replicate that performance.
Yeah, carrying the weight of Japan, Chopon the highest accuracy of the entire lobby, even if Hard Rock does find an accuracy drop, a trade between Jose-san and Ego, where Ego will find a bit more drops here. Chopon will finally drop the FC, so Japan's lead will shrink quite a bit actually, as Hard Rock finds a very dirty drop. Jose-san and Kushina will trade. This lead is shrinking very fast. Singapore might be able to tug it back.
It is going to be done somehow, some way. Japan will not be able to take this back downwing with a miss at the last circle. Oh my, Japan kind of underperformed by about 500k, but Singapore will take everything that they can get.
You gotta trust your big players for the big moment, and on the first pick, Dawnwing coming up with the goods. Nice 800k on the Nomad. That was huge. That was huge through the second part, the drop as well. To take that combo through, and first blood will go to them. It is their pick. Japan, I imagine, won't be too worried because their next pick's coming up. But what a start here for Singapore.
Yeah, it looked quite bleak as well. Japan had about 130,000 point lead, and then everyone in Japan just dropped. Very solid start, but it is now going to be Japan's pick.
It is. They have to pick of the litter here. If they want to go into some of that speedy stuff, they do still have the Nomad 2, which they did extremely well on just a couple hours ago. It'll be a good pick against Singapore here, although Singapore have some decent DT scores on the maps they've played. You'd reckon that pure speed pick would be pretty good for the speedy Japanese roster, especially because they're already warm on it. You may want to save that for a little bit later, because those sort of speedy Nomad picks are definitely good for comfort when you need something to just steady the ship. We'll see if they save it or use it.
Yeah, and also something that might be a bit challenging for Japan here is that they really can only go off the scores that Singapore set against Hong Kong. And Singapore didn't really play many other maps, which include Hard Rock 1. Singapore did not play this, but Japan did not either. So this is going to be pretty new for the two teams here.
Going a different direction, and I'm all up for it. Because I'm not gonna lie, when I was watching the map pool showcase and I saw Alien Friend request popped off, I'm marked out, dude. I'm marked out. This is an absolute banger. It's a song that was actually made for the Kyoku Song Contest not too long back. A lot of good original music made for that, and this was my absolute favourite of the bunch. That's by a group mapped and produced by a bunch of Norwegian community members. Just waiting for that video to come out. You're getting on that Melon Boy. I'm waiting. But yeah, this is Hard Rock 1 and very aim heavy, very mechanics heavy, but it's not super duper comfy. Plenty of tricky kick sliders and ISVs to deal with as well. So you do have some of that element that can trip up your players that aren't so comfortable on the Hard Rock. And it's quite long as well, so you need that consistency too. Singapore have some good players on Hard Rock to make use of it, and GS Blank straight into the lobby for this one. I'm not too surprised to see him in for this.
Yeah, we should maybe... Oh, I was about to say Hollow Knees, but Mikhail also slots in just nice for Singapore. And for Japan, surely we do see Chopon-Pon's appearance. But for the fourth player, it could either be Rafunia or Jose-san. Maybe Rafunia would work better. We do see Rafunia, but Furamun actually coming in.
Looks like it. Looks like the lobby's set there. Inside of Singapore, yeah. Mikayo Tebi coming in for this one. Dawnwing staying in the lobby. Generally a perma lobby for the vast majority of maps in Singapore.
Yeah, what I do like about these two teams is they really utilize the extent of their players. A lot of their players, all 8 of them from both sides, get some screen time, really.
Yeah, they do. Like, there isn't really a player that's in for absolutely everything, although Dawnwing has kind of been that. They do mix and match their players a lot. I guess that means you kind of can miss out on a bit of an anchor in high-pressure situations, but It seems to work well for Japan so far in this tournament with their 2 wins and 2.
And once again, it is their time to show what they got. Bit of patience is needed though for this map in particular, but I do not like it. I don't know what's wrong with this map. This map is banging. I don't know what's... Yeah, but now 4 full combos from both sides as we start off this map.
Yeah, but you can imagine this map will only ramp up from here. As Furamon will actually find the first drop for Japan.
Yeah, definitely not the best of start for Japan here. 3v4, Singapore taking the lead currently. Makeo for an instant trade there, 3v3. Things are starting to get really interesting as YMD also finding his own miss. It's a 2v3 now.
Okay, no, I think those were Bancho drops, I was about to say.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but that is a real drop from Tabby. So that trades Furamon.
Indeed, 20k difference. Accuracy still very much equal from both sides. Singapore a slight lead, but still a 3v3, especially when Tabby hold on for so long. Furamon on the other hand, catching up, and GS Black will find the miss, down to a 3v2 as Japan trying to crawl any kind of advantage.
There's some accuracy drops from Tabby as well, so Japan will be able to strengthen this lead even more. So far so good for the remaining 3 FCs as GS Blank finds another drop.
Wing as well, only leaving Makeo and the recovery from Tabby to fight off against Japan. YMD with the miss. Going to the slow part now, still a huge advantage towards Japan as Makeo, the last man standing, the mainstay of the Hot Rock player in any kind of free mode, bringing skill onto this Hot Rock 1. But he's alone, there's no one to support him, and with 300k deficit, this is not looking good, Ravel.
Yeah, Rafunia and Homotan leading the charge for Japan as Dawnwing and GS Blank fall, as is Furamon. So this lead is just going to continue to grow ever so strongly. Rafunia will finally fall, but the damage might already be done.
Indeed, Homotan. Just keeping Makeo in check, both of them definitely playing their hearts out, but only one will be off, rewarded with a singular point. And Japan is looking to bank that in. One last HEA section, Homotan and Makeo. Put on the show, will you? Going to the last HEA section now.
Yeah, these very abrasive sliders. Not phasing either Makeo or Homotan. As I say that Homotan will finally fall, those are only Makeo left standing. But that shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of Japan's things here on this map. They will secure that point.
1-1. Well then, this is definitely a match to be had. Very good for Specs.
Yeah, big performance there from 2 of the players on Japan to pull that one through. Makeo doing absolutely everything he could though. That's a brilliant full combo on that. And the accuracy is looking pretty good across the board. Just a few miss aims, a bit of consistency on that Hard Rock, catching them out. A bit of a surprise on paper. Singapore with the better scores generally in the qualifiers as well on almost all of the Hard Rock picks across both plays. But Japan winning it this time. Pick working out very well. A brave one working out pretty well actually.
Yeah, there was definitely some risk from Japan going for a map that neither team has really shown on the group stage, but very strong showing from Japan. But now the cards are back to Singapore. What do you think they could... Okay, I was about to say what do you think they could possibly go for, but double time 3 is immediately coming out here.
Oh yeah, they know what's up. Double time 3, so that's going to be some control they're going into. Going into the DT pool where they did ban the speed, but they're going to something that's not so speedy. Alt control, finger control, aim control. Lots of stops and starts in this. I mean, I think it's one that both these teams could do pretty well on. It's another pick that could be a bit of a toss-up. So I guess early on going for a couple of 50-50s before going into some of the picks later on that could be a bit more up their alley. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Japan has usually relatively struggled on double time 3. At least in comparison to Singapore. Singapore have played this already against Hong Kong.
They did have a nice couple scores on that actually. Dorming had a nice FC on that one. Hollow Knees, Mikhayo with 800Ks to their board. They didn't win it against Hong Kong, but it was a very good score, well above 3 million. If the players are feeling good on it, then why not? It's a different day though, and sometimes on different days you can't quite play it the same way. They must feel it here. Mikhayo back in for round 2 on this one. So waiting for those 2 more slots, but I wouldn't be surprised if Adornwing moves over. There he is. And if Hollow Knees is here, will he be playing this one as well?
Yeah, we do see Cymango in for this and Ego. Very interesting choices because instead of Cymango and Ego, it was Hollow Knees and Tabby that played against Hong Kong on this, yeah.
I haven't seen Hollow Knees yet. I wonder if he's around. It's only early days yet.
That is true, yeah.
Eagle's always a very solid pair of hands though when it comes to generally anyway you need to fill him, especially on no model like the control side. As for Japan, their 4 was in a long time ago. No outer lean for this one.
Yeah, I was about to say no outer lean.
Which is a surprise considering he was a mainstay in the qualifiers on the no mod picks, but not today. Different kind of ult map though that compared to the qualifiers no mod 3 though. This one's a bit more nice. It's less about the constant strain of flow, it's just like stop start little patterns that you really have to do a lot of control to hit. It's a different feel.
Especially with not much time, all of it crammed into this one neat package of 2 minutes and 7 seconds DT3. This map is a bit of an all or nothing kind of map where you either get stuck at 500k because of the spike or you hit it and get minimum 800k unless you slip up. Froman will be the first one to miss nonetheless.
Yeah, once again another shaky start from Japan. They will be the first one to drop, the second one to drop from YMD. So Singapore will have that lead extended a little bit further, maybe depending on accuracy drops from Cymango and Mikhayo.
This is still the quad full combo looking good for Singapore, but half of the map is now down, the lead starting to accumulate, and thus the waves are coming. Which one of these players will drown in it? The spikes is going to be very difficult. Downwind finding the first mains down to a 2v3, but Japan has such a good recovery on their way. Eagle is not down, it's down to a 4v2. Singapore is now surrounded, Ravi.
Yeah, and another miss from Eagle despite having the highest accuracy from Singapore's side. They just can't hold on to combo. Unlike Rafunia, Homutan, and Cymango, as is Mikhayo, but he will fall as well. Fuamun would trade. Eagle will also drop beforehand.
Rafunia
as only Rafuna.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Cymango is the only person to be a newcomer in the side of the Singaporean roster, and he is putting in the work. But if that work pay off, I don't think so. 300k is just a bit too much, Ravel.
Time is running out. And time has definitely ran out now. The first break point of this match will go to Japan. A very sick score from Rafunia. I was about to say possibly the FC, but they will drop right at the end, so no FCs in the lobby, but that is still well above the million score range, as is Cymango.
Rafunia's had a good match so far.
Yeah.
He's had a really good match so far for Japan. Absolutely. But Cymango actually coming in, swapping out from the last time Singapore played this and just stepping in and full comboing. Fair play to him. That's a brilliant score on the side of Singapore, but team difference makes the difference. Breakpoint dropped from them. Japan with the next pick too.
Yeah, definitely something I will say as a Mania caster is that when you have 4v4s, the weightage of each player holds a lot more significance if you do mess up in comparison to a 3v3. Especially for a game like also Standard.
I suppose, yeah, I say the combo scaling is brutal on Standard compared to Mania, I suppose, especially with the more players involved. I suppose in a 3v3, you know, each player, there's less players to rely on if you're struggling, right? But yeah, in Standard, it's just one single slip, especially if it's near the middle. It's brutal for your score overall. The timing can really hurt as well. I wonder what Japan's got in store for us. They went Hard Rock 1 last time. Surely they don't go double Hard Rock. I'll be very surprised.
It is possible. Okay, but they will opt for No Mod 2.
There it is. On home turf.
Hey.
The Japanese mapping collab picked by Japan again. And they've made it their home. They did so well on it earlier on today. They're going to make it happen again now to try and build a nice 2-point lead, which is big in a best of 9.
They had a shakier score on this against Greece, but then they completely demolished this against Hong Kong. 3.2 million team score. Singapore did play this as well, but only a 2.65 million.
To be fair, if you compare the first group match score from Japan, they got to 2.62, so technically Singapore do beat them there, but yeah, on the second round, Japan massively improved. So they're on the upward trend. The maps they've played for 2 matches in 2, they have improved consistently on them. I'm hoping that carries on here, because if it does, it's going to be a tough one for Singapore to steal. My speedy pick, that is very much, if you can speed, you can play this. It's very comfy for the speed players, but if you're not so speedy, the aim bits in this can really trip you up, especially in the second half where the spacing is getting a bit more spicy, and at the very end where those very spaced triples can completely nuke you if you're not careful.
This is quite a funny sight to see. Everyone in Singapore in, and then Japan is just out to lead. There we go.
Against the world.
The flood is here.
The squad. Avengers assemble. Haga, Jose San, Furumun.
And Autoline.
Yeah, alongside Autoline. The double TapX squad as well. Autoline and Haga, I believe, are both TapX. Always handy for speed picks for that, and they've made great use of it.
I always find TapX really impressive, honestly. The amount of control that you need.
Yeah, it's crazy. I suppose you put the time in, you can reap the rewards, but without it, you're just double tapping everything. I can't tap X for the life of me. I don't know.
Alright, map number 4. Japan to take this to double their lead.
This is going to be very much important for them. I feel if they keep this going, things are going to be out of Singapore's hand and out of Singapore's reach, that's for sure. GS Blanc and Furumun with the early miss, but we've seen how little that matters as we go into later and later in this No Mod 2. Plenty, and I mean plenty of combo to rebuild your momentum. Rabido with the miss, Rabin.
That is a very messy miss from Tabby as opposed to Furamun's miss. So it will give that lead to Japan. Very strong accuracy, still holding double S from Hosei-san, closely followed by Haga.
This is going to be very tough to come back from, especially with the lead at 130k. That is huge. In the first 1/3 of the map, going to the techier section, we've seen players missing on this aim, and we will keep seeing it happening. Haga and Kyustro down for the count. 2v2 on the combo scale with Furumun on that massive recovery.
Yeah, but Hosei-san is just completely destroying this map. 99.9 into the spinner, into the break. That's a 300,000 point lead to Japan.
Heavy with the
Singapore have an uphill battle.
Indeed, and currently, what's a better way to start the hike than to actually go for a 300k difference is absolutely massive though, and this map is not something you can really randomly miss on. It's so consistent if you're good at it, and Japan definitely good at what they do. Triple combo still on the board. Last quarter is coming up. It's about to begin. Let the flood come in, Ravil.
Singapore are just doing all they can to keep themselves at bay, but the lead is just growing. Tabby will contribute to that, as is GS Blank. It does seem like the light at the end of the tunnel is being snuffed out for Singapore to try and snatch a point here. Japan once again, just like against Hong Kong, completely crushing this Nomad.
God.
That is a score from Jose-san. How many hundreds is that?
Not enough, only 7. That is crazy. An improvement of 800k, and Japan has consolidated their breakpoint. This is something else.
Yeah, this is Japan's map. What can I say?
Jose-san actually improving his last FC. He FC'd it last match with 10 100s, but this one chopping it down to 7. So another big improvement.
7 from Haga as well.
Oh god, yeah. There's a slider break actually, the 150. That's slider break is the only miss he had. God, we could be looking at a near 4 million score on that from Japan if it wasn't for that slider break. The classic, but yeah, Japan are just so good at that.
Yeah, I will say it definitely sways me that just one single slider break in the middle has like a 350,000 point swing. That is crazy. Not like it matters for Japan. They take the point comfortably. Yeah, back to Singapore.
Oh yeah, they'll gladly take that. And now Singapore needs to try and make something happen with their pick. There is a chance this could be their last pick in this matchup. So they need to make good use of it. Where do they go? They still have Fumod open. Fumod 2 would be brave because Japan do like that one. They're going Hidden 1. And this makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes, definitely. This is, at least in terms of shared maps played on group stage, this is the only map that Singapore actually has a better team score on.
I'm cool if Japan actually have played this one actually.
Yeah, they did play this, I believe against Greece. It was a 2.8 mil.
Ah, right. To be fair, the scores are pretty close. I think Singapore
Very
got
close.
2.9. So it's close.
You are correct.
But hey, if they're banning Hidden 2, which is low approach rate the gimmick, sure. Why not pick the other Hidden? It's higher approach rate, AR 9.6, but it is certainly more on that control side. Again, they picked Double Time 3, which is control 2. This one's a bit more of that ult style, lower BPM, more about that flow aim control, a lot more winding stream patterns in this, but also plenty of swing patterns as well. Not the 1-6 swing patterns, I think it's all like 1-4 or some 1-8. It feels like swing.
Yeah, I think it is tighter swing. Just to kind of sidetrack a little bit, at least from what I know from playing this song in my mind, the swing rhythm in there is definitely quite tight. So I believe it is closer to 1/8 than 1/6. Banger song, by the way.
Oh, it's such a tune. Absolute tune, this. I did actually got it on. Yeah, this is a lovely BMS tune. It's a.
It is indeed.
Yeah, I believe it's like it's VTuber style, but it's like a VTuber designed for the BMS style, the whole project.
Yep, I believe it debuted in BOF NT, so that was 2 years ago.
How the squad's looking compared to last time then? Japan looks like they're going in the same squad that played this last time against Greece. As for Singapore, it's
once again
like a similar one for them too.
No Holonese.
But no Holonese, yeah. I wonder if he's around, because you'd think he'd be playing this, but instead it's going to be Astronaut. Put it in for him.
First section there of the burst. Probably gonna catch someone off guard. Let's see it coming only for Raman. with the first miss 3v4 right off the bat, but accuracy is in a bit of a dumpster as Dawnwing trying to recover from the 85% accuracy. The burst in the beginning, definitely something else, Survey.
I will say Qshan actually like combo broke at the start as well. They're behind by about 20 notes, so already a little bit of a disadvantage in that regard. But you can see this lead is slowly shrinking as Dawnwing is finding back some accuracy.
28k difference right now. The swing section, not too much aim, but the sliders are still very tricky as Haga finds his own mistake. Beautiful recovery, basically gaining a full combo from both Furaman and Kilstronaut, but only one has more combo than the other, and Singapore pushing ahead into the slow part. This part is a silent killer. We've seen players missing it time and time again, and oh my god, YMD with the miss, 2v4, and now Singapore has the opportunity to keep this lead, Ravel.
A very important lead as well. If Singapore give this up, there is the potential that this match could end without another Singapore pick. And you can see this lead is skyrocketing, almost 200,000 points now.
Yeah, this is just not going down Shopompon, and now leaving only the man that missed in the beginning, Furaman with the recovery, and no longer as he falls to his sickness. Kilstronaut trades, but that's not the full combo, Ravel. Singapore still has 3, and my goodness, they are going to drop down to 2, but damn right, Eagle and Tevi got this under control.
Very crucial pick here from Singapore. Eagle will fall as well, but a 600,000 point difference. Japan cannot reel this back. Is this the FC? FC from Tebi?
Yes, absolutely. Oh my days. Tebi making it look easy. A swing and a hit. What can I say?
Oh, you'll love to see it. Tebi stepping in. It's one of the more experienced members of the Singaporean roster. Great score.
I was about to mention Haga again. 2 100s, 150. I believe that was the silent break. Again. How punishing combo breaks can be in this game when you're having like a 700,000 point score and 3 drop judgments.
That's absolutely mental, that accuracy actually. Oh my goodness. 99.7 is right at the top of the leaderboard. This guy's leaderboard farming even in OWC. You can't take him away from it. Shame about the slider break though again, man. They aren't treating him well.
I mean, even without the slider break, Japan wouldn't have gotten this, but it would have definitely been a lot closer.
Yeah, it would have been. Like, that was a brilliant team score from Singapore and a brilliant pick. Definitely shook Japan there. Didn't look too comfy, man. The consistency down. They'll be thankful there's no more hidden only left. 2 more free mods open, and one of those are pretty good for them. That free mod 3 could be looking quite interesting for a future Singaporean pick, though. Free mod 3 being aim heavy, speedy aim on free mod. But Japan with the next pick still in a good spot. Singapore still need a break point and fast.
They are biting on Hard Rock 2.
Whoa!
Okay.
Hard Rock 2! Okay. I am shocked they picked this map. I mean, Hard Rock 1, sure, I could see it. The mechanics. This, I was absolutely dead certain Singapore was going to pick. But nope, Japan's picked it.
I will say, I think Singapore, after looking at the score Japan set against Hong Kong, they might feel a little bit scared.
True.
It's like 3.5 million. Almost 3.6.
I guess it is just a case of they played it so well last time, just go for it again. They're picking the maps they're good at, regardless of who they're facing. Which is always a good idea.
Yeah, it's always about building your team confidence. True. Singapore and Hard Rock.
This one quite a lot this last couple of weeks, and I'm really happy about that. Memo Demo bringing out a brilliant OS original here. Show off showdown.
Oh! That is true. This is a very popular pick, I realize so far in group stage.
I mean, I guess the Precision Hard Rock can be a little bit of a spooky pick, but I guess a lot of players liking that high AR, they do like to go into these picks even as a comfort pick. And the precision on this, with it being CS 6.5, isn't super out of the ranges really, especially with like Nomod having a ultra precision pick in it. This one is more about the patterning, the control patterning, those flowing patterns in it all the way through on small CS. We'll see if Japan can produce another masterclass like they did earlier today. But Singapore can threaten on this one. Of that, there is no doubt. They did get 2.6 mil last time, though.
They did get 2.6, and that was with a different roster as well. That was with Hollow Knees in the lobby, but this time it will be Eagle. And as for Japan, it will be the same exact roster as they did against Hong Kong.
Don't fix what ain't broke. Why swap anyone out? They played like that. Here we go.
If you can do it once, you can do it again.
Indeed, Japan gonna test that hypothesis there. They did, once again, really well. I think that's the #1 score overall in this tournament on that Hard Rock 2 out of left field. And Japan willing to show that it is not a fluke going into our groovy Hard Rock 2 burst alt with plenty of slider tricks across the board. Homoton with the first miss, but nothing to panic about just yet.
I do realize this is like a trend now for Japan. They are always going to be the first one to miss in the lobby, but that is a multi-miss from the side of Homoton and YMD. So immediate advantage to Singapore.
Not the most tricky part just yet, reveal. So that is very questionable. Nonetheless, recovery coming in quick for Japan. But as we are going to hype things up, the actual meat of the map is coming in with the early miss before the hard part, down to a 2v3 situation.
Yeah, Singapore might still be able to hold on to this lead for the time being, but accuracies are being damaged left and right as Homoton and Rafuna. That's a very messy drop from Rafuna actually, a couple misses. So this lead now completely resets back to Singapore's favor, but Tabby will drop, that will soften the blow.
Indeed. Nonetheless, the Singapore got 3 bullets in their magazine, ready to aim it directly onto the circles, but Eagles missed. And now, the accuracy, the recovery coming in clutch. Japan pulling it back 40k, 30k. They're counting it down like it's New Year. Downwing and GS Blank holding it down, trying to do what they can. The last 2 pillars for Singapore, but it's slipping, it's going away. 50k difference, Reveal.
Yeah, still very strong showings on both Showponpon and YMD. But Singapore, they will still have some chances. It's only a 77,000 point gap.
Yeah, looking pretty good for both sides, but a case needs to be made in this courtroom. Only one can be proven not guilty, and GS Blank finding the miss is only Downwing. And there's not much support. Japan rising up from the dead. We thought we were gonna see a generational low roll, but surprisingly they were just warming up, and now the lead increasing more and more. Homoton finds the miss, but nothing other than that reveal. Japan got it.
Singapore wanted to show off, but Japan have given them a showdown. That is a 600,000 point advantage and match point to Japan.
Gotta say, man, that was looking a little bit sketch for Japan there. I was worried about them. I thought Singapore were about to do the Singapore thing, but Japan in that second half just locked in. Dawnwing with a brilliant full combo. The accuracy down a little bit, but still great stuff. Singapore kind of breaking a bit on the end as well, but was looking pretty spooky until that ending drop there. Nevertheless, Japan match point. Singapore are on match point of their ticket out of here, possibly.
not out of the group stage if they do lose this match, but it will get very spicy because then their match against Greece tomorrow will be all or nothing.
Yeah.
So backs against the walls. Singapore do have their pick.
I'm still thinking at that 3mod3, in my case Samba might be a good pick for them. It's AIM, it's 3mod, those mod players in their happy place. Or we could go for left field and pick NoMod3, Chocolate Disco, the low AR NoMod, considering Japan banned that. But that would be brave. I don't think you're playing into Singapore's historical strengths there. But maybe they need something left field to just try and get something to happen here. No, they're not going to do that.
Ooh.
Heliosphere is the next pick, NoMod4.
Okay, this one is definitely a little bit out of left field. Japan have played this. They played this against Hong Kong earlier with a 2.5 million team score. Singapore have not played this.
The theme of a lot of Singapore's picks has been control. They've picked the DT3. They've picked some of the control maps around the pool. So this isn't too far from their strategy so far, it seems, here. The results have been hit or miss. But if they've done their homework, they might see that score that Japan put out and thought, yeah, that's beatable. Surely, if they're picking it now, it has to be, because it's their final pick of this matchup. Fairly straightforward tech stylings, this one, though. It's high SVs, it's tricky burst streams. Some sliders have ticks in them, you got to follow along. And it's in that BPM range that you see so often in tech maps. This is a pretty straightforward style that everyone in the lobby should be pretty familiar with. Nothing too unusual. But it's in a high pressure situation for both, really, but especially the team picking this.
So you would maybe say that this map is going to be aiming towards if Japan just combo break more than themselves?
Certainly could be. I mean, in terms of the accuracy game, Japan have looked better on the ACK, and on maps like this, you can combo game it, and you can kind of dodge some of the, I guess, the mechanical difficulty and just combo game some of the sliders, don't follow them all away and things, but you're sacrificing ACK to do so. It might not work well against Japan, who might be able to take enough accuracy to mitigate that combo if you cheese too hard. I don't think either of these teams going to do that, really. This map is not super crazy on the mechanics, but you do need to be consistent for it.
Yeah, it's going to be now or never as well for Singapore. Japan putting up the same lineup that they did against Hong Kong to see if they can finally put a rest to this match. And as for Singapore, they are still trying to fight at least for a second victory in the group stages.
Some people do say that history repeats, Japan trying to do just that. They won against Hong Kong 5-2. Will the same fate drops upon Singapore? Going into their own pick, NoMod4. A chance to prove themselves worthy to still be in this bracket. 4 people to prove themselves worthy in this NoMod4. And sliders will not be their friend. Going into this first few sections, nothing too tricky just yet, but we are seeing plenty, and I mean plenty of accuracy dropped on some individual reveal.
Yeah, in particular, I'm looking at Furamun, Tabby, and Dawnwing, definitely the ones giving me a bit of the jitters, but Rafuna will actually be the first one to drop again. Japan, always the first one to drop in these maps.
Indeed, this is definitely something else, but whatever strategy that they are doing, it is working. Do we see the vision here? Ravuna with the early miss, but can he recover? Jose-san as well though. Hold the front door. It's one thing for it to be a strategy, it's another to be an accident. 2v4, Singapore got them on lockdown. But remember, we've seen this happen. Singapore needs more than just 100k lead. They need something of a killer, something of a big shot. 120k, it's building up and up as we go into the second gate section. This is it where hell breaks loose and Singapore trying to tear it open against Japan.
Japan have played these games before. They've had to make these kinds of comebacks in the second half of maps, but Singapore have just been able to lasso this lead. and continuously grow it. Everyone doing superbly in Singapore.
Indeed, and it is looking ever so devastating. The 4 absolute warlords Furaman is down for the count. Recovery is coming from Jose and Ravuna alongside FC from Shoponpon will mean nothing. Singapore still with the 4 full combo going into the last ending patterns. Ladies and gentlemen, they're making hella bread, but they are no bakers. Still holding on, still going on strong, locked in, loaded, and Singapore will show it how it's done. Now this is my masterclass.
I'm sorry? C31? Can we get that checked? Are you sure? That was a complete mass ejection of Japan. They were destroyed. What is this?
Yeah, I'll need to have a peek at the stats on this map, but 3.5 mil seems pretty bloody high for this. Goodness me. Singapore showing no fear here. It's another FC for Tebi. It's another FC on the board for Dawnwing, but another one for Eagle and very nearly. Actually, there is one for Astronaut. That's a fucking crazy score. Brilliant stuff here from Singapore. Japan have the next pick though. And they do still have Free Mod 2, which I am kind of worried about again for Singapore. Japan still have a good pick in their back pocket. Do they pull the trigger?
I'm glad that things don't really change between OWC and like other World Cups, that the low seed teams can just do things like that. I was amazed at Mania and I'm amazed again in Standard. This is the final pick. Japan has to make this count if they want to secure a 3-0 clean sweep in group stages. If not, it is going to be Destined Victoria. Not many options left. 3 no mods, 1 double time, 2 free mods. And they will opt for that free mod 2.
Yeah, it has been looming menacingly, I think, this entire matchup. Japan have picked this every single matchup, and every single one they've posted 3 million. Last time they posted, I think, nearly 3.7 on this. And considering how that No Mod 2, the progression on that's been, they only get better as they play these maps, man. Can Singapore break this? It'd be a huge break point. I mean, obviously, with it taking the tiebreaker, but of all maps, this would be a big one to steal from Japan. Free mod, flow aim, streams, 195 BPM, flow aim all the way through. Normally, you see these maps in no mod as the no mod 2. But it's on free mod here, meaning you're gonna have to deal with hidden and/or hard rock from your squad.
Yeah, at least from what we've seen so far, it should be a Kyushu hidden, the KO Hard Rock. And then for the side of Japan, looking like a Furamun hidden and a Rafunia Hard Rock. But it also depends on who's actually going to be playing. It'll be YMD and Shoponpon, both are in the lobby. We do see Haga. And we also do see a brief movement, Dawnwing, but they're not in the client anymore.
I think Haga could be a pretty good shot on this with his tapping prowess. Although on the spicy flow aim on this, Japan do have players in the back pocket that could definitely fill on flow aim very well. These new players for Japan are very nice on the tapping. It really is a case of who's feeling good on it right now. They have definitely not been afraid to swap out players that have played this map previously. I think it looks like you're going to be sticking with the usual squad though. That is the same 4 for Japan that played it last time and the time before.
I will say out of all of the players on this screen, Tebi is the only one, at least in this lobby, that has seen Singapore beat Japan in OWC back in 2022, and that went to tiebreaker. Can Tebi and Singapore do it again? It would be absolute cinema.
Time. Absolutely, and this Fremont will be the apex of it if it does happen. This is it. Last pickable map in this match. Japan unleashing their Fremont 2. Very consistent. They have been going at it again and again and again. This map is their bread and butter, but Singapore looking to end this streak from Japan. Can they force tiebreaker as we go into the first stream section, Ravil?
Yeah, I do realize that Japan are actually playing it a little bit safe. Ramun doesn't have the hidden mod. Kyushonaut will be the first one to drop though on the side of Singapore. So lead and advantage to Japan.
Indeed, probably need a bit of a reset because Froman is indeed using hidden currently, but Kyushonaut with the first chain miss and the second one just now, and now it's a 4v3 as Singapore slowly but surely losing their grip on this situation. 150k difference,
Okay.
And now back into the action as we go into the slow section reveal.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused because I was only seeing one mod on Japan, but yeah, it is Ramun on hidden, so.
Oh, what happened? What happened? It's only shot on one.
Wait.
Hold the front door.
I have no idea if Bancho is doing something funny
Never
right
mind,
now
there we
because
go.
it does seem like it is.
Okay, this is it.
Yeah.
The last full combo coming from Singapore. It's only Makayo to hold it up against Chopin and YMD. This is not looking good for the Singaporean nation. 100k difference, still trying to pull it back, but it's increasing more and more and more as that just slowly catches up. One last section, Rafuna with a massive chain miss. 200k difference. This is going to be very tough. 140k actually. Bancho, what's up? What's going on, brother?
Bancho can't decide what the lead is, but it is a Japanese lead still. We head into the final section here. Still incredible performances from YMD and Chopin to try and shut the door on Singapore for any sort of tiebreaker force here.
Yup, this is it, the last stream, the last few sections, 100k difference, ladies and gentlemen, dreams do come true, and for Japan, it is going to be a Singaporean nightmare, 60k difference.
Wait, wait,
Wait, what?
Oh my god, Bancho!
What?
No.
The MP, we
Hold
go.
up. Hold the phone.
Stop the count.
That's a win from Japan. That's a win from Japan. Yeah.
That is a win for Japan.
I really apologize to any of the Singaporean supporters in chat, but that was a Japan win. And it was by 93,000. It was very close to an incredible MVP performance from Makayo, but it will be for naught. The door was shut. Japan will finish the group stages with a clean 3-0. That was a very close match regardless.
That's a brilliant matchup. Brilliant matchup and some brilliant performances from many of the players on both teams. You had their carry moments. Dawnwing with some brilliant scores, Tebi with some brilliant scores, Makayo as well, especially on that last map. On the side of Japan, how does it sound with some brilliant scores on those tapping picks? Chopin on that final pick there, Fremont 2. But, as you mentioned, Japan, 3 wins in 3. They survived the group stages. They are through in top 2. That is for certain. Singapore still have work to do. They're 1-1. They have one more game later on. It's against Greece, who still are in a chance of progressing themselves. So Singapore versus Greece is set to be an absolute barnstormer later on in this group to decide who goes through in that second spot. But nevertheless, congrats to Japan. Their new squad. So many people are wondering where those old school names were that have brought them such good success, but the new blood of Japan showing that they deserve to be here every bit as much. And that performance speaks for itself.
Yep, and it is also revenge for Japan following their tiebreaker loss back in 2022. Autolin, the only player from that roster back then, now finally being able to witness their own team beat Singapore at OWC. But that will do it for us and for this match. We do have another match coming up very shortly in 4 minutes. That would be, at least on the mainstream, Brazil versus Philippines.
Yeah, Brazil versus Philippines is honestly, I think, one of the matchups of the weekend. 2 titans, 2 heavyweights in the group stage. They're battling to get through in the top two there in the upper bracket. But also on the second stream as well, we have Kazakhstan taking on Portugal in a matchup with massive ramifications in their group to see who goes through as well. Both of those two teams need results to make sure they get through or avoid going out entirely in this round. So Osu Live and Osu Live 2, both live with some banger games and plenty more to come today and tomorrow. So stay tuned. Any closing words, guys?
I mean, it has been an honor to be able to cast with the both of you and to cast in OWC. Hopefully it won't be the last, but I think for the time being, I'll be saying my goodbyes and enjoying OWC as an audience member, but hopefully we can all enjoy some really good games coming up.
Oh yeah, it's been really good cast with you, Ravel. Thanks so much for joining us, and cheers Blank Tap as well. It's always fun, mate.
Yeah.
We
Blank
are
Tap?
signing off. I think.
Yeah, we are.
I seem like
we are signing off.
Bye.
Bye.
Yep, see you.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Osu World Cup's Most Underrated Players, where we highlight players in this year's tournament that you should look out for. Dio will talk about a player who's been overshadowed by their teammates in the past few years, but has now improved to be a juggernaut on an already strong team. This is Izzy.
Izzy is a Brazilian player and former OWC 2023 team captain who, in the larger public's eye, remains overshadowed by the legends of the past. Long gone is the era of Mistia, Nissan, and Mouse Easy. It is time to finally embrace a new era of Brazilian players with Izzy at the forefront. Izzy showed last year they were potentially the single best player on this roster, even over Korea Maluko, and I expect them to continue driving that point into everyone's memory this year. And welcome in everyone after a quick player intro video for one of Brazil's players this year to Brazil versus Philippines. This, the title matchup in their Group D this year. Brazil already up 2-0 after beating both Sweden and the Netherlands 5-2. The Philippines up 1-0, having beaten the Netherlands, but still with the top seed in the group, Brazil, to contend with. I'm Dio, and I'm joined by Stage for this match. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going pretty well today. Yes, this match is so exciting. Could very well be match of the weekend. Both of these teams are undefeated in Group D, looking to claim that #1 spot. And we've seen some massive, just absolutely incredible performances from Brazil over this group stage. Just absolutely monstrous scores coming out. We did see, I believe, a quad FC on DT2 last week from Brazil, so that is something to look out for. We are getting into things here with the pick or ban phase starting shortly.
Yeah, Brazil last week against Sweden, as you said, putting up a quad FC on that DT2, the #1 score of the weekend on that map as well. Limited a little bit by the accuracy, but still getting those 4 full combos is super, super impressive. They also had a lot of really, really good Hard Rock scores last week. #1 on the Hard Rock 1 from last week with 4.2 million team score. All 4 members above a million score on that Hard Rock 1 is a really, really tall feat. And then #2 and #4 on the Hard Rock 2, both of those scores above 3 million for Brazil versus both the Netherlands and the Philippines. So this is a team that is really, really strong on those Hard Rocks. Meanwhile, the Philippines, pretty solid on the Hiddens, had the #1 team score on Hidden 2 last week at about 2.9 million team score. Had a solid run on the Hidden 1 as well, but Brazil can contest them on that. So we'll see where they want to go. Philippines definitely looking less like a pure mechanics roster and more like a bit of a gimmicky roster with the Hidden 2, Hidden 1 performance, as well as their Nomad 4 performance, #4 overall on that map in the first week of group stage.
Absolutely. Brazil coming in at #2 overall so far in the group stage, only second to China. And China is kind of the clear #1 performer, coming in at the highest seed in group stage, ordered by average score, of course. And yeah, Philippines, we haven't seen, this is their second match, so we don't have too much to go off of besides that first match against the Netherlands, but you definitely don't want to underestimate them. And they are looking very solid in their own right, but it's going to be definitely pretty challenging considering Brazil is quite overperforming for their seed, at least slightly. Yeah, it does look like we are going to see the Philippines taking the second ban, and the Brazilians are going to take the first pick in this one.
Yeah, I like that for Brazil as well. You kind of want control of the match as first pick. They are the top seeded team in the group. I think there's some arguments that you can make for second pick having that a little bit less pressure on you to get it right the first time. But for a team with some confidence in their picks, having control over the match and being able to potentially win, with just one breakpoint at 5-2, I think is really, really powerful. So definitely happy for Brazil getting that first pick. And we can talk about them overperforming a little bit, but they are seed 11 in the tournament overall, which means that out of group stage, they are the 3rd highest seeded team, right? So this is a team that realistically should be topping the charts on multiple maps, and that's what they've done so far. Philippines, meanwhile, they've lost one of their best players from last year in Milkteism. And I think a lot of people kind of assumed that would be a really tough loss for them. And I think as we get farther into the tournament, when the skill cap starts mattering a little bit more, that's when that'll really start to be tested. But in these early stages, it doesn't seem like they've felt that loss all that much yet. The players on this team are all still very good. You do still have a couple of core players on this roster from last year as well, in Nathan Ram and Zone Louise. As well as a lot of other players really stepping up, especially players like Lord Gabriel, Zany, Ramu as well, Icarus. Like, a lot of these players are very much stepping up for the Philippines and making sure that loss cannot be felt in these early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Hidden 2 ban coming out. Makes a lot of sense considering the Philippines did get #1 on this overall. And just looking at the kind of the comparison of the performances so far between these two teams in the group stage, there's not a whole lot of overlaps in the maps that they have played, like in their separate matches. But we do see, Brazil looks very favored on Hidden 1. Of course, this roster is extremely proficient at Hard Rock, which we do see the Hard Rock 1 ban coming out from the Philippines, which again makes perfect sense. And of course, the DT2 that we mentioned earlier. And looking at qualifiers, there's actually several toss-ups where the scorelines were quite close between these two teams. Nomad 3, Hidden 2, DT1, and DT3 were actually quite close. Brazil on qualifiers looking very strong on Nomad 2, Nomad 4, the Hard Rocks, and Hidden 1. And Philippines is looking actually quite good on aim and just stamina as well. Nomad 1 and DT2 outperforming Brazil in qualifiers. So I'm very curious to see what these teams' strategies are going to be. as we get into this.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. I feel like if you are Brazil, you can be pretty confident in something like the Hard Rock 2 first pick. Kind of similar story for some of these DT maps, especially the DT mechanics maps in this pool. Brazil, though, has just been really, really good across all the DTs. Very solid free mod scores out of the free mod 1 and free mod 2, at least, as well as those really, really good Hard Rock scores, as I mentioned. I think they just have kind of the back half of this pool to work with for Brazil. Everything from Hard Rock 2 downwards all look like good picks for them. I think Philippines, you're going to see pick more into kind of the first half of this pool. Maybe Nomad 2 aside, they did not have a very good time on that versus the Netherlands last weekend. And it is just going to be a first pick DT2, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think if you are Brazil, you can basically just pick all 3 DTs and Hard Rock 2 and be completely fine in this match. So we'll see where they end up wanting to go, but I think this pick just makes a ton of sense. They were the #1 score on this map last weekend and looking to repeat here.
Absolutely. Again, Brazil with the Quad FC, we've mentioned this a couple of times, and Philippines by no means was looking bad on this either. So this is a pick. I'm surprised to see this come out as a first pick. Brazil is kind of looking to just flex this this skill set on the Philippines, which the Philippines is also very good at. So, you know, this could potentially be a mispick, but if they're feeling very consistent and confident on this, it could be a very strong first pick as well. Get that off the board.
We're going to see the speed roster come in for both of these teams here. If you do see any swaps for either of these teams, I would expect it to be Jitterish on the Philippines, the one player who really struggled to keep the combo together. Had the S rank, but at 463k, that's quite a lot of slider breaks. It does look like Jitterish is going to be staying in here. And we're going to be seeing actually perhaps join in. No, is swapping out. Should be Icarus if they want to repeat the same roster here for Philippines as the last time that they played DT2. Brazil, meanwhile, is indeed repeating their exact same roster. Not a surprise. Again, this is the roster that 4-way FC'd this the last time they played it. So not surprising to see them repeat the same roster here. I would be a little bit interested to see if they're going to replace Icarus with somebody else, because Icarus did have an FC for the Philippines the last time that they played this map. So no, it is just going to be Icarus joining in once again.
Everyone is in the lobby. Rosters are set. The GLHFs are coming out. Will Brazil be able to repeat a Quad FC? We will see. Or will Philippines take this break point? Should be getting underway here very, very shortly. And we are off to the races. Group D, Brazil versus Philippines. This is going to be such an exciting match. First pick. Here we go.
Now let's get into it. This is, I think, a really interesting match because it basically decides whether or not Brazil is first, but it doesn't necessarily decide everything about the group. We'll maybe talk a little bit more about that in between a couple of these maps, but Brazil, if they win this match, they top the group. They go 3-0. So for Brazil, this is a match that you really, really just want to win and be done with. For Philippines, it's a chance to take first place out of the group for yourself. So both teams here really gunning for this win. And early on, it's an accuracy advantage for Philippines, giving them the lead in this one, and a slider break for Korean Maluko as well to give a little bit more of that score lead, some combo lead, about 500-ish combo over to the Philippines. As we come up to the end of the first quarter of this map, just the one break so far for Korean Maluko, and the combo and accuracy lead for the Philippines now growing even further with another miss to come through for Vidarskull. About another 2 misses for Korean Maluko and Takeo, and far from repeating the 4-way FC. Brazil with 3 misses in the first half of the map. Only Kurumi W to hold on to the FC, and the 4-way still intact for the Philippines. Zone Luis, Nathan Ram, Jitterish, and Icarus all pulling up when it's needed on this first pick from Brazil.
Yeah, this map is so unrelenting as well. There are 3 evenly spaced key eyes, and we are getting into the second one now as you mentioned, Philippines looking so comfortable with this four-way. We are seeing a complete U-turn, 180-degree turn from last week's performance from Brazil on this. And Philippines, I knew they were feeling pretty good on this. They've been looking really good on this map so far, climbing towards 2 million team score. We do see a slider break from Zone Luis. That is far and away from what Brazil needs. Brazil basically needs a complete four-way. Otherwise, it's going to be bad news, and we may see a potential DC from Take on this as well.
Yeah,
so that's to be determined.
Unfortunately, Stage, I don't think it matters. Kurumi W has also missed now. They have no FCs left from Brazil. This lead is already 900k. Even if this score were a double S for Takeo, we're getting to the point where an added double S to their team score would still not do it for Brazil. And there you go. That's over a 1.2 million score lead. So DC or not just doesn't matter. Mind the canyon for the Philippines as they completely gap Brazil on this DT2 pick. 3 FCs still left. Zone Luis to find another miss will not matter whatsoever. Nathan Ram, Jitterish, Icarus, all on the full combo coming into the ending here. And this is going to be one of the biggest gaps that we see in the group stage this week. 1.8 million team score gap for the Philippines on your opponent's first pick. It'd be BM if it wasn't for the fact that Brazil picked this into the Philippines. And if it wasn't for the fact that they actually had the 4-way FC last weekend, if Brazil had matched their score from last week, they would have won here, but the Philippines just completely outdo them on the consistency.
Yeah, this is a surprising first pick, and as I mentioned at the start of this, to me, this was a total toss-up map. You know, Brazil, it's so hard to repeat a performance like that, and Philippines coming in hot with 3 full combos. I would not be first picking DT2 into the Philippines, but they are going to look to consolidate this breakpoint. And if I'm the Philippines, you know, I'm thinking about a free mod pick potentially, or potentially no mod 3, no mod 2. Just kind of, maybe the no mod 2 is good for tapping, you know, kind of tapping is warmed up. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening with Brazil, but maybe they just weren't feeling it.
Yeah, rather unfortunate to start there for Brazil, and maybe it's a little bit of first map nerves as well, right? In terms of the accuracy, I think they look pretty comfortable overall, right? You're looking at pretty similar accuracy kind of across the board. High 97 for Korean Maluko, mid 96 for Vitorskull, 94 for Kurumi W, but then you have 95 for Nathan Ram as well, right? So there's not incredible ACK on anyone, but there's also not extremely poor ACK on anyone. And that's very similar to what they had last week as well for Brazil. You're looking at mostly 97, 96, 95 for Brazil last week. So I think it's just maybe some first map nerves, some early map jitters here, making them shake off of some notes. And, you know, it's 2 S ranks for Korean Maluko and Kurumi as well. The 1 miss for Vitorskull, so it seems to track. You just miss aim a little bit and your score gets chopped in half, basically. So unfortunately, Brazil chopped on that map. We'll see if the Philippines can convert the breakpoint with their next pick, though.
Yeah, definitely. And the Philippines look very solid on Nomad 4 as well. We haven't seen this map be played by Brazil. The Philippines getting over 3 million team score with 2 full combos, so that's a potential pick. And Nomad 1 is actually I mean, it hasn't been played by either team, but I think it is Philippines favored if they were to go that route. Nomad 2, it's a kind of potential toss-up. There were some low team scores from the Philippines. They actually got number 26 overall, so we may not see that come out from them this early.
I think that's a pick that like makes sense after you win the DT2 by such a wide margin. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see it. But like you said, they got like 2.4 million on that versus the Netherlands. They were number 26 overall on the map last weekend. Mind you, there were about 20 matches played, so the lowest you could be is about number 40 overall on that. I'll actually just check real quick. The lowest was number 32 overall, so that's a pretty bad team score, all things considered, for the Philippines on that last week. That said, clearly they're doing a lot better on the speed today.
As it takes a bit of time to get into this next pick, we do see a warning come out. The Philippines.
We also see a test message there from Nathan Ram. I'm wondering if the Philippines might be having some internet issues as well. I know there is A Typhoon going towards the Philippines right now. I know it's not supposed to be there today, right now, but typhoons are very, very large storms, so there could be some difficulties there with internet. And it looks like we maybe do have maybe some difficulties, but it is going to be the Nomad 3 pick, apparently, for the Philippines as that map gets loaded out. I'm not sure if this is... because we don't see anything in chat, I'm just going to assume that this is the correct pick, and this is being handled on Discord or similar, and we'll just roll with it for now. We have no information to the contrary, so we'll just assume this is the pick. Stage, walk us through this Nomad 3 pick, because we don't have anything from last week for either of these teams.
Yeah, Nomad 3, I mean, to me it seems favored for the Philippines considering they're more comfortable on reading based on these hidden 2 scores. Nomad 3 is your CS5 AR7 4-star OWC map. It is, you know, it's a bit on the mechanic side, so it's not horribly uncomfortable, but it is AR7, so while it may not be pure memory, it is a reading check and a bit of a precision check with that CS5. So it doesn't surprise me to see this. I was actually expecting this from the Philippines. And Brazil, yeah, we haven't seen this score from them. So I think Brazil has also definitely been avoiding this. And I'm surprised it actually hasn't been picked into them yet all weekend.
I think one thing to note, that Brazil did get a very, very good score on Hidden 1. Obviously a different map, right? Also a very good score on Hidden 2, number 4 overall versus Sweden last weekend. But Philippines has the number 1 Hidden 2 score from last weekend. So you're expecting this team to be a lot more consistent team-wide on something like the Nomad 3. That said, when you go back to Hidden 2 in the qualifiers, which I think is the more similar map to this Nomad 3 than this week's Hidden 2 or Hidden 1, that map ended up... yes, Philippines has the best score between these two teams, but Brazil was much more consistent at that. They got about 1.5 mil both times on that map, whereas Philippines had 1.36 mil and almost 2 million on it, so a lot higher variance. We'll see which of those runs manifests here for the Philippines, or if Brazil's maybe a little bit more consistent on these lower star rating, lower approach rating picks.
Absolutely. Taken quite a while to get into this next pick, unfortunately. We have some Bancho issues, it seems. So we are just getting this sorted. At least we can enjoy Chocolate Disco while these issues get figured out.
Sorry, would you say the title to this song was? I missed it.
Chocolate Disco.
Sorry, say that one more time. I missed it again.
Chocolate Disco.
How many times can we hear the same song title, chat? How many times can we hear the same song title?
Disco.
Oh, Lord. Okay, it looks like we're maybe getting some issues fixed here, and hopefully we can get into it soon enough.
I feel like I'm cursed, Dio. The last couple of matches I've casted have just... there's always been some major connection issue. Or a DC.
They just can't handle 2 TCOM members in the same voice chat, man. I don't know. It just doesn't work.
Oh man.
Okay, it does. Okay, nope. Another dude comes out from Izzy. I'm not liking that message. Okay, all right. We are experiencing some technical difficulties. Please hold while we troubleshoot our technical difficulties.
Please wait on the line.
Please wait on the line. You know what? We can talk about some of the group implications of this match while we're waiting on the line for tech difficulties to resolve. Brazil's fate in this match, I think, is pretty clear-cut. If they go 3-0, if they win this match, they go 3-0, they're number 1 in the group, right? Very, very simple for them. The Philippines, they have this match. They also have their match versus Sweden. Those are, on paper, their 2 hardest matchups, right? So the Philippines, if they lose this match, they can potentially also lose versus Sweden. And then from there, it's all down to Sweden-Netherlands. So they really want to get a win in this match so that they don't feel that pressure versus Sweden. That also inadvertently there's a lot of really fun ways that this group can go. If it just goes according to the seeding, I think that's the boring but probably correct route for it to go. Is Brazil 3-0, Philippines 2-1, Sweden 1-2, and Netherlands 0-3. But there's definitely a world where Brazil loses this match and then Sweden beats both the Philippines and the Netherlands, and all three of those teams go 2-1, and we have a three-way tie for first. So there's some really fun group states that can result from a couple of upsets happening in this group. So this is one to keep your eye on throughout the rest of the weekend, especially depending on the results of this match. As it seems like we are still trying to get things resolved. Luckily this is not a speed pick, right? If this were a Nomad 2 pick for the Philippines, they'd just be extra mad about having to wait in this lobby the entire time, hands going cold while waiting for everything to get resolved.
True. It's all about those micro optimizations. You got to stay warm in these tournament matches. Yeah, as you mentioned, this group is such a toss-up, and the scorelines do matter as well, right? Like, the Philippines does have a +4 point differential right now since they won 5-1, and Brazil has a +6 point differential. So, depending on the scoreline of this match, that could definitely shape things as well, right? Like if Philippines pulls out, a 5-1 or 5-2, that really does matter as well.
Definitely can end up mattering in that potential tiebreaker scenario. While we are waiting, another thing that we can kill some time with here, talk about some of the history of these teams. I think a lot of people recently have been eyes on the Philippines, right? From their top 6 finish in 2023, and then, going top 12 last year, still having a pretty good time. Now this year, with even fewer of the same members from that top 6 squad, they're looking to kind of rebuild and show that they can keep up a similar level of performance, even without some of those star players like Enri and Milkteism from their top 6 run. Meanwhile, for Brazil, this is a team that hasn't been top 6 since 2020. They were top 8 2018 and 2019, and then top 6 in 2020. From there, they were top 16 for 3 years in a row and top 24 last year. This is a team that really, really wants to show this year with this higher seeding that they have what it takes to get back up into where they were for a good 6-year period from 2015 to 2020, where they were only ever top 12 from 2015 to 2020 at a minimum. So this is a team really looking to prove that they are back at that level once again with a new cabal of players, all having worked on getting to that point for themselves. So both of these teams with something to prove, I think, in this group stage as well, really lends itself to how important the seeding is out of this group stage as we finally get into the second pick of the match. Philippines with the Nomad 3 pick, Chocolate Disco versus Brazil.
Absolutely, we're finally underway here. We do see a couple of very early misses from Kurumi, followed by Vitor Skull. So that's going to give a slight edge to the Philippines, who, again, picked this, and they're feeling very comfortable kind of on these a little bit slightly gimmicky reading picks. We will see how Brazil shapes up. And again, as you mentioned, everyone might be cold right now, having to wait so long.
Well, luckily, this map is literally 4 stars, so the mechanics are not too difficult on this one. But Vitor Skull may be having a little bit of an issue with it. Does find a break there in the first 200 combo. And this is a pick for the Philippines, so remember, they are favored to win on this, or at least you expect them to win on it, especially with how much more consistently they have played the Hiddens in the group stage so far, as well as having the higher skill cap on that Hidden 2 from qualifiers, which is, I think, the most similar map that we've seen to this one so far in the tournament. That said, no low AR Nomad reading at all before this map for either of these teams. And it's just Vitor Skull actually having any issues so far. 7 full combos remaining in the lobby right now as we head into this first Ki time.
Absolutely, it's going to be a bit more difficult here. We're going to see Zanny find that first combo break for the Philippines. No trades on the side of Brazil. Jitterish also following that up. That's going to give Brazil the advantage. Score lead is going to be slowly climbing down beyond 70k. If Brazil can maintain, which it looks like they are, they've gotten their composure. Vitor coming back with that strong supporting combo. And it is advantage Brazil, but we do see Kurumi drop that support again. Also followed by Izzy. That is a full combo break for Brazil, and that is going to put a hold on this lead swap, and the advantage is back towards the Philippines.
Yeah, and this is really kind of a breakdown in the middle of the map for Kurumi a little bit. Really struggling with getting back onto some of these patterns, which can definitely happen on these low AR reading picks. Vitor Skull has definitely found a good recovery, but is being pretty much matched by Zany and Jitterish there. So it's pretty much an uncontested full combo. Make that 2 now as Korea Maluko finds the drop for Icarus and Nathan Ram. And this score lead for the Philippines only going up right now for their side. Looking like a 2-0 start to the match. 300k up and only a quarter of the map left. And, you know, not too much combo on the side of Brazil. You have about 1k combo on Vitor Skull and Izzy right now. But that's just matching one of those 2 FCs, and the entire rest of the lobby is tripling that cumulative combo for the side of the Philippines. So we needed a 4-way break a while ago for Brazil to potentially take this as a break point. Just not going to happen here. The Philippines very comfortably ahead on both of the first 2 picks in this match.
Absolutely. Nathan Ram being so confident on this, kind of that star reading player for the Philippines. And Brazil, you know, they definitely had a shot. They had strong supports for a while, but they just found consistent misses, unfortunately. And yeah, definitely not enough. Philippines going to take this one towards 2.7 million and counting team score, which is far, I mean, that is far above average for this pick. The average individual player score is just under 600k. And we see all but one player go far and above that on the side of Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, the only other team that has gotten better than that is the Philippines themselves and Indonesia. And that's it. So just based off of the scores from last week, this would be number 3 on that leaderboard for the Philippines. It's a very, very good score for them. Sorry, I'm looking at the hidden 2 from last week. But this is still a very, very good score. Philippines with, you know, beating out all but 4 teams, 2 Chile runs, a Turkey run, and a Taiwan run on this map. The only ones that are better on Chocolate Disco from last week. So very, very solid overall play from them.
Absolutely. Philippines looking so strong, 2-0 against the favorite of this group. Brazil now has the chance to get some momentum and get a point on the board. Probably looking at that Hard Rock 2, just kind of get a comfort pick in there. We are going to go for Free Mod 2, though. It's a very interesting pick. This is more of a kind of a bursty, overlapping flow aim map. It is an OS original as well. So yeah, looking to get back into some mechanics picks after that reading map.
And I do like this for Brazil. I think you don't really want to let yourself be phased by that early break. You could change directions entirely, but this is the map where you had the number 3 score last week, where the Philippines, their best run was about 3.1 million. Your worst run was 2.9 million, and your best was almost 3.8. I mean, this is a map where, and I will say, by the way, the run where Brazil had 2.9 million was one where they overmodded with a second Hard Rock on this map. I don't know why they took a second Hard Rock on this, but they certainly did a lot better when they had 1 Hard Rock instead of 2. As Nyash on the Hard Rock looking very, very consistent, found an FC when they overmodded with Hard Rock and 950k A rank when they didn't have the overmod. I think swapping the hidden to Izzy worked very, very well for them on this map. So I would really expect it to be Izzy on the hidden, Yash on the Hard Rock, and then probably Vitor Skull and Kurumi on the no mod as well. So just waiting on Izzy to take that hidden for them as the Philippines load in with a pretty similar roster, in fact the exact same roster as they have had previously on this map. Zone Louise, Lord Gabriel, Nathan Ram, and Ramu. Likely to be hidden on Ramu, Hard Rock on Lord Gabriel. That's what they've had in the past. We'll see if they swap those mods around a little bit to try and get a better team score this time around. As we load in to map number 3, stage. No cursing it, but surely we load in without any problems this time, right? Good luck, funds are out. And we're into the third map, which I think is going quite well for us today.
Hopefully we are saved from the technical issues. Yeah, as you mentioned, that overmod on Hard Rock did not turn out very well for Brazil. So let's see what we're working with. We do have one hidden and one Hard Rock, it looks like, from Izzy and Nash respectively. As we kind of reset the client here. Yep, that hidden and Hard Rock is the same for the side of Brazil, not going for the overmod. And we do see Hard Rock on Lord Gabriel and hidden from Ramu. On the side of the Philippines, Nathan Ram, that's really just solid consistency player as well. Taking the no mod for the Philippines. Very, very early miss from Ramu as we get into things here. But that's not going to matter too much. And Zone Luis actually does find the second kind of more important early miss. So advantage Brazil as we get into things here.
Yeah, this is a map where usually I think you would look at a player like Zone Luis and say, yeah, this is a carry player for the Philippines, somebody who really loves these types of low aim stream, almost stream farm map. This is not really a farm map. There's a lot more going on here. But definitely a player who is very, very strong on low aim streams in particular. Get into some of these more finger control intensive sections in this map and nobody finding any breaks though. It's just those early misses for those two Filipino players, excuse me. Everybody else on the FC, 6 full combos in the lobby, and do not mention the bottom left corner right now. It's going well over there for Brazil, but there goes Kurumi W, actually finds the miss right after we come out of that break, and now the combo advantage back over to the Philippines here, down to 40k in the favor of Brazil, and they need to lock in. They need a miss from the Philippines, and they all need to hold on here because the Philippines' recovery is immaculate on this map coming into the last quarter or so now. And the most difficult part of this Fremod 2 stage, they may just be able to pull off the heist if they can hold on to these combos a little bit longer than the high combos on the side of Brazil. Just a minimal score lead right now, 35k, now 50k, going into the most difficult part of this Fremod 2 pick. And Lord Gabriel finds the slider break on the Hard Rock right before going in. Brazil still holding on to these combos, and the recovery from Kurumi W is still there. The score swaps back over to Brazil's side, and they just now take it back, but there goes Kurumi W. There goes Venus Call on the Nomad as well. Both the Nomads gone for Brazil, and Philippines still holding on to their other 3 combos. Izzy and Niash on the mods for Brazil, trying their best to keep it on their side, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And these 3 combos for the Philippines take another breakpoint, 3-0 for the Philippines to start this match off. In Brazil last week, I mean, they looked immaculate, but the Philippines are putting on a clinic.
Yeah, you've got to be kidding me. That lead flipped, I think, 5 or more times. That was insane. Okay, so that was basically tied coming out of the second half, and we see the Hard Rock FC from Nyash, and actually we see both modded players full comboing on the side of Brazil, which is what you needed. And this is the exact same roster when from the play where they earn number 3 overall on this pick. And that is just so unfortunate on the side of Brazil. We do see 2 misses coming out from Vitor and Kurumi, or 2 A ranks, I should say. And that is going to do it. The Philippines, again, I was not expecting this outcome so early, up 3-0 with a pick against this just absolute Goliath Brazilian team.
Yeah, I think a shout out has to go to that Philippines roster because they improved their score from a little bit less than 3.1 mil to a little bit over 3.6 mil. The only teams besting them from last week are New Zealand, who had a Nomad double S from Kyujin and 2 modded FCs, China, who had a hidden double S from David, and another modded FC plus a Nomad FC. Brazil's run from last week, and then Thailand, who also had 2 FCs and a Hard Rock 900k on chess. So the only teams beating that score from the Philippines are teams that are truly exceptional on that map. And Brazil, to their credit, you know, if this Philippines score was number 5, Brazil is number 6. They are actually better than any of the other scores other than the ones that I've just mentioned. But it's just not enough on the day. They don't get the 3.8 mil when they need it. They get 3.5 instead, and they lose with 3.5 million team score, which is real tragic. You average basically 900k and you lose. But that's the nature of group stage. That's the nature of these early rounds. And now we go into the Nomad 4 pick for the Philippines, a pick that they did very well on last week.
Yeah, this is our kind of slider tech pick with a bit of slider aim. There are a lot of overlaps on this map as well, so watch out for some note lock on this as well. Got to be precise with this aim control. And yeah, I mean, not surprised to see this pick at all. They look very comfortable, and as you mentioned at the start of this match, they're kind of leaning towards this this first half of the pool. As we get into the late stage of the match, they're going to guarantee themselves a tiebreaker if they can pull this one off. Brazil, with no momentum, losing 2 breakpoints, it's just not a good spot to be in.
You basically need this breakpoint for Brazil, because if you don't, you're staring down the barrel 4-0. Match point, you need a reverse sweep in order to win the match. They're not impossible, but they are incredibly rare for a reason. So I think if you are Brazil, you really want to lock in on this Nomad 4. We don't have any information, of course, on the Nomad 4 for Brazil from last week, but we do know that the Philippines were one of the best team scorers on it, top 5 last weekend. And we do know that on Nomad 4 in the qualifiers, and this is maybe a little shocking, it's actually Brazil who was much better than the Philippines on Nomad 4 in qualifiers. Philippines had about 1.9 million team score twice. Brazil, 2.3 mil and 2.8 mil in the qualifiers on that Nomad 4 tech pick. So if you go off the data we do have on tech maps in OWC so far, you actually favor Brazil a little bit, but I mean, the momentum of this match is something that is real. It's an intangible factor, but it is still real. Philippines with this momentum, plus the fact that they've already played this map, they've got some in-lobby practice, I think are looking to be the favorites, despite on paper you maybe favor Brazil a little bit based on the qualifiers on a map like this. It seems like Philippines are just playing more consistent today. They're just showing up better when it matters in what should be the highest stakes match of the group.
Yep, absolutely. And performance on the day of the match is so important. As we get into things underway here, really want to watch out for this aim control on these sliders. There are slider ticks in most of these, so it's very, very easy to find easy slider breaks. We are not seeing any slip-ups yet. Both teams are locked in. Brazil knows what is on the line here. The Philippines riding this match momentum. Also looking so comfortable on this, holding over about 97% average accuracy. We do see some accuracy trouble from Kagiura. And we did actually see an early miss from them as well. That is going to push things over towards side of Philippines. And Izzy also finds a miss. So this is actually looking pretty disastrous for Brazil already as we get into the third here, first third.
Yeah, it's just Corey Maluko and Kurumi now holding the FCs for this Brazilian roster, but 4 FCs on the side of the Philippines. They are looking very, very solid right now, and everyone's going to see the scores at this break. Stage, this is a long enough break that if you're playing in the match, you basically can't ignore the scoreboards at the side of your screen. You go right into a slow section and then into more and more difficult parts here into the second half. Already up 200k, and the Philippines know all they have to do is not choke, and Brazil, they needed every little bit, and that's not what they're going to get. Kuruya Maluko and Izzy both finding the breaks there for Brazil. Kagiura and Kurumi to hold, but it's just nowhere near enough. The 4-way FC still going strong for the Philippines, nearly 3/4 of the way into this Nomad 4 pick, and I mean, what do you do? There's just basically nothing you can do as Brazil in this situation. You just have to sit back and watch in awe as your opponents trounce you on this Nomad 4. There goes Icarus, but the damage is already done. It's a 600,000 score lead with less than 1/4 of the map remaining. You're done. There is no comeback from this position. So the Philippines 4-0 after this Nomad 4, regardless of those misses.
Brazil really needed Philippines to miss on this kind of really difficult Kiai that comes after that slow section about 2/3 of the way through this one. They held strong all the way through. We do see some misses from Perhap and Icarus in the late stage of this pick, but Zanny and Nathan Ram coming in with the full combo. One full combo from the side of Brazil. Kurumi matching this, but it's just not quite enough, and Brazil is staring down that 4-0 barrel. They're gonna go finally for this Comfort Hard Rock 2 pick. I would have honestly liked to see this a little bit earlier so they could get some momentum and get at least 1 point on the board, you would hope. But I just know that these players from the Philippines are just ecstatic right now, and I don't think anyone really could have predicted this so far, Dio.
I mean, I thought this would be a close match because I think both the Philippines and Brazil are very, very good teams. There's definitely been a lot of people underestimating the Philippines because of players like Milktism not being here this year. But to see them up 4-0 versus Brazil is not something I expected. Not because the Philippines is a bad team, but because Brazil, again, is already up 2-0 in the group, right? This is a team that so far has given up, I think, 3 points in total? 4 points in total, right? 5-2 versus both Sweden and the Netherlands. So it's not like this is a bad team, right? They are just losing points by a tough margin. Again, you go back to that free mod too. Brazil got 3.5 million team score. That's one of the best scores on the map. It's just that Philippines was ever so slightly better and a little bit more consistent at the bottom end, really, and ended up getting 3.6 million to beat them. But a couple of these other picks have just been absolutely massive team score leads. We saw 1.8 million on that DT2. We saw 1 million on the Nomad 3. We saw another 660k on that Nomad 4. I mean, the Philippines have just been popping off in Brazil. They were the second highest average score team last week. They're just not having the same kind of runs today that they were having last week. And so you end up with a scoreline like this, 4-0, in a match that I think most people were expecting to be very close between these two teams. Into the Hard Rock 2, which I think is the single best pick in the pool left for Brazil. In qualifiers, they were better on both Hard Rocks on both runs than the Philippines. Brazil's worst run was better than Philippines' best on both Hard Rocks. Excuse me. And you go to Hard Rock 1 and 2 from group stage in week 1. Again, they were number 1 on Hard Rock 1 last week. They were number 2 and 4 on Hard Rock 2 last week. So this Brazil roster is extremely good on Hard Rock. They minimum 3-milled this map last week. Let's see if they can repeat that kind of performance. And more importantly, whether repeating that kind of performance is enough to beat this Philippines team who is on a hot streak this match.
Absolutely. We do see Schwick coming in from the side of Brazil on this kind of 1/4 alt with some 1/8 bursts in here. You want to watch out for these really tricky kind of technical sections. Izzy does find that first early miss as we get into the first quarter here. You know, this kind of trippy section comes in very, very shortly. And I think if Brazil wants to really maintain chances here, they're going to need to see at least one player from the side of the Philippines break on it. And we do see Nathan Ram finding that first miss from the side of Philippines that is going to give Brazil just a little bit of life to hold into this match. Izzy really needs to lock in, does find another miss. And again, in group stage, it's so important to have strong supports from your third and fourth players. Zone Luis, though, breaking the full combo as we get into the first half. We do see a 3-way full combo to 2 from Brazil. And again, they need this comfort pick so badly.
Let's hope the comfort is enough to carry them into the ending here stage, because it's still only 3 FCs to 2. This is by no means a guaranteed point for Brazil. They still have to earn this win coming into the second half of the map. So plenty of patterns to miss on for either of these teams. And it's actually Lord Gabriel to find the next miss. And now the score lead is going to start to go very quickly over to the side of Brazil. 2 extra full combos, plus the support from Izzy matching Nathan Ram there in the bottom right corner just about. And so this score lead now is going to start to take off in favor of Brazil as we come into the last quarter of the map, the hardest part as well. And nobody else missing so far. Everybody's still hitting all of these patterns. There goes Schwick finally finding a miss for either of these teams. Lord Gabriel to trade, but just probably won't matter as we come in to the end. Nyash and Kareem Maluko still holding on to the double FC for Brazil, and they will indeed once again 3-0 this map on the Hard Rock 2. Another fantastic score for this Brazilian team on this Hard Rock 2, and that is a really, really good team score on this map. 3.46 million, I believe, is
That is the
actually
number
just
one, yeah.
better than any other team from last week. I do think China earlier today got a better score than this, or maybe got just under Argentina's. I'm not sure. We don't have, all of the scores on the stats sheet yet, but compared to anything anyone did last week, this is the best score on the map.
Yep, absolutely. Brazil breathing a sigh of relief as they get their first point on the board. So it is now 1-4, but Philippines does have this pick. And we are kind of in a situation where the Philippines has really, gotten a couple of their comfort picks out of the way, as well as some break points. So we are in dire straits from the perspective of Brazil. What do you think they're going to pick here, Dio?
I mean, if I'm the Philippines, I'm just looking at the 2 gimmick maps that I've picked so far, and I'm looking at that hidden one, and I'm licking my lips. I mean, it just looks so good for this roster. They've had some very, very solid plays on hidden in this tournament already. Yes, Brazil had a very, very good score on that map versus the Netherlands, but I mean, Brazil has not really liked those too much. The only other thing really that kind of lends itself to, I think, a solid pick from the Philippines, just based on the information that we have so far, is, I mean, maybe you go into one of the other free mods. I don't think you want to pick DT, because even though Brazil has had some consistency issues, this actually, you know what, speaking of consistency issues, if the other team is feeling inconsistent, Nomad 1 is a great pick. I think this is a really good read from the Philippines.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I kind of predicted at the start of this match, I think the Philippines is kind of favored on this. It is this, of course, very aim-heavy pick, and it's honestly been banned out from most matches this weekend. And it's a bit of an RNG pick, of course, but if you're feeling more comfortable in aim, that's what you want. And we are seeing a bit of consistency issues, as you're mentioning, from the side of Brazil. So that's all you really need. You only need 1 or 2 weaknesses from your opponent to take this one.
Let's see how both teams stack up on the pretty much pure aim consistency. Nothing else that's going on in this map. I know this says 132 BPM. It's mapped in triplicate, so it plays like it's 198 BPM is what it'll actually play like. Which puts it at a very comfortable near 200 BPM aim consistency for this map. There's really no bursts in this at all. There's a couple of triples here and there, I think, but other than that, it's just the aim consistency. So this is going to be a very good test of a little bit of nerve control, honestly, for both of these teams, right? This is only 6.67 stars, and it's an aim map. In solo, in single player, any player on either of these teams could FC this map. No problem. It's not that hard. It's only 6.7 stars. The trouble is when you add, okay, you only have 1 try to do it. Okay, you're in a multiplayer lobby, which is a little bit of a nerve test in and of itself. Okay, you are in a tournament match in the OS World Cup. Okay, you're also down match point versus another team, or up match point looking to close out against the top seed of your group, right? This is always way more difficult because of those external factors rather than just the map. So it's not just a test of consistency, it's also a test of nerve control, being able to keep your pen steady when everything else is working against that. A couple of early misses here from Kagira, Izzy, and Perhap. 3 players total, 2 for Brazil, 1 for the Philippines. As we come into Nomad 1, Forza.
Absolutely. We do see a couple of early misses come out from both teams. It is a slight advantage towards the Philippines, holding that 3 full combos, but it is very, very early here. Anything can happen, of course. This kind of consistency aim, you don't want to find too many random misses if you're on the side of Brazil. You really got to lock in for the full remainder of the match, frankly, as you are in a position to lose this one. But as we get into the first kind of hard section, this hard aim, we do find Icarus missing from the Philippines, giving a bit of an advantage towards Brazil as that lead ever so slightly comes climbing down towards basically 0, and it does flip as we get into the next third here.
There's still just so much map left, though. You have, a little bit of a combo lead here for Brazil. It's just giving a little bit of a score lead because of that. But very, very similar overall team states. 2 full combos to 2 matching support for, let's call it Izzy and perhaps Kagira slightly outcombering Icarus right now. And so you get that score lead into the next KI time. There goes Lord Gabriel. The next miss to come through for either team is on the Philippines, and it's one of those FCs. Very, very important drop there. This KI time as well is basically halfway through the map. You find just a couple of misses in this second KI time, and your score is cut in half. You can pretty much max out at 550k, 600k. So kiss anything higher than that goodbye now for Lord Gabriel. Nobody else finding any misses so far in this second KI time as well. There goes Perhap, though, and a second miss for the Philippines gives a big combo lead over to Brazil, but there goes Kagiura finding the trade with Perhap. So just the same combo lead as before. Miosh now falls as well, and one by one they go down after this second KI time into the aim control section, but 2 full combos remain. Korea Maluko and Nathan Ram. Izzy just behind the FC on the reverse choke. Icarus a little bit behind that as well. 300 combo lead for Brazil, 300,000 score lead for Brazil. More importantly, going into this last quarter, and I think pretty much the only way they lose this is if both Korea Maluko and Izzy miss pretty much right now before the start of this last KI time. And both of them holding so far gives a little bit more weight to each and every note and each and every miss. And there goes Lord Gabriel, and there goes the Philippines, I think. Nathan Ram to fall next. The FC down from their star player. And Korea Maluko and Izzy to carry Brazil out of this Nomad 1 and into their last pick, 2-4.
Yeah, absolutely a complete meltdown from the side of Philippines besides Icarus. And Brazil, they really needed this break point. They are holding on for dear life in this match, but I think they're locked in, Dio. They are feeling comfortable. They are warm after these kind of connection issues early on and a bit of uncertainty in the match, coming in with over nearly 3.2 million team score. And on a Nomad 1 pick, it's a bit RNG. You have to be so consistent with that aim. Icarus finding just 1 miss with well over 99.4% accuracy, but we see everyone on the side of Brazil holding over 99.5% accuracy, which is exactly what you want to see on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a really, really solid team score for Brazil on this map. 3.2 million is quite good on that Nomad 1. So
that actually recover and potentially go all the way with the rest of this pick, bringing things back over towards the side of Brazil. But again, they are going to need the Philippines to have at least one of these full combos break, because that score lead, Dio, is still climbing. And Nathan Ram, Zanny, as I say this, does find the first miss on Hidden. That is a disastrous miss from the Philippines. Brazil clinging on for dear life as that score lead drops below 70k. And Nathan Ram and Icarus are going to have to clutch up for the Philippines here.
I mean, I'm nervous. I'm nervous watching this map stage. We have a miss basically right in the middle for Zany on the Hidden, so that score is pretty well capped. It's a little bit after the middle, maybe 600, 700k with this accuracy plus the Hidden mod, but it's pretty much the worst place you could find a miss. It's combo advantage back for Brazil. It's another miss for Zany. It's the score lead back onto the side of Brazil, but Niosh immediately misses afterwards. That brings this combo lead down to a measly 200. Make that 900 again. No, Zone Luis finding the miss on the Hard Rock, and now it's Kagiura. Uncontested 900 combo for Brazil, but the 2 FCs for each team on the Nomad still going strong, and the score lead only 40k right now. There's still so much map left. We're into the last quarter, but that's still a minute or so of map remaining. So much time for these players to find misses, but it's not Brazil finding them. It's Zone Luis on the Philippines finding yet another miss on this 8 pick. It's Niosh on the Hard Rock to match. Goes to show just how difficult this Hard Rock is to be consistent on this map, but Brazil just doing better on the Hidden right now. It is the supporting combos bringing this over to the side of Brazil right now. Kagiura and Niosh just doing slightly better than Zany and Zone Luis respectively, and the Nomads on the bottom row unshakable for both teams. The 4-way FC for the Nomad players and the slight edge on the modded players brings home a 3rd point in a row for Brazil. From 0-4 to 3-4 stage, there's 1 pick left in this match, and the Philippines, you better have a solid pick prepared, because momentum has swung massively the other way now.
Yeah, absolutely. I am stunned to see 4 over 99.7% accuracy FCs on these Nomads. These are the players that you want, right? Like, you need absolute consistency on this. Whoever's taking Nomad in free mod has to be so consistent, and that is the key to victory. But we do see, again, as I was talking about, these supporting combos, Kagiura coming in so clutch for Brazil with over 700k on that support. Early misses don't matter if you can continue to be so consistent on your recovery. It is the Philippines now deciding what map will be played to potentially lead us into tiebreaker. Brazil coming back so strong from this 4-0 deficit. It's really incredible to see.
It definitely is, but it's not done yet. They still have 2 more maps to win if they want to finish out the reverse sweep. And for the Philippines, that means 2 more opportunities to not choke the 4-0 lead. And they have one right now. They're going to go with Nomad 2. Okay. I mean, I don't know if I have much of a better pick for them. They definitely had the better DT2 roster in this match, but you know, as we discussed, when Brazil first picked that map, they first picked it for good reason. They have the ability to pop off on this, and the Philippines last weekend did not have a good play on this map, so this is anyone's map stage. I don't think this is a guaranteed pick at all. I think this is super toss-uppy. This is a very high-scoring Nomad pick as well. You go and look at all of the scores above 3 million on this Nomad. You have to go down to number 16 on this Nomad 2 before you get below 3 million. Meanwhile, number 16 on Nomad 3 on that low AR is barely above 2 million score. So this is an extremely high-scoring map. This is one that teams are generally very strong on across the board. I mean, even if you go down below the 22 times that Nomad 3 was played, the Philippines are still above 2 million on it in their play last weekend. This is a map where anything goes, where you just cannot be surprised at any result. and where both teams realistically should have a 4-player roster. They should not be getting 4th playered on this. They should have 4 players that are generally pretty comfortable on the speed on this map, and where just the slimmest of margins can decide this. A single slider break could make the difference on a map like this. I am scared for both of these teams on this Nomad 2 pick.
Absolutely. I'm shaking in my boots, Dio. The average score on this pick is 731k, so it's basically FC or die, considering it's just over 2 minutes long. And again, on these speed picks, you really have to be so consistent, as you mentioned. And there is a bit of a diff spike towards the end of this map as well. And we saw kind of, it didn't really matter too much in the last pick, but catastrophe on the diff spike from the modded players in that free mod pick. So we're going to see whether the Philippines can clutch up on these diff spikes and take the win here on their pick. Otherwise, we are going to tiebreaker. We see from the side of Brazil these core 4 players, Vitor, Nyash, Izzy, and Corian, who we've seen pretty much all match. And on the side of Philippines, we see Jitterish coming in with Ramu, Icarus, and Zone Luis. As we get into things here, you want to look out for high accuracy plays. You want to see low misses. Nyash finding that super early miss, not able to recover super easily, finding a lot of trouble as they drop below 96% accuracy, but they are able to quickly recover that. As we get into things here, Dio.
Yeah, Nyash looking really uncomfortable on this is not a good sign for Brazil. This Philippines roster, I think, is slightly surprising, if only because their top scorer on this map is not playing it from last weekend, but Vitor finding another miss, and now already it is 4-2 in the full combo department in favor of the Philippines. And you can't be too surprised at this map going either way, but with all of these early troubles for Brazil, it's looking very good for the Philippines. Already a third of the way into this map. This is an extremely short pick. We're only 700 combo in, and we're basically halfway into the map now stage. Another couple of streamy, bursty sections as we come up to that exact halfway point. Everybody holding onto their combos. It's just those 2 early misses for Brazil on Nyash and Vitor, giving this massive... No, Izzy also finding the drop, and that's an FC down. Only Korea Maluko remaining for Brazil, and a 340k score lead for the Philippines. 4-way FC still going strong, and this is looking like GG's. It's not over quite yet, but Brazil needs disaster to strike the Philippines in this map if they want a way back into this map and a way into the tiebreaker. And I just don't know if that's happening. We're pretty much into the last quarter of the map now. Ramu will find a miss on aim, but there's still 3 FCs going, and Korean falling means this is basically unwinnable for Brazil now. 550k score lead for the Philippines. And Brazil last week, they looked incredible on all of the DTs. They looked the best on DT2, but on both of the speed maps in this match, the Philippines not only usurping them on that double time 2, but also improving their team score on this Nomad 2 by over 1 million points to establish dominance in Group D.
We see that celebration dance from Jitterish at the very end there. Philippines feeling absolutely ecstatic, taking this win 5-3. Heartbreak, unfortunately, for the Brazilians, who are not able to pull out the reverse sweep on this Nomad 2 pick. Philippines just putting on an absolute stellar performance against the favorite in this group. What an absolute clinic. Cinema. Yeah. Honestly, cinema.
It was definitely a very good match, but one thing that's honestly a little bit unfortunate, we actually have 2 other matches prepared right now, so we're going to cut things a little bit short here with a quick congratulations to the Philippines for beating the top seed Brazil in their group, and a solid congratulations to Brazil as well. They still go 2-1 in the group. They are still favored to get out, not locked, but favored to get out of Group D. So good luck to both of these teams with their 2 wins in this group. And thank you very much to Stage for casting with me as we move into our next 2 matches. We have Another match going on OS Live 2 right now. Looks like Turkey versus Uruguay over there, and Romania versus Finland coming up here. So once again, congrats to both the Philippines on the win here and Brazil on going 2-1 in the group. Thanks to Stage for casting with me. And we'll see you all in just a minute for the next 2 matches here at the OS World Cup 2025.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
And after basically no break at all, we are going to start up with our next match here on the A stream, Romania versus Finland. This is, I think, a really fun match because Romania now is a team that's rebuilt a lot of their roster. Finland, we've talked a lot about as a team who is almost always top 24, serves as a very good test of strength for teams looking to break beyond that mark. I'm still Dio. This time around, I'm joined by Azer, who is, of course, one of our regular casters, a well-known face here at the World Cup, as well as a guest caster here on the OS World Cup. A welcome to Lisseroni for this match.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. I think this is going to be the first time I think we see Romania play in this entire tournament. I think this team is super interesting because they keep kind of rotating a couple players in and out. I think, you know, most notably not having some of the bigger names they've had over the last couple of years, but still keeping like that really solid core 4, I guess, which we've already seen from qualifiers like Badu, Eternum, Kahest, and Origin are like all in the top like 60, I think, of qualifier stats. They're doing really good, and they're playing most maps. So if you're facing them this early in groups here, as Finland is, I think it's pretty scary.
Yeah, I think so for sure. This is definitely a very, very scary prospect to face them here as Team Finland. But I mean, Finland they've always had a pretty solid time on the early stage, right? It's not like they've ever had really a bad time on a lot of early stage map pools. They're very frequently able to eke out some wins where it counts, not necessarily be the highest scoring team ever, but always have some fight in them. So looking to see, especially because Finland has already played 2 matches, if their experience on this pool can maybe shake Romania a little bit in what is their first matchup on this pool in the group stage.
That's right, yeah. I mean, that experience, I think, just adds up to a lot, honestly. Just being able to have a couple matches played already makes you so much more comfortable. And, I mean, we have seen some of the Finnish players, like, do some pretty insane things. I'm pretty sure LRD dropped, like, an SS on Imake Samba on their first match or something. And, of course, like, Amasetic, I think we're always looking towards as probably being, like, the biggest name on that team, I would say. But they've got a pretty good depth of roster, I think. And now that they've played a couple matches, I definitely wouldn't count them out, even though they're 0-2 right now. So I think they're already pretty much guaranteed to be bottom 2 of this group. But I think they still have a pretty strong chance to fight for 3rd. So I am actually curious to see how this goes on. Even though this is the top seed and against the bottom seed in this group, I definitely would not be counting Finland out of this one. And as we get through bans, looks like Hard Rock 1, DT2 are out. And we'll see. I'm honestly not sure what Romania wants to play. Romania is, oddly enough, for a team that seems to rely on that core 4, I don't think they have any strengths or weaknesses. Like they're probably like one of the best, like, well-rounded teams, I think, in the challengers groups of teams, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they're just a solid team overall, which is it's very fun. And this is going to be a fun map. This free mod 1 here, Eyes on Me, AR 9.2, some flow aim tech here, a little bit of density as well, a little bit tough to read for some players in this free mod 1.
It's so short. This map is so funny. Now, Liz, have you seen a couple of maps already? You've been watching a couple of matches, right?
I'm really excited. I hope that they pick Fremont too. I think that's my favorite map out of the entire pool for this week.
Yeah, that one
That's a
was
funky
really
one,
nice.
right?
Yeah, it's super streamy. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Romania pick that one actually. But then again, I think, like I was just saying, they're so well-rounded. It's really hard to guess what they're gonna pick around. But considering, I think having Badu as one of their core players, that's probably not really one of the maps that Badu's looking to play. So I'm not sure if they're gonna play into that too much.
Ducky's a good second.
Yeah, as for Finland, I think for the most part, Finland has been going for a lot of the gimmickier stuff. You know, a lot of the reading stuff in this pool, the alt stuff. But I think same can more or less be said about them. I don't think on a pool this easy they have any particularly like strong or weak sets of maps. From their matches so far, I think Hidden 1 was like their weakest map. I think they only got like 2.5 mil or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them play towards a lot of the free mods. That's you know, among the week 1 group stage statistics that we have, they're basically near the top for those. I think they're 6th, 7th, and 3rd for being C22, so that's really impressive. They also have a pretty solid depth of mods to play around. They've been running different players on every sets of mods. Even the maps they've played more than once, they've ran different players on different mods. So we'll have to see what they go for this one. I think for this one last time they played Kalanlu with Hidden and Amasetek on Hard Rock. And Dio, I mean, I imagine on Romania you're probably seeing Badu Hidden turn on Hard Rock, I would assume.
I kind of have to assume, yeah. I feel like you could see a Nomad on a tournament, maybe, but no. It's actually going to be a different player taking the Hidden. Is Origin on the Hidden, and double Hard Rock for Romania with the Overmod on this free mod 1. We have seen a couple of Overmods on this map. New Zealand, in fact, going double Hard Rock on this last weekend and actually winning it. Brazil going double Hard Rock on this last weekend and winning it twice, in fact. This map is very dense, right? It's AR 9.2, and that, for a lot of older players, might not sound super dense, but when you have a tech stream finger control map at that approach rate, for a lot of players, that is pretty high density reading. And so a lot of players are just more comfortable on this with Hard Rock than with Nomad, just because of that reading aspect, despite the higher mechanical difficulty. Let's get into this map. An early miss from Mike Tyson on the side of Finland. But everybody else still holding on to these full combos, and we're already almost halfway into this map. There goes Kahes, though, one of those 2 Hard Rock players breaking for Romania, as everyone else still holding on to these FCs, and the accuracy keeping things on the side of Romania for now. But Origin finds the chain mix on the Hidden. Mike Tyson trade once again on the Hard Rock, but it's 3 FCs to 2 now in favor of Finland. And this is what we were talking about before the match started, Azer. It's not that Finland is the highest scoring team on every map necessarily, but they've always got some fight in them, and just keeping your FCs into the second half on this map is so huge.
This might also be one of those benefits from having played a couple matches already. I mean, we had Amasetek on Hard Rock before, and maybe as a learned experience from that, they figured out that Amasetek might be better on the Nomad for this and have Mike Tyson tank the Hard Rock, because clearly it's working pretty well for them so far. Amasetek still holding one of their FCs, as we've got a little bit of buffering, I suppose.
Oh boy, V-Sync.
Becho, you know, in case you just got here, just woke up, Becho's not been so kind today. There's been a lot of issues.
Too early.
This one seems scary, though. I hope it's not an actual disconnect, but we'll have to see.
Be, but it also just doesn't really matter, because Origin was not full comboing anyway, and this is a nearly 500,000 score lead now. Actually, over 500k. Yeah, nearly 600k, wow, yeah, for Finland. So it just would not have mattered. Very good FC from both Badu and Isaac on this map. Both of those Nomad players finding the FC for their team.
Okay, it looks like it is actually disconnect. I don't think their score's on the MP yet. But yeah, I mean, even that, with the score would not make a difference. So it's just a matter of waiting just to see what they got. But I don't think it's going to affect much of the result here. Finland pulling up, though. First map for them, Breakpoint. Pretty much 3 FCs. I mean, Kalanlu found a slider break at some point, but that's looking really good for them. I think, you know, if you're in Romania's shoes here, again, this is their first map being played, right? So you would you would want like for confidence to win your first pick, but going into this into a breakpoint straight away in a group, by the way, that like Romania really needs to win this match in order for them to do good. Like they have New Zealand in this group that's been kind of, I wouldn't say upsetting, but they've been a lot better than a lot of people gave them credit for as like the second seed of this group. And Indonesia is also definitely not out of the picture here. So this is all in all a really important match for Romania to be winning. So they'll have to find out if they can bounce back from that. I will say that might not have been the greatest pick, considering how good Finland has looked, specifically on all three of the free mods. There's a lot of other maps I think that Romania would have the advantage on in this pool. I'm not sure if I would give them the advantage on that one specifically. So we'll see if they find an adaptation there as we wait for Finland's next pick, and I guess for Origin to potentially reconnect.
Is every map in this pool a custom map?
There's a pretty good mix of both. How many customs off the top of my head? 2, 3,
the Nomad 2, the Nomad 4,
5,
I think.
6, 7. There are 7 customs in this.
There's really
pool, I
that
think.
many. I actually didn't think there was that many in this pool.
Oh wow.
Well, there's
like
also
that.
2 map
Exciting.
edits. I wouldn't really
Yeah,
call them
I
customs,
don't know
but
if I
yeah.
count those.
I think the biggest surprise for me in this whole pool is how much people have been avoiding Nomad 1 for some reason. Like,
Oh really?
I'm
think
not
it makes
sure
sense.
what it is. There's a lot of people that have been saying that, you know, the swing part of that map is a little too uncomfortable maybe, but it's kind of odd. Usually when people ignore Nomad 1, they ignore it. It doesn't have any pick banned presence, but this is like the 3rd most banned map this stage or something. Like, we haven't really seen that before. It's really weird.
Is it just the hardest, or like you said, the most uncomfy or RNG compared to the rest?
I think there's 2 things for it. Number one, Nomad 1 early stage is, it's a 6.7 star aim map. For OWC players, generally speaking, you're gonna have 4 players who can all FC that in solo, right, with however many tries, pretty much no problem. But consistency in tournament means that this is a map that's super FCable for everyone on every team, that you have 1 try on in match, so it's always gonna feel a little RNG. And then also it's going to be a little bit less comfortable because it is swing, right? It's not just basic rhythm, it is a swing rhythm map, which always makes it feel a little bit less comfortable, but also means that your scores on it are probably going to be worse than you might expect, without recognizing that other team scores are also probably going to be worse on it. So I think teams are getting worse scores on practice, and maybe not quite recognizing that, the other teams are probably also getting worse scores on this because it's a swing map. So we don't need to ban it. We can just leave it up and ignore it. But I think because there's that extra factor, I think teams are banning it more, which is a weird thing. I agree, but I think makes sense when you take the whole stage into account, because especially early stage, it's basically a coin flip kind of map because anyone can FC it. This map is not that kind of map.
Yeah, this map is honestly really, really good. Have you seen this one yet, Liz?
I have not. I like the art. I like the sound of it already. The song is good.
Yeah, this is a bit of an alt map here with a tiny bit of snap aim, not too much, but it's quite comfy. I think this is honestly one of the best songs of the entire group stage, I gotta say. A lot of people have been liking this one. This is a bit of an interesting pick from Finland, though, because out of their 2 other matches, they have not played this one at all. They haven't picked this, and no one picked this into them. So their first pick here being entirely new is pretty interesting. I wonder if they have, something planned for that. Maybe some information that we don't have, or maybe they're just picking it because it's a good song. Who knows?
This is kind of short too, isn't it? Or is that about average? 2 minutes?
After DT, it's a little short. DT picks, though, tend to be a little bit shorter on average than most other picks. But 2 minutes and 7 seconds after DT is a little bit on the shorter side. It's one of the shortest maps in the pool. Funny enough, there's 2 free mod picks. They're shorter than this, which I don't know if I really expected. I'm going to be honest. 2 free mod picks that are shorter than anything in the DT pool is usually not how that length balancing thing works, but sometimes it just turns out that way. So yeah, this is relatively short. This is also, as you said, Azer, a really control focused map. We'll see how both of these teams are ready to adjust to something like this. We already had, honestly, a pretty control focused, pretty short free mod one to begin with. So I think Finland may be riding the momentum from that a little bit and just picking into this DT3. I maybe would have expected the free mod 2 instead, because it's, I think, a little bit more similar, especially in terms of, you know, mod choice. But I think this works too. Let's see how they do on this.
Yeah, we might be waiting a little bit here. I think Bancho's not too happy. I don't know what someone did to Bancho today, but please go apologize. They've not been so kind to us. These last couple matches, lots of connection issues across the board. So we might be taking a second to get everyone in here. In the meantime, though, I guess I mean, we do have Listeroni here, which you know, if people aren't really aware, you know, you've been I guess you started playing the game somewhat recently, right, and taken a bit of an interest in the tourney scene and hosted your own tournament and stuff. How have you been enjoying your OWC this year so far with the new group stage and stuff? I think it's been a lot of fun. Have you been liking it?
I love it. It's so fun. Like you said, I'm newer. I've been playing for about a year and a half now, I think, and quickly fell in love with the game and the community. And one of the first things I did and fell in love with is watch partying OWC last year, so I'm super excited for this year. I love the group stages. I love the my favorite part of OWC, I think, is all the original songs. That's my favorite part.
Yes. Someone else.
Paige
That's also my
Ratter.
favorite part, honestly. It's so nice.
That's
I
my
love
favorite.
promoting a bunch of the new music. So, like even
Yeah,
this
it's
week, I
finding
guess
new
with Memo
people.
Demo, not a lot of people would know of Memo Demo. I kind of like promoting like these more indie, unknown artists and giving them a slot alongside like all the big names that we usually have, and we do have some really big ones later on, fairly soon. I'm really excited to talk about them, but it'll have to wait as we can resume this match now. I guess Bancho has made amends and allowed us to continue.
I'd like to thank Bancho for the privilege of being able to cast this map in this matchup. Thank you, Bancho. I appreciate it. Appreciate the privilege. As we're going to start up with this DT3 second pick. 28 minutes in. Can you believe it? But we will get going now. And I think pretty expected rosters for both teams. Cast Origin and Eternum Badu is the core roster for the most part for Romania. Anesthetic Civilju, Zapay, and Mike Tyson, pretty similar to the last map as well for Finland, which should make sense. Very early miss for Zapay on the side of Finland. And again, this is a pretty short map, so those early misses do start to matter. Already a 50k score lead for Romania, especially with that DT multiplier. And there goes Kahest as well, so does trade out that miss. Combo lead back the way of Finland, but not into any of the truly difficult parts of this map quite yet.
I think this map's kind of like that. It seems very unassuming, but there's so many of these random snaps. Well, not really random, but they can really catch you off guard, especially with nerves and all that. We've been seeing a lot of misses across the board here as well. So Finland gonna be finding 2 more, down to 2 FCs, and so Romania looking good on this one despite Kahest finding the earliest miss there. And yeah, like you said, these 4 players on the Romania team, we're gonna be seeing them on almost everything. I think even in qualifiers they played pretty much every map. I think we might be seeing like Robotonic and Alex Belay on the other 2 DTs if they're played, but outside of that, I think you're gonna expect to be seeing all 4 of these guys for a lot of this match.
Yeah, we had something that looked a little interesting there, but ended up not being all that much of a difference maker in this map. Eternum finding the miss there on that difficult section, but the entirety of the rest of Romania holding strong. Those 2 FCs for Origin and Badu still going. Anesthetic drops that last FC for Finland, or one of the 2 FCs for Finland. Just Mike Tyson holding the FC into the ending for them. And honestly, it's a pretty good team score for Finland, nearly 3.5 million, but it's nearly 3.9 million for Romania. Good 400,000 point lead on that DT3. And so, yeah, Romania, they get breakpointed on their first pick. They lose that to Finland, but they immediately breakpoint back on that DT3, despite, honestly, a pretty good team score from Finland. The double FC for Origin and Badu, plus the minimum 780k for both Kahest and Eternum, is a huge team score.
Yeah, that's actually a very high team score on their side. That's beating a lot of the other teams that have played this. It's like on the upper half of the teams that have played this map on in week 1. So still they still have a lot to play for in this pool here. I'm just trying to think about what they go for next. I'd like to see Mike Samba, honestly. I want to see. I don't know if they have Alerti. I don't think he's put a map in this match so far, but I want to see the SS again.
I want to see Tiebreaker.
I think we all want to see Tiebreaker. Always a big fan of Tiebreakers, honestly.
Has anyone
You mentioned-
had Tiebreaker yet?
We have had a couple of Tiebreakers. I think just the 2 from last weekend so far. In
I think that's all we've
Singapore,
had.
Hong Kong, and Chile, Spain. No others this weekend so far. We've been close a few times today, but not quite. Speaking of tiebreakers, talked a little bit about original songs. We've put a couple originals from other modes into this pool, like the Nomad 4 and the Premod 2, or rather the pooling team has. Wow, speaking of Nomad 4.
Yeah, they heard you.
There we go. Also, not an original tiebreaker this week. I know this was talked about during the showcase a little bit, but maybe as the team's ready up for Nomad 4, you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess last year we had a tiebreaker, an original tiebreaker for every single stage, but it kind of prevented us from using any sort of longer existing maps that we wanted to showcase in OWBC, such as this one right here, this TB in the group stage, Destin Victoria. So there won't be originals for every single one, just for the stages where we have an interesting map like that to show for it. We also have some custom maps that are not originals as well. There's a couple of songs that we really wanted to have, but were not like originals, I suppose. So it kind of allows us to move our resources elsewhere. So there's still the same amount of originals that you'd expect over the course of the whole tournament, but yeah, not all tiebreakers. They're gonna be there's gonna be a lot more just regular songs like this one. This one is a Catch original. Was very well liked there, and honestly, we've seen this map played a decent amount of time so far. I wasn't really sure with this map if teams were gonna pick into it too much, because it is a very odd map. Like the start rating on this is really low, if you notice. It's one of those maps that looks really comfy, but then there's similar to that DT3, there's a lot of things that like will just catch you off guard. Some of the slider aim is deceptively difficult. So I think overall, I think this has actually been one of the lower score averages on the pool, if I'm not wrong. Not near the lowest, but definitely a little bit lower than the average. It's a bit of a difficult one. But somewhat popular though. It's like in the middle ground. I think we've seen this played 10 or 11 times by now over the course of I don't know how many matches, 30-ish.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of
Decent pick
a
rate.
lot of group stage matches.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Well, there's 48 matches. Yeah.
That's awesome, though. You get to see more players and teams.
We get to play more OS at the OWBC, so I'm happy with more matches. The one side effect of that is from round of 32 last year to group stage this year, we literally tripled the number of matches in the first stage of the tournament from 16 to 48. So it's a lot more OSU. But I've been enjoying it.
I mean, it allows us to have a lot more screen time for a lot of people, I suppose. Both teams and casters, I guess. We have a lot more new guests even this week. Hype list.
Yep.
But also a lot of the other casters that people are already used to listening to from other tournaments and stuff that we've added as well. So I think there's
Yes,
also
the
around
new
10 of
casters.
those. I think everyone's been doing quite a good job. So more matches is good.
We have a little bit of development here. Eternum finding the early miss for Romania, but that's it. Everybody else is still full comboing a quarter of the way into the map. This is going to sound a little bit off topic, but this map gives me such Impulse mapped by Handsome vibes. I don't know exactly what it is. I just get the vibe from it.
I kind of get it.
I just have to say it. I just have to say it out loud. Like it's been eating away at me for like a week. But
Yeah,
this is
some of the cited
really close.
shapes,
I
yeah.
mean, 7 FCs still. Just the one miss for Eternum. Only 200 combo back or so from an FC. And now you have, both teams seeing that at the break and knowing, okay, we all basically have to FC if we want to win. So this is massive pressure on both teams going into this second half here. Last diff spike up right now and still no misses for anyone. Everybody just still holding on for both of their teams. It's another miss for Eternum, and that's going to give a bigger advantage over to Finland. Still no misses on anybody else. Still the 7-way FC Origin, the next one to find the drop. Make that 6 FCs, but still 4 for Finland. Just immaculate on this map. I mean, what do you do? It's a 4-way FC with less than a quarter of the map left to go. 400,000 score lead. It doesn't look like a huge score lead because this is a tech map, because the accuracy is just a little bit lower by default on picks like this. Finally, a break comes through for Isaac. Not going to be the 4-way FC for Finland on this map. But this is what you talk about in terms of Finland and early stage consistency and just being a scrappy team. This isn't even a low scoring pick for them. This is one of the best scores on this map of the weekend. Finland just got that dog in them sometimes, and they make a stand on this Nomad 4.
This isn't even their pick.
No, that's a break point.
That is the top. We only have week 1 stats, I think, for now. We haven't really compiled the ones from earlier today, but that is the top score on this map, by the way. the
Wow.
previous best, I think, was China at 3.2 million. They just got 3.5. So, yeah, I mean, you can just not count Finland out. I mean, even despite being at a disadvantage seed-wise here, being the weakest team in this group, you just cannot count these guys out on maps like this. Any sort of these, reading or tech gimmicky maps like this, they're going to show up. And I am quite curious, actually, about Nomad 5, if that ends up being played, because that one hasn't been played. I wonder if they're equally as good at that one. But we'll have to see until later, because they're going to go into Hidden 1 now, which is interesting to me, because, again, stats-wise, Hidden 1 has been their worst map. So, I don't know, maybe they're looking to rectify that.
Experimenting, trying something new.
I do have a very interesting stat for you on that map, Azer.
Yeah.
That score from Finland was better than any score last week by about 300k, right? Better than the top score from China of about 300k. China themselves beat their own best score on that by about 100k and then 100k again. So for a very short time, had the 3 best scores on the map as of today. And then basically immediately afterwards in Japan, Singapore, I think that's a 4-way FC, just straight up 4-way FC the map for nearly 3.6 million team score. So they're number 2 on the map, but they're better than a team that for a time had the 3 top scores on the map all at once. So that's a very interesting map that the teams at the top are maybe extremely consistent on that map.
Thank you for the Heliosphere World Record Speedrun History Live Edition.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this map for Romania. It's a very different sort of map, right? We don't really have, again, too much info. But Romania on Alt on Tech are generally a pretty solid team. We saw them lose against Finland on that map, but it's not like their team score was bad. It was still a good team score on that map. And in the qualifiers had some solid runs on both of the hiddens. That said, Finland, you can say something very similar about their runs on qualifiers, on especially the hidden one in that qualifier stage. Plus, they just beat Romania on that tech pick. So I know this is a lot more of a control focused pick, but I'm interested to see how this goes and just how different this feels for these players.
Yeah, Romania actually going to swap out one of their core players. Kahes going to sit this one out for Pregnancy, who in qualifiers has basically mostly played the Hard Rock 2 in qualifiers and then a couple of other random fill maps, I think. So it seems to be able to come in for a select few maps like this one. So this is going to be the first map of this entire tournament as well. But first one in this match. I'm always curious on this one because the start of this map is kind of the hardest part by a long shot. I feel like this log stream here has been... Okay, no, they're all fine. All right, never mind.
Oh, mostly
just Galanlu, yeah.
I'm curious, List, since we're still at the start of the map, if you have any insights on how, like, talking about skill sets works for newer viewers to the OS World Cup. Does it kind of make things make a little sense as the picks come through? Or is it all just kind of a wash?
Like explaining like the skill sets needed in a map or for a player?
Yeah, generally. Or
Generally,
explaining the pick strategy behind some of the teams?
Yes, as a viewer, I definitely appreciate that, especially on top of, you know, being a newer viewer to the game. I think it helps make it more, you know, understandable for anyone who is just tuning in for the first time or returning after a break. You know what I mean? I enjoy it a lot. I appreciate it.
Glad one of the things we spend a lot of time on is actually useful. And oh my god, Origin and Pregnancy just both missed right in the middle. That is one hell of a name. I'm just realizing I have to cast that name now. Double miss for Romania right in the middle of the map, though, is really rough on this sort of pick. Tournament Badu is still holding the double FC, but there's a two-way FC for Amasetic and Isaac on Finland. And, of course, Kalanlu and Savilju holding on to really good supporting combo there for Finland as well. So this is looking like a bit of a wash on this map for Romania. Origin and Pregnancy finding those misses once again. And the score lead, the combo lead, continuing to grow for Finland. And this is now nearly a 500,000 score lead with just a quarter of the map left. Even with that miss from Kalanlu, I just don't think it's going to matter. There's just not that much score left in this double FC for a Tournament Badu. Even if Finland were to find a four-way wipe right now, it's already over. Another breakpoint for Finland and a 3-1 lead for the bottom-seeded team in the group against the top-seeded Romania.
Yeah, Finland's throwing hands today. Like this is kind of an insane performance across the board on every single map here. I mean, I don't know if it's because they're already 0-2 in the group, but I mean, I feel like they're looking like a different team now. This is getting a little spicy, I think, for Romania, who once again, like they have to win this in order to be in a comfortable position in order to get top 2 in this group, or else they might actually end up in the losers bracket if they lose it. Like, this is supposed to be their free win, right? Like, on paper, the other two matches that they're going to go against are supposed to be a lot harder than this one, but Finland is not playing like Seed 22 right now. Like, this is a really, really good performance from them.
Finland came to fight.
Finland definitely came to fight. They're having a very good run today. And yeah, I mean, this is, you know, for a reminder for everyone, these teams are all in the top 24. The top 24, or rather seeds 9 through 24, were put into groups by themselves. The top 2 out of each group get into winner's bracket to face a team from the top 8 that just went straight to winner's bracket, no group stage required. While the bottom 2 go straight to loser's bracket. So it's potentially a major upset here for Romania if they lose this match, and that ends up being a loss that sends them to loser's bracket. New Zealand is already 2 wins. So if Romania lose to Finland here, they lose one more time, they're pretty much eliminated from the group. And they have, as you said, Azer, both of their harder matches left up. So Finland looking to maybe play upset here in this group.
This honestly gets really interesting because there is a pretty real chance of Finland getting third place in this group now, which, you know, it still won't put them in the winners bracket, but it will get them an easier opponent in the losers bracket. And we did talk about this map before. Nomad 1 actually picked here. I think this is the third time it's been picked total. We have not been seeing this map too much, so I guess it's good to finally get to see it. We'll see what we were trying to convey, but yeah, some very swingy aim here. Lots of like triangles, like very wide aim. Supposed to be very comfy, but I mean, supposedly not. I guess we'll see soon enough.
I'm excited to see the swing. Couple swing maps, no?
There's a few, yeah. I think it's also been a while since maybe this is personally, but as a reminder, Badu's really good at Nomad 1s. This guy's got really good aim, and he's I think finally got a team that is able to back him up on stuff like that. So I'm curious to see how this is gonna go. Like with how many breakpoints have been happening in this match. Somehow I don't think this is going to be one of them. Like on paper, I think Romania should be a very, very strong aim team. So I'm curious to see how this one goes.
We were talking a lot about this map before the match started, or rather just as the match was starting up. There's Nomad 1 that a lot of teams have felt rather uncomfortable about picking. So much so that it's actually been getting banned out, which is not usually the case for a Nomad 1 early stage. And Romania, I mean, I think they actually have a pretty solid aim lineup. I think Finland's roster really likes especially pre-mod flow aim maps the most, and flow aim generally is a much stronger suit for this Finnish roster than most other things. Whereas Romania, I feel like a lot of their players just have very, very solid aim consistency. You look at Badu, you look at Origin. Those two players in particular, from what I know of this team, just look very, very good on aim consistency in general.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lurdi though, on the other side, who's already kind of made a splash with some previous maps in other matches. And I guess we don't have music here. Hold on. Slot 1 did not connect. But yeah, I mean, the depth of roster in this Finnish team is like really impressing me. I gotta say, like I've touched about this when we were talking about free mods earlier, and how they just seem to throw someone different every time. But I think the pool being a little bit of a lower skill cap is really playing well to their strengths now that I guess they're used to playing. Maybe they had a couple of jitters in the first two matches, but I gotta say I'm really impressed from so many different players on this team. So we'll have to see if they can keep it up here on this aim Nomad 1, which on paper Romania should be really, really good at. But I mean, so far Finland's been looking just so good in this match. Like, it's hard to ignore.
Well, we'll see. Okay, well,
okay, all
right. Well, that's rather poor timing there, as 3 misses come out for Finland immediately on the first KI time. And there's the last one also, and that's all 4 players on the Finnish team having missed. Only Kahes for Romania having missed in that first KI time and pregnancy at the start of the map, but still 2 full combos for Origin and Badu, plus the reverse choke there for pregnancy.
Azer, nice. I had to make it interesting.
Yeah, blame Azer. Rule number 1.
Yeah, I can blame Azer for that one. That's for sure. But, I mean, there's still a lot of map left to go, right? We're coming into the second KI time here. If you find a wipe in the middle of the map for Romania, this is by no means lost for Finland, but I think you do kind of need a few misses in this second KI time if you want to be able to win this map as Finland. There is a more difficult control section after this KI time as well. So maybe we see some misses there. There goes Pregnancy. That's 1 out of 4, but I feel like you just need more. Kahest is matching the combos from Finland, and of course the FCs are basically double combo right now. A little bit less than that now as we come closer and closer to 1k total for each of those FCs, and nobody missing during this control section. It's another miss for Pregnancy there. Badu actually dropping the FC as well, but it's a 300,000 score lead for Romania. And yeah, the score is starting to come back the way of Finland, but I don't really know if there's enough time. You look at Kahest basically matching one of the combos from Finland, and then the extra support, definitely better than that one FC for Origin. But there's only a quarter of the map left, and this score lead is not moving that quickly. It's going to come down to the ending KI time here, and if Finland can hold these combos, well, if maybe 1 or 2 more misses come out for Romania, that could be the deciding factor here. But if Romania is able to hold, I think they should still have this map as we come up into the ending. Just some more jumps in this KI time, more of the same. Not a big diff spike at the moment during this ending KI time. It is a little bit harder, but not by all that much. Everybody's still holding strong. There goes Kahest. That's another break for Romania. It's just Origin holding the FC versus these 4 recovery combos for Finland. Down under 100k, down under 75k, and rapidly going back the way of Finland. Another miss for Pregnancy. Under 30.
Oh my god, oh my god.
It's going to be enough time. Yes, it comes back to Finland right at the end of the map, and they all 4 of them clutch up for a 4th point for Finland on the board.
Another breakpoint too, right?
Another breakpoint as well.
Wow.
So I told you we had to make it interesting.
Finland fighters.
Hey, Liz, do you understand now why teams are banning the Nomad one?
Yeah.
Not making this map.
I get it. That was cinema. Absolute cinema. Curse didn't even matter at that point.
Yeah, honestly, I was really expecting Origin to drop something at the end there, but even holding on there with 200s, which is kind of crazy on this, by the way, like, didn't even matter. I don't know, man. This Finnish team today is something else, and they still have so many picks that are on paper like really good for them. You know, I was talking about all 3 free mods, and there's still 2 of them. And we're not going to see it. Okay, let's take a look at Nomad 2, which I think... Is this the most picked map? I think this is probably the most popular map.
I think as of last week, this was... Yeah, as of last week, this was the most popular map. Fremod 2 and Hidden 1 were the 2 runner-ups, 1 map behind, actually. 15 picks for Fremod 2, 16 for this Nomad 2 last weekend, 15 for Nomad 2, and 14 for the Hidden 1. So a lot of picks on those 3 maps, but this is the most popular map in the pool. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because if you're banning speed, you're most of the time banning out the DP2 and leaving up this Fremod 2 just because it's lower BPM. And if you want to pick speed, well, your opponent already banned the speed map, so you're just left with this immediately. And that is backed up in the bans. Nomad 2 last week was banned once, and DT2 was banned 8 times. So,
I'm a little bit curious here. I think this pick on paper might be really smart from Finland here, because I do believe we're gonna have to see a new player from Romania here. Probably Capybara is gonna come in, who's played Nomad 2 in the qualifiers, because I don't think Badu is going to be playing this one, so they have to replace basically like their star player on this. You know, Badu was 19th in qualifier stats here, so picking a map that he's not playing, I think, is always going to be smart, especially when you're facing match point here like this. So we'll have to see who ends up stepping in for this one. I'm sure we'll see Origin and Tournament Kahest in for this one, but probably Capybaras. There's a lot of other players on this team that could probably fill it. I think Alex Belea might be stepping in as well. But just judging off of that, considering this is Romania's first match, I would assume it's Capybaras, but we do see Robotonic joining the game, so...
If Finland wins this, are they secured 3rd place, right? For this group?
I think it depends on the future matches that Romania's play. Like, Romania still has their 2 other matches to play, so I think it becomes a pretty spicy group because most teams are. If I think about this, if Romania beats New Zealand, then like every team is 2-1 or 1-2.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the most interesting outcome is if Romania loses to Finland and New Zealand and then wins versus Indonesia. That puts New Zealand at 3-0, which would be first out of the group no matter what. But all 3 other teams in the group would be tied at 1 and 2 for second place.
Wow.
Which is still a possible outcome. So there could still be a scenario where we have a 3-way tie for second place. And with that, a scenario where Finland get out of the group. Despite going 0-2 in the first week, there's a scenario where they actually get out of the group, even at 1 and 2. And that is in fact the only scenario where they get out of the group is that New Zealand has to go 3-0 and every other team has to go 1 and 2.
Does it go by points then? If there's a tie like that?
It would go by total map wins minus total map losses or point differential. So basically, the teams that win very decisively and lose very gracefully, still getting a lot of points when they lose, are favored for tiebreakers in that regard. As we get into this Nomad 2 pick, Finland looking to close it out and make that potential top 2 finish a reality with this Nomad 2 pick.
I mean, it's looking good. It's looking good for Finland.
Couple of early breaks there. One for Isaac, one for Amacetic, one for Zapay, all right at the start of the map, but only one FC for Capybaras on Romania. There goes Origin as well. That's the one other big combo on Romania right now. Robotonic and Eternum also having missed more recently than anyone on the side of Finland. It's just that lower combo for Isaac, but even then, that's better. No, Origin's missed with Bancho. So we do still have that big combo for Origin on the side of Romania, but 3 really big combos for Finland. The FC on AJJ, Vadim Pikwa. I don't know how to pronounce Finnish, I'm sorry. And then Zapay and Amacetic.
We'll call him AJJ. I mean, despite Origin's miss being Bancho, I mean, score's still going up for Finland here, going up towards the end. Oh my god, that miss. No.
That might just do it. I mean,
that one is bad. Oh no.
Really bad timing on the miss for Capybaras, and I think it's over now. I think Finland is just taking this 5-1. There goes Robotonic as well. Origin is still on the reverse choke, but AJJ, Zapay, and Amacetic are all matching that combo. Isaac is matching the combo from Eternum, and this is Finland from last week going 0-2, just turning it up and beating Romania, the top seed in the group, 5-1. And doing it like with some really, really good team scores as well. We talked a little bit at the start of the match about Finland, maybe not being the highest scoring team ever. They really kind of put that to shame with this match. I mean, 3.4 million on this. We looked at 3.5 million plus on a bunch of other maps. They didn't just, beat Romania. They put up really, really good scores in this match the entire way through.
One upset.
No, really, this is such
That's
an
a huge
over
upset.
performance for what is expected from Finland. Not only that, but I mean, also their actual scores, across that entire match, I think is among the highest performing out of any match that's been played in the whole group stage. I'm pretty sure, every single map, they're above they're near the top there on all of the map leaderboards. I'm actually really curious once we get all the stats after the end of this weekend to see, because I think that might be the best, match performance from a team, at least that we've seen so far. It should be pretty close to that. So, I mean, it may eventually not mean too much because of Finland's existing position in the group, but that is still something to be really proud of, I think, in terms of performance there. They did really, really good. And as for Romania, that makes this group really, really interesting now, and puts their next 2 matches in a pretty peculiar situation now, because they now have, I think, to beat both of them in order to advance. And both New Zealand and Indonesia have also been looking quite exceptionally good. Like, a lot of people were mentioning Group A probably being the group of death, like the group with China, Norway, Austria in it, but this one might have 4 teams in it. Like, this is kind of crazy.
This is scary. It's very scary. And I think both of these teams, Finland, they could definitely use some supporters cheering from the sidelines for that eventual 3-way tie at 1 and 2. Romania, they definitely need some support as well from the fans. If you want to help support not just either of these teams, but any of your favorite teams in the OS World Cups, you can buy some banners. Stop by the OS store, get some banners, put them on your profile. If you do get the banner for the winning team in the OS World Cup, it'll stay on your profile as well until next year. So show out some support for both of these teams and to the rest of the teams. And a big shout out as well to our guest caster here, Listeroni. Thanks for joining us for this match. Hope you had a fun time watching this upset. This was a really cool match.
Yeah.
Yes, it was absolute cinema. Thank you so much, Dio and Azer, for having me, and congratulations, Finland. And I can't wait to see the rest of the tournament. I'll be eagerly awaiting.
That is just about going to do it for us for now. That is all the matches from here today. So thank you once again to Listeroni and Azer for casting this along with me. And thank you to our streamers and referees for keeping things running all day long since 10 UTC. We have another long day tomorrow starting at 9 UTC with Singapore versus Greece to finish out the group stage, running for a good 11 hours all the way until 20 UTC. Actually, make that 13 hours, because we have a 9 UTC match and then a 21 UTC round of 16 map pool showcase. So it'll be a good 13-hour day tomorrow here at OS Live. This is the group stage we know and love, everyone. So come on back tomorrow, 9 UTC to start the day for Singapore versus Greece, all the way up to 21 UTC for the round of 16 map pool showcase. We'll see you tomorrow.